Volume 18, Chapter 506, People of Alacria, Cara Dinoir. I gave the young man a pat on the back, then stepped away. His smile was grateful but weary and more than a little sick. Still, he did smile, it was something. When he stepped up to the Tempest Warp, housed within the cavernous lobby of Carjadan's central library, the mousy-haired mage who was to conduct this last transmission spoke soft, encouraging words. The young man had little to go home to. It was why he'd been comfortable waiting so long to be the very last of the refugees to return to his people. No one would be waiting for him. The war had taken them all. Our volunteer attendant, a member of the Koenig blood, flinched as she activated the Tempest Warp device. Her mana was fluttering and inconsistent. Within its tug, though, the Tempest Warp activated, and the young man was pulled away in a rippling of space and mana. With it done, she sat down on the platform's edge and wiped her brow. "Thank you," I said, forcing myself to stand straight despite the aching of my back and the lingering pain behind my eyes. "Tell your High Lord that his assistance will not be forgotten." The Koenig mage gave a little snort. "For whatever good it'll do, still I suppose these folk deserve to die in the comfort of their own homes." I withheld my bitter retort, only repeating my thanks before turning and striding with purpose toward the library exit. The truth was, the purpose was a facade, not for the benefit of the other mages who lingered in the library but for myself. I didn't quite know what to do now. I had spent entirely too much time in the small office I'd claimed upstairs, and I was loath to intrude on Saris. She already knew the last of the refugees were scheduled to go home today, but Carjadan itself offered little for me. Although home, such as it was, wasn't that far away, I'd chosen to stay at the library itself up until now. It was our base of operations, where Saris and Silrit had so far chosen to remain, and I had been needed nearly every hour of the day. Outside, I stopped and turned my face toward the late afternoon sun. My fingers went to my sternum, pressing into my skin. Beneath flesh and muscle and bone, my core ached. The first wave of mana had been bad. Like a tsunami from a distant sea, it had washed over us, and when it rolled away again, it had taken our mana away with it. Every single mage was affected, but the stronger suffered more. The second had been far worse. I started walking again, my purpose unclear for the first time in weeks. After the first pulse, Corbett and Lenora had retreated into the relictums with most of the other highbloods. Now the first two levels of the relictums were in danger of overcrowding. With so many ranking ascenders involved in Saris's rebellion, their organization had quickly collapsed, and the ranking bloods in each city were limiting access to the relictums where they could. It was another disaster in the making. As I pondered the last couple of weeks and tried to turn my thoughts toward the next couple, my feet began to carry me toward the Dinoir estate. Only whatever guards and servants hadn't already fled the city were still there, but I had made a point to check in every few days. It would also be pleasant to sleep somewhere more comfortable than the cot in my office. Already weak from battle and imprisonment, the shock of Agrona's defeat and the first mana pulse, the second one drove like a spear into the core of every mage in Carjadan. Time and foresight had allowed us to prepare a number of elixirs for those most in danger from the backlash, namely, the strongest and weakest of us, which provided Saris and Silrit a way to counter the worst of the effects. At the very least, it kept them alive. But even rationing elixirs for only those in danger of permanent injury or death, the city was already running out. I'd petitioned multiple times for Saris to take shelter in relictums, but she'd resisted so far. "Once I'm well enough to travel, I'll return to my estate in Says-Clar. What's left of it anyway," she'd said with a distant smile. "Besides, I need to be here when Alaric returns. We're still working out the details of broadcasting whatever proof he finds. Agrona's broadcasting networks are in shambles." Quietly, I knew that Saris's estate wouldn't be far enough. Early reports after the second pulse indicated it reached almost the entire continent. Only the southernmost reaches of Says-Clar had been safe, which meant a third such pulse would almost certainly hit every single mage still in Alacria. My skin prickled at the thought. Still, most of those who couldn't reach the relictums were fleeing south. The rivers were clogged with sailing vessels, the roads with carts, and it was almost impossible to access a Tempest Warp with so many mages sick and exhausted. Saris knew this as well as I did, so this talk about returning to her estate was an obfuscation. I had experienced on many occasions just how prideful she could be. The rest of Alacria's leadership was dead or in hiding. She herself could have gone to the relictums or even to Dicathen, but she remained in Carjadan Ground Zero for whatever these attacks were. Sometimes, when she didn't realize anyone was watching, a strange, focused expression would come over her features, like a miner burrowing through rock or a scholar absorbed in a difficult text. She was thinking, theorizing, planning. To her, plotting from the safety of the relictums while those less fortunate continued to suffer here was weakness, not wisdom. I kicked a stone off the walkway. It bounced into an alley and startled a small scavenger mana beast, which screeched angrily and bolted away. The streets were nearly empty. I passed the occasional guard or unadorned servant running messages or errands for their bedridden masters, but it was a stark contrast to Karjaden's usual bustle. That will be a problem soon as well, I acknowledge as I passed by an empty, shuttered grocer's. Businesses were closed, industry ground to a halt. The distant farms that fed millions of city-dwelling Alacrians couldn't reach us or were hoarding their resources for their own small communities. The relictums was more insular, with enough industry on the first level to support its normal population. However, with so many escaping the pulses there, their resources would soon run thin as well, and they'd be forced to return to Alacria or brave the deeper zones in search of resources. My thoughts continued to churn, cycling through the same worn channels until I reached the Denoir estate. It was still standing unchanged. Well, perhaps a bit overgrown and unkempt, like a noble gone just a bit too long since their last haircut. As I stood at the unguarded front gate looking at it, though, I realized the truth. I didn't want to be there. Corbett and Lenora had left. Lauden was gone. The blood was divided, shattered, at war with itself. Just like the rest of Alacria, I muttered into the breeze. Instead of resting as I'd intended, I continued down the street, deciding to make a circuit of the city and dislodge my circuitous thoughts. My legs and brain were both tired when I finally ended up right back at the library, 3 hours later. After the chaos of organizing all the refugees and soldiers who returned from Dicathen, the handful of attendants and operatives under Saras's command made the library feel even less alive than if it had been empty. They paid me little mind as I marched tiredly through the library to the second-floor office I'd taken over. I unlocked the door, did a quick scan to ensure nothing was out of order, and then fell into the worn leather chair behind my borrowed desk. There I sat for several minutes staring at nothing. My thoughts were finally blessedly quiet, but the stillness didn't last long. Anxiety, a subtle but invasive urge to do something, crept in like worms beneath my skin. Unlocking my desk, I reached for a certain scroll. I checked it several times a day, but it had been some time since it had last changed to show me anything except old messages. My pulse spiked as I saw new words scrawled across the surface. Excitement dulled to disappointment as I read the message Lyra Drade had penned, which was then transmitted from her two-way scroll to my own across the vast distance between continents. Still no response from Arthur in Ephiatis. It seemed unlikely that Arthur would be returning anytime soon. We couldn't even be certain he'd received our message, which had gone with the Hafusra Chull. That itself was an unnecessary, borderline foolish risk that I wouldn't have taken, I caught myself thinking. I shook the thought off and continued reading. According to the note, tentative approval had been given for a small number of Alacrians to return to Dicathen if we so wished. This was, Lyra made very clear, thanks to the work of Tesha Iralith. The Beast Corps, Dicathen's new arsenal of Mana-Beast-infused machines, was being relocated to Lenoir to set up additional long-range teleportation artifacts and oversee the process. I set down the scroll, letting it roll back up partially. This news was unexpected and the timing was poor. There would likely be many Alacrians willing to return to the villages established between Dicathen's Beast Glades and Lenoir, but we'd only just finished helping people leave Karjaden. For the moment, I was uncertain where to even start with this offer to relocate people yet again. A lottery, perhaps. It sounds like we have some time to think about it at least. My voice was hollow and tired even to my own ears. My door suddenly opened, no knock preceding it. "Talking to yourself now, girl," a gruff voice said. "Not hearing voices in your head, I hope." Alaric slumped in, looking as if he'd been blown in on the wind. Saris, holding the door, drifted into the office behind him. My mentor wore a simple, comfortable black dress that floated just off the floor, giving the impression that she herself hovered over the polished floorboards. No sign of her fatigue or distress showed in her mannerisms or features. I stood. "Alaric, you're back." My eyes jumped to Saris's. "Were you successful, in a manner of speaking?" the aged ascender grumbled, dropping into a chair across the desk. Saris eased herself into a chair as well, perhaps the only sign of weakness she showed. "We have the key to the recording." She slid the small piece of carved crystal across the desk to me. "We haven't watched it yet." Her gaze went pointedly toward a projection artifact sitting on my desk. My pulse raced as I loaded up the storage crystal and activated the projection. Alaric reached out and let his mana flow in a series of pulses that I recognized as a mana key. As we waited for the projection to display, I asked, "And what about the instiller? Dead?" "Heart failure, poor bastard." Alaric's accompanying grunt didn't exactly express a deep sense of sorrow. At least he managed to give me the mana key sequence before he bit it. I frowned but said nothing. An image of dense, endless stretch of forest was splashed onto a bare patch of wall. The angle of the recording artifact changed slightly as the small animated artifact adjusted its position. For a few seconds, nothing happened. An outside force caused a distortion in the visualized recording, and the bird-like artifact panned left. Several figures came into view, flying rapidly over the treetops. The distortion intensified, then the image normalized. The figures, 8 in all, flashed past. The recording artifact leapt from its perch and followed. 4 of the people appeared conscious, 2 flying ahead, 2 behind. The other 4 were horizontal, prone in the air, their bodies drifting on the wind between the others. I thought I recognized the 4 prone forms, but the angle was poor. "Well, this isn't worth a shit," Alaric grumped. "Quiet," Saris ordered. Her voice was soft, but the tone of command was absolute. We watched the recording play out for a couple more minutes. The artifact banked up, taking a steeper angle to get above the small group, who were slowing down as they reached a place where the forest was all torn up. I recognized the broken pieces of a few devices similar to those Saris had used to freeze the Relictum's portals. It was then that we finally got a good look at each of the 8 people. Prone between 4 Usras were Arthur, Sylvie, Cecilia, who we already knew had reverted to Tesha Iralith, and Agrona himself. The High Sovereign was unconscious, his head lolling even in this magically supported state. Seeing him like this made me deeply uncomfortable, and goosebumps roughened the skin of my arms. "Vritra's hairy backside, it's actually him," Alaric said, his voice barely a moan under his breath. "Is that Kezes Indrath himself?" "Yes," Sarah said in answer to my unfinished question. "With him are Karen Indrath, leader of the dragon forces previously occupying Dicathen, winsome Indrath, his eyes and voice in our world. And this 4th dragon, the woman, must be Kezes's wife, Meyer, although I can't confirm that with 100% confidence." As the recorded image continued, I focused on Kezes. He was much younger in appearance than I would have guessed, his features sharp and smooth. Bright blonde hair hung down past his shoulders, tossed by the wind of their flight, and he was draped in rich white and gold cloth. I didn't know what I'd expected given the myth of his existence, but this relatively ordinary man wasn't it. A shimmering, distorted cleft appeared in the recording. "The opening to Ephiatis," Saris explained. "The artifact couldn't capture it properly." Kezes and Meyer turned to look back at the land behind them. They exchanged a few words, but there was no sound, and the recording artifact was flying too high to even try to read their lips. Then they turned back around and floated forward, vanishing into the portal we couldn't properly see. One by one, the rest of the group followed. The recording artifact flew several circles around the site, then banked and sped off in a different direction, likely to some predetermined extraction site. "Is it enough?" I asked, turning to my mentor. "It seems pretty clear to me. Kezes has Agrona, the other sovereigns are all dead or missing, as are the Scythes, and the Wraiths have vanished. Alacria is free of the Vritra clan." "Enough to what?" Saris asked, although the words weren't directed at me. Instead, she spoke into the air, then looked around as if hoping it might answer back. "Those capable of believing but holding out for proof will be convinced. There are others who will not be convinced by any evidence." She shook her head as if clearing cobwebs. "Still, with more of the population assured that Agrona won't be returning, we can take more concrete steps." I knew what she meant. The dominions were rudderless, broken apart into hundreds of small factions, little better than city-states run by the ranking highbloods. Organization and leadership were needed now more than ever. Not for the first time, I found myself wishing that Saris would step up and claim the mantle. And yet, no matter how much I respected my mentor, I also knew that what Alacria needed was to escape the old structure of governance, not replace one Vritra with another. Saris deactivated the projection and took out the storage crystal. After turning it over in her hand, she passed it off to Alaric. "See that everyone is made ready for the emergency broadcast. We won't reach everywhere, not with the mess things are in, but we've prepared as best we can." Alaric nodded as he stood. I caught the way his gaze lingered in one corner of the office. He hitched, freezing for a moment before clearing his throat. "On it, everyone's ready." The old ascender shot me a tired wink, then left us. I watched him go with both curiosity and concern, but whatever demons he was battling were his own. Saris and I sat in silence for a minute, maybe 2. It was difficult to think about time when the rest of my brain was so bloated with thoughts, some relevant, others far less so. It was my mentor who broke the silence. "You've done well, Kara. If I haven't already said it, I want you to know. You've handled this transition, these people, as well as could be done." I bit my cheek as I looked up from the desk to meet her eyes. She had one elbow leaning on the armrest of her chair, her cheek resting in her hand. She seemed smaller somehow, not diminished exactly, but more normal than usual, more real, I acknowledged to myself. I used to look up to her as something other, but we've been too much together for me to still see her as some kind of deity. Aloud, I said only, "Thank you, Lady Saris." "I realize that I'm not exactly good with people," Saris continued. Her gaze shifted, focusing on the middle distance. "I see problems and solutions. Life is a series of actions taken to result in a specific outcome. People become tasks or obstacles. Tools to be used." A frown darkened my face as I tried to understand what she was telling me and why. People rarely like being used as tools. No, they do not. Her gaze remained unfocused, but her brows pinched together, a fine line appearing between them. Her lips pressed together into a pale line. You are different. You see the needs of the individual within the larger picture, the trees within the forest, so to speak. I hesitated, swallowing and fidgeting with the half-rolled scroll on my desk. Thank you, I repeated, not meaning for the words to come out as a question. Saris nodded slightly, not looking at me. Alacria is in more danger now than it has yet been. For all their faults, our Asuran leaders, the remnants of the Vritra clan of basilisks, protected us from others, if not from themselves. Now we are fractured and exposed. Our mages are weak, our populace terrified. I leaned back, crossing my arms over my chest, which is why you should be in the relictums, regaining your strength and avoiding the continued mana-draining pulses. You assume there will be more. I gave my mentor a wry smile. Don't play coy with me. With that much mana being drawn, something that requires an incredible amount of power has been activated in the Basilisk Fang Mountains, probably in Tigran Selim itself. The terrified populace you mentioned has been turned into a battery. Do you know what it is for? I didn't really mean to ask this final question. I always expected Saris to know more than she told me. To compartmentalize and obfuscate was her way. It had allowed her to make it this far and kept her, and by extension those like myself who followed her, alive this long. I was confident she had some deeper understanding of these pulses, and I wouldn't normally have pushed for more than she wanted to tell me. But I was tired, and I was afraid. She looked me in the eyes and held my gaze, suddenly steel again, no longer small but like a star blazing before me. No, but I do know other things. Agrona is thousands of years old, maybe tens of thousands. He has the sharpest, most devious mind of any living being I've ever met. I've never witnessed him put himself in danger. I understood what she couldn't bring herself to say out loud. Agrona's defeat was so sudden and complete, without even a fight really. It's difficult for an old soldier like Saris to accept. I stood and walked to the window behind my desk, looking down on the western lawn of the library. It was empty, and where it wasn't overgrown, the landscape had been crushed beneath tents and sleeping cots, or churned by the hundreds of refugees who had passed through it over these last days. I had to wet my lips to speak, and it took conscious effort to keep my voice from quivering. Arthur gave us this chance. Even if he can't be here now, he's defending us from Ephiodus, I have no doubt of that. We can't cling to the fear of our own past, we have to look toward a future that we get to create. Saris's smile was almost audible, making me turn around to face her. Like I said, you are different. We will need. The door opened without a knock and Alaric stumped back in. All set. It'll go out to the entire continent, much as is reachable anyway right now. Tomorrow it'll replay at a different time and then every day after that as is needed. Won't be without pushback, I'm sure, but… He shrugged, then flopped back into the open chair. I reactivated the projection device. It would immediately pick up the emergency broadcast when it started. It didn't take long. The image shifted, showing the forests of the Beast Glades. The image was frozen and distorted. A voice issued through the telepathic field created by the projection artifact. People of Alacria, High Sovereign Agrona Vritra has been defeated. Alacria is free. That was it. A simple message to startle and draw attention. A different one would be issued on the following day, with the message to be updated and become more involved and complex as time went on, adjusting the message to the response. We'd been prepared for this step before we even knew what the recording would show. Again, I watched as Agrona, Arthur, and the others were drawn along by Kezes and his dragons. The image seemed to slow and focus on Agrona when he first appeared, making it easier to tell it was him. The recording artifact took flight and followed. The sequence sped up to reach the final destination more quickly. Then it slowed again when the perspective allowed a better look at Agrona. There was no escaping that Arthur was a part of the picture, but his presence would be explained in further messaging. The distortion of the rift rippled through the picture and Kezes and Meyer melted away into it. Agrona's body approached and the image froze. I flinched as a static humming issued directly into my head through the telepathic field. The distortion of the unrecordable portal began to spread across the image, like a piece of parchment on fire, turning black in the middle. Soon the entire picture was black and empty. Damned, what have those idiots? Alaric's words were cut off as another voice entered our minds. My eyes widened and I turned sharply toward Saris. Her hands were steepled in front of her lips, her nostrils flared, pupils dilated. My people of Alacria, the unctuous baritone said from the darkness. Chapter 507, copy of Upper Hand, Arthur Leywin. I clenched and unclenched my regrown left hand as we waited for the grand hall to be opened. All 20 of those sent on the hunt were gathered, plus Boo and Regis. The young Usras were quiet and almost reverent. Beside me, Chull carried the small white remains of the beast on a plum-purple cushion. It had been carefully arrayed to look as if it could be sleeping, with its fox-like snout tucked under its bushy white tail. The energy was nervous, but beneath the tension was a comfortable familiarity. On our return journey from the mountain, the descent was much easier than the climb, as we'd been allowed to fly. Nija, Riven, and the others had continually assured me that our battle was one that would echo down through history, told in great tapestries and frescoes on the walls of their respective clan homes. The doors opened and our procession began forward. Nija, as the leader of our hunt, entered first with her phoenixes behind her. She wore a red and gray gown embroidered in gold and was draped in chains and jewels. Each of her phoenix followers was adorned in equal finery. The dragons followed, led by Vaira. Her long pink hair was carefully coiffed atop her head, exposing her neck and shoulders. Teal scales in the form of an armored gown spilled down to her ankles, broken by the occasional twinkling gemstone. Behind the dragons, Riven walked side by side with his sister Romei. The pair looked striking with their identical dark hair and red eyes. Riven's horns swept back and then up, slightly out to the sides, while Romei's curled back and down until they pointed forward again like a ram's. Both wore suits of deep gray and green, matching their two clan members who came behind. The basilisk who'd lost his arm had the sleeve shorn off at the shoulder, proudly displaying the scarred stump. Zelina led her Leviathans in a position of pride just before my own clan. Varun's daughter wore her etched leather armor supported by knitted scales down her shoulders and legs, worn like a shawl and skirt. In a reversal of the other clans, her kinsmen were dressed in more flamboyant garb, making her stand out in her utilitarian attire. Finally, my clan and I stepped into the grand hall. I immediately spotted my mother. She was standing off in a little pocket of open space, as if she were hesitant to linger too closely to the powerful Usuras who surrounded her. Next, I located each of the other great lords, spread throughout among their own small delegations. The other races were significantly outnumbered by the dragons present. The crowd applauded politely as each group of 4 entered, with Vaira and her Indrath escorts receiving the most attention. My clan and I received a muted response by comparison, but I only acknowledged this with one small thread of my thoughts. Beside me, Ellie was draped in a floor-length silver gown. Garnets and amethysts studded the shoulders, and purple embroidery swept down the length of the gown like swirling currents of ether. It was a gift from Varun's clothiers, and I could tell just how much Ellie loved it by the way she kept looking down at herself to watch the fabric and shining embroidery move. Sylvie wore a scale dress like Vaira's, except in silver and amethyst hues. Beside her, Chul looked uncomfortable in a borrowed leather jerkin fabricated from the golden hide of some Ephiatan mana beast with embroidery of red thread. Still say it's not fair that I didn't get a fancy outfit for the big party, Regis thought from the rear, where he padded along beside Boo. Maybe when you become a real boy, Sylvie teased, outwardly keeping a straight face as the crowd politely applauded for our entrance. My own attire had also been lovingly crafted by the Leviathans, a gift waiting for me upon my return from the hunt. I appreciated that Varun understood me well enough to keep it simple. Dark, tapered trousers contrasted against a startlingly white doublet with split sleeves that revealed a hint of gray beneath. A thick golden belt was fastened around my waist, and a teal cloak draped across my shoulders, falling almost to the floor. My ensemble was completed by King's Gambit and Realmheart, conjuring a crown on my brow around which floated pale locks of my hair, and violet runes glowing beneath my eyes. Several other threads of my consciousness kept note of my surroundings, primarily those present and their actions. Karen drew my eye first, his rough appearance making him stand out against the backdrop of shining, colorful Usuras. He stood off by himself and he watched me like a hawk. I caught a glimpse of Vajrekar as well, deep in conversation with Sarvesh of the Matali clan, the dark-haired bearded dragon I'd struck after the battle to reclaim Aludari Vritra from the Wraiths. Varun lingered in oblivious conversation with Morwenna, leader of the Hamadryads. As always, she stood stiff as a statue, looking as if she could have been carved from wood. Lords Rai and Novice flanked Radix of Clan Grandis, who watched the basilisks and phoenixes march through the hall with a sour look. The Erend and Thyestes clans were notably absent. I knew that the Sylphs disliked convening under enclosed roofs and did everything they could to avoid exactly this kind of gathering. Ademir of the Thyestes, on the other hand, was deeply at odds with Kezes. Clearly their conflict hadn't been resolved in my absence. Nija stopped 20 feet or so in front of Kezes's throne, where he sat overlooking the festivities with his usual sharp gaze. His eyes were a light lavender in color today, but otherwise he looked and dressed as he always did. The rest of the Asuran hunters moved to stand level with the phoenixes, leaving a path open in the center for me and my companions. We filled in the space, then Chul and I took a single step forward. Lord Indrath, I announced simply, I present you the trophy of our hunt, a questing beast of legend, the likes of which has never been seen in Ephiatus before nor will be seen again. Kezes stood, his focus intensely on the posed body of the small creature. Chul stepped forward, outwardly oblivious of his own unlikely position in this ceremony, and Kezes took a few slow, purposeful steps away from the throne. When they met, both stopped. At this point, Chul was supposed to go down on one knee. He did not. After waiting only a beat, Kezes seemed to realize this small disobedience. He reached out, brushing his fingers through the fox-like tail. A glorious hunt that will be many times in the retelling, I'm sure, he projected, his voice ringing into every corner of the huge chamber. I am told my wife has promised a boon toward the hunt's victors. It was a battle no single Usra or clan could have won alone, I said in answer, matching my tone and volume to Kezes's. The victory belonged to us all. Nisha took a half step out of the line of hunters. The Avignes clan would ensure the truth is known. This victory belongs to Clan Leywin. Lord Arthur defeated this beast almost single-handedly when the rest of our efforts proved fruitless. Vyra was the next to advance. Whatever boon the Lord of the Indrath clan sees fit to give should go to the Archons, our newly risen brothers and sisters. Her words were echoed by the rest of the Usuras. Kezes smiled around, looking unusually chipper. A great hunt, orchestrated and undertaken by some of our brightest youths, bringing together members of 5 of our great clans. It is with much pride and respect that I welcome you and your clans into my home. You've each displayed great humility, daring, and skill. I can see in your faces and how you interact that this trial has brought you closer together. In addition, this was a chance for Clan Leywin to show exactly why they've been elevated to their new station, and it is clear they have succeeded. Kezes paused, and a rumbling was briefly audible from the back rows of the crowd. The voices cut off immediately, and although Kezes did not outwardly react, I had no doubt he'd paused just to allow these voices to rise above the din, effectively calling out any detractors. Please eat, drink, and socialize. Hunters, enjoy each other's company for these last moments before you return to your clan homes. The crowd's focus broke, and the gathered Usura, momentarily homogeneous, dissolved into individuals and small groups once more. Riven patted my back forcefully, while Nisha squeezed my wrist before leading the other phoenixes to where her father, Novice, waited with a large congregation from Featherwalk Airy. Vyra hugged my sister before giving Sylvie a respectful bow. She caught my eye for a lingering moment, then went to find her mother and clanmates. Riven leaned against me and watched her go. Conspiratorially, he said, a fine warrior that one, she'd make a good wife I think, he nudged me. You know, my own sister Romei has been speaking of you quite often as well. She can hear you, Romei said, suddenly pushing Riven from behind. The basilisk laughed, held up his hands, shot me a wink and started to retreat. The basilisk who'd lost his arm, Ishin, joined in the laughter and hooked Romei with his good arm. His bright red eyes jumped around, looking everywhere but at me. Come on, Ishin was saying. Let's eat, drink, and then get the abyss out of here. I can't wait to spend the next few days lounging around the healers and regrowing my arm. The two followed Riven in the direction of the basilisk delegation. The food does smell incredible, Chul rumbled, patting his stomach. Come Regis, feast with me. Regis's tail wagged excitedly. You don't have to tell me twice. I worked up quite the appetite saving your ass from that beast. Chul gave a booming laugh and kicked one of Regis's front paws out from under him as he took a step, causing the shadow wolf form to stumble clumsily. Regis responded by nipping at Chul's ankles, drawing uncertain looks from some of the nearby dragons. Your companions grow more at home here with each passing day, Zelina said. She was the last of our hunting party to hang back. Shooting a look at Kezes, who was now speaking to a small circle of other high-ranking Usura, she quietly added, do not be lulled into a false sense of security. She then inclined her head slightly, gave my sister a wry smile, and strode away, leaving the grand hall. My grandfather is in a strangely pleasant mood today, Sylvie thought. She clasped hands with Ellie, who was staring around in wonder. My sister grinned at my bond. Out loud, Sylvie said, come on, let's go see your mother. I don't think I've ever seen her look so uncomfortable. As if waiting for me to be alone, several Usuras, a mix of dragons, hamadryads, and titans, swarmed in, peppering me with compliments and questions about our hunt. I withdrew the bulk of my king's gambit-empowered mind to other tasks, speaking with the Usuras in a polite but practiced way. In the days following our hunt, I'd had a lot of time to think. Too much, according to Sylvie and Regis. The hunt itself had clarified several important details for me, and opened up many more questions about the future of Ephiatis and its people. I was beginning to feel like the gravitational center of a vast galaxy of decisions to be made, each one spiraling around me and fading in and out of my focus. After multiple rounds of well-wishers and curious Usura coming to have a look at me, a familiar face approached. Sarvesh of the Matali clan, I announced, holding out a hand as a gesture of goodwill. We had not parted company on the best of terms last time. The dragon gave me a steel-eyed look as he took my hand. Lord Archon, he hesitated. After withdrawing his hand, he crossed his arms and scoffed. Didn't I say you'd never be an Usura, no matter how much you pretended? More the fool, I then. Clan Thera has long been close with the Matali clan, and young Vyra's account of your hunt is already circulating among us. I was dismissive of your abilities after our battle with the Wraiths. I apologize for that. No need, I answered honestly. I considered apologizing for striking him, but given the change in our comparative station, I elected not to. It was a tense moment. You lost a member of your family. I know that pain. We both fell silent, thoughtful. After several long seconds, Sarvesh cleared his throat. I won't take up any more of your time, Lord Archon. With a nod, he slipped back into the crowd, returning to his people. Nice to see you getting along. Glancing out of the corner of my eye, I found Keza standing right next to me. No point making enemies where allies could easily be found instead. As I spoke, I let my gaze jump to Morwenna, Radix, Karen, and Meyer. I lingered on Meyer, who was flowing around the outer edge of the hall speaking to all she passed. In her younger form, she was enchanting, and I was reminded unfavorably of stories from my youth, those of witches and sorceling weak-minded townsfolk and children. A flicker of annoyance passed over Kezes's features. So you have earned a boon. He began to walk. It was obvious that he expected me to follow. I'd already considered how this conversation would go and was eager to have it, so I fell into stride beside him. What would Arthur Leywin, Lord of the Archon race, ask of me? Guarantees for the fate of Dicathen perhaps, or maybe a promise not to harm your friend Chull or any of his traitorous kin. He glanced at me, but if he was hoping to shock me, he'd fallen far short. I knew he'd recognize Chull for what he was immediately. But the fact that Chull hadn't immediately been apprehended on entering Ephiatis meant they were unlikely to do so now. Besides, the Path of Insight had already given away Mordain and his clan's survival in Dicathen. Whatever his purpose, Kezes at least had the good grace not to look disappointed. Or perhaps you'll ask my leave to propose marriage to one of the lovely young Usuras who participated in this hunt. I'm sure Novice and Rai have been pushing hard to make you see the sense of such an alliance. I chuckled. You weren't exactly subtle about sending Vyra my way. Kezes gave me a rare smile, his lavender eyes crinkling at the corners. Must keep up appearances, mustn't we? I stopped and glanced around, gauging my timing. The other lords of the great clans had taken seats at a table set off to one side of the hall and appeared to be deeply involved in some private conversation. The rest of the Usuras in attendance gave this table a wide berth. The truth is, I began, veering off our course slightly to bring us closer to the rest of the great lords, I don't need to ask you for any of those things. I am my own assurance that the events of the past won't be repeated in Dicathen. The same can be said of Chull's safety. I spoke at a normal volume but projected my voice in such a way that I knew it would reach the ears of Varun and the others. I don't need your boon, Kezes. I stopped walking, strategically placing a column between Kezes and the other lords. Radix watched me openly, while Morwenna cast nervous looks at the column hiding her lord. The others put on a show of not listening. I see, Kezes answered softly. His eyes darkened to a plum color and the air grew heavy around him. A shame, I thought perhaps our clans were growing closer. I admit I'm disappointed to be proven wrong. You mean you're disappointed to miss out on yet another way to try and make me beholden to you, I said. There was no disrespect or vitriol in my voice, only the pure statement of fact. As if the mark you left on me isn't enough to ensure my adherence to our deal. This was a risk, as it drew Kezes's attention to the etheric binding he'd placed on me when I first agreed to walk the path of insight for him, which I'd immediately broken and replaced with my own ether. But that doesn't mean we miss an opportunity to build trust with each other. Kezes's brows furrowed, and he fidgeted with the cuff of his sleeve. A strange tone to take if that is your stated goal, Arthur. I cocked my head to the side, careful not to glance at our eavesdroppers. I'm just trying to be clear, Kezes, because if we're to be peers, reliance must go both directions. I refuse to take more from you now, but I am willing to give you something. His eyes narrowed suspiciously as he searched my own, then widened with realization. He straightened and adjusted his jacket. And what is it you have to give me that would be of any value? He asked, despite already knowing the answer. It had been in the aftermath of our hunt as I watched the others recuperating and healing that the decision had clicked into place. Conversation with the young Usuras had started the wheel spinning, and the shared vision with Sylvie had forced me into a new perspective. But in the end, it had been my camaraderie with the hunters and my knowledge of what must happen to their homes and their peoples that made me reconsider my initial answer to Kezes. I will give you the morning pearl to heal a Grona. Varun coughed, choking on his drink. Smiling wryly, Kezes took a step forward, forcing me to back up or let him trod on my foot. He stared at the other great lords. Morwenna looked down, appearing almost disappointed with herself. Rai and Novice both made a show of drinking deeply from their elaborate goblets. Radix stared not at Kezes but Varun, who had to cover his mouth with a handkerchief as he struggled to catch his breath. Kezes made no effort to disguise his sneer. Well played, Arthur. If Kezes really could heal Agrona, then he could not only make the High Sovereign face judgment and punishment, giving the people of Ephiatis closure, but he could also help these youthful Usuras understand their own past and how it intersects with that of my world. In that understanding, I hope to begin a path toward belief in the future I needed them to not only see but to desire. We'll do it immediately, while so many of us are still in my castle, Kezes said after giving the matter some thought. Go mingle, search for these allies you claim to seek. I will send for you when it is time. With that, he spun and marched from the hall, his sleeves billowing and his steps thunderous. There was a lull as everyone stopped to watch him go. Many trailing eyes shifted to me when he was gone. So, did we win? It seems like we won, but aren't we giving Kezes exactly what he wants? Regis asked into my mind. Sylvie caught my eye from across the room. Not only did Arthur put himself in a position to publicly decline a boon from Kezes, he turned the tables and made it clear to the other lords that Kezes was reliant on Arthur instead. She paused, raising one brow meaningfully. A maneuver which you said you'd be careful in delivering. I was extremely careful, I thought, glancing over at Varun and the rest of my peers. Morwenna was standing and preparing to leave. Radix leaned back, his arms crossed over his broad chest, glaring down at a plate of half-eaten food. Ryan Novice had their heads together and whispered back and forth urgently. Varun, his coughing fit subsiding, excused himself from the others and stood. I waited for him to approach, which he did. You remember what I said? The question was simple, matter of fact. I do, I answered. The ancient Leviathan nodded, his glassy eyes drifting across the room. After pausing for several seconds, he marched away wordlessly, heading for his daughter and the other Leviathans. I located my mother and crossed the hall to her, avoiding several attempts to start up conversations along the way. She beamed at me. Arthur, Art, you cut quite the dashing figure even amongst all of these gods. My sister, standing next to Mom, twirled. We're definitely the best-looking archons at the party. Mom rolled her eyes, but she couldn't keep the smile off her face. I am proud of you, you know, and Ray, your father would be too if he were here. Ellie made a noise somewhere between a laugh, a hiccup, and a sob. He wouldn't believe any of this. Mom shook her head. Actually, I don't think he'd be surprised at all. He always believed his son could do anything. I rubbed the back of my neck, sharing their sad smile. He'd say something like, I always knew you'd end up a deity, my boy. Then he'd challenge me to a wrestling match or a spar right here in the middle of the hall. We laughed together, then fell to chatting casually, reminding each other of old stories and wondering about the state of affairs back home. Others flowed in and out of the conversation, but my focus turned toward what was to come after the celebration ended. As if my attention sped its arrival, soon enough people were beginning to offer us their farewells before exiting, and the crowd grew sparse. It felt like barely any time had passed before Morwenna of the Mapelia clan returned. Her butter-yellow eyes sought me out from across the grand hall, and she approached stiffly. Lord Indrath is ready for you. The other great lords had already left. Mom and Ellie looked at me in surprise, but I waved away any concern they may have had. We'll be staying at the castle for the time being. Sylvie will arrange everything with the staff. After giving Mom a quick kiss on the cheek and ruffling Ellie's hair, I gestured for Morwenna to lead the way. Regis hurried over. Instead of causing a scene by padding along at my side, he melted into my body. Sylvie and Chull stayed behind. Morwenna led us out of the grand hall, along a series of corridors, down several stairs, and finally to a barren patch of wall. The tall Hamadryad waved a bark-covered hand, and a portal appeared inside the stone. She stood aside and I stepped through. I was back in the plain stone corridor that led to Agrona's prison cell. Morwenna appeared beside me, then continued down the corridor. Before there had been solid walls on both sides. Now a single door marked the point where Agrona's cell existed. Morwenna gave a stiff knock and the door opened inward. The cell had expanded considerably since I'd last been there. It was roomy enough to easily contain Novice, Rai, Radix, and Kezes, while still accommodating Agrona, who floated in a beam of light at one side of the chamber. Morwenna joined the others and they all watched me carefully. Each Asuran lord wore a unique expression, but these powerful beings couldn't entirely hide the thread of worry that connected them all. Varun was notably absent. As I looked at Agrona, I recalled Varun's words, his prophecy about the morning pearls he'd gifted to me. 3 parts to your being, 3 boundaries to your transcendence, 3 lives bound to you in obligation. You are the heart of the maelstrom, all around you chaos, in your wake destruction. His words didn't exactly inspire confidence, but even with King's Gambit, I had elected not to overburden myself dissecting the meanings of this prophecy. Not that I doubted these echoes Varun saw in the ether-rich waves of the boundary sea, but I'd had more than enough experience with the temptations and dangers of foresight. Kezes held out his hand. Reaching into the extra-dimensional space connected to the runes on my arm, I withdrew the small blue pearl. Before handing it over, I rolled it around in my fingers, watching the liquid within swirl. Several seconds passed. Kezis's brows pinched together ever so slightly. Biting back any second thoughts or regret, I set the pearl in his palm. Kezis took it firmly but carefully in his fist, then wasted no time. Approaching Agrona's prone, floating form, he opened the dirty, ripped shirt with a wave of his hand. Kezis didn't even bother to use a knife, just drew his finger down Agrona's chest and the skin opened. Meat and bones separated, revealing the rough black lump that was Agrona's core. Deftly, Kezis inserted the morning pearl, then stood back. Nothing happened immediately. Morwenna shuffled, then forced herself to be still. I caught Rai, Radix, and Novice exchanging a look. The wound began to glow. Just like with Chul and then Tesha, mana poured forth, a veritable sea of it. The prison cell was bathed in light, and Agrona's flesh rapidly knit back together. The mana glowed through his skin, growing brighter and brighter until he was little more than a white silhouette. Something was happening. This felt different than before. Regis bristled inside me. The other lords took a step back. Even Kezis shifted, his stormy purple eyes intent on Agrona. His horns, Novice spoke in barely a whisper. My gaze locked onto the antler-like basilisk horns that spread out from atop his head. They were shrinking, the spines retracting, the central trunks growing thicker. His frame broadened and he seemed to stretch, growing several inches taller. His features were shifting, but through the light it was difficult to make out the specifics. "It's not healing him, it's transforming him," Morwenna said, shooting me a distrustful glare. The light and wash of mana was beginning to fade, details slowly became clear. The once sharp-featured face was now broad and flat. Dull, blood-clot red eyes blinked open and shut rapidly. An unfamiliar face gazed around the room, bleary and struggling to focus. Radix's face scrunched in a combination of interest and disbelief. This sort of fusion of mana arts, who? Kezis was sneering at the Vritra, his fists clenched, knuckles gone white. "Who is this?" I asked, feeling suddenly like the only one not in on a secret. Rai took me by the arm and pulled me back a step. "This isn't Agrona, it's Karno's Vritra." Chapter 508, my High Sovereign Jayai. My crystalline nerves flared, jittery and on edge. I didn't like it when my High Sovereign left Tigran Selim. This was his fortress, his domain, and I was here to protect him. Our net of runes was spread wide, covering Alacria and most of Dicathen, but this only allowed me to follow along with his progress. I couldn't help him, couldn't defend him. I really didn't like that. With my senses spread throughout the network of arrays, artifacts, relics, runes, and lingering spells, I listened and watched as Agrona spoke to the legacy and her anchor. With his arms around their shoulders, he casually told them, "This is a moment for celebration, because together we're finally going to kill Arthur Leywin." The others, Cecilia and Nico, didn't believe him, but I'd already told him they wouldn't. Their trust in him, each other, and themselves was badly damaged. Still, they didn't need to believe him. He was right about that. They would, later, when it was finished. I was careful to avoid accessing the probability of Agrona's success. Not because it was low. I could work with that, recalculate, redirect resources, adjust the plan, but I couldn't predict what was to come. I really didn't like that. They followed in silence. Cecilia's thoughts were so loud I could almost pluck them from the air. Almost, but not quite. Agrona led them to his personal Tempest Warp. Only a few people had ever traveled through it. Most of them were gone now. I considered that there may be some kind of correlation and began to add that to my calculations. The predictive model didn't change. Realizing I suddenly had the urge to say goodbye, I grew sad. I had no way to communicate externally in that room. I watched as light wrapped around them, beaming down from the carefully angled skylight to create a beautiful, picturesque scene that only Agrona ever experienced. "Gather round." Cecilia's nervousness was so palpable that it bled into my own systems, and I shared the squiggling sensation she felt in her guts. I briefly relived a conversation long ago, in which one of my brethren explained the mechanics of storing this projection of myself and the way in which the array would calculate and provide the experience of my own very Jinn emotions. Agrona gave the others no warning before activating the Tempest Warp, but he did glance up and wink into the air. At me, I knew. I held onto the moment fondly. Inside that instance of warmth, though, a terrible worry incubated before quickly hatching into a clutching need. My senses rapidly expanded outward from the fortress, tracing through the spellforms that dotted Alacria and beyond that Dicathen. Each one became a limb that I could sense, and through them I felt Agrona and the legacy arrive safely at the edge of the beast glades. They were distant and blurry, far from anyone who could feel their presence, but it was better than nothing. I knew they were approaching the place where she had hidden before. Suddenly my focus recoiled, snapping back across the face of the world. I rapidly searched the fortress. Nothing seemed amiss, but it was there, I knew it, an intruder. I scanned from top to bottom, then bottom to top again, but still nothing. Finally, my gaze retracted, turning inward toward the housing my mind was contained within. That's not possible. I wasn't alone. Another consciousness was inside with me. The voice that couldn't possibly be speaking to me said, "You must shield yourself. In a few moments' time, Agrona Vritra will be severed from you by fate itself." The backlash will rip you apart if you don't withdraw first. I froze. My processes weren't working correctly. I wondered if perhaps I was damaged. Some part of my mind was finally failing. Simultaneously, I knew that wasn't the case. Nothing within the crystalline matrix that contained my conscious self was at all out of place. This voice wasn't an echo or manifestation or glitch. It was an intrusion. You can't know what's about to happen, I pointed out. Even my own considerable ability to project probability was insufficient to gauge Agrona's odds of success. What you claim doesn't even make sense, severed from me by fate. More information is required. There isn't time, the voice insisted. You will come to understand everything, unless you fail to shield yourself, in which case you will become nothing. Retract all of your senses into your housing and sleep. I don't, now. I consider that this voice could be an outside attacker. Its directive that I retract my senses and deactivate cognitive functions could be in order to allow an assault on Tigran Selim in Agrona's absence. The voice's insistence that Agrona would somehow be separated from me played on my own fears and insecurities about his leaving. And yet, I'd already retracted most of my senses. Only the automated processes that alert me when something was out of the ordinary remained. I pulled those tendrils of awareness back as well, then curled in around myself and closed my eyes, letting the animating magic that gave me life dim and still. I didn't feel the shockwave, a reaction to the severing of so many entanglements being undone at once as it spread across Alacria. I wasn't aware when it slammed into Tigran Selim, collapsing parts of the fortress in on itself, breaking hundreds of spells and killing dozens of mages. No part of me experienced this moment, and so I survived. You can open your eyes now. Curious as I was cautious, I sent out a single piece of myself testing. The framework of spells that I reached for wasn't there. This made me nervous. I opened my eyes. In the same moment that I experienced the aftermath of this shockwave, I came to understand what it was, as if a kernel of knowledge had just been inserted directly into my crystalline brain. I knew what I had avoided, how it had come about, and what it meant. "Who are you?" I asked the voice, suddenly frightened of it. "I'm you, you and more," it answered. "I am who you speak to when you calculate probability. As you look toward the future and ponder what could be, the answers you hear are in my voice. I have always spoken to you, though never this directly. Ah, good old schizophrenia, and now. What happens next, you already know." The voice, the presence, the intrusion, retracted, pulled back, left my consciousness and my housing both. I didn't know what happened next, as it turned out. Curious, I attempted to look beyond the fortress, but the vast network of spellforms didn't react as my gaze turned toward them. I understood. The shockwave, a severing of fate connecting entities together, was interrupting my senses. They would return in time. Throughout the fortress, spells and artifacts began to activate. Some doors closed, others opened. Explosions rocked the already trembling foundations. Targeted pulses of energy snuffed out life. The desperate, confused, and backlash-weakened mages still alive within Tigran Selim began to flee. Deep within the mountain, far below where any but a trusted few ever delved, artifacts and machinery activated around hundreds of years of hoarded relics, mana crystals, and other gorier receptacles for stored mana. I guided this power, drawing it up into the fortress to empower all these processes simultaneously. It took time. Within a few days, I was alone. Everyone fled or perished. I locked down the fortress. A few tried to sneak back in over the coming weeks. They did not make it. Their corpses drew mana beasts out of the mountains. The beasts did not make it either. Eventually, people and beasts alike stopped coming. Time. Everything took time. I knew there was no rush, but I still felt the pressure of it. Turning on one device after another, empowering unused wings and deep basement chambers, and that was just the preparation. Moving so much power took so much time. I began to grow nervous again. Slowly, my ability to extend my senses through the spellforms returned. It was like a hurricane had blown across Alacria, upending everything, and only as the continent was slowly put back to rights could I see it properly. It was just as well that powering up the harvester took so long. The shockwave had damaged Agrona's people's ability to hold onto mana, and the harvester needed them to hold onto quite a lot of it. The harvester, I said to myself when weeks after Agrona left Tigran Selim, the enormous artifact, or rather, the series of machines spread throughout the core and underbelly of the fortress that operated as a singular unit, was finally powered up. It was the physical manifestation of hundreds of years of magical theory. A work of pure wonder, a technical marvel inspired by both Jinn and Basilisk knowledge. Attention for the fastest chapters, Lighten 0 Velpubcom Zixos. But this is the first time it's ever been used, I said, still speaking to myself. There was no one else to talk to, not for the moment at least. A quick check of the mana reservoir showed that it had been consumed in its entirety, and the harvester wasn't yet at full power. That collection had taken centuries to gather. If the harvester failed, I would not be able to operate it again, not for hundreds of years anyway. but if that is how long it takes, I'll see it through. To the very end, I calculated the collected power and the distance it would allow the harvester to reach. I examined the expected radius, tabulating the relevant mages and estimating their power by their spell forms. The act did little to settle my nerves. As the cluster of my senses lingered in the chamber that made up the heart of the harvester, I had to wonder. The voice that had warned me seemed to know both what would happen to Agrona and about this failsafe. But this was a secret that only my High Sovereign and I knew. Much of it had been designed and implemented just between the two of us. Anyone else involved, for those components or rote physical labor that required more bodies, hadn't lived beyond the completion of their assignments. I am who you speak to when you calculate probability. Those were the words the voice had spoken. What bothered me the most was that I should have been much more worried. To have a foreign intelligence present inside my consciousness was a violation, tantamount to losing my autonomy. But I hadn't felt that way because the presence was so familiar as to be comfortable. The Jinn had made an exhaustive study of fate. I should know I was meant to be their encyclopedia, or at least the table of contents. I had given myself over, sacrificed everything to ensure our knowledge survived until a worthy successor could finally make use of it. That successor had, of course, arrived in Agrona. I felt myself drifting into a tangent. I allowed it. In part, I recognized that this was not a process that could be rushed, but the more Jinn part of me was hesitating. It had been very strange at first, experiencing new beings entering into a piece of me held onto the Jinn name, but I had long been conditioned to think of it as relictums. That many thousands of years could pass and new people who were so similar and different from the Jinn would reappear and discover our encyclopedia was the entire point. A wonderful thing, and in those early days also unthinkable. I'd felt the relictums darken in the final days of our species. I knew the trials that awaited any who stepped through those portals, and I relished their obliteration. I hadn't been a violent woman in life, and the remnant of my psyche now persisting in this housing certainly hadn't been established as vindictive or vengeful. And yet, something festered within the relictums, and so it spread within me. After thousands of years of isolation and silence, suddenly, I was offered death and blood and sacrifice. A quiet life of scientific devotion and achievement hadn't prepared me to process the accompanying rush of such stimulation. It wasn't until mages began to rip me out of the relictums and transport me back piece by piece that I understood what the birth of a new society of mages truly meant. But Agrona changed everything. He'd already learned much of the Jinn and our genocide at the hands of the dragons. He wanted to use our technology to empower his people, who he would protect from the dragons at all costs. He'd already been experimenting with the intermingling of Asuran blood with these new people, humans, I learned. That made them more powerful, gave them a core from birth, and a higher rate of awakening into the manipulation of mana. It was the runes, a continuation or transformation of Jinn spellforms that we developed together, that unlocked the true potential of his Alacrians. With the runes, he could directly empower his subjects, circumvent their natural inclinations or abilities, enforce a kind of control that did not break them down but built them up, all while building them into my own natural capabilities. Tracking spell forms was the primary method by which I maintained and allowed navigation of the relictums. For Jinn, they were a unique identifier that could quickly be identified even across the sprawling expanse of the relictum's many chapters. For the Alacrians, it became a network with which my High Sovereign and I could closely monitor an entire continent together. Agrona indeed proved to be a worthy successor, and quickly made incredible use of the Jinn's vast stores of knowledge. His brilliant mind, status as an enemy of the dragons, and his willingness to do whatever it took to protect his people were exactly what the Jinn had in mind when they created the relictums. My calculations had remained consistent on this fact for centuries, but numbers rarely lied. And as time passed, my predictive models grew more and more insistent on a single fact. Hedging the future of magical knowledge on a single being wasn't a sound strategy. And so I'd seeded Sylvia in Drath with knowledge of the physical ruins that acted as housings for the other Jinn projections when Agrona's servants failed to reach them. She'd been a likely catalyst with her connections to both Agrona Vritra and Kezes in Drath. That is where the Jinn study of fate ended, prediction and possibility. We'd seen the potential for manipulation but never the way to reach it, at least not for ourselves. I let the tangent end and the memory fade. When I spoke next, I was no longer speaking to myself, because it was never about manipulating fate. It seems obvious in hindsight. All my equations led to an answer dictated by you, because you are fate, and if you appear as a voice, then I am, your fingers kneading the world into the shape you desire. I knew immediately that my conclusion was oversimplified and missing the point. I took comfort in the fact that understanding the entire workings of a natural force made manifest in magic was not my goal. Fate itself had dedicated what was going to happen. I activated the harvester. Mana erupted from Tigran's Salem, so thick as to be visible to the naked eye, like light caught and molded into substance. Wave after wave of it rolled away across the mountains. As it traveled, it thinned and spread out, losing its tangibility. I didn't know exactly what it would feel like to the Alacrian mages, but I knew what would happen when it reached them. The pulse bore down on the populated areas of Central Dominion like a tsunami wave, moving fast as thought. Only seconds after reaching the first city, it had passed beyond the borders of the Dominion. The edges began to fray, the context of the spell woven in mana coming apart. That was my cue. I reversed polarity and the harvester recalled its mana. This really was the incredible part. Bypassing the barrier layer of flesh, blood, and bone was one thing, but recalling so much mana back to a single point hundreds of miles away was the core concept that allowed the entire machination to function. All that mana shuddered to a stop, then in an instant began the homeward rush. Many tens of thousands of mages existed in the circumference of the pulse, and I could sense all of their spell forms and through that the world as it existed around them. The mana projected by the harvester sought out and collected any purified mana it could find, namely, from the cores of those people. All across Central Dominion, mana signatures went suddenly dark. It didn't take long for the mana to begin returning, like a net cast out to sea and dragged back aboard ship full of fish. I carefully monitored the collection rate, but my worries proved needless. The rates were well within my expectations. Still, I kept my careful watch as the mana flowed back in over the following hours. Collection and processing took longer as the mana was absorbed into the harvester, bringing it up to full power over the next couple days. I was confident now that a second pulse would reach all of Alacria. Based on the population of mages, there would even be a surplus of mana. I activated several banks of mana batteries, a conveniently timed technology borrowed from the trader, Saris the Unblooded. The second pulse took longer, having to spread out across the length and breadth of the continent, and missing only the farthest shores of Saizklar. Purified mana began to pour into Tigran's Salem. I controlled the currents, directing it first into the harvester itself to ensure full power just in case. The rest was channeled downward, far beyond the chambers full of machinery or the vaults containing now-spent relics, mana crystals, and the horns of long-dead basilisks. There, in the roots of the mountains, rested an isolated chamber that no one visited. My senses, the core cluster of my awareness, moved down through the fortress along with the mana until most of me was within that dark chamber. Lighting artifacts flickered to life, bringing into view a hexagonal room 24 feet across and half that in height. The walls were heavily etched stone inlaid with a combination of precious metals, ivory, and charwood layered thick with spells. Hidden within the ground outside the room, each wall continued, coming to 6 hidden points. No magic, neither mana or etherborn, could locate this chamber from the outside, and no bombardment could penetrate it. The shifting of the stone and soil wouldn't crack it, and no burrowing creature would approach within a mile of these walls. The layers of spells were so thick and complex that even if half of them were damaged or decayed with time, the above would remain true. The chamber was empty except for a single feature. At the chamber's perfect mathematical center, a frozen waterfall of bright blue liquid rose from floor to ceiling, ringed by complex patterns of runes inlaid with rust-red metal. A silhouette floated within the bright blue fluid. Runes along the walls, floor, and ceiling lit up as mana filled them. The rings of symbols around the waterfall were the last to glow, and then bright white motes of mana began floating inward from the top and bottom of the cylinder, turning the blue liquid almost white. The silhouette absorbed the mana and radiated it outwards, bright even within the luminescent surroundings of the waterfall. A day passed, too. I ensured the mana kept flowing and monitored the influx, but the bulk of my processes remained within that chamber. If I'd still had a body, I would have been waiting with bated breath. I'd been alone in the fortress for weeks. I was eager for my isolation to end. The figure inside the frozen waterfall twitched. I leaned closer, pressing the extension of my senses toward it. Then, the liquid began to part, separating like a curtain. Floating now in the air, a figure unfolded, flexing joints and stretching muscles that had not moved for decades. Fair skin glistened in the cool light, while wet locks of hair stuck to a beautiful, sharp-lined face. Blue liquid dripped from expansive horns like antlers, splashing against the stone only to run along countless grooves and back into the sheets hanging to either side. Slowly, bare feet settled down on the cold stone. Wet footsteps broke the silence. Mana condensed around the lithe body, and a silky black robe tumbled from the shoulders down to the thighs. Slowly, long unused hands took hold of a golden cord and tied the robe closed. The figure stretched and twisted its neck, eliciting a sharp crack that echoed uncomfortably in this place. I withheld myself, waiting to be addressed. My high sovereign strode casually across the chamber to one wall. With a wave of his hand, the wall carefully unfolded, maintaining the integrity of the layered runes and spells. He stepped through and the wall closed again. The twin curtains of blue liquid splashed back together, reforming the frozen waterfall, and the lighting artifacts went dim. His steps were tentative as he proceeded down a long, narrow, barren tunnel. I followed, my senses projected through lighting artifacts and stabilizing spells knit into the walls, floor, and ceiling. At the end of this tunnel opened a narrow, empty chute, perfectly large enough for his horns to pass through without scraping the walls. The chute continued only 12 feet above him before ending in a ceiling of solid stone. Unhurried, he began drifting upward. As he did, the solid stone melted away above, flowed down around him, and solidified below, filling the chute back in as he rose. It was a very long way, but he took his time. I felt like I might vibrate my housing loose. I knew what he was doing, the incorrigible tease, but I played his game. I waited, I followed, I watched. Eventually, darkness gave way to light, bare rock to work stone and steel. He lifted into a small, unadorned chamber. Pausing, he gazed around at the walls as if searching for something. My patience gave way. A hidden door slid sideways, opening into the room where my housing was kept. My crystal flashed brightly and my orbiting rings whirled. "Ah, there you are, Jai. I was wondering why you left me to wake along in the bowels of the you are not, and you have never been funny," I scolded, projecting my voice through the crystal matrices. "I'm afraid I must firmly disagree with you there," he said, smirking in a self-satisfied sort of way. I huffed. "Hello, Agrona." His smile faltered and he let out an uncharacteristic sigh. He stepped into my chamber and leaned against the wall just short of where my rings spun. A tense silence stretched between us. When he finally looked my way, his eyes narrowed into dangerous slits. "Tell me everything." Chapter 509, Curtains Fall, Agrona Vritra. My voice projected out through the networks of psychically resonant antennas, crystalline receivers, and mental projection artifacts interspersed carefully across the continent. The projected images currently being fed into the system froze in place, seizing and distorting just as Karnos, a hollow visage in my form, was taken through the opening into Ephiatis. Listen to me now and listen very, very carefully. The images currently being shown to you are a lie, a bitter fabrication intended to foment fear and uncertainty. I let only the smallest flame of my rage, a towering inferno with which I would ignite the skies, leak into the connection. Those who heard my voice would quake and sweat to hear it, but they would know my fury was not for them. Instigators within our own populace would have you believe that these images are proof of my defeat, but this is a fabrication. Those spreading these rumors seek only to weaken the foundations of our nation. These are the same betrayers who went to war against their own, who I in turn offered my forgiveness to. They have spurned my kindness as they have spurned your desire for peace. I paused, letting the words be digested. I told you before, my people, that I would protect Alacria and all those who still call themselves loyal from the dragons, and I have done so. The forces of Kezes and Drath have been forced back into hiding within Ephiatis by the mere image of me. But I know you struggle. I know you are tested daily in your faith. These past weeks have not been easy for you, and you are right to question if I can uphold my vows. I will not hold this against you. Instead, I will show you, so that the proof of your eyes may reinforce the faith in your heart. Jai's consciousness inhabited the mental projection artifact with me, figuratively looking over my shoulder like a nervous wife. I smiled. We were just getting to the good parts. But I need something in return. In part, I have already taken some of what I need, the wind that swept across this continent, drawing on your mana and pulling it away. You bore this burden stoically, as I knew you would. I told you that I, your High Sovereign, would guide you through the dangers to come, and you will see this promise fulfilled. I have given everything of myself to make Alacria the powerful and advanced civilization that it is. But for what is to come, I needed a small part of that power back. You, my people, are more than strong enough to share this burden, I promise you. We're currently reaching approximately 70% of the continent's magical population, Jai informed me as I paused, again letting my words sink in to those listening. As expected, emotions are turbulent and difficult to assess. I'd recommend striking a stronger tone against the Usuras. Although I have forced the dragons back, they are still a constant and ever-burning danger to you, my people. Some of you may doubt, but this is only because you don't understand the full danger that Kezes and Drath represents. Every day, you benefit from the work I've done within the relictums, the magic and technology left behind by an ancient civilization of mages. But you may not know that it was the dragons that ended that civilization. And why? For no other reason than being knowledgeable and powerful in a way that Kezes himself is not and can never be. You, my people, pose that same threat to him, which is why today we will strike a blow against Ephiatis that they will never recover from. My words radiated out across the nation that I built and trembled into the bones of my people. My people who were manifested out of my thoughts and born of my blood. I've finished reversing the system's polarity. It will be fully powered in the next few minutes. Jai hesitated. With a thought, I pushed her to continue. I have repeated the calculations for exactly how much power will be required and feel the need to repeat my earlier warnings. This will take almost everything you have. It leaves you in terrible danger. I will be fine, I assured her. Out loud I continued, my voice still being projected across the continent. You, though, must recuperate, rest and rebuild your strength and your hope. I will need more from you soon and will call upon every one of you to ensure Alacria stands victorious over all enemies. Turn your eyes skyward and do not be afraid. What you are about to see is a manifestation of your power. I let the connection linger within a few seconds of silence, then disconnected myself from the projection artifacts. Your reversal of the rebels' insistence that you'd been defeated has been effective, Jaiei said, her voice audible within the cramped, equipment-filled chamber. Coupled with today's show of force, I calculate any further resistance among our own will be minimal. The results are too far-reaching to be. She trailed off. I smiled into the air. Do not be afraid, Jaiei. If a disembodied mind could bite its lip nervously, Jaiei was doing exactly that. I shoved my chair away from the artifacts I'd been speaking into and stood tall. My nerves were jittery, and the seething rage I'd been suppressing clawed upward like flames up a dead tree. Momentarily enthused by the process of reaching out directly to my people and destroying Ceres's feeble attempts to win support, my entire mind turned instead toward Kezes and Ephiatus. I could feel the harvester thrumming within the stones of Tigran Selim, urgent and inevitable. My own body harmonized with it, both being full of the mana drawn from Alacria's population. Moving at a quick march, I left the transmission chamber and started toward the heart of my private wing. I stepped over the corpse of a talented young instiller who'd perished when Tigran Selim went on lockdown. My rage was warranted. The destruction of the legacy was a catastrophic blow to my plans, considering certain aspects of growth were now beyond my reach. But it was not the end, and I was not without a way to strike back at my enemies. A change of direction was necessary, that was all. Why else have backup plans? I increased my pace. After all, an entire continent was now staring into the sky, waiting with bated breath for their lord to show them the future. I feel compelled to remind you that our success isn't guaranteed, Jaiei interjected. Even with you channeling all the mana absorbed to awaken you, and based on known parameters which leave a large number of variables decided unknown, I can only quantify our chances for success at 83%. Please, Jaiei. This is the culmination of hundreds of years of research and development. It's going to work. My words smoldered with the same certainty that I'd felt when we finally had a vessel for the legacy. That had never been a guarantee either. I reminded Jaiei of such. I took the stairs down several at a time, letting myself fly as much as fall urgency building within me. And yet failure there wouldn't have been quite so catastrophic or public, she countered. Forgive me, Agrona. I did not like the idea of you, or your facsimile, going yourself to find Arthur Leywin, and I regret not pushing harder to make my voice heard. So I am pushing now. A sour, squirming sensation wriggled into my anger and eagerness at the mention of Arthur Leywin. Your inability to calculate the probability around that confrontation was a warning sign that I shouldn't have ignored. We will both be more attentive to such signs in the future. I pursed my lips and blew a raspberry into the air. Whether he knows it or not, the boy has only made things so much worse for his people. Now. I clenched my fists and the stone walls shattered, cracks spiderwebbing outward like dark bolts of lightning. Now he will see that I was truly trying to be merciful. I felt Jaiei retract. My anger made her uncomfortable, I knew. She was a scientist at heart, and although millennia within relictums had darkened her psyche, she did not express anger often. She buried the feelings she could no longer properly experience or understand behind logic and calculations. But, as long as the ends justified the means, she never balked at doing what needed to be done. Still, Arthur Leywin stuck in my mind like a tick in flesh. As I rushed through the fortress, I considered what Jaiei had told me after I'd returned. This warning she'd received, and its mention of fate, was disconcerting. I'd thought my research into fate wasted with the loss of the legacy, but it seemed as if fate and I were still somehow connected. More discomforting, though, was the question this conjured in my thoughts. How is Arthur Leywin connected to fate? Still, although I had gone far beyond the point where I could no longer consider Arthur Leywin a mere curiosity, neither would I bend to fear of him. When the walls came crashing down, Arthur and Kezes would both be standing under them. I pushed these thoughts away and began receding into myself, as I gathered the vast quantity of purified mana that had been fed into my body to reawaken my dormant mind. The interface chamber was small and, by necessity, nondescript. Runic patterns were etched into a half-moon-shaped table that dominated the hexagonal, domed room. Silver inlaid lines were carved into the purple sandstone of the walls, drawing focus to carefully calculated points throughout the space. Light through the dome refracted in a way the eye struggled to make sense of. The entire chamber carried a sense of distraction and discomfort, urging anyone who stumbled upon it to turn away. With the door closed behind me, it became invisible, the silver lines bordering it a part of the overall design. I stood in front of the table for a long moment, taking in the dazzling array of symbols and shapes. I had designed the spells woven into it myself, a cunning fusion of basilisk ingenuity and Jinn understanding of how magic knitted the world together. The Jinn civilization spanned the world and spread into the dimension where they'd housed their relictums. As I had learned over these centuries of pilfering knowledge from the relictums, the spellforms they covered themselves with gave them a control over mana and ether that even the Usura could not easily understand. They knew how to construct and connect all kinds of portals, and they made varied and interesting use of that knowledge throughout the reign of their civilization. The most creative use was with the relictums itself. Because of this, they also had to master a specific knowledge of how to expand, close, and even destabilize the portals they relied on so intensely. Mana began to jump and spark around me as I connected myself to the interface. My hands rested on the table, carefully positioned over a series of connected runes and shapes. The interface absorbed my mana, and light flickered through the symbols in yellows, greens, reds, and blues. The artifact itself did nothing to guide the process. Only I knew the specific sequences of mana that needed to be imbued into the specific runic arrays that would activate the targeting array. Everything seems to be working as expected, Jai said, her voice emanating out of the air. I felt my eyes begin to lose focus and turned my gaze upward. Light was spilling across the dome and spraying around the room, painting the walls with jumping, distorted images that quickly melted away before resolving into anything that could be made sense of. However, with each second that passed, the light focused in on the very center point of the chamber, right where I was standing. I began to blink rapidly. My eyes were rolling back in my head, and it felt as if I might stumble over backwards. Just at the peak of this sensation, I took my hands away from the controls. My vision changed. I was looking out at the Basilisk Fang Mountains, as if I were standing atop Tigran Selim's highest tower. The view was distorted slightly, foggy and uneven, like peering through stained glass. I felt Jai beside me despite neither of us having a physical form. "I'll help you navigate," she said. With a sensation like leaning forward, we began to move away from the fortress. Slow at first, then much faster. The jagged mountain peaks rushed past below, then were falling away as Vecher opened up before us. I slowed, veering left and south. I wanted to see Victoria City, to see all those faces gazing up at the sky in response to my earlier words. As I tried to go lower, however, my vision blurred sickeningly. "We don't have a good angle from Tigran Salem," Jai pointed out, tugging me back. "We should stay focused, literally." "Was that a joke?" I asked as I lifted again, speeding toward the coastline. "Yes. If it wasn't funny, though, it's because I got my sense of humor from you." I chuckled and felt my physical body move somewhere very far away. The world jolted, shifting rapidly in and out of focus. "Don't move," she reminded me, as if I hadn't built and designed this whole thing myself. "Yes, dear." Soon the sea extended around us in every direction, the world nothing but a curved blue expanse as far as our projected vision could sense. The speed of it only increased with each passing moment, however, until land appeared in the distance. In almost an instant we were flying above land, the coast of Dicathen was behind us, and we were looking down at the Beast Glades. Our forward motion halted instantly, but there was no momentum behind it. Still, I felt my legs wobble slightly as I instinctively braced for the force. "I'm matching up the recorded images with the display," Jai informed me. In my mind, her tongue stuck out ever so slightly between her teeth as she concentrated absolutely on her task. "There, that pattern perfectly matches the tree line from the recording. And there, the ground is completely blasted." I focused where she indicated, and our view shifted. The Beast Glades around where Cecilia had held off the dragons was utter devastation and ruin. Chunks of metal and crystal were scattered for hundreds of feet, while the earth bore signs of all manner of magical attacks. I could still see the ring where our shield projection artifacts had formed the barrier. My focus adjusted upwards. There was no sign of the opening into Ephiodus, but I knew it was there. Kezes may have closed it again, but that didn't seal it completely. Doing so would cut off Ephiodus from the world and eventually kill it and everyone inside. The thought conjured a smirk on my face. A spectral image of the rift as it had looked in Saris's recording appeared in the sky, lining everything up. "The rift, when open, was exactly there," Jai said. I locked in the targeting system, and the image sharpened, color becoming unnatural and the texture smoothing until it felt flat, like the reflection of a painting. I squeezed my eyes shut hard, not opening them again until I began to see swirling colors and imagined images behind my lids. I was back in the interface chamber. Slowly, I lowered my head to examine the table in front of me. Only one thing left to do then. With a flick of my mana, I activated the sequence. You'll be needed in the harvester's core, Jaye reminded me. Yes, yes, I am the living battery to make this great work of mine possible. Despite my flippant tone, I moved quickly. My feet left the ground and I flew. The door into the interface chamber slammed open in front of me. A wall in the room beyond folded outward, crumbling as I passed through it to take a more direct route. In moments, I reached one of many shafts throughout the fortress that allowed vertical egress for flight. I plummeted into the dark at speed before flitting out into a cavernous space tangled with pulsing tubes and cables full of mana. The core of my machine reached out with bright white tendrils of mana and tugged at me. I felt my heart race as the borrowed mana enriching me hummed in response, the resonance I'd felt earlier expanding several times over. Something sparked in my mind, and I was suddenly connected to every one of the millions of Alacrian mages whose mana I now carried with bright lines of golden thread. My breath caught. It was like being back in the targeting apparatus, like looking down on the world from above as a true god, all my people laid about before me, their mana given to my like prayers as their faces turned up toward the sky, waiting to view my will made manifest. I see, I breathed, the epiphany soothing my righteous anger. This is always how it had to be. I stepped close to the core, a giant white sphere condensed from natural mana crystals and based on the design of an organic mana core. It pulled harder, eager to absorb the purified mana I held in my body. I knew I could withhold it, the core wasn't strong enough to rip it from me, but this was my reason for being here. Although the image of the golden threads had vanished even more quickly than it had appeared, I could still see their echo in my mind's eye, connecting me to all of my people. I knew this was to be the end result of the entire Alacrian experiment. I pressed both hands against the rough exterior of the giant core. It was warm, and the mana contained within surged at my touch like a quickening heartbeat. Go on then, take it. I released my hold over the mana. Coiling loops of white energy connected me to the core as the harvester did its work, reabsorbing all the energy it had fed into my body to awaken me. The sphere grew brighter and brighter until I was forced to close my eyes, then brighter still. Even through the lids it was blinding. I began to sweat and shake. My teeth ached as I clenched them, the ground cracked beneath my feet. Slow down, Jaye warned, her voice a silvery chime through the crackling of mana. Several subsystems are starting to overload, and there was a faint clink like the cracking of glass. The core itself might rupture if you're not careful. Trembling, I focused on simply breathing and maintaining consciousness. With grim amusement, I realized this must have been how my subjects felt when the harvester drew this same mana out of their own cores. I extended my will, forcing and guiding the process of absorption in equal measure. As my body weakened, my will only grew more steeled in its determination. I'd lost my first opportunity with the legacy, at least for now. I would not fail here. There was no path forward without this power. Seconds dragged past like hours. The harvester emptied me utterly, squeezing every last drop of gathered mana from my body. With each passing instant, I heard the quiet splintering of crystal. It was now or never. 83%, I thought wryly to myself. The concentrated mana of millions of Alacrian mages was condensed upward through Tigran Selim's tallest tower. Very distantly, I heard the rupturing of stone. The outer walls are collapsing. The tower can't support this density of mana. The central structure remains intact, transmission of mana at 100%. As Jaye's voice sounded in my ears, I felt a tug from the harvester. Its polarity had been reversed, causing it to gather all its collected mana into a single point. I had, of course, already locked in the target. Show my people what their power has wrought, I commanded. Jaye pulled the trigger. My consciousness was ripped from my body by the pure force of the released mana. I was above the fortress again, within the mana itself, a part of it, shining brighter than the sun above Tigran Selim, as a beam of pure, truly white light carved across the sky. A nearby mountain top exploded, the shrapnel of its destruction scattered as far as the plains of Vetcher 100 miles away. Instantly, the beam charted the same path I had set within the targeting array. It crossed the ocean in a single second. My eyes snapped back open as I returned to myself at the point of impact. I was lying on my back, my horns clattering against the stone floor with each small movement. I must see, I said weakly, rolling over and struggling to stand. Much of my own mana had been ripped from me in that final second when my consciousness was dragged along with the beam. Easy, Agrona. This has left you more depleted than we'd calculated. I have to see it, I barked, scrambling forward on all fours as I tried to stand. My feet slipped out from under me and my knees struck the ground, but I hardly felt it, only pushing more desperately. At the shaft leading up, I had to pause and collect myself. I couldn't fly on wings of desperation and desire alone. Oh, Agrona, Jaye said. I felt her attention looking upward to the sky. Like the rest of those loyal to Alacria and to me, I breathed deep and sought the well of my power. My feet left the ground, I wobbled slightly, my fists clenched, I stabilized, I began to rise up the chute. Not as fast as I'd have liked, but it was enough. Don't tell me, don't say a word, I have to experience this for myself. The chute took me high enough that I could leave the fortress by a balcony window in my private wing. I half flew, half pulled myself up the outer wall to a lower, parapetringed rooftop. There I finally had a clear view of the sky in the proper direction. I stared in awe and I wept. Let the curtains fall. Chapter 510. Wounded Arthur Leywin. A trick, of course, Morwenna said, her lips pursed, her stiff posture even more rigid than usual. We should have known. Dicathen was pale. Agrona's capture had been a way to help heal the basilisks and their relationship with the rest of Ephiodus. I could practically see the calculations being rapidly processed behind Rai's eyes as he gauged the consequences of this mistake. I almost laughed, it seemed so unlikely, so preposterous. How had I missed it? I'd cut the literal threads of fate, connecting him to the real Agrona. I finished, something clicking into place. Dozens of thoughts splintered and branched out under the effects of King's Gambit, my mind holding many different thought processes simultaneously, each connected back to a single point: fate. Somehow this played into what it wanted. So this whole time Agrona's just been, what exactly, puppeteering this Vritra flesh suit from the depths of his creepy castle. Regis's disgust intermingled with my own. Huh. You think you know a guy? Another branch of my conscious mind was already considering the ramifications of this discovery. We had to assume Agrona was still alive, which completely changed the context of the message Chul brought. I can't second-guess the decision to stay, yet another branch processed. The relationships I'm forging with these Usura, especially the younger ones, will be even more important in the future now, because if Agrona is still in Alacria, that makes Kezes even more dangerous. Kezes's voice drew the thread focusing on the present to the forefront. Karnos Vritra. Kezes practically spit the name. He sneered, and when his eyes skipped to me for an instant, they were a thunderous purple, almost black. What is this? He reached out and took hold of Karnos by his flat chin. How? Suddenly Karnos jerked, pulling his face away from Kezes. His horn, which curved down and out like an aurochs, caught Kezes across the temple. Kezes was reeling back, swelling with mana and ether alike, the air becoming thick around him, the entire castle seeming to constrict in around us. But the mana that bound Karnos within the beam of light was sliding over his skin like water over the waxed feathers of a duck. He was moving, slipping free of the bounding white light that held him. One hand, an arm, then a shoulder were free before anyone had even blinked an eye. Black light was shining from within him, through his skin. The light seemed to eat away at the prison cell and Kezes's building spell simultaneously. I started forward, ether shimmering in my hand, condensing in the process of forming the violet blade of a sword, but the raw power emanating from Kezes was clamping down on the chamber like a vice, and I moved through it like I was running underwater. Karnos Vritra snarled, an ugly, vindictive expression. Black light exploded out of him like he was the center of a bomb. I had a fraction of a second to recognize the sight of rending skin, then everything in front of me was dissolving. I threw up a thick barrier of ether. Beside me, Dicathen did the same with interlocking shards of blood iron. The black light crashed against both barriers, then receded almost as rapidly. For an instant I had a view of Karnos and Kezes. The former, hanging half out of the prison of light, black lightning bolt cracks spreading across his flesh. The latter reeling, seething, his controlled demeanor fallen away as the same black cracks flickered and faded across his hands and face. Then Karnos exploded again. A cloud of razor-thin black blades of light sliced through the chamber. A few, then a dozen, then even more cut through the barrier, the strikes so fine they practically slipped between the particles of ether. I felt sharp tugs across my body, then the warmth of blood dripping. Around me there were grunts and a sharp scream. Regis's form, blazing with amethyst flames, stepped out of the uneven lines of my shadow in front of me. The energy flashed back into Karnos. Another snapshot. This time the cracks ran deep, issuing the black light, his body nearly in ruins. Kezes only a few steps away, a deep cut across the side of his neck. The mana and ether between them bending around and condensing, attempting to hold Karnos' spell inside. With a sword of concentrated ether in my fist, I activated God's Step and waited. Karnos erupted for the third time. The mana of Kezes' binding began to break down as a void extended outward from the Vritra sovereign, unraveling mana in the same Ceres's abilities could. I stepped into the etheric pathways and appeared right next to Karnos within the bubble of void space. His eyes were shot through with red, blending the irises into the sclera. Ashen gray patches of skin fell off and fluttered to the ground, revealing raw red flesh beneath. One of his horns had shattered from the force of his own spell. He was dying. I didn't entirely understand the mechanics of the spell he'd cast, but his core was shattered. I could sense the pieces of it spreading out like shrapnel through his chest. Almost all of his mana was now concentrated in the single remaining horn. I didn't wait to strike. The etheric blade jerked as it met the tough, mana-dense tissue. It jerked and then bit through. The horn tumbled to the floor, clattering, and all around us, the mana broke apart, the void blast dissolving into nothing. Behind me, I could feel the others' mana releasing. For a brief, bright moment, they had held off the roaring void and they were left stumbling with no opposing force pushing back. Then their power erupted throughout the prison cell. Radix flashed forward, his form wrapped in black diamonds, brushing past me to take Carnos by the throat. Stone-like vines thrust up from the floor in a circle around Carnos's prison of light, and bright teal flowers sprouted like crystals from them before ejecting motes of bright white mana into the air. Orange phoenix fire pierced Carnos through his wrists, elbows, knees, and clavicle. Thick chains of blood iron coiled up like a snake and began to wrap around him. Enough! Kezes stepped around the strange, stony vines. The white and gold of his clothing was bright and fresh, unstained by crimson blood, and he seemed outwardly composed. With each step, only the faintest hitch hinted at the injuries he hid, a fact only noticeable because of King's Gambit. I almost forgot, he mused, stepping closer to the lolling, barely conscious basilisk. Carnos Vritra, such an expert in mana manipulation that you are nearly resistant to its use against you. Radix grunted. Not resistant to having his head smashed against the stones like a ripe sun fruit. Morwenna let out a sharp exhale of approval. The blood iron chains constricted, pulling Carnos fully back into the beam of light which, an instant later, darkened and oozed until it was a blood-red color. Release him, Kezes said. His voice lacked any emotion. He radiated cool detachment. The others withdrew, Radix releasing his physical hold, while Novice recalled several spinning, fiery hooked weapons. The chains remained, though, a physical binding within the crimson prison of mana. Each individual was wounded, although not badly. Novice's arms were a patchwork of thin cuts, flames licked from them, slowly burning the wounds shut. Half of Radix's face was pockmarked with what looked like shrapnel wounds, but crystalline scabs were already forming over them. Half of Rai's right hand was missing bloodlessly, the open flesh black and smooth. Only Morwenna showed no obvious signs of injury, but she was wrapped in an aura of the pure mana that emanated from the crystalline flowers. My own wounds were largely healed already, the skin knitting back together rapidly. I disregarded them, focusing instead on Kezes and Carnos. Kezes stared down at the Vritra sovereign, who was no longer floating in the middle of the red beam, but on his knees at its center, the black chains pinning him needlessly, I thought. He looked as if he'd be dead any moment. His power is devouring the fragments of his core, Morwenna noted, stepping closer. She raised a hand delicately, and a swirl of mana flitted like fireflies around it. I don't think even my healing can save him now. Save him? Radix grunted, scratching absently at the diamond scabs on his face. It is my professional opinion that perhaps speeding him along would be the better option. Dicathen looked down sadly on his fellow basilisk, the only one to show an emotion other than bitter disgust or seething anger. Morwenna is right, this void technique, it isn't meant to be something you recover from. He kneeled in front of Carnos. His fingers extended toward the severed horn, but he didn't touch it. He looked up at Kezes. What's left of the void will consume him from within. I could just barely sense it, the hungry nodes of decay attribute mana moving like worms through his body, eating as they went. Power rolled off of Kezes and the chamber seemed to buckle. The crimson light grew dark and took on a magenta hue. Within the cell of light, the mana froze, as did the falling skin that still flaked away from Carnos's body. He was no longer breathing, either frozen in time. We can buy more time if necessary. I can make your death take as long as needed, Carnos, and it will be unpleasant. Every stretched second will feel like an age to you. An endless afterlife spent slowly degrading with the relief of death just out of reach. He paused. Unless you feel like speaking of your own accord, perhaps Carnos Vritra, you do not feel like defending your high sovereign Agrona and his secrets. Time snapped back into motion within the cell. Carnos spit blood and black pus which drooled down the bare bone of his chin. You and Agrona, you deserve one another. I hope you rip each other to pieces. So this wasn't something you signed up for then? I asked, watching him carefully, King's Gambit helping me to dissect his every movement. Even without the Godrune, though, it was clear he had no need or strength to deceive us. His gaze turned to me, his expression empty of recognition. Why does this lesser speak in my presence? I am Carnos the Black Scourge, sovereign of— You are a meat puppet, I said dryly, cutting him off. Regis snorted from where he lingered behind the great lords. Kezes, who had stopped time in the cell again when I spoke, gave me a look. There was no humor in it, but his eyes briefly brightened to lavender before darkening again. Did Agrona send you here to attempt to take my life? He then released the movement of time. Carnos scowled at me murderously. No, but when I opened my eyes and your face was the first thing I saw, all I could think was how I wanted to carve it off. The others stirred, but Kezes gestured for silence. What is your reason for being here then? Kezes pressed. His tone was even, the earlier fury he'd openly expressed now masked. Carnos shrugged or tried to. He couldn't quite manage it, but the sentiment was conveyed nonetheless. You tell me you don't remember anything, Rai asked, clearly not convinced. All that time decades potentially as a Grona, I added just as doubtful. His face melted into a furious grimace. Decades. That traitorous bastard, Radix chuckled, the noise resounding off the stone walls. You weren't a willing participant in his spell. Willing, the word ripped from Carnos's throat, jagged and bloody. He turned me into his. He glowered at me, his flesh puppet. No, I was not willing, the degradation. His teeth gnashed, but the outburst seemed to drain him. His head lolled and his eyes fluttered. I have no memory of it, I can tell you only one thing. You were fools to let us live this long. He froze in place, the last word barely off his bleeding lips. The dark worms of mana devouring him from within also stopped, suspended. I paced around Carnos in a circle, taking in the Vritra. Why doesn't he remember? This sounds pretty similar to what Cecilia was doing to Tesha, and she was conscious for most of that time. Rai stood, turning away from the grisly sight. Agrona Vritra specializes in subjugating the mind, twisting perception, and even rewriting the past through memory. His presence inside this sad excuse for a basilisk's head would have been too much to overcome. So you don't think he's lying? I asked, leaning up against the wall so I could see all of the lords. That this isn't yet another manipulation by Agrona, as assassination attempts go. It failed, Kezes said simply, but there was a smoldering tension beneath the cool exterior, and his hand twitched toward his ribs. What then does this mean about Agrona? Morwenna asked. The healing motes of her vines had drifted to the others throughout the conversation. Now she dismissed them. They retracted back through the floor, leaving no indication that they'd ever been present. He must still be out there somewhere. He's doing something in Alacria. Sarah sent me a letter, Chul brought it. I took a sharp breath and pushed away from the wall. I need to go back if he's lost his factotum. Then he might be desperate and vulnerable. Novice glanced at Carnos, still suspended in the viscous maroon light and wrapped in heavy black chains, motionless. The others focused on Kezes. Kezes was thoughtful, his fingers tapping absently against his smooth jaw. His eyes seemed to lose focus as his mind turned elsewhere. Then he snapped back. Indeed, we need to know what he's up to now that he's been driven into a corner. You and your companions should head to Alacria immediately, scout out the situation. Before we can, suddenly the ground quaked. The entire castle lurched as if the mountain beneath it was collapsing. Outside there was a strange sound, one that came from far, far away, something between the rush of hurricane wind and the ripping of strong fabric. Kezes spun, looking through the walls and floor to the magic that underpinned them and held his castle together. Morwenna, Rai, Novice, and Radix all wore the same dumbfounded expression. What light, not a flash, more like a reflection on distant water than Meyer was there. She was still wearing her younger form. A barely shrouded panic trembled just underneath her skin. Great lords, quickly, the space folded around us. We stopped standing in the cell and appeared before the front gates. The many-colored bridge that guarded the approach extended before us, but no one was looking down. As one, the Usras all stared up. No, a cold dread shook me, clinging to my heart and lungs. I heard my name in my mind and on the wind whipping around the cliffsides beneath Castle Indrath. Sylvie, questioning, afraid. I didn't answer. I couldn't. Standing just beside and behind Kezes and Meyer Indrath, flanked by the other great lords, I looked into the sky and struggled to understand what I was seeing. It was as if the sky had simply been opened up, like a titanic blade had been drawn across its surface, opening a wood in its flesh and revealing what lay underneath. An aurora writhed violently at its edges, red and purple, like raw skin around a forming bruise at the edges of folded space. Unlike the cut of a blade, though, the wound in the sky was not straight and clean, but jagged, like it had been torn open with claws and teeth or blunt force. Around the aurora, the sky was gray and forlorn, and there was an impression of malformation, like the sky, like all of Ephiatis, was being bent toward the wound. Like a black hole. But the hole itself was not the thing that made my blood run like ice water in my veins. The wound wasn't simply an opening into the void, to the black purple of the etheric realm or the star-dampled emptiness of deep space. On the other side, there was a different sky, still cloud-filled and light blue, fading to purple and then black at the edges. And within that sky, a blue globe. Two landmasses broke up the blue with greens and browns. One, a simple square or diamond carved in half by a rough slash of mountains, the other jagged and broken, a shape roughly like a twisted horned skull, and between them a vast and empty sea, Dicathen. Alacria, I stood as if in a dream, seeing a world that didn't quite connect properly in front of me, like I'd stepped from one room in a house only to end up in the wrong adjoining room. The view through the wound was imperfect, cut across by purple wind and distortion of light, but I knew what I was looking at. The rift that connected from Dicathen into Ephiatis had been ripped open. Even as I watched, the distorted edges of the wound were widening, exposing more and more of the world beyond it. I swallowed, my feet heavy, my mind moving with all the smooth motion of rusty gears. Ephiatis had been pulled from our world, and contained within a barrier or bubble housed outside of real space within a separate dimension. something akin to the etheric realm. They pushed up against one another, with the barrier around Ephiatus relying on the etheric realm to exist. I'd known since the last keystone that Ephiatus couldn't survive indefinitely, but I didn't know what to do. I'd expected the slow turning of the Usuras to my cause, the evacuation of Ephiatus and reintegration of the Usuras back into the physical world, to be a work of decades, even hundreds of years. But now, while I stood helpless, I watched the world on which I'd been reborn come closer and closer with each passing second. There was a soft gasp from behind me, and I turned to find Sylvie, Ellie, and Mom stumbled to a halt as they saw the wound. Regis was sprinting along behind them, taking in everything. Sylvie's expression hardened, but I watched Ellie and Mom both teeter on the edge of mental collapse. Ellie sprinted to my side, wrapping her arms around me. Mom was a little more controlled, but only a little. "What's happening?" Ellie asked in a breathless whisper at the same time that Mom said, "What does this mean, Arthur?" Standing with my family, I wanted to give any other answer, but I couldn't. "I don't know." Agronavritra, I leaned against the parapet and watched the sky ripple and open. The path into Ephiatus, like the mouth of a waterskin that was being held shut, was now tearing wide, a rend in the sky that stretched from the beast glades of Dicathen across the sea and over Alacria's basilisk Fang Mountains. A violent red and purple aurora surged at its edges as reality itself gave way, the barrier holding Ephiatus in its own realm collapsing from the connection point outwards. "I tried to do this the easy way," I said, staring up into the wounded sky. "All I wanted was the power that you've spent countless ages hiding. You could have died, but this world, both worlds, could have continued on, back in step with the natural order of their existence. But you just won't let go." My words caught as the tear opened wider. Through it, I began to see light and color. Home, or what once might have been home, not anymore. Everything you've built, everything you've clutched onto from the very beginning is going to crumble, and I will take what I need by sifting through the wreckage. Chapter 511, Folded Space, Arthur Leywin. Kezes turned his back on the great wound in the sky, his eyes flashing like lightning as they swept across the other great lords and myself. "Come," was all he said before his ethos started to wrap around all of us. I felt myself being dragged away and looked down at Ellie. Gritting my teeth, I resisted Kezes's pull. "What are you doing?" He scowled as ether flexed around us, visibly warping the air. "There is no time, Arthur." I held his eyes for just a second. Meyer shifted, resting her hand on Kezes's shoulder. The other great lords all turned to me, Radix frowning, Morwenna scowling, and both Rai and Novice looking pale and sick. Regis leapt into me while Sylvie pulled Ellie back a half step and nodded. I let go, and space folded around me. We appeared in a courtyard amid low, carved walls of white stone. Ivy-wrapped pillars rose from the ground, growing progressively taller as they marched toward what must have once been an arch of matching stonework. Now, though, broken pieces of the arch were spread out in a sort of halo, floating in the air. Inside that halo, space itself was distorted, tearing as it opened out into the huge wound in the sky. The tier itself shimmered with an slick of colors, like reflections off the surface of a bubble. The aurora effect was stronger here, staining the sky around the tier like blood seeping out from a scrape. The other great lords were already moving. Dozens of Usuras, mostly dragons, formed a half-circle around the two broken stubs that marked where the arch had been. Everyone else quickly found space in the circle, and with Realm Heart active, I could not only feel, but also see the mana particles of their spells move around the tier. They were trying to hold it together. A few of the dragons worked etheric spells alongside their brethren's mana-based magic, their spatium arts serving as a more powerful component in manipulating the torn space. When the great lords joined them, the slow growth of the wound suddenly halted, but the wound itself still shivered in the sky, an apocalyptic slash stretching from one edge of Ephiatus to the other. Regis drifted out of me in wisp form and floated toward the wound. I sensed the point when it grabbed and attempted to pull him through. "They're barely holding it in check," he sent back to me, his form flickering like a gas lamp in a hot wind. "The pressure is incredible, enough to slurp all of Ephiatus right through." With some difficulty, he reversed course, flying down beside me and manifesting his physical shape as a large wolf maned with purple fire. Through Regis, I had felt something. The torn space wasn't Ephiatus, but it wasn't the world of Dicathen or Alacria either. It wasn't the real, physical space of the world. It was the barrier that separated the physical world from anything else, everything else. The etheric realm, non-physical space, whatever else was out there, the dimension that Ephiatus was safely cocooned within, neither fully inside nor outside of the world as we knew it. It was a border, barrier, and transition all at once. As it ripped wide, Ephiatus would be squeezed back into that physical space, with catastrophic consequences for both worlds. Layers of insight pressed against one another in my mind. What I was seeing was both destruction and correction. When Ephialtes was expelled and the bubble containing it had collapsed entirely, the wound would seal back over as if it had never existed, much like what fate expected for the etheric realm. I stepped forward, passing through the half-circle of Usuras until I stood right before the shattered feet of the archway. As I got closer, gravity shifted until the force pressing down on me and the force pulling me toward the wound were equal. Another step and the rift would start dragging me through. My name sounded from behind Kezes's voice, but King's Gambit was slipping away and my concentration fracturing, the dozens of simultaneously held thoughts splintering off and breaking away, like branches too laden with wet heavy snow. One single bright thought kept the hangover fatigue back like a bright light in fog. Core, ether channels, and the pure physical force of my pseudo-Asuran physique all worked together automatically. Bright streams of the amethyst particles wound through me down my spine. My new Godrun Pure, distilled insight both brand new and utterly familiar, sparked to life against my back. The shape of the world changed within the lens of my perspective. Not in the way Realmheart aligned my focus so I could see mana particles, or God Step revealed the etheric pathways, or even in the way King's Gambit opened my mind up to so many different possibilities. These in comparison were so small, so narrowly focused. Now I felt, connected, broadened. I felt the space around me, how it had been molded and expanded. Ephialtes was far too much world compressed into far too small an atmosphere. The Usura's homeland didn't exist simply in a physically bound space, as the world of Dicathen and Alacria, or even my old world of Earth did. Throughout its eons of history, Ephialtes had continued to grow, constantly making more room for the expansion of Asuran civilization. And yet Ephialtes did not hold the crux of my attention. The wound in space was bright and clear and horrible when viewed from my new perspective. The Godrun didn't change my physical sight. Light didn't bend any differently, no new dimension within three-dimensional space was revealed. It was more like how my core gave me a sixth sense about ether. I felt the way space unfolded around me, and I knew, because I had to, because the insight that had allowed me to learn the Godrun both ensnared and included knowledge of the Godrun itself, that I could touch the space and that I could mold it. My hands rose, more a ritual than physical necessity, and my mental fingers began to feel for the edges of the tier. The visual manifestations of distorted light that made the tier visible to the naked eye rippled as space itself was reshaped. Slowly, as I grew more confident, I began to pull the edges inward, smoothing them out and willing the spatial barrier closed. Distantly, although I was unable to process the meaning of their words, I began to hear noises from the Usuras. Gasps, pleas, shapeless words, and encouraging tones. Then, space snagged. The pressure created by the wound, the force that was pulling Ephialtes into my world, was too great to pull the wound's edges fully back together. Changing tactics, I began to fold space along the tattered edges of the wound. The folds gripped the wound itself, holding it in place like staples in parchment. The space around the tier trembled, but the pressure was taken off the Usuras currently fighting to prevent its continued expansion. At least for the moment. As soon as I accomplished this, I began to lose my hold over the Godrun. The conceptualization of space in this way was alien, and holding the varied and competing insights in my mind was exhausting. I could already feel the tension of fatigue behind my eyes like a building headache. I sagged slightly as the Godrun dimmed. From behind me, a stern voice said, "What did you just do?" I turned to meet Kezes's gaze, his eyes shining like two blood-stained garnets as they reflected the scarlet aurora. "Bought us time, but I don't know how long it's going to last." "No, Arthur." He took a step forward, and the world of Ephialtes seemed to shift forward with him, contracting toward me. "What did you just do? How?" He couldn't stop his focus from slipping upward, drawn into the gravity of the torn sky like Ephialtes itself was at risk of doing. "You've been withholding things from me." I felt my brows lifting, my expression one of disillusioned astonishment. "Your world is collapsing in front of your very eyes, and that's the first thing you have to say." I shook my head, a wry, disappointed smirk curling one corner of my lips. "I've only just gained new insight that formed a Godrun on our great hunt. I can sense and in some ways directly manipulate space. I've barely had the time to fully test my limits with it yet, and I can't close the tier completely. Eventually, those folds in space will rip free and the hole will start growing again." I did not try to keep the harshness from my tone. Kezes, to my surprise, did not react. Instead, he turned toward the others. "Focus all your efforts around those points in space, where the edges of the rift seem to pinch together. Buttress these points, and we may extend for ourselves the time Lord Arthur has bought for us." With the orders given, he turned and began to walk away. There was something in his body language that clearly expressed an expectation that I follow, just as the other great lords did. I considered simply not following as the other great lords fell into line behind Kezes. There was an incredible weight pressing in behind my eyes, and I wanted nothing more than to return to my family, lie and tell them everything would be okay, then close my eyes for a few hours. Instead, with a sigh, I began following after the others. Old Man Dragon is looking a little punch-drunk, Regis noted as he kept pace at my side. Agrona seems to have won this one if I'm being honest. Let's hope not, I shot back, although I was no more capable of lying to Regis than to myself in that moment. Once we were well away from the Usras helping to bind the wound, Kezes came to a stop. When he spoke, his voice churned through the air as if resounding off the distant mountain peaks, coming from nowhere and everywhere at once, a blistering heat that rose up from the cold white stone of the wide courtyard floor. Lord Leywin, you must return to Alacria immediately. A second's pause, the bare flicker of hesitation then, I am tasking you with killing Agrona Vritra. As the other lords listened to Kezes, they each looked in a different direction. Morwenna stared at me, while Radix's flint-hard eyes drilled into Kezes. Dicathen watched the sky, peering into the wound as if he could see all the way to the heart of Tigran Selim, where Agrona was no doubt frothing with glee at his success. Novice, on the other hand, turned away from the wound, gazing toward the horizon and flickering with mana. I rolled a response around in my mouth for several seconds before speaking it aloud. Shouldn't we focus on your people first? We have to start evacuating Ephiatis. Nonsense, Morwenna snapped, nostrils flaring with a sound like rustling leaves. We absolutely will not let a single rogue basilisk bring down our entire world. Radix turned on her with the speed of a silver panther, his own much deeper voice vibrating across hers without effort. And yet it seems as if he has done just that. With each word, the Titan Lord appeared to grow by several inches. Scrape the bark from your eyes, Lady Mapelia. We have all been blind to the true intent of Agrona's rebellion, Rai said, his tone placating. Now our eyes are open. A shiver ran through Novice and flames danced along his skin and over his clothes. Are they, though? He turned and stabbed one finger toward the wound. What in all the blazing fires of the abyss could Agrona's intent be with that? I stepped forward into the middle of the Asuran lords, each of their cataclysmic power only barely contained. It's pretty obvious. All 5 great lords shifted their attention back to me, their faces expressing varying levels of incredulity. Only Kezes looked as if he understood what I was getting at. We don't have time for this, Kezes said, cutting off any further discussion. Lords, we will not allow our people to lose hope in Ephiatis or faith in us. Collect those most trusted by your clans and communities and return to my castle within the hour. I will make a statement. For a moment no one moved. Go, he snapped. Morwenna jumped as if she'd been slapped. Stone cracked as a tree suddenly began to erupt from the ground, its silver trunk extending up over our heads and then branching out and spawning golden leaves. She gave Kezes a stiff bow, then spun and walked into the tree, which opened up to accept her passage. The moment she was gone, the golden leaves began to fall, and the silver bark slewed off to reveal swiftly rotting wood. In moments, only a bed of leaves remained around our feet, and the entire tree was gone. In the meantime, Radix had sunk into the ground, vanishing just as completely if less spectacularly. Novice leapt into the air, and his body swelled out into an enormous avian form covered in feathers the color of fire and ash. He sped away with incredible speed, passing out of sight in just a few seconds. Only Rai, Lord of Great Clan Cothan, remained. He cleared his throat. No basilisk yet alive will side with Agrona. He doesn't represent us, Lord Indrath, you can be certain of that, Kezes sneered. Is Vritra blood really so different from Cothan blood? Rai winced, but the exact nature of his expression was difficult to parse. He gave a perfunctory bow, then turned and took a step forward. A black whirlwind sprang up from the stones, engulfed him and then dissipated. The basilisk lord was gone. We should both go, I said, watching the last of the golden leaves tossed around by the fading whirlwind. Gather your best warriors. We will destroy Agrona together. No, a single word, no thought, not an instant of hesitation, utterly without room for argument. I scoffed and threw my hands in the air. Even now, Kezes turned his back on me and strode farther away from the Usras who were still working to prevent the wound from widening. I pressed my palms into my eyes as if I could push down the rising pressure in my skull, then begrudgingly followed. Etha eased down and into the king's gambit Godrun, and I felt my consciousness explode outward into dozens of different branches, threads, and layers. Good, Kezes said wryly. Perhaps with your Etha art active, you will be able to understand what I'm about to tell you. I didn't have to bite back a retort, as the cold logic of having so many overlapping thought processes took no offense at his sniping. By all means, enlighten me. Kezes did not stop marching forward, nor did he turn around to speak to me. He wove through an increasing density of ivy-covered half-walls, around little burbling fountains, and under archways of tangled vines and white stone. Twice I've struck directly at Agrona. The first attempt was shortly after he fled Ephiatis, when my daughter went after him. Kezes let out a huffing breath, his shoulders rising and falling in a sharp motion. The entire Vritra clan followed him, as well as members of other basilisk clans as well, and even a few non-basilisk Usuras. You've explained this before, I noted, wondering if he was trying to distract me. Of course, he said, sounding unexpectedly tired. The battle tore the continent apart, nearly splitting it in two and resulting in the formation of a new sea and mountain range. The attack was meant to be decisive. I sent even more loyal Assyrian soldiers than I knew was prudent. One thread of my conscious mind caught on his phrasing. What does he mean by prudent? Despite killing many of his followers and many more of his Alacrians, the forces that reached his fortress Tigran Salem simply vanished. When many centuries later, I tasked Aldir with assassinating Agrona and thus ending the war between your two continents immediately, half of his team was snapped out of existence in a moment. Neither event provided us with a clear picture of what Agrona had done or how. In both events, we were forced to retreat from your world. The part of me listening and digesting his words fractured into several simultaneous and competing trains of thought. I stopped walking and sat down atop one of the half-walls, my arms crossed. Kezes marched forward for another 10 feet or so before stopping and turning to look at me. Kezes had been careful in his explanation of what Agrona wanted back when I confronted him after fighting the wraiths for Aludari. He wove his lies with truth and hid both within story and legend. But throughout these conversations, Kezes had let slip a few details that now seemed very telling. Instead of fighting a cataclysmic war, regardless of our ability to win, I sent assassins, as many and as powerful as I could risk. The attack was meant to be decisive. I sent even more loyal Assyrian soldiers than I knew was prudent. Even during the dragon's brief watch in Dicathen, Kezes had sent so few soldiers, and mostly young and of limited power. Something scares you more than Agrona. The words came out flat, a simple statement of fact. I think it's time to tell me the real reason why you're afraid to leave Ephiatis. A muscle in Kezes's face twitched, and for a moment, for the first time since I'd known him, he looked old. Wrinkles did not suddenly spread across his face like cracked desert clay, but his spirit itself seemed to suddenly flag, like a sprinter reaching the end of their endurance. His power retracted into him. His eyelids fluttered and his lips paled as they pressed into a thin line. It was so fast and so subtle I doubted I'd have noticed if not for King's Gambit. Then he swallowed, and it was as if the fatigue I'd seen had never existed at all, and I had to wonder for a second if I'd imagined it entirely. Power is like a beacon, Arthur. It shines far and wide, drawing attention from those who would challenge it, bow to it, beg and scrape and plead of it, or even those who would forcefully take it as their own. A pause, then. You yourself are from two worlds. You know that more types of magic than just mana and ether exist. As I said before, everything I've done has been to keep this world alive, as there are far worse things than the Vritra out in the darkness. As he said this last, his gaze shifted to the wound. My own followed, and together we looked into the darkness around the blue, green, and brown surface of my world. All the many disparate threads of my conscious mind slammed together. I'd never had any reason to consider other worlds beyond Earth and my new home. The fact that there would be other planets populated with different beings who utilized magic not born of mana, ether, or kai seemed obvious in the face of Kezes's statement, and yet I had entirely failed to consider it. My King's Gambit enhanced mind raced toward a dozen simultaneous considerations. I opened my mouth to try and ask a dozen questions at once, but cut myself off. Kezes took the opportunity to keep speaking. Listen to me, Arthur. This part, the safety of all Assyrian kind, is my burden to bear. Ephiatis, the world, its place inside the greater cosmos. All the things you blame me for, my burden, do you understand? Right now, no matter how your wheels might spin, you need to focus on a single essential reality. Finding and destroying Agrona Vritra is your task. I do not fully understand why, but I believe you have become what you are exactly so that you can now defeat Agrona. Whatever power has stymied the Usuras who have gone to face him, perhaps you can counter. My jaw worked silently as I filtered through a dozen responses for the right one. I thought of the memories of Sa-e-Arium and the fall of the Jinn, of the rage felt by the second Jinn projection toward the dragons, at the images of one civilization after another falling. I thought of fate's explanation of the etheric realm and how it was unnaturally bound. Each of these events opened up before King's Gambit like pages in a book, their lessons and themes splitting through my mind as I fit them into this new explanation Kezes had offered. I saw no signs that he was being dishonest. He did not fidget or grow restless. There was no quickening of his pulse or shifting of his eyes, but he was an ageless Usura, and I had seen firsthand how he acted when in control and when that control slipped. I couldn't recall a time when he was as direct or open with me as he seemed now. You can acknowledge his words, but think for yourself, Princess. Even his truths are used to manipulate, Regis, who had been quiet and retracted due to King's Gambit, thought tentatively. I could have smiled. At that moment, Regis and I weren't completely in line. He wasn't experiencing the bulk of my thoughts, as neither Regis nor Sylvie could make sense of the aggregate processes powered by King's Gambit. I could have smiled because I realized what needed to happen. Much could be forgiven, especially if the offender was repentant and willing to change. I understand, Kezes, I said at last. Thank you for being honest with me. Kezes's brows pinched together a fraction of an inch as I repeated those words, but he didn't otherwise acknowledge that he recognized them. I will find Agrona and I will end him once and for all. I looked at the wound and thought, and then I will have to find some way to deal with that. Aloud, though, I continued. Should I leave immediately, or would you like me to stay for this pronouncement of yours? Either way, I need to gather my clan. Kezes crossed his arms and tapped a finger on his chin. It would be good for you to be there. It is unlikely an hour or two will make the difference regarding the survival of either world, but the presence of all 9 great lords will certainly help to give our people a sense of ongoing stability. I raised a brow and fidgeted with a vine of ivy. All of us, Kezes gave me a wry look. Yes, we can't afford this discord between Ademir and myself to continue. I have no doubt even such a stubborn pantheon as him will be willing to lay aside his rage for a moment, considering what faces us. I put on a smile and slid down from the wall. Let's get moving then, unless there's anything else, Kezes hesitated. Before we return, he chuckled, an airy sound just barely audible. Arthur, thank you, your actions earlier against Carnos and your efforts here with this wound. His eyes, settled now into an angry, bruise-purple color, jumped to the sky behind me. I know you haven't entirely been able to put your faith in my intentions, but you have been able to see past our differences and work at my side. He straightened and raised his chin. I'm not blind to the fact that I owe you. Trust that I will return this favor in time. There may be things I have purposefully kept from you over the years, but Agrona's tearing the veil between worlds may very well have undone millennia of effort to ensure the continued safety of both your world and mine. Everything will come clear in time. So, he said, raising a hand, brushing it through the air like pushing aside a curtain. I felt his power move through me and realized he was attempting to break the binding he'd placed on me to enforce our exchange of information for protection of Dicathen. Belatedly, I released the ether I had bound to imitate his spell, having already broken it myself. Kezes blinked, outwardly bemused, then let out a single, genuine laugh. But of course you did, he rolled his eyes. Never mind. Come, Arthur, despite the challenges ahead, for you and I, at least, I believe this is a new beginning. He turned, and space began to fold in front of him as his teleportation ability drew us back to Indrath Castle. In the last moments before the spell took me, I let my expression fall, my gaze cold and sharp against his back. Chapter 512, Ensuring Justice. Arthur Leywin. It was a strange sensation, walking back into Indrath's Grand Hall. I had only just left it, and yet the entire landscape of both worlds had changed in the space of an hour. We had not only failed to capture Agrona, but he had struck back, tearing open the rift that connected Ephiodas's pocket dimension to the physical world. Although my new Godrun was no longer active, I could still feel the wound in the sky outside like the pressure of an oncoming storm. The Grand Hall was already beginning to refill. From the looks of it, some people hadn't even left yet, while others had hurried back after the wound appeared. Sylvie, knowing I was coming, had brought my mother and sister to stand near the door and wait. Chul lingered nearby with some of the phoenixes who'd already arrived. He flashed me a grin, but his gaze quickly slipped back to Nija Avignes, daughter of Novice. I've kept them up to date on everything you've done as much as I could, Sylvie thought as I entered the cavernous chamber. Mom hurried over to me. Instead of wrapping me in a hug, she let her forehead droop against my chest, then lightly struck my shoulder with a weakly held fist. Why oh why do you have to be at the center of everything, Arthur? I couldn't bring myself to smile, but I gave her a wan, tight-lipped expression that was reminiscent of one. I am the center of the universe, Mom. She let out a choked, humorless laugh, then she did wrap her arms around me. What are you going to do? Over the top of her head, I watched more Usras spill in. Those from far-off clan homes who hadn't attended the earlier celebration were beginning to arrive, trickling in alongside dragons and guests who'd been elsewhere in the castle. Vyra of the Inthura clan was among them. She quickly scanned the hall and caught my eye. Biting her lip in a frown, she nodded, then was swept away in the incoming crowd. I have to find Agrona, I said softly. Mom took a step back while Ellie stepped forward. What? They said simultaneously. I rested a hand on each of their shoulders. It was always going to come down to this, but I need you here. I leaned in and lowered my voice. There's no turning back from what's happening out there. I've made some strides here, especially with the younger Usuras, but I focused on Ellie and she met my gaze unflinchingly. I just didn't have enough time. You're going to have to continue what I started. You two now represent every human, elf, dwarf, and Alacrian on that world. I pointed up through the ceiling to where I could feel the wound struggling against the space I'd folded. Okay, Mom pulled Ellie close to her side, unable to keep the terror from her face. Ellie, though a bit pale, kept her expression stoic. Her lip pursed and she gave me a single serious nod. From the corner of my eye, I saw Varun storm into the grand hall with Zelina right behind him. The ancient Leviathan moved with a speed and purpose I hadn't seen from him before. Is it true, he said, stopping in front of me and breathing heavily. About Agrona and Karnos Vritra, the pearl. He gripped my shoulder with a surprising strength for one so visually decrepit. Is it true, Arthur? I looked around before answering, identifying multiple Usras who were paying too close attention to us. It is, I answered, my voice soft but strained. To my surprise, Varun nodded, his milky eyes darting back and forth rapidly. His hand fell to his side and he breathed easier. What? Before the word had fully formed, the lights in the great hall flared white and Kezes appeared before his throne. The room was now packed with Usuras, and I saw that all of the great lords had arrived, even Ademir Thyestes. Cordry was there as well. The muscular, four-eyed Pantheon was careful to keep equidistant between his clan lord and Lord Indrath, who he served directly as a combat instructor. Without my realizing it, the grand hall had grown very loud, but the noise abated when the shifting of the light. Kezes did not waste any time. He took 2 steps down from the plinth occupied by his throne. Meyer stood to the side, and she stepped gracefully in and slipped her arm through Kezes's. Together, they took a single additional step forward, and the bright white lighting dimmed, leaving them in a spotlight that stood out against the rest of the hall. Gathered people of Ephiatis, there is no need for me to explain why this meeting has been called, Kezes began. Each of you has seen the great wound in the sky, and by now, most of you will also have heard that it resulted as a direct attack by Agrona Vritra. Even Kezes's presence couldn't hold back the swell of fear and frustration that met these words. Please, Lord Indrath, tell us what we must do to stop Ephiatis from bleeding out through the wound, here when we should be preparing for, so what are you going to do? Silence. The word resounded from the walls and echoed back on itself several times over. But it was Lord Thyestes, not Kezes, who stepped forward, glaring around at the gathered Usuras. Our world is bleeding out, and you, representatives of our supposedly great clans, cluck like wyvern chicks and beg of your lord. What is he going to do? Ademir sucked his teeth, an uncomfortably violent sound coming from him. What are you going to do, brethren? What are you doing here right now? Suddenly the Pathian spun on Kezes. For why have you brought us all together in Drath? Why are we here instead of out there, fighting to close the wound in the sky or, if necessary, preparing to flee our homes? Kezes met Ademir's eyes, and the force of their opposed personalities was palpable. Beside me, Ellie flinched and took a step away. I steadied her with a hand on her back. We are all here, Meyer began, smoothly pulling attention away from the stare-off happening in front of us, exactly so we do not succumb to fear and doubt. She smiled, her youthful face radiant. Agrona has long made it difficult and dangerous for us to pursue him, but as most of you know, our extended family among the Usura has grown one race larger. Most of the hall's occupants turned to glance at me or my companions, my clan, giving us varying levels of hopeful, fearful, or confused looks. When Meyer continued to speak, though, all attention was drawn back to her. Great Lord Arthur Leywin of the Archon race represents a new and better hope to ensure justice for this grotesque assault enacted by Agrona of the banished clan Vritra. Yes, my brother in vengeance. Chul's voice rang out, crashing through the silence like an avalanche. Kezes continued without acknowledging Chul's interruption. And while he returns to the world of his origin, rest assured that the Indrath clan will be working diligently to ensure the wound is closed. You're sending a human after Agrona Vritra? Someone asked, the speaker lost in the crowd. No, Kezes said, his voice subsuming the others that began mumbling throughout the hall. We're sending an Archon to deal with Agrona Vritra. Lord Arthur has spent much of his life combating Agrona's efforts against the people of his world, safeguarding Ephiatis from afar, and he is uniquely suited to ensure justice is done. As for us, forgive me, Lord and Lady, Lord Thyestes interrupted. His tone lacked any sense of apology. Surely you didn't bring us all here, simply to lie to us? The hall became dead silent. Mom looked over at me nervously. I gestured that it would be all right. Looks like things might get interesting before we leave, Regis thought, his eyes glittering in anticipation. This is not the kind of interesting we need right now, Sylvie reminded him. The same agitation that roiled just beneath the surface through our link was tangible in the hall, shown clearly in the body language of the 100 or more in attendance. What is Thyestes thinking? This question sparked a realization. My eyes narrowed as I focused on Kezes, who, after squeezing her hand gently, stepped away from Meyer. The light seemed to dim and focus further so that only Kezes was fully lit. Even now, Ademir, you are resigned to this charade of fault-finding. Kezes's lips curled back from his teeth, baring them like an animal. This is no time for your instigation. You would divide our people in the exact moment that we, fault-finding, Ademir scoffed. Instigation, if I am malcontent, my lord, it is with your failed leadership. For too long you've, Pantheons, Kezes shouted, his voice transforming as it reverberated through the stones of the castle, the fully realized roar of a dragon. Your homes may soon spill through the wound to crash upon Dicathen's shores. Currently, the Leywin and Indrath clans are working to prevent such a fate, and yet your leadership seeks to use this moment to tear us down in elevation of himself. Ademir snarled. The bright purple eye on the right side of his head stared directly at me as he said, "Even during the end of our world as we know it, Xperrif seeks to find the best footing with his heel on our necks." "Enough," Xperrif answered, his voice again cool, almost emotionless. "This is an emergency. We have no time for such quarrels. I call for the immediate removal of Clan Thyestes from their role as Great Clan of the Pantheons." The hall exploded with cries of dismay and furious shouts. "This role will be refilled at such a time that Ephiodus is no longer in mortal peril." I pressed my eyes tightly shut. Ademir was right, of course. This was a calculated maneuver by Xperrif. It was almost unbelievable that he'd be so petty, even in the middle of the collapse of his whole damned world. Almost. And yet, by removing Ademir, he solidifies the Asuran leadership and creates an environment where other Pantheon clans may work harder to curry his favor in the hope of rising to the rank of Great Clan. Ademir's hands flexed toward his weapon, and for a moment the entire room seemed to be balanced on a knife's edge, where the wrong word breathed in the wrong ear would be enough to pitch the balance toward violence. Grinding my teeth, I activated God's Step, and the etheric pathways carried me across the room in an instant. I appeared between Xperrif and Ademir, wreathed in etheric lightning that rippled up my arms and down my legs. Realmheart lifted my hair up, and the crown of light representing King's Gambit wrapped around it, floating over my head. "Your home is dying." I gave a long, hard look at the Usras gathered in the Great Hall. "Lord Indrath wants you all to return to your homes. Keep your people calm, prepare them for what's to come, because your people are terrified, and when gods grow scared, bad stupid things start to happen." I met and held Ademir's four forward-facing eyes. "All of you, your job is now to limit that stupidity while those who have a chance to fix this do so." Ademir's eyes burned into mine. I did not flinch away. All around, people were moving. The sylphs, led by Lady Erend, were already flying from the room. The Hamadryads were retreating from the castle as well, although Morwenna stayed. Novice was still speaking to his people, but they appeared ready to depart. Chul had left the Phoenixes and was waiting with the rest of the clan. Finally, Ademir broke our eye contact. He half turned away, then paused, regarding me with one bright purple eye for just an instant before completing his turn. As he marched swiftly across the hall, his people fell behind him. Many shot rage-filled looks back. After a few seconds, Cordry broke away and followed the other Thyestes. Xperrif's storm-purple eyes flicked to Cordry for a fraction of a second, the look too quick to be noticed if not for King's Gambit. I spun on Xperrif. "That was petty," I said in a whisper so only he and Meyer could hear. Louder I added, "I'm going immediately. I leave my mother and sister in your care." My brows rose a fraction of an inch. "I trust they'll be kept safe and in very good hands." Mentally, I sent a message to Sylvie, who repeated my words, if more politely, to Varun and Zelina. "That was well spoken, Lord Arthur," Xperrif said. "Good luck." And that, it appeared, was all he had to say, as the Lord of Dragons turned and marched swiftly away, convening with a nearby group of dragons led by Priyanthera. Meyer gave me a wide smile. "I'll see you on your way," she said, holding out an arm. I let her take mine and we headed toward the exit. Sylvie, Regis, and Chul fell into step with us. Regis became incorporeal and drifted into my body. Ellie and Mom stood back, my mother clinging to my sister's arm. I held Ellie's focus, and my eyes widened ever so slightly, as if I could communicate everything that needed to be said with a look alone. I didn't need to worry them further. Then we were out of the grand hall and marching down a busy corridor lined with tapestries, paintings, and statues. I paid them no mind, having seen most before and caring even less in that moment. "Arthur, please know you aren't being sent alone," Meyer said, her tone rich but her words very soft. "No one, and I really do mean no one, understands the threat Agrona poses better than Xperrif. He does not intend that you do this without aid." She said no more until we reached the massive front doors that opened out to the crystal bridge. "I have something for you." She reached a hand toward me, and I must have tensed because she held back. "If you'll allow it," the corner of her mouth twisted wryly. "After all, you can always break it yourself if you wish not to utilize it." Thinking I understood, I let her press a hand to my chest. Ether flowed and danced between us, wrapping through me and fastening itself to my core, my channels, my ether itself, nodding and re-nodding until it seemed intrinsically linked within me. "The other end will connect with Xperrif," she said simply, taking a step back. "Can we trust this gift?" Chul asked. He was standing with his legs wide and arms crossed, scowling at Meyer. Meyer cocked her head a few degrees to the side and regarded him sadly. "Oh, child of the Jinn and the Asclepius, so badly have we wronged you." Her voice caught, and she had to pause and swallow down the emotion. "I would question rather if you didn't distrust us." Her hand reached out and she took my chin. The hand, I realized, was wrinkled with age. "You can trust me, Arthur." "Please," her words reached inside me, gripped something cold and withheld and cracked it, the barrier of distrust that I had built up since discovering the truth behind the genocide of the Jinn. King's Gambit was still active. I had already absorbed the details of the moment. cataloging every aspect of her physicality, her tone, every indicator of honesty or deception that I had learned in either life. I took her wrist in my hand and gently lowered her arm away from my face. "We'll see, won't we?" But I let myself give her a small smile. For Sylvia. I couldn't feel Sylvie's mind, it was retracted away from King's Gambit, but heard her subtle intake of breath. Myers' lips paled as they pressed together. From the way her eyes darted back and forth between my own, the straightening of her stance and the shift of her brows, I knew I'd just struck a chord. She downplays the importance of her daughter's death, but Meyer felt that loss intensely. She still feels it. I rolled this thought around in my head, carried by multiple strands of my Godrun-enhanced consciousness. Meyer nodded and took a step back. For Sylvia. Her fingers did a delicate dance in the air and a portal opened in front of the bridge. The golden portal reflected the blood-red aurora. Its edges frayed and twisted, and a look of concentration came over Meyer's youthful face. "Go quickly, it's quite difficult to hold with the barrier between the worlds in its current state." She hesitated, then added, "Don't forget my binding, Arthur." I considered how to respond, realized there were no more words to be shared between us in that moment, and stepped through. A meat hook jerked within my ribs, and I grunted with pain as I stumbled into darkness. Regis leapt up from my flickering shadow, shaking himself and growling. I spun, looking back at the portal, which on this end bucked and wrenched wildly. When Sylvie stepped through, she gasped and her eyes rolled back in her head. I grabbed her, keeping her from falling. "Easy, Sylv, you're okay," I said consolingly, pulling her to me. "It was just the portal." Before she'd recovered, Chull tumbled out of the portal as well. He cursed and spit up a wad of blood, then turned and glared back at the rend in space. "Bah. What in the black fire is this trickery?" "I'm okay," Sylvie said, disentangling herself from me. As she spoke, the portal ripped itself to tatters and then faded entirely. "Looks like it's going to be pretty hard to get back to Ephiatus," Regis snorted. "Get back, who needs to? It'll be here with us soon enough." Chull wiped blood from his lips. "Let us hope not, my little Lupin friend." "Hey, who are you calling little?" Regis asked, although his heart wasn't in the banter. He was already turning to look around where we'd appeared. "Oh hey, look at that." We all looked in the direction his snout pointed. I realized we were in a wide open cavern. Despite being underground, the cave was brightly lit by dozens of floating lights. My feet sank into a heavy carpet of moss, and the walls were equally green with climbing moss and vines. My attention went not to the large tree that grew from the center of the cave, but rather to the copse of much smaller trees grown in a tidy row on the other end, making it look even more like the grove it was named for. Meyer had sent us straight to Vildoriel and to Tess, Sylvie exclaimed as Tesha walked around the trunk of the tree, frowning in our direction. Tesha's hands were partially raised and mana had been condensing around her. Her building spell was released in an instant and a broad grin spread over her face. The expression cracked and broke almost as quickly as it had appeared. "Grandpa, Arthur, and Sylvie are here," she said, unable to disguise the strain in her voice. I hurried toward her, dropping Realmheart and King's Gambit. As I approached, she stopped. A faint tremble ran from her fingertips up her arms and then down her spine. I took her hands and gave them a firm squeeze. "Oh, Arthur," she breathed, biting her lip. "Everyone's been so afraid. Lady Sarah said you'd likely be here soon, but..." My brows rose in surprise. "Saris is here," Tesha nodded, her fingers sliding between mine to lock our hands together. She held up her right hand and my left and looked at them in deep consideration. Within an hour of that thing appearing in the sky, she says Agrona did something, her face pinched together into the smallest of frowns. "Can you?" I shook my head. Sylvie and Chull had approached, and my bond moved in to give Tesha a firm side hug. Chull stood back a respectful distance, while Regis went loping around the tree. Tesha let her focus wander briefly, taking in the others. "Then you're here for Agrona." Before I could answer, a pink fruit the size of a nectarine flew toward me. I had to pull Tesha aside like I was leading her in a dance in order to pluck the fruit out of the air. A second one sailed toward Regis, who snapped it up and swallowed it without chewing. Two more flew toward Sylvie and Chull. Sylvie laughed as she smoothly caught hers, but Chull sidestepped his own, and it hit a rock with a wet splat and sprayed juice all over the ground. Virion took a bite of his own fruit and grinned darkly. "The clouds gather and the storm crow wings in on bitter winds, I brat." "Gramps," I said, feeling a rush of sentimentality. Virion approached and touched his forehead to mine, then kissed Tesha on the side of her head, his eyes lingering on our entwined fingers. "Glad you're here, though I'll be damned if I know what you're going to do about that." He gestured up to the roof. I looked up at the obsidian dome, twinkly as it reflected the warmth of the floating lights. Somewhere beyond that, up through the sands of the Darvish Desert, the same wound visible in Ephiatus would stretch across the sky here. "If Lady Saris to be believed, it reaches all the way to Alacria," Virion said with a shake of his head. He suddenly smacked me hard on the biceps. "Anyway, everyone's understandably losing their sense. It's good you got here before someone did something truly stupid." Amused, I considered the parallel between Virion's words and my own in speaking to the Usras earlier. Do we have anyone in fighting shape, the Beast Corps? Adventurers Guild, he's going after Agrona, Tesha said, half exasperated, half proud. Of course he is, Virion said, staring into the middle distance thoughtfully. Better inform Saris and the Dwarven Lords immediately. I'll go, Sylvie said, already walking backwards toward the cave's single small entrance. I'll buy you 30 minutes. She gave me a knowing smile, then spun on her heel and marched away. Regis, you should head down to the deep labs and fetch Renkine and Gideon. He rolled his eyes and started trotting off after Sylvie. Fetch, what do I look like, a golden retriever? Virion stepped around us to look up at Chul. One of your clan is here, Solil the healer, she's been… Ah, Solil, Chul interrupted, sharpening. He lost focus for a moment, likely searching for her mana signature, then snapped back and took a few steps before jerking to a halt. My brother Arthur, I would like your leave to go in search of my clan sister. I am eager to hear what brings one of the Asclepius out of the hearth, as well as to hear more about what Mordain is planning. I suppressed a smirk and instead gave him a grave bow. Of course, Chul, I'd like to know what Mordain can do to help as well. He returned my gesture with amusing seriousness and jogged away, his heavy footfalls audible until he began descending the winding stairs that led back down to Lodenhold, the dwarven palace. Still holding Tesha's hand, I meandered toward the row of trees. These have grown quite a bit since I was last here. Oh, don't bother, Virion said grumpily. We both know you're not here to talk with an old man about his arboriculture. He turned to walk away, heading back to the treehouse in the limbs of the large central tree. Over his shoulder, he said, once you're done snogging my granddaughter, though, I hope you can spare 10 minutes for your old mentor before you run off to save the world again. Grandpa, Tesha exclaimed, scandalized. I grinned despite myself, and for just a moment the burden of everything still waiting for me out there was lessened. Don't reward him by being shocked, he'll only do it more. She shook out her gunmetal hair and released a put-upon sigh. That's true, he's been teasing me about you since I was only, 5 years old, she grew more somber. Gods, that feels like multiple lifetimes ago now. I stopped, tugging her hand so she spun around to face me. Taking both sides of her face in my hands, I drew her into a kiss. She tensed, but only for a heartbeat before leaning into it. We stayed like that, almost motionless, two statues locked in a tender expression of slowly conquered love, both still afraid to give in to the passion of it, but even more afraid to break away out of fear it could be the last time. But eventually the slow, frozen kiss did break. Tesha stepped into me and wrapped her arms around the small of my back, her head resting on my shoulder. A leaf tumbled from one of the sparse, 12-foot-tall trees we stood under, fluttered down and caught in her hair. I stared at it so like the pendant I'd given her the night we made our promise above the wall. What happens next? She asked, her arms tightening around me as if afraid her words might startle me away. There was something deeply intimate about feeling her hands resting against my spine, where the godrunes rested dormant beneath my skin. I realized I still had a barrier up, a literal layer of hardened ether between us, armor that I never took off. With some effort, I did then, releasing the ether to be reabsorbed into my core. Tesha shifted as the barrier between us melted away, subconsciously detecting its removal even if she didn't know exactly what had just changed. I pressed my face into her gunmetal hair and kissed the top of her head. I was thinking maybe we could rebuild my parents' old house in Ashbur, I said. My fingers traced the soft skin of her side, slightly exposed where her shirt had ridden up when she pressed against me. Except bigger with lots of guest rooms. Tesha giggled, nuzzling into me. That sounds beautiful. I like the sound of lots of guests, but you know that's not what I meant. I know, I said into her hair, but let's talk about anything other than Agrona, Ephiatis, and the Usura right now. Playfully, I scooped her up, spun her, and then dropped us both onto a bed of thick moss. She squealed, swatted me playfully, then grabbed the back of my neck and pulled me into another kiss, her lips moving experimentally over my own. And there for a while we simply let ourselves exist in each other's embrace. I shut out thoughts of the wound in the sky, of the battle to come, of the impossible task of saving the Usuras and their home. Together for a few short minutes we simply were. Chapter 513, Growing Urgency. Arthur Leywin. Time slipped by like water running between my fingers. I was lying on my back in the moss, staring up at the thin canopy of Virion's small grove. Tesha lay in the crook of my arm, her head on my chest, her fingers tracing the line of my sternum over my core. The sensation sent warm chills down my arms in a way I found pleasantly exhilarating. I can feel your core, she said softly, her fingers pausing in their constant movement. Its pressure is like a heavy blanket. I felt her smile against my chest. It's pretty cozy actually, I let out a surprised chuckle. Then all of my work has been well worth it, she swatted me playfully. I'm being serious. I pulled her closer, nuzzling my cheek into her hair. So am I. We stayed like that for another minute or two before the silence and peace were broken by a voice in my mind. I've convinced Saris and the Dwarven Lords to await your arrival in Lodenhold, Sylvie communicated, but only just. I'd say you have about 10 minutes before they come barging up into the grove to find you. I must have tensed because Tesha drew away, leaning up on an elbow to examine my face. Regis's voice followed. Gideon and the rest of his cohort of kooky creatives are on the way as well. Renkine isn't here apparently. He left the moment the big hole in the sky formed. Time to get back to work, Tesha asked with a small pout. I nodded, and she gracefully rose and brushed a few strands of moss from her clothing. Even in the plain garb of someone who has been working the soil for these last weeks, she was stunning. As she looked down at me, her brows rose and her lips twisted wryly. Don't tell me you have to go and then look at me like that, Arthur Leywin. I felt myself blush, cleared my throat as I stood and rubbed the back of my neck. Tesha took my hand, laughing. All the power in the world, but you still blush like a schoolboy in his first term. With a tug, she led me back toward the central tree and the little house in its branches. We made it halfway before Virion appeared, descended the stairs, and began moving to meet us. Baron just messaged that they're waiting for us, he grumbled, drying wet hands off on his dirt-stained trousers. But I'm glad you two lovebirds had a minute or two alone. Now, Arthur, before we get down there, what in the abyss is happening in the sky? As we left the Elshire Grove and began descending the long series of switchback stairs that would take us directly to Lodenhold Palace, I filled Virion and Tesha in on everything that had happened. Damn, Virion muttered under his breath. Frankly, I was hoping Saris was wrong, so all that, and Agrona is definitely still out there, and with some kind of weapon we can't even fathom. Although he didn't say it, I felt Virion's thoughts turn to a Lenoir and the Assyrian technique that had destroyed it. I wonder why he waited so long to use it. I get the impression that this wasn't exactly his plan, I answered, having given it a fair bit of thought myself. This seems desperate. A last stand? We continued to discuss the details until we reached Lodenhold. Baron and Vare were waiting for us. Baron gave me a serious nod. Arthur, everyone is understandably anxious to hear what you have to say. I hope they're not expecting good news, I said matter-of-factly. Vare responded with the ghost of a smile, the equivalent of a huge grin on her normally inexpressive face. They're expecting Lance Godspell, regent of Dicathen, to wave his hands and fix the world naturally. I raised one brow and gestured for the two lances to lead the way. How are you adjusting to integration? Vare flexed the conjured hand of ice that acted as a prosthetic in place of the arm she'd lost fighting Tassai. I could feel the mana flowing through her, infusing her entire body, her channels and veins constantly circulating it even without a core. I am uncertain whether or not to consider myself lucky that I didn't go through this process in the middle of the war, she said wryly. I do not think I have ever been so weak as I was in the weeks afterwards, and yet. I nodded in understanding. Here you are with all this new power and control, and the war is over. Is it though? Virion asked from just behind us. There may yet be cause for you to use this strength in service of Dicathen, Lance Vare. We reached the doorway that opened into the Hall of Lords, guarded by several armored dwarven mages. Micah was standing with her cousins, Hornfells and Skarn. At the sound of our approach, she floated up off the ground so she could look me in the eyes. She made a show of looking me over, then said, "And here I expected you'd have purple skin or horns or wings or something by now, Lord Arthur." Although her tone was cool and distant, her initial scowl settled into a passive expression after a few seconds, and she turned and flew into the chamber ahead of us. I followed behind but missed a step as I rounded the corner into the hall, surprised to find it entirely full. As always, the meeting place itself was set atop the floating slate of crystal, which was reached by walking over a series of smaller floating slates, like stones across a calm river. The table at which the dwarven lords normally met had been shrunk down, allowing more room around it for a second row of chairs. Perhaps it was the tension, or only my own mood, but the colorful crystal of the giant geode's interior didn't seem to flash with the same brightness they usually held. Saris was already moving toward me, marching over the floating path with no concern for the height, even as the slates shifted slightly beneath her feet. Arthur, I'm glad we were finally able to get your attention. Saris. How bad is it? Less than ideal, she answered with a small shake of her head. In the unearthly light of the geode, her hair shone with the same amethyst quality and her alabaster skin reflected the colors of the surrounding crystal formations. She was adorned in a black battle dress that covered her from the neck down, her horns gleamed. The people are suffering leaderless. Agrona sent a message just before attacking the rift. Even if they fear what he's done, the show of strength has drawn many back to his cause. Behind her in the packed chamber, Silrit and Sylvie floated in the open air off to the side of the central table and platform. Micah, Baron, and Vare moved to the other side of the chamber, while Chull and a phoenix woman, Solil, one of the healers who had helped after Chull's near death, hovered at the far end of the platform behind a seated Carnelian Earthborn. Micah's father sat at the head of the table, while the Silvershales Daglun, Durger, and Damer sat to his right. A few other representatives of powerful dwarven clans were there, as well as Gideon, Emily, and Claire Bladeheart, who wasn't currently inside her exoform. Lyra Drade occupied a seat next to the one vacated by Saris. Across from her, Saria Triskin, an elven woman of middle age, had kept a couple of seats open, probably for Tesha and Virion. I can only assume that you've returned because you intend to go after him, Saris continued. It seems as if his greater goal requires neither Ephiodus nor this world to remain intact. He is burning his own people like fuel. She took a deep breath, her focus turning inward momentarily. When her gaze returned to me, she gave me a look I couldn't recall seeing from her before, not even when she'd nearly killed herself barring Agrona's forces from the relictums. I felt a distinct sense of reversal from our very first meeting so long ago when she saved my life from Udo. He isn't insane, Arthur, he would only do this, she gestured vaguely upward, if he knew he could not only survive it but that it would advance his goals. Saris returned to her seat, and I allowed Virion and Tesha to move past me and take their own. Before I could speak, the sound of quickly approaching footsteps came from the open doors behind me. I turned to see Curtis and Kathleen Glader being led by Hornfells. Kathleen gave him a perfunctory thanks, then swept into the chamber. I floated off the crystals and made way for them. Well, the gang really is all here, I said warmly. Despite the tension that had grown between the Gladers and myself after the war, I was nonetheless glad to see them. Please take a seat, we were just about to get started. Arthur, Kathleen said. She maintained her usual hard-held passivity, but there was a glimmer in her eyes and a tremor in her mana signature that said more than her words ever would. Curtis frowned and gave me a shallow bow. Arthur, been a while, old friend. There was no time for niceties, however, and so the leaders of Sapin took their seats. I wasted no more time. The barrier that separates Ephiodus from our world is broken. The pocket of molded space containing their world is collapsing. That is what you see in the sky. There was a roar of panicked voices, but I snapped for them to be silent, and they collectively complied. I cast a long, hard look around at Dicathen's leaders, lances and lords, princes and princesses. Let me make something clear, there is no time for panic. Your instincts might even now be demanding you eke out the best you can for yourselves, your people, but any individual goals you have now are nothing. Until this is resolved, we will work together, doing everything we can to ensure the survival of not only this world but of Ephiodus as well. The Hall of Lords was entirely silent. Saria Triskin's jaw worked silently and Micah's brow raised slightly, but the rest only watched me intently. Saris, what can you tell us about how this was done? All eyes turned to her. Her own hard gaze lingered in the far distance, up through the crystalline interior shell of the giant geode. Tigran Selim has been inaccessible since Agrona's false body was struck down here in Dicathen. There has been no way to verify anything for certain, but I have developed a likely working theory. She paused, waiting to see if anyone interrupted her. They didn't, so she continued. Tigran Selim is enormous, and full of places no one except Agrona can reach. In my probing over the years, I have discovered pockets of machinery running through the core that I believe extend far down into the roots of the mountain. It is clear now that these artifacts and devices are part of the mechanism that he utilized to draw power from all the mages of Alacria. I won't pretend to understand exactly how he has achieved this seemingly impossible act of magic, except to say that he has had more than enough time to dissect and recreate all manner of ancient Jinn technologies. I suspect this technology and magic was used to power a weapon and strike the rift, which he previously failed to take control of. He has a sort of Jinn remnant or personality housed within his reliquary, Tesha chimed in, looking from Saris to me. She controls all sorts of things as far as I can understand it from Cecilia from her memories. Solil spoke up from where she hovered near the geode wall. I felt the strike, the magic and energy utilized. It carried the same ferocity and disturbance of mana that the Pantheon's World Eater technique utilized when it struck Elenwar. I saw Virion, Tesha, and Saria all tense at the mention of the Asuran technique that destroyed Elenwar. It seems likely he based this weapon on a similar principle to the Pantheon's secret technique, Solil finished nervously. Which means if he turns it on any of our cities, that could be the end of Sapin or Darv in a blink, the younger Silvershale son said. His face was red, but his eyes were wide and terrified. We should have marched on Alacria weeks ago. We told you, we warned you that. It is time to mobilize, I said over the young lord. Only those Alacrians who actively choose to stand with Agrona are our enemies, but I do not expect to find many of them. I'm going to attack Tigran Selim directly and as soon as possible. I'd like whatever forces Dicathen or Alacria can muster. You have the beast core, obviously, Gideon said immediately, slapping his hand on the table. We've managed to bring a couple dozen more units online, and their pilots are trained up enough not to kill themselves in the operation of the exoforms. How inspiring of confidence. Curtis Glader muttered. Saris spoke next. Noir is, at this moment, organizing what forces we have. Due to the repeated siphoning of the Alacrian people's mana, our fighting force will be limited. Also, we've been made aware of sycophantic refugees attempting to brave the Basilisk Fang Mountains on foot to reach Tigran's Salem, but I can't say for sure what we'll find when we get there. At the very least, they will be equally weakened by the pulses. Solil cleared her throat. My Lord Arthur, forgive me for not saying so immediately, but Mordain has decided that it is time for the Asclepius to lend their aid as well. As of an hour ago, he was gathering anyone willing to fight and preparing to leave the hearth. You will have phoenixes in support of this mission, even if Ephiatus itself does not send aid. I blinked, surprised. That's excellent news, Solil. Thank you. It was a risk for Mordain to leave the hearth and come out into the open, but I was glad to have his assistance. I focused on Catheln, who I hoped would speak up. Although the last few years had seen us grow further apart, she once had been a close and trusted friend. Even her symbolic support would mark a de-escalation in that building tension. But before she answered, a horrible tremor shook the very mana that suffused the air and ground around us. The Hall of Lords became a chorus of moans, dismayed shouts, and pained screams. Hands pressed against heads and chests, and the tremor scratched like nails on a chalkboard through everyone's core. The floating platform suddenly listed to the right, and chairs began to slide over its surface. The table lurched, smashing into Gideon's side of the platform and threatening to take a dozen people over the edge. With a flash of etheric lightning, I god-stepped below the platform and caught it from below, keeping it from tilting further. Saria Triskin plummeted over the edge in front of me, and I plucked her out of the air. At the same time, I felt the gravity of the room wobble as Micah attempted to counter the shifting waves of magical disturbance. "Out, everybody out!" Carnelian was shouting. I felt the shifting weight and hammering of rush steps above me and heard the crashing of the smaller gem-like slates falling to the ground and shattering among the sharp crystalline protrusions below. Mana condensed and vines burst out of the walls, cracking the geode as they wove together to form a bridge. "Go!" Virion shouted. Saria clung to me fearfully. The expression made her look younger than she was, and I suddenly saw the resemblance to Aaliyah, the young lance I had found dead so long ago before we even knew Alacria existed. The collective mana signatures of those in attendance escaped the room just as something above sundered. I felt the air move as the geode's roof came crashing down. Ether wrapped around me, and I pulled Saria into the etheric pathways to appear in the corridor outside, a few feet beyond the crowd. Sylvie turned her head as she felt me move, looking relieved, even as dust billowed out into the hallway from the ruined Hall of Lords. Instead of looking back, her gaze turned upwards. "What was that?" Lord Silvershell demanded, looking around as if anyone there might have answers. I didn't bother with them, but eased Saria down and instead pulled Sylvie, Chul, Tesha, and Saris to me. Saris, in particular, looked at me with some confusion, but then God's step was activating again, and all 5 of us were pulled through the pathways. Normally, I had to see where I was going, but with my new Godrune active as well, I found that my sense of the space around me was drastically enhanced. In an instant, we were standing atop the sun-baked dunes. "Vritra's horns," Saris muttered, her hand going to her mouth. "I do not like the look of that," Chul said simply. I stared into the sky, mouth open, mind momentarily blank. The wound was ripping at the edges, space coming apart like flesh under too much force. The bloody red aurora oozed grotesquely around it as the edges widened. Belatedly, I reached for my sense of the folded space, keeping it in check, but the bindings were gone. They'd collapsed as the wound widened. "Damn it," I muttered. Then, as the words were still leaving my tongue, the bottom dropped out of my stomach. A piece of land, a dense forest full of willow-like trees covered in pink-dappled leaves, jutted out through the wound like a shard of broken bone sticking up from torn skin. "No," Sylvie breathed, her pulse leaping. The Ephiatan land began to break apart, and like a meteor shower entering the atmosphere fell glowing toward Dicathen. It was difficult to get a sense of the scale. The wound now dominated almost the entire sky, stretching from horizon to horizon. As the giant chunks of rock, earth, and forest split apart, some seemed to fall as nothing but specks in the distance, far beyond the grand mountains, while others grew larger and larger. "Look," Tesha pointed, grabbing my hand and squeezing fiercely. Her extended finger indicated a series of 7 or 8 broken pieces of land that were clearly going to fall in the desert around us. The ground shook as, beside me, Chul launched into the air. His form glowed fire-orange as he streaked toward the largest of the broken pieces of land. Saris began conjuring a cutting wind of void magic, rapidly swirling into a towering tornado. Tesha cast a spell, and the plants of another shattered chunk of Ephiatan soil exploded outward, trailing through the air and slowing the meteor's ascent. Regis leapt from me, his body pulsating as it expanded, wings spreading out from his back, and then his hulking, jagged destruction form shot into the air, amethyst flames building in his chest as he prepared to obliterate another of the tumbling pieces of ground. A ripple went out through the ether and time slowed to a crawl. I glanced at Sylvie, only the two of us and Regis were unaffected, and sent a quick thought, then with God's Step and King's Gambit both empowered, I formed my Etha into a blade, lined up my strike, and swept the weapon in a wide arc. There were flashes of violet light from the closest bits of falling landmass not already being targeted by my companions. For a breath, nothing happened, then time jerked back into full speed, and half a dozen small, tree-studded islands exploded in the air, raining down rubble instead of colliding with the desert with the force of their full mass. Saris's wind caught slowed and chewed apart a large mass. Chull's hammer, blazing with orange fire, rammed into the bottom of a spiraling hunk of stone, soil, and tree roots, shattering it. Regis burned another away to nothing with a gout of destruction-infused breath. 300 feet away, another mass of forestland collided with the desert sands, sending up a towering plume of golden silt. Farther, many miles in the distance, we saw other collisions. Clouds of dust and debris rose into the air in a dozen places, suddenly and viscerally reminding me of bombs being dropped from planes back on Earth during the long war I oversaw. From the corner of my eye, I noticed Saris frown and reach into a hidden pocket within her dress. She unrolled a small scroll, on which burning letters were currently being written. "What is it?" I asked, although I already suspected the truth from the few words I could make out. "Another pulse from Tigran Selim." She looked up at the wound in the sky, the red reflecting in her eyes. "Kara is reporting mass casualties this time," I winced. "And your fighting forces," she sighed, a flicker of guilt crossing her porcelain features. "Most are shielded in the Relictum's first level awaiting orders. They will be ready to fight." "Arthur," I looked up to find Tesha focused on the landmass her parachute of plant life had brought slowly to the ground. For a moment I thought her conjured vines and broad leaves were moving, but only for a moment. I god-stepped, appearing 10 feet from the crumbling mound just as a mana beast like a legged, three-headed snake leapt out of the undergrowth. I had a blade in my hand and was swinging before the creature's paws had even touched the sand, and yet it still managed to twist away from my attack, two heads darting left to add momentum to its body while one dipped low and struck toward me. I brought my knee up to catch it under the chin as I turned, and the serpent-like head and long neck rocked. The Etha blade came down across the neck, severing the head, which tumbled through the air. A spray of venomously green liquid arced from its fangs, splashing me across the neck. I hissed at the pain, flinching back, and missed the second head as it snapped forward, sinking into my calf. From the corner of my eyes, I saw a second of the beast's lunge, but the thick vines lashed out and wrapped around it, dragging it back toward the patch of forest. A flick of my blade severed the second neck of the beast I was fighting. I spun past a strike from the third and hacked it from the beast's body as well. The body itself, like that of a bloated snake that had eaten a wild cat, the legs of which then burst from its belly, stumbled back and forth for a moment before slumping to the ground. Chull crashed down from above, leading with his weapon. The round head blazed with phoenix fire as it smashed through the second Ephiotn beast's spine, killing it instantly. I raised a hand to my neck where the skin had melted from the acidic spit. When I took a step, I hitched, feeling the burning venom attempting to dissolve my leg from within. The others finally caught up with me. Tesha was staring at my wounds in horror, but the rest had seen me in much worse condition. Etha was already rushing to the wounds, fighting out the venom and healing the damaged tissue, but if it had been anyone else, I scanned the horizon and found movement. A quarter-mile away, a similar snake-like mana beast was dragging itself from another impact site. "Shit," I muttered. Options began to spread out before King's Gambit like scrolls and parchment at a war council. If the wound stretched all the way to Alacria, this newest pulse from Agrona's machinery could have unsettled it, ripping it free of the folded space and allowing it to expand again. Even with Kezes's people working to hold it in place on the other side, Ephiotis was already beginning to come through. The falling debris itself was a danger. A large enough mass striking a populated area would level an entire city. If someplace like Xyrus were struck, the entire population could be wiped out in a moment. We'd just proven that it was possible to prevent some collisions, but how many mages in Dicathen were capable of knocking these masses out of the sky before they did damage? But the physical impacts were only half the problem. These Ephiotn mana beasts were almost ubiquitously S-class or stronger by Dicathen's standard of measuring strength. Just a few could prove a catastrophe if unleashed near populated areas. The wounds I was already healed of would have put any but the very strongest mages out of commission, if not killed them outright. Even an army of dwarves and humans would struggle to put down a wave of such creatures. Dicathen would need immediate and sure-footed leadership, and warriors capable of holding their own against Ephiotn beasts. At the same time, news of a third pulse from Agrona's machines meant he had likely regained whatever power had been spent in his strike against the rift. If that was true, then it was even possible he might use the weapon again. If he struck the rift a second time, what kind of escalation might happen? As yet more collapsing chunks of Ephialtes rained down in the distance, I tried to imagine all of Ephialtes' magically expanded continent suddenly slamming into the Grand Mountains, but I couldn't fully comprehend the cataclysmic proportions of such an act of destruction. I couldn't stay and defend Dicathen because I needed to face Agrona directly. He had to be prevented from absorbing more power or utilizing his weapon again, perhaps targeting it at Xyrus this time, or Darv, or Ediston. Regardless of how he used it, I knew that if he was allowed to use it again, the resulting destruction would almost certainly make it impossible to achieve the vision of the future I'd shown to fate. My mind sorted through all these thoughts and more in the space between one breath and the next. I scanned the faces of those present, considering how best to use each of the soldiers at my command. Sylvie and Regis were a part of me, and their natural insight into Evum and Vivum may prove necessary in the conflict to come. Chul was a warrior of unmatched caliber in either Dicathen or Alacria, and although his defense of the people against the crumbling Ephialtes would certainly be impactful, I knew he would accept nothing other than fighting Agrona at my side. I needed Ceres in Alacria, of course, even more so now. Finally, my gaze settled on Tesha. If it weren't for the cool rationality of King's Gambit, I would have tasted bile in the back of my throat. Like Ellie and Mom, I couldn't afford to tuck her in a safe place. If this were a Sovereign's Quarrel board, I needed to utilize all my pieces to the best of both my and their abilities. Tesha had remained aware through most of her ordeal in Alacria. She had spent more time with Agrona than even Ceres, and seen much of Tigran Selim's inner workings. No part of me wanted to bring her into that place, but I knew our chances of success were better with her than without. It was then that the others finally reached the surface. Silrit flew out of a distant opening hidden within a ravine, followed rapidly by the lances and then Solil. Micah and Vare carried most of the council on sheets of stone and ice. They didn't come to us but stopped just outside the ravine, collectively staring around at the burning detritus falling from the wound and the raw, raging wound itself. At the same time, I sensed the powerful mana signatures coming from the east. Rays of blinding orange phoenix fire destroyed several dozen falling masses between Darv and the Grand Mountains, and a couple dozen specks appeared in the distance, rapidly growing larger. A plan coalesced. I flew toward Gideon, ignoring panicked questions shouted by the other leaders. Send out the Beast Corps, map strike points and focus on defending populated areas. If we have exoforms capable of destroying the landmasses before impact, make sure they're located in cities. I want 10 Claire Bladeheart and her best soldiers, ready to depart to Alacria immediately. I trust you can get one of the new long-range portals activated. My attention shifted to the leaders. Get your forces together. We need messengers to the Alacria settlements. They should fall back behind the wall. Send the Adventurers Guild to more remote settlements. A lot depends on exactly where the rubble is falling. If necessary, evacuate civilians into the deeper tunnels throughout Darv, where they'll be sheltered from the worst of the impacts. I turned away, once again ignoring pleas and follow-up questions from the huddled dwarves and elves. Feeling within me, I took hold of the etheric tether Meyer had conjured and pushed out through it. Kezes, if you can hear me, we need more help. Ephialtes is coming through, raining down on Dicathen and likely Alacria. Beasts too. The entire continent is going to be obliterated by a meteor shower if we don't do something. There was a moment where nothing happened. I watched as the distant specks marking Mordain and his phoenixes raced toward us at incredible speed. Arthur, we are doing everything we can. I cannot risk leaving the wound, nor will I send anyone through until we have it stabilized again. This is Agrona's doing, find him and kill him. Now my jaw clenched and my fists tightened until they ached. It wasn't good enough, but I knew it would be a waste of my mental energy to argue with him. Instead, I rose into the air and flew to meet Mordain. The ancient phoenix, flanked by almost 30 of his kin, arrived only moments later. Most of the phoenixes did not stop, but fanned out, continuing to destroy falling debris and hunting mana beasts across the desert floor. Arthur, he began, his normally passive, kindly face now twisted with anxiety and indecision. The Asclepius have come to help however we can. Renkine and the rest have already spread out, heading to the far corners of this continent. A few remain in the beast glades to help stabilize the rift from this side. I held out my hand and took his gladly. Your timing couldn't be better. I know what a risk it is for you, and I thank you for it. The people of this continent need aid. We need to stop as much of this debris as possible. Mordain gave me a weak smile, but the strength that emanated from him was anything but, of course. We will do whatever we can. His eyes slipped off me up to the sky. There is no one doing this, Arthur. I rested a hand on his shoulder, following his gaze. No, maybe not, but whatever happens to Ephialtes, I have another problem to take care of first. Mordain was silent as I turned back to my companions, the pieces of my plan still rapidly sliding into place. Get ready, I said simply. One way or another, this is the beginning of the end. Chapter 514. Atop their bones, Arthur Leywin. What followed was a mad rush of preparation. I bid the Gladers farewell before they quickly returned to Eddiston to organize and prepare their own troops. Emily Watson rushed off in order to oversee the setup and activation of all newly designed long-range teleportation units, the ones modeled after Nico's design, in order to allow a rapid dissemination of Beast Corps pilots across the continent. Lyra Drade and Saria Triskin offered to be our messengers to Blackbend, where Helen Shard oversaw the efforts of the Adventurers Guild. From there, the pair would head on to the Wall, and then to the Alacrian refugee villages and elven encampments beyond. Carnelian Earthborn and Daglan Silvershale were quick to agree that they would send dwarven mages all throughout Sapin, and the rest of the dwarven lords immediately fell in behind them. Although I was surprised by this sudden sense of camaraderie with the wider world, I was glad to see that even the stubborn dwarven lords saw reason in the face of catastrophe. 2 hours after the first pieces of Ephiodus fell, I found myself standing far underground within an observation deck. Looking out at the vast laboratory Renkine had carved out for the development and testing of the exoforms and their fire-salt-imbued weapons. Although I chafed at so many delays, I couldn't leave until I knew Dicathen was prepared, or as prepared as it could be, to hold off the continuing bombardment of its surface by Ephiodus. Rows upon rows of exoforms, each one unique based on the specific combination of beast components utilized, stood open before me as freshly trained pilots streamed in from Vildoriel and beyond. All over the laboratory, cores were spinning up, sending light and mana spilling through exoforms that then shifted, adjusting stances and rolling arm and neck joints in imitation of their pilots as the connection was formed. Claire Bladeheart and a handful of other ranking pilots were directing the soldiers, who maneuvered their machines into formation as each one finished its initialization. They may not be as powerful or versatile as the strongest mages out there, Gideon said, but absent official channels of leadership, I can maneuver them around where they need to be more quickly than begging soldiers from Darv or Sapin. Good that you're taking a few with you, though. You'll finally get to see them in action. He looked me over seriously, and his surprisingly intact brows rose. You know, Arthur, I've been rethinking the designs on some of those ranged weapons. Tell him, Gid. I still think it's a gross failure of Arthur's creativity that I wasn't given a couple of bazookas attached to my sides, Regis cut in. Bazookas? Gideon asked, frowning curiously. A strong name for a projectile-based system, perhaps one that, I waved a hand as if brushing their words out of the air. We've been over this, it's not a road you want to go down. A few minutes later, Claire and the other 9 exoform pilots who would be accompanying me, 10 of the best Gideon had were ready to go. It was a long walk through the tunnels back up into Vildoriel. I'll admit, Arthur, I'm still a little fuzzy on what we're doing here, Claire said, falling in beside me as I hurried along. Her exoform towered over me, and its clawed feet left bright scratches in the stone floor with each step. With 3 lances, a scythe, a couple of white core-level mages, I mean you have 2 Usra going with you. What do you think 10 non-mages? She winced and quickly adjusted her wording. 10 exoforms are going to add. Didn't Gideon cover this with you? I asked, surprised. She gave an uncertain shrug and the exoform copied her, a movement that almost would have been amusing if the machine itself wasn't so strange to look at. Master Bastius is not always exactly clear in his communication. I chuckled. Fair enough. Before I answered her question, however, I paused to choose my words carefully. I don't expect you to fight wraiths or Vritra. Your weapons are highly proficient at bypassing shields, which the Alacrian mages rely on entirely for their defense. If there is a battle, you represent an unknown for the Alacrians. Except for maybe anyone who is also at the last battle of Vildoriel, no one there will know what you are or how best to counter you. But also, Claire, you the Beast Corps, these exoforms, represent an important path to empowerment for all those without mana in both Dicathen and Alacria. I'm not doing you or these others a favor, I'm putting you into danger, and I want you to keep that in mind, but I wanted the Beast Corps to have a place here. Claire was silent for some time as we strode on, the line moving at a quick pace. Just as I thought our conversation was over, she spoke again. Thank you, Arthur, for this. Within the exoform, she gestured down to its mesh of beast parts, mechanics, and magic. Don't mistake my question. I'm glad to be going to Tigran Selim for the chance to fight back against those who attacked us in Xyrus all those years ago. I couldn't bring myself to smile, but I did incline my head slightly in acknowledgement. Your squad will be the vanguard if we face opposition outside of the fortress, under the command of Saris. I will attempt to breach whatever barriers have been put in place, and then the lances, my companions, and I will take the fight directly to Agrona inside Tigran Selim. When we reached Vildoriel, we found our path forward blocked by a dense crowd. In the distance, rows upon rows of dwarven soldiers passed through a portal, and the entire population of the city had come out to watch them. It was a somber affair, with little or no ovation for these soldiers. I considered searching for another path forward, but Claire stepped forward. The crowd separated by necessity, pressing back into one another until there was room for the hulking machine to pass through. Once at the front, she began to clap, her metallic hands crashing together like a hammer against an anvil. For a moment, those around her were startled. Then, though, the air began to change. Smiles appeared on dour faces, slow but inexorable. A scattering of applause joined her, and then the audience erupted into a full-blown roaring cheer. The rest of the exoform pilots joined in, but their applause could not ring louder than the cacophonous roar of the crowd. Pulling up my hood to hide my features, I wove through the crowd to Claire's side, clapping for the dwarves alongside everyone else. "Well done," I said. "They're soldiers and they're going into incredible danger to people who have offered them little respect, who not so long ago they considered enemies." Through the transparent mana shielding, I could just see the woman within, her gaze forward, fiercely on the dwarves as she spoke. For some, this will be the last time they see their home. They shouldn't leave it in sullen silence. We stayed for a few more minutes, watching the dwarves march through the portal in twos and threes. When I could stand idle no longer, I knocked on the exoform's hip to get Claire's attention, then began up the crowded, curving highway, the line of exoforms following me. I could already feel the mana signatures of my companions in the distance, near the top of the cavern at Lodenhold. The highway in front of the palace had been cleared, and only a handful of guards remained. Many of the dwarven lords, who were almost all mages, were accompanying their soldiers to Sapin. This had been Damer Silvershale's idea. The young dwarf had argued that he hadn't received a spell form just to hide within the ground while death rained down on the surface, and had then been one of the first through the portal. "Is everything ready?" I asked as I reached the others, looking around at the group who would be accompanying me to Alacria: Vare, Baron, Micah, Tesha, Chul, and Sylvie. Saris and Silrit were missing, likely still dealing with the portal. "We were just waiting for you and your exoforms," Vare answered. Virion, who stood with Tesha, grunted. "We're already starting to get messages back, and the first few dozen refugees have arrived." He looked over the edge of the highway down to where a cluster of frightened-looking humans were being led from the tunnel connecting to the replaced teleportation gate. "Our efforts are proving effective. He hesitated, his gruff voice suddenly harsh with emotion. He cleared his throat. "I'll be heading to Elenwar immediately. The few groves that have already started to take root there, we don't want to lose them." I gave him an understanding half-smile. "Protect your home, your people, don't give an inch." He coughed and wiped a hint of moisture from his eyes, then pulled me into a hug, smacking my back forcefully. "You take care of my granddaughter, brat." "Of course, Gramps." I returned the gesture more tenderly. "Grandpa, I'm right here," Tesha said teasingly. Faster than expected, his hand snapped out, grabbed her by the wrist, and pulled her into a group hug with us, laughing. Soon Tesha and I were laughing along with him. "Adorable," Micah said nearby, rolling her eyes but unable to suppress a smirk. Sharp steps drew my attention to Lodenhold's main entrance, which loomed above us. Saris was striding in our direction, Silrit at her side and Emily hurrying behind them. Virion cleared his throat and pushed his way free of the hug he'd initiated. "Well, the sky is falling, brat. This is no time to just stand around." "The portal is calibrated," Saris said without preamble. "I'm aware of a receiving platform north of Karjaden inside the Basilisk Fang Mountains. It's occasionally used to move larger numbers of soldiers to and from Tigran Selim for training operations. We won't be able to teleport directly to the fortress, but this will get us as close as possible. I've already sent a message to Kara for our soldiers to begin Tempest warping there to meet us." Emily fiddled with her glasses as she regarded us nervously. "Not to rush you, Regent, but Gideon would like this portal for transportation of the other exoforms once you've left." "We should go immediately," Silrit added. "We've already lost precious hours." Vare gave me a fierce look, nodded, and led the way, followed by Micah, Silrit, and Saris. Sylvie squeezed Virion's hand, gave him a quick kiss on the cheek, then motioned for Chul, and the pair of them trailed after the others. Baron stood tall but stiff in front of Virion. "Sir, it has been an honor. Thank you for the opportunity to support you as your lance." Virion, already red-eyed, scratched at his stubble and glanced away, but only for a second. When he looked back, his gaze glinted with the steel of a man who had been king, who had led the entire continent in a war at unwinnable odds. "And thank you for your support, Baron Wyke's Lance of Dicathen." He strongly emphasized the last word. Baron saluted his commander, spun on his heels, then marched toward Lodenhold. I gestured to Claire, and she led the exoform pilots after Baron. Tesha started to walk away, stopped, and ran to Virion, kissing him on the other cheek from Sylvie. "You be safe, okay?" I tapped 2 fingers to my temple in a sort of casual salute, then Tesha and I followed the others. "Art, before we go," Tesha began haltingly. She produced something from her pocket and held it out. The dark, multifaceted stone I had used to see my mother and sister from afar. "Oh hey, the Creeper's stone," Regis said. "Looks broken again," he added, drawing my attention to cracks running through it. I took it and turned it over in my hand, inspecting the fractures. "I found it at your mom's place," she said. "Ellie told me it had been broken." To save it from Winsome, I confirmed, recalling Ellie mentioning it in the weeks we stayed in Ephiatus after Agrona's defeat. Etha bloomed from me, spilling down my arms in individual bright motes as Aroa's Requiem activated. The motes danced across the relic's surface, fusing the cracks. I resisted the urge to check on Ellie and Mom, instead storing the relic in my dimension rune. Thanks, I said, brushing her fingers with mine. I figured you'd be worried about them, she said with a shrug as we stepped into Lodenhold's outer hall. The exoform pilots were already striding through and Saris and Silrit were gone. The others looked at me and I nodded. They began to step through one by one. Soon, it was just Emily and me standing in front of the arcane frame emitting the bright, opaque portal. My thoughts wandered to those first days at Xyrus Academy when I'd met her in Gideon's class back when he'd been a professor. She chuckled and adjusted her glasses. Who'd have guessed this is where we'd end up? She asked as if reading my thoughts. Her smile slipped and her gaze fell to the ground, then snapped back to me. She stepped closer and took my hand in both of her own. Oh cripes, but I wish I had something smarter to say than just, well, be careful, Arthur. Come back to us, she shook her head and thick hair fell over her face. This world is going to need you just as much when Agrona is gone. She laughed again, almost a sob. There's still the world of the gods crashing into us to deal with. As her face fell, her glasses slipped down her nose. I pushed them back into place with a chuckle. With minds like yours in it, Miss Watskin. This world is going to be just fine, I promise. Tears filled her eyes and I turned away before they started to fall and strode into the portal. I felt myself rushing across the world. Like the portals left behind by the djinn, this new design wasn't quite instant, but there was none of the discomfort. I experienced a blue flash, then the vaguest impression of rushing landscape, and then I was stepping out of a hovering portal over a wide, rune-etched circle. The air was much colder here, and I experienced a brief moment of vertigo as the enclosed hall of Lodenhold became climbing, jagged mountains all around, and above them the open wound. A piece of land broke away, falling in a fiery ball far to the west somewhere. An expansive but utilitarian encampment spread out around us. Alacrian mages of all descriptions were coming out of buildings, hurrying up the primary road and gathering around Saris. Some eyed the rest of us warily, while others curiously began to walk circles around the exoforms, exclaiming in wonder at what must have been to them a very strange sight. In all, there seemed to be 3, perhaps 400 mages. Free Alacrians, Saris said, her voice echoing effortlessly around the encampment. The time has come to assail Agrona's fortress, the heart of his power in Alacria. Each of you has worked tirelessly since before the fall of sovereign Orlith Vritra to secure a future for Alacria free of the Vritra clan's authoritarian regime. Now together we will fulfill the promise we made ourselves when this revolution began. There were some cheers in response, and Saris continued speaking, but my attention turned to one specific figure among the hundreds. Kira bypassed the crowd gathering around Saris and moved straight for the rest of us. Her brows knit tonight as she looked at me, but someone bumped me aside, and Chul hurried to her, wrapped her in a crushing hug and lifted her off the ground. Lady Kira, he said with a laugh, shaking her like a child with a stuffed bear. It is excellent to see you, and I find myself very glad to fight alongside you again, even if you must feel quite awkward to be in the presence of my brother Arthur and his lady love, this fair elven princess here. Everyone within earshot froze. Regis halfway manifested out of my body as he, too, went to greet Kira's side, completed his transformation, and then nipped Chul's hand hard enough to draw blood. Og, you devilish beast, what have you done this for? Chul grumbled, immediately distracted as he lunged for Regis, who dodged away, flashing in and out of corporeality so that he became impossible for the phoenix to grab. Rubbing the back of my neck and feeling clad in an aura of pure awkwardness, I approached Kira. Sorry. She crossed her arms beneath her chest and gave me a wry look. What kind of stories have you been telling him about our time ascending together? Tesha walked up and gave me a similar expression. Ascending together, huh? Is this some kind of Alacrian slang I'm not familiar with? I decided that the wisest course of action was to remain very still and silent. Both women began to laugh as Tesha slipped an arm through Kiraz. I don't think I ever saw this side of him, Kiraz said, tossing her navy hair. Ascender Grey, as I knew him, was the most serious, brooding man I ever met. Funny how even here, at the very precipice, looking upon the literal end of the world, you seem better now, Arthur Leywin, more yourself. I cleared my throat. I learned a lot about who I wanted to be by pretending to be the person I once was. From the corner of my eye, I caught Saris motioning to me. Time to go. I approached and stood between her and Silrit as hundreds of Alacrian soldiers looked on. I've provided all the necessary instruction, Saris said quietly, but had hoped you would say a few words as well. I nodded and looked out at the small army. You know who I am, many of you may have even seen me before. You knew me as Ascender Grey and now as Arthur Leywin. I am not an Alacrian, but I have spent time among you, trained your students. A cheer went up from somewhere in the crowd, fought for your people. We may be from two separate continents, but our lived experience is not so far separated as the lands we were born upon. We have unity of purpose in the elimination of evil that threatens your families, your bloods, just as much as my own. The Vritra clan has offered you nothing but subjugation and brutality, no different than Dicathen. You are all here today because you believe that Alacria can be a better place. My voice softened, but the mountain valley was so silent my voice carried easily to everyone regardless. And you are right, this continent is yours so long as you'll fight for it. A soldier near the front lines began to slam his spear into his shield rhythmically, and the warrior beside him kept time by hammering the butt of his huge warhammer against the ground. Soon the entire army was stamping their feet or clashing their weapons. Silrit stepped aside and pointed toward the mountain pass with his sword. To Tigran Selim, for Alacria, someone shouted in the ranks. The cry was picked up and the army began to march swiftly down the rough trail. As I stood by to watch, Chul jogged back to my side. Must we really move on foot to accommodate these soldiers? A long march through the mountains would be completed in only an hour if we flew ahead. One more necessary delay, I muttered, but the last one I hope. Silrit moved at the front of the ranks, but Saris stepped aside to join me. Our sentries confirm the road is clear from here to Tigran Salem, but there is a sizable encampment set up just beyond the range of whatever power has been protecting the fortress. We should expect resistance. The lances stood near the receiving platform with the 10 exopharm pilots. They had watched warily as Saris gathered all these Alacrian mages around herself and listened to our speeches. Now Vere stepped forward. Sentries aside, we three will scout ahead throughout the journey, Arthur. I nodded, and Vere, Baron, and Micah all flew into the air and started out ahead of us. Saris fell in beside her ranks, walking with the soldiers who had decided to fight Agrona for her. I gave the order for the exopharms to take up the rear. I will watch from above, Chul grunted, scowling as a small meteor of Ephiaten landmass impacted the mountains several miles to the west. He then flew up into the air and hovered a couple 100 feet above the advancing army. I spent the first part of the journey at the back of the line. Claire and I fell into an easy rhythm of conversation. She'd learned much about the Alacrian style of fighting during her training, but there were significant holes in it. Over the next couple of hours, I gave her a crash course in fighting beside and against their battle groups. When we were done, I headed to the front of the line, where Saris, Kara, and Silrit were leading, and thought I would educate them on the best use of the exopharms. Saris only quirked one corner of her mouth wryly at me. What do you think I did during my time in Voldorial after Agrona's attack searching for you? I think you will find I know quite as much about your beast machines as you do, Arthur, maybe even more. After that, I took to cycling through positions. Flying forward to check on the lances. Falling back to help Chul blast any chunks of Ephiatus that fell too close to us out of the air. Marching with the soldiers who were eager to hear more about my ascents or to relive my fights at the Victoriad. Or to walk with Tesha and Sylvie, going over what Tess could remember from her time in Tigran Salem. We kept up a good pace, but still, it was a long march through difficult terrain. Above us, the wound seemed to grow inch by inch, tearing ever wider. I could only hope that the people of both continents were being protected as best they could be. In all, it took 12 full hours, although the journey would have been twice as long had every soldier among us not been a hardened fighter and mage. We caught our first glimpse of Tigran Salem in the distance 2 full hours before we reached its outskirts. It was lit by the glow of Ephiatus through the wound, which bathed the Basilisk Fang Mountains in golden light as if our own sun hadn't already set. The silhouette of dark spires and towers clawed their way out of the mountainside and reached up into the bright night sky toward the wound. It wasn't until we rounded a sharp bend in the winding path, though just beneath the fortress, that we saw the Loyalist encampment. Crowded into a narrow ravine along the rough mountain path, several hundred tents and small structures had been erected. Fires dotted the encampment, and thousands of figures milled around within it. We were moving with our mana signatures. For those that had them, retracted as much as possible, but with so many eyes in the camp, it was only moments before someone saw us. A flare of mana went up, casting flickering red light across the mountainside, and suddenly people were rushing into haphazard formations. "Continue forward," Saris ordered, her voice carrying back down the line. I waved for Chul, Sylvie, the lances, who had fallen back to the main force as we approached Tigran Salem, and the others to stay with the column, and Saris and I flew forward. When we were within a few hundred feet of the forwardmost line of opposition, several shields flickered into existence to bar our path. Saris looked to me. "People of Alacria," I said, projecting my voice outward on an edge of etheric intent. "Stand down and let us pass. We are proceeding to Tigran Salem in order to— Oh, we know why you're here," a man's voice boomed in response. A tall man with one horn stepped out of the lines of Alacrian mages. He had a beakish nose and unkempt black hair that hid the stump where his second horn used to be. His most distinctive feature, however, was his mismatched eyes, one a muddy brown, the other a bright scarlet that shone even across the distance. From somewhere behind me I heard, "Ah, my brother in heterochromia," followed instantly by, "Not now, goober," from Regis. "Wolfram," Sarah said, her voice cold. "Still you scurry underfoot the Vritra, even as they continue to perish one by one. How unfortunate. You would have been better served by staying loyal to my cause instead of putting your faith in Dragoth. My condolences, of course." "I heard the unfortunate news about my compatriot, your leash holder," Wolfram sneered. "You won't go any farther," Saris unblooded. "We are prepared to defend our high sovereign and we are 10 to your 1. My brows rose. "I can barely sense enough mana from your encampment to conjure these shields in front of you. You're depleted from the recent pulse. Don't be stupid, you don't have to die here for nothing." Wolfram laughed. A few of the loyalist mages joined him, and then a few more, and then suddenly their entire encampment rang with mirth. As if someone had pulled aside a curtain, their mana signatures blazed, each at their full strength. "The High Sovereign has prepared us for your arrival," Wolfram said, his laugh carrying through his words. Then his face twisted into a snarl. "All loyal Alacrians, destroy the High Sovereign's enemies and be rewarded with incredible power in the world he'll build atop their bones." The shields fell, and hundreds of spells began to pour from the enemy camp. Chapter 515, Crystalline Curtain, Arthur Leywin. I clenched my fists as I focused on my new god rune. 30 feet in front of us, at the same point demarcated by the opposing Alacrian army's previously conjured shields, space hardened. 1,000 spells, sickly green jets of acid, dark motes of void wind, winged summons of blue fire, struck the impassable space and ruptured, a chaotic entanglement of combusting magic like a badly timed firework display. Light oozed through the hardened space in a slow trickle, so that the sound of the impacts reached us before the visual cues. The loyalist Alacrian army appeared frozen on the other side, stunned. "Arthur, focus on Tigran Salem," Saris shouted. "We will take care of the army." With 2 fingers she gestured forward, and a volley of spells fired in return, though far fewer in number. I released the condensed plane of manipulated space, knowing that, on the other side, it would seem as if time leaped forward as 100 spells manifested out of nowhere. A wall of shields appeared just before the loyalist front line, wheels of fire, translucent panels of mana, rectangular blocks of stone like tower shields, among dozens of other unique implementations of their shield's runes. I activated King's Gambit and Realmheart, summoned my armor, which feathered across my body in an instant, then flew up toward the barrier wrapped around the entire fortress. As Realmheart took effect, a shimmering bubble of pure mana particles, invisible to the naked eye, came into view. It emanated from the ground just beyond the loyalist encampment. I could sense that it carved its way underground as well, enclosing all of Tigran Salem in an egg-shaped field. Dark motes clung to the pure mana, basilisk decay-type magic, hidden within the barrier. One could walk right through it without realizing, only to end up dead a few seconds later. King's Gambit began to unfold the various options at my disposal, even as I kept an eye on the battle progressing below. Tendrils of dark mana flew with our army's initial volley, and wherever they touched the loyalists' defensive barricade, the shields collapsed. Dozens of our spells slipped through, landing among the defenseless loyalists with screams of pain and shouted orders. Strikers from both sides were surging forward, but although our forces were vastly outnumbered, Chull and Regis led the charge. Flames wrapped around Chull, and he leapt in a spinning maneuver that sent flames out from himself in a wide arc. Shields flickered around the charging strikers but shattered just as quickly, and in an instant dozens of warriors were immolated, collapsing the loyalists' front line. They barely had time to acknowledge this crushing blow to their numbers before Regis set upon them. In his shadow wolf form, Regis suddenly became ethereal, his entire body taking on the texture and transparency of the smoky flames of his mane. His incorporeal body divided, separating first into 2, then 4, then 8 identical copies of himself. Each copy erupted in destruction as it passed into the lines of strikers, running through conjured shields and into the oncoming bodies. Each mage touched by Regis's destructive form was devoured by the amethyst flames. A dozen men fell, then 2, and within seconds, 100 or more loyalists had been unmade by destruction. The disparate, smoky forms of Regis wavered before all snapping back together into one, but the damage was done. The strikers broke, their lines shattered, and hundreds of soldiers turned to run away individually instead of continuing forward as a cohesive unit. Their supporting shields and casters struggled to cover their retreat as more spells followed from our forces, our own strikers rushing to catch up. While one part of my mind tracked the action below, the bulk of my consciousness was bent on understanding and dissecting Agrona's barrier. The most immediate possibility was to simply God step beyond it, right to the front doors of Tigran Salem, But as I looked deeper into the occluded space beyond the barrier, I realized the deadly aura was not simply a shell, but the same motes of decay-type magic clung to all the atmospheric mana inside as well. I could perhaps push through it undeterred, but I wouldn't risk any of my companions without knowing more about it. Next, I considered my new god rune. Over the last few days, I had come to understand and think about it only as the Spatium god rune. I envisioned tunneling through the barrier, creating a safe space for my companions and I to travel through. But though the Spatium god rune itself represented manifested insight, I hadn't had time to experiment with it extensively, and I couldn't be certain Agrona's spell would be affected by a manipulation of the space itself, nor that I could control an extra-dimensional space that would allow my companions to pass through. Perhaps I could make a pocket dimension and move it around us as we passed through this death field. Directly below me, a fleeing striker passed beyond the barrier. He traveled only 2 steps before his body stiffened, his eyes rolled up toward the sky, and he slammed to the ground dead. "Reform ranks," the one-horned Vitriblood was shouting. A rain of spells from the casters was falling down on our own strikers and casters, while the limited number of our shields attempted to block them. Spiraling dark voids and expansive panels of ice supplemented these shields, however, as Ceres and Vare focused on defending our soldiers. Lightning and stones crashed among the Loyalist army's back lines from where Micah and Baron had moved around the mountainside, flanking the encampment. A small core of Loyalist battle groups, seemingly more organized and synergizing better than many of the others, moved forward to meet the 10 exoforms. A wall of translucent panels sprang up, flickering rapidly to allow spells from their casters to fly through. Claire led the charge, her blazing fire salt-edged blade sparking and hissing as it impacted the overlapping shields. They collapsed, and she burst through, falling on 2 surprise strikers. I felt a thrum of small, vindictive pleasure at watching the 9 non-mages, led by a young woman whose core had been destroyed, disassemble the well-organized battle groups in a moment. Spells rolled off the mana shrouding the exoform, and once its griffin-like form was through the front lines, there was little the casters or shields could do to slow it. Spell cancellation was the next avenue I considered for removing the shroud of death that hung around Tigran's coelom. Tendrils of purified ether released from my core and out my channels, tentatively probing Agrona's barrier. The decay-type field pressed back against the ether, condensing around it. I sought out where the black motes were bound to the purified mana, wedging ether between them like a pry bar. The spell fought back, the decay clinging to the mana as it rolled like oil around my efforts to separate it. I pressed with a second, then third tendril attacking it from multiple directions, simultaneously wedging, prying, and pulling, even as I realized that, if it took this much effort to unbind a single particle, it would be a pointless effort even if I succeeded. As if giving way in recognition of my understanding, the decay-type mode of mana slipped free of the bond. The particle of pure mana was spit out of the bara, but a bright green mote of wind attribute atmospheric mana flowed in to fill the void, and the unseated piece of decay grabbed a hold of it like a virus. I frowned, following the many competing and entwined threads of King's Gambit toward my next attempt to undo the spell. Below me, the battle was well in hand. Despite being outnumbered 10-1, there was little the Alacrian forces could do against the combined efforts of Chul, Sylvie, Ceres, Silrit, and the Lances. The Alacrians simply did not have the force necessary to combat such power, and it was only a matter of time before they gave up or died to a man. Even as this thought flickered across a disengaged corner of my mind, a horrible crack split the air like a thunderbolt. The cliff faces to both sides rippled with mana, and the solid stone began to disintegrate, moving like sand as it collapsed. Suddenly, the bulk of our army was in the path of twin landslides cascading down into the valley. I instinctively finched in that direction, but an instant later, Vare and Micah were already casting their own spells. On one side of the valley, the stone hardened, fusing back into the side of the mountain, its momentum seizing suddenly. An unnatural, flowing shelf of rock was left behind. Opposite of it, great buttresses of ice rushed to meet the avalanche, catching and pressing it back against the mountainside as a new iceberg was formed, freezing tumbling rocks and sloughing sheets of stone together into a single, motionless, gleaming tableau. In the hollow spaces left behind by the rock slides, 2 twin, opaque portals gleamed with menace, like 2 thunderous eyes glaring down from the cliffs. I had only enough time to acknowledge their existence before creatures began to stumble out of them. A handful of twisted, fused-together monstrosities of exposed sinew, mummified flesh, and grafted weapons chittered out torn throat, gurgling noises as they flinched away from the sun, their misshapen faces panning jumpily. Within a couple of seconds, they spotted the armies below them. The reaction was immediate. A hateful bellow issued from one and was answered by the rest. Then the chimeras, the very same from the first relictum's zone I had ever discovered, were sprinting down the mountainside with wild abandon. I hesitated, my striated consciousness momentarily slipping back into alignment as all of my disparate thoughts focused on those two portals. Had they been there all the time, or was this some new trap prepared by Agrona for our arrival? Did they enter directly into the relictums, or had Agrona been recreating the creatures outside of the relictums? I acknowledged the importance of this distinction with a certain amount of dread. My hesitation continued as Silrit flashed into the middle of the chimeras, his blade perfectly bypassing their meager defenses to flay grotesque flesh and bone. They tumbled lifelessly past him down the mountainside, their broken bodies shattering to pieces. And yet above, more were already clawing their way from the portal. Across the valley, dark shapes emerged from the twin portal at the same time. These winged forms had thin legs and bulbous bodies, long necks and spear-like beaks. Unlike the chimera's mindless bellows, a dozen spear beaks immediately leaped into the air, whirled around, and lobbed poisoned weapons down upon our army. In a single motion, I conjured my blade and swept it from right to left through a dozen individual points revealed by God's step. The blade reappeared to carve through each of the attackers, and all 12 of them cried out and plummeted from the sky. Our forces were now facing enemies on 3 sides, and there was no way to be sure how many or for how long enemies could pour from the twin portals. Saris was already recalling the forward strikers as she and Vare focused on protecting the fighting force. Chul continued to wade through the loyalist army with Regis, while Silrit and Baron each took a portal, hacking through the monsters that continued to appear. I looked back at Tigran Selim, teeth gritted in frustration. If I got bogged down fighting here, Sylvie, who should have been supporting the others, was floating slowly toward me. A few stray spells targeted her, but she batted them away effortlessly. There was something strange in the cadence of her progression, as if she'd forgotten where she was or what she was supposed to be doing. Sylv. I sent, projecting her name questioningly. She didn't answer until she was close enough to speak. Hello, Arthur. Her eyes flashed ruby red. I let out a bitter, huffing scoff. Agrona, lovely day for a battle, isn't it? The words, though they came from Sylvie's lips, sounded nothing like her. The wry quirk of her lips, the awkward way in which she hung in the air, all spoke to the truth. She was no longer piloting her own physical body. I'm glad to see my little barrier has proven an interesting challenge for you. Jaye and I have had ever so much fun considering ways to counter your various abilities. Sylvia Grona chuckled. She thinks very highly of you, Jaye. And I suppose her esteem isn't without reason. You've proven to be far more competent and interesting than I'd originally expected. I wonder what might have happened had I accepted your surrender back then, as the war came crashing down around you. Hubris, Arthur, it is inevitably a painful downfall of my kind. Thankfully, each time I begin succumbing to it, someone like you comes along to remind me of my own fallibility. What do you want, Agrona? I asked, my mind racing as I considered ways to break Sylvie free of his control. I'd been so certain that her resurrection had removed his ability to take over her body from a distance. Sylvia Grona laughed, a cruel sound that I found disorienting coming from my bond. To talk, obviously. I felt as if this form would be better suited to the task. In person, it seems you would be likely to shoot first and ask questions later, as I believe the expression goes. My eyes skated past Sylvie's form to the battlefield below, but Sylvia Grona dipped down, face bright and manic. Oh ho, no getting distracted. She rotated around me, putting her back right up to the deadly barrier. Let your friends do what you brought them to do, fight, die, be the fodder you see them as. I don't, I cut myself off, refusing to be manipulated by his taunts. With Realmheart and King's Gambit active, I followed the progress of the battle below with my other senses, even though I was forced to turn my back to the battlefield. The crown looks good on you, Art my boy, Sylvia Grona continued, as if in recognition of my own thoughts. You just can't escape it, can you? That urge to be in control, to be king, she laughed again. You carry it from life to life in the same way the legacy carried her potential. That was quite the trick, by the way, severing Cecilia from the legacy. Sylvia Grona's eyes darkened. How'd you manage that? Agrona's words stirred a thought inside me. I let myself relax and my eyes go unfocused as I looked for the golden threads that I knew connected Sylvie to all those whose lives entwined with her own, including Agrona. But the connection to fate wasn't there. Instead, I sent a quick command to Regis. I'm glad you asked. Your continued ignorance is more than I had dared hope for, I answered firmly. No matter what you do, the power of the legacy is beyond your reach. Sylvia Grona looked up at the wound, brows raised in a question. Maybe, but you should not speak so confidently when you've still seen so little. The universe is very large, Arthur Leywin, and there are oh so many ways to skin a cat. A scream punctuated the battlefield as I sensed the chimeras, numerous enough that Silrit's blade couldn't find them all, crash into our Alacrian forces. I started to look, and Sylvia Grona drifted backwards, breaking the plane of the decay field. My fist snapped out, grabbing Sylvie by the front of her black-scaled armor and yanking her back out of the barrier. My face twisted into a wrathful grimace. Enough, Agrona, your daughter is not a bargaining chip or an experiment, or a grotesque grin spread across Sylvia Grona's face. My daughter, you said the key words yourself, Artie. I think between the two of us, what Sylvie is or isn't will be up to me to decide. But I owe you my thanks for keeping her well fed and cared for up until now. And of course for bringing her so close. My eyes widened as a pulse of ether rippled out from her. My own ether crashed back against it, attempting to hold her Eva abilities in check, but in the moment in between, Sylvia Grona wrenched free of my grip and threw herself into the decay field, her arms flailing and legs kicking as if she were swimming through the air toward Tigran Selim. The time stop shattered, and Regis, already rushing toward Sylvie at my earlier command, shot past me through the barrier and into the decay field behind her. God's step flared, and I plunged into the etheric pathways, appearing next to Sylvie. Black liquid was already leaking from her nose and eyes as she grinned. I grabbed her just as Regis shot into her body. Gee gotcha, Sylvia Grona croaked, spitting up black bile over pale lips. Tens of thousands of dark motes struck me simultaneously from every direction. My core burned as it pumped ether to my skin, reinforcing the layer that always clad my body against the impact. My concentration slipped and all my godrunes went dark. Sylvia Grona's fingers clenched around my throat as she laughed. I struggled to find God's step, to pull us both beyond the edges of the spell, but I couldn't grasp it. My skin was aflame, the black motes burrowing into every inch of me, Sylvia Grona's laughter like a saw blade behind my eyes. Hold on, princess. Regis's voice fought through the pain and disorientation. I realized the world had gone dark and I could feel it spinning, a gasp. Fluttering light. Sylvie's face smeared with inky slime, eyes clear, expression pure desperation. Violet flames dancing from her skin, destruction. She was burning from within, we were falling. Arthur, Sylvie screamed, her voice piercing my ears and my mind at the same time. Black motes writhed across my skin, burrowing between the scales and joints of my armor, through my ether and into my flesh. I could feel them clogging my ether channels and scrabbling at the gates forged in my ether core. The purified ether within me fought to purge the attacking decay, but unlike straightforward wounds, it seemed to struggle. It was as if the motes were driven by a consciousness that encouraged them deeper and deeper into my body. Sylvie took my weight as we struck the ground hard enough to buckle her knees. Where she touched me, destruction ate away my armor and body, and she quickly released me. Regis, go to Arthur, she ordered, pointing down at me. Use destruction to burn away the decay. I attempted to stand, but pain racked my body so intensely that the world went black, then white, and I came to once again on my back. I can't, Regis exclaimed in our linked minds. Destruction is the only thing holding Agrona and this fucking decay field at bay. You'll die or turn against us. Sylvie knelt beside me, her hands outstretched as if she wanted to touch me but was holding herself back. I'm sorry, Arthur, but this is going to hurt. Then she grabbed me. Destruction again devoured flesh, armor, ether, whatever it could. Sylvie began to drag me across the rough ground, back toward the sounds of fighting and explosions of mana. She held me gingerly, first by the pauldron of my armor, but when that was gone, by my arm. We were halfway when destruction had taken more of the arm than the tissue could manage, and the arm came apart in her hands. My bond screamed in fury and heartbreak as she switched to my other arm. We moved another 100 feet, then stopped. I felt something coming closer and, despite the agony, twisted my head around to look. A writhing orb of dark light approached through the gloom. The golden light of the wound was dimmed within the decay field, and two forms of darkness snapped and bit at each other around the orb. Within it, I could just make out the shadow of a silhouette. Sylvie released me, pulling her destruction-wreathed hands away from my disintegrating flesh. Then the orb wrapped around us. At its center, Saris looked down at me. A thin sheen of perspiration gleamed on her brow, but she appeared otherwise unharmed by the ongoing battle. A hook set with bait, a trap sprung, she muttered, staring into and through me. I couldn't manage a response, my jaw locked tight in a rictus of pain. The scene around me faded in and out in red and black waves. Hands pressed against my cheeks. I stared up into Saris's face. I had no thoughts. Everything but the barren edge of my senses was locked behind pain. In my eyes, dark light. In my skin and blood and bones, cold void, I gasped. Saris pushed her void magic through me, alongside my own healing ether, and the decay-type mana was expelled in a sudden rush. It swarmed beyond the edges of her void shield. Balling like a fist, it crashed down against the shield, which quaked and began to crack. The swarm retreated, balling up again, gathering more dark motes to itself. I struggled to stand without working arms. With the invading decay expelled, I was already healing, but replacing a lost arm was not instant, even for me. Thanks, I said to Saris as I regarded Agrona's mana building toward another attack. I won't be able to hold against another blow like that. It's time to get out of here, Arthur, Saris said firmly. Time, I thought, the word resounding in my skull. I pulled from my earlier musings one of many ideas, potential ways in which to counter the decay field. But I had lacked the time to try them all. My King's Gambit enhanced thoughts moved far faster than my physical form ever could. Sylvie, can you give us time? Through the aura of destruction, she gave a single nod and uncertain shrug at the same time. I will try. With my body back under my control, I reached for Aroa's Requiem. Time. Violet motes began to emanate from my flesh and rolled down my arms. They jumped and danced like little bugs of my own. I forced more ether into the god rune, and the motes continued to appear, continued to build upon my skin. Outside, the dark sparks of decay moved as if the air itself were viscous. The consistent battle between Ceres's void magic and Agrona's decay field was waged in slow motion. Ceres herself seemed frozen, her body a lifelike statue. Already, Sylvie's eyes were narrowed as she struggled. He's fighting back. She groaned through bared teeth. I was running out of time, but I knew I would need every prolonged second, every single particle of ether. My entire form seemed alive with the motes conjured by Aroa's Requiem, like I was a dropped piece of meat covered in ants. Sylvie gasped and I sensed her Eva ability quake. I stepped out of Ceres's protective bubble directly into the line of attack. Time snapped back into motion, and the thrumming cluster of decay slammed down around me. Like a wave, it simultaneously struck and broke. The particles swarming around me, again trying to push their way inside me, to clog my own biology and rip me to pieces from within. But they impacted the barrier formed by Aroa's Requiem first. Wherever the dark particles of decay impacted a bright amethyst mote, they were scrubbed clean. That essence of decay, the mechanism by which a basilisk housed and purified mana through their core, imbuing it with their natural affinity with the decay attribute, was cleansed. What else is decay if not the act of decomposition over time? I laughed as I watched the process work. Each Aroa's Requiem particle leapt on a dark fleck of decay attribute mana, reversing the decay until a bright, colorful particle of water, earth, air, or fire remained. In moments, the attacking swarm dissolved into nothing but a dense cloud of atmospheric mana around me, but the decay field remained. I thrust my hands outward, willing Aroa's Requiem to reach into the air. The darting violet motes took flight, attacking the decay, breaking its bonds, and reverting it back to its natural form. The decay field popped like a bubble, and the remaining decay attribute mana was retracted back into Tigran's Selim. The path forward was clear. As the violet sparks of Aroa's Requiem returned to me, I felt my insight deepening, cascading layers of new understanding into the nature of progression, decay, entropy, and rejuvenation, overlaying my initially limited insight into the god rune. My fingers twitched and all that energy jumped to Sylvie. Reading my intention, Regis doused the flames still cladding her form and hopped out of her body. Aroa's Requiem hesitated at the barrier of her flesh. Sylvie, of course, knew exactly what I was doing, and so she embraced it. Aroa's Requiem sank into her skin, the particles searching through her body in much the same way I'd done with the lances when releasing them from Kezes's bond on their cores. The curse laid on Sylvie by Agrona was much deeper, but my understanding of Aroa's Requiem now was much greater. In moments, I had scoured away the dark mark inside her mind at the base of her skull, a piece of Agrona's magic implanted there when she'd been only an egg. I had to give it to him. Inventing a piece of magic that subsisted beyond even her death and resurrection was an impressive feat, and it had very nearly been my undoing. I looked up at Tigran's Selim. Not out of tricks just yet, are you, Agrona? It's gone, Sylvie said, rubbing at the base of her skull. We're certain this time, I nodded. He'll never control you again, I promise it. My bond's eyes shone fiercely, angry tears building in the corners. She wiped the dark ichor from her lips and nodded in understanding. Despite the weight of the moment, I could not give it the time it deserved. While I'd been struggling against Agrona's trap, the battle had continued in the valley behind us. Despite the appearance of the Relictum's beasts, it seemed as though things were under control. I hesitated to take the next step, but this battle was a distraction. Our real target was still inside. Projecting my voice through my own etheric aura so it rang out across the battlefield, I gave the command to progress to the next phase of the battle. The lances broke away from their positions, flying in my direction with Tesha safeguarded between them. Ceres returned to the fight, helping Silrit to hold back the tide of creatures still spilling out of the Relictums. Sensing Chul begin to follow them, I led the way up toward the closest of many balconies that protruded from the sheer walls. Ether built in my fist until I reached it, then released as an etheric blast. The glass front exploded inward, the mana warding and hardening it unable to hold up against the force. I strode into what appeared to be a small office. It was sparsely decorated and seemed to have been ransacked at some point. The rubble of my entrance did little to improve it. Stepping aside so that Sylvie and Regis could enter, I waited for the rest. Tesha would be our guide through the fortress. I couldn't sense Agrona's mana signature, but I knew he was here. The lances alighted on the balcony with Tesha and the four stepped in, looking around. So this is where the dark god rests his head at night, huh? Micah said, kicking away a splintered shelf that had fallen from the wall. She nudged Baron and grinned. I expected a stronger smell of manure. Vare's cool gaze flicked to Micah before returning to the room. Riley, she said, eyes open, Lance Omricker. You can still step in it even if it doesn't stink. Tesha ran her fingers through the dust that had settled on the desktop. This must belong to one of his researchers. We're quite a ways from his private wing, but her voice cut off with a sharp gasp as several mana signatures suddenly appeared throughout the battlefield below. I spun, flying out through the shattered entrance I'd made. Below, a large hunk of metal was skipping across the hard stone of the valley floor, sparks and slate-gray feathers flying with each impact. Chasing the gray blur was a man with gray skin, blood-red eyes, and spiraling horns. He drew back a long glaive, ready to strike. In an instant, I made out not only the single wraith but 5 others scattered throughout the battlefield. Chull had reversed course, diving back down into the battle. As I tensed to fly after Claire and Chull, Mana lurched behind me. Stomach clenching painfully, my head jerked around as the office's interior door began to unfold, the space suddenly not space, but 10,000 crystalline shards that rolled over and past each other like a curtain of glass. I recognized the sight immediately. Each entrance into the Relictum's ruins had been guarded by an identical portal. As I hovered frozen between the portal and the attacking wraiths, suddenly the curtain rolled forward, the crystals wiping away the room and absorbing everything they touched. It was fast, far too fast. Tesha, standing only a few feet away, barely had time to stumble, eyes flaring, before the crystals were wrapping around her. The Spatium Godrune activated. Reaching down, I condensed the space between Claire and myself, pulling her away from the wraith even as I lunged toward Tesha's outstretched arm as the rest of her vanished inside the crystalline curtain. The walls around the crystals were transforming, rippling, pushing out from the fortress itself. No, more like new walls were forming and extending outward, as if a second structure were merging with Tigran Selim or being born from it. My fingers wrapped around Tesha's hand, and she screamed as if she were being pulled in two. Claire's griffin-like exoform skid across the floor toward me. Micah, who had been closest to the balcony, flailed as she sped backwards out of the shattered wall. Vare, too close to the expanding portal, turned as if in slow motion to push Baron back, but he was lunging forward, attempting to pull her away. The portal rushed across the room, the purple-veined stonework melting into reality as if from nowhere. I can't pull her back out, I thought to my companions, letting Tesha's fingers slip through mine as she disappeared into what could only be the Relictums. Without hesitating, I stepped in after her. The crystalline curtain parted easily. Chapter 516, Ever His Humble Servant. Caradnoir, shit. The ground erupted at my side, lifting me into the air and sending me spinning. My crest flared and wind pushed at my shoulders and heels, righting me before I touched down lightly onto the churned soil of the battlefield. Mana ignited in my Dicathen regalia, and illusory smoke and flames wrapped around me, disguising my physical form before jumping from my body and springing up into a handful of dim copies of myself. An instant later, a black jet of void wind and sulfur seared the ground only a few feet to my right, passing through one of my duplicates. I didn't even have time to look around and get my bearings before throwing myself aside as several more black beams decimated the ground all around me. Aiming wildly, I fired back with all 7 currently active orbitals, each of which emanated a similar black beam. I sensed, rather than saw, the sulfur glance off a powerful mana signature. Wraiths, I thought as I scrambled across the ground, my duplicates shifting around me, melting and then reappearing in different places to further disguise my location. My counterattack had barely faded before I pulled the orbitals back into a defensive structure instead. The 7 silver shards, zipping like little birds around me, connected with each other, their stored mana fusing into a barrier. A heartbeat later, another ray hit, this time directly into my shielding. The barrier broke, and I sucked in a breath as mana was dragged out of me to replenish the orbitals. Desperate, I looked around for a safe place to take cover, knowing I couldn't take another such strike. If not for the increased strength and power I'd gained since meeting Gray or Arthur, I'd already be dead, I knew. The battlefield was chaos. Smoke and dusk occluded everything, and the constant flashing of spellfire only served to further blind me. The original Loyalist army had taken heavy losses in the first exchange, but I could hear shouted orders and sense their battle groups reforming as our own forces were trapped between them and the beasts flowing out of the 2 Relictum's portals. The appearance of an entire battle group of wraiths just as Arthur disappeared into Tigran Selim was the death knell of our ability to remain organized. Before I could find a place to take cover, 2 Loyalist strikers caught sight of me through the gloom. I was trapped between them and the wraith at my back, who I hadn't even gotten a good look at. Another heartbeat passed, and I felt a swelling of mana behind me, the wraith preparing for another volley. A bright yellow-orange flash lit the murk, temporarily blinding me. A bright intent collided with the dark signature of the wraith, and a gust of wind blasted away all the smoke and dust for several hundred feet in every direction. Chull. The two strikers had taken half a step forward before flinching back as the impact rolled over us all. I didn't hesitate, wind pushing my feet as I sprang forward, clearing the 15 yards with a single bound and bringing my blade around in two quick cuts. The first striker barely got a stone-covered arm up to deflect, but my sword skated off it and caught him in the temple. Fear caused the second striker's mana to waver, and the flames around his sword dimmed just as my own collided with it. His cheap steel snapped at the hilt, and the red blade of my weapon buried itself in his ribs. Before their bodies had even hit the ground, I leapt atop a boulder, which sat in the crushed remains of a large tent. From there, I was finally able to get a look around the battlefield. Chull clashed with three wraiths 50 feet above the battlefield. One, a four-horned man with glowing red eyes, gripped the haft of Chull's weapon in one hand while clawing at Chull's throat with the other. Black flames crackled against bright orange phoenix fire, sending out whistling flares that crashed into the battlefield below them. Wherever they fell, men screamed and died. The second wraith, a woman wrapped so deeply in shadow that I could not make out her features, sent out tendrils to wrap around Chull's wrists and ankles, preventing him from breaking the hold of the first. A huge man with horns that curled down his jaw fired sparkling bullets like black diamonds that burst with acid on impact, each one finding its mark against Chull, even as the other wraiths wrestled with the half-phoenix. On the ground, Wolfram's forces were struggling to reform their lines. After the strikers broke, the shields and casters had been pushed back until they could go no farther due to the barrier around Tigran's Selam. With that gone, they were falling back and regrouping, while the strikers flowed in from around the mountain pass. Their number had already been cut in half at least. Our own soldiers had also been forced into a defensive position, however, huddling beneath the protection of their shields and a roving cloud of void magic controlled by Ceres, who I couldn't see through the chaos. Up on the ridges, monsters still poured out of the Relictum's portals. 4 of Arthur's xperrif stood on each plateau, slaughtering the creatures as they appeared. I thought I had seen one pierced through by a massive blood iron spike, and I did not know where the last xperrif had gone. I took all this in with a sweeping glance, my mind racing. Chull is the strongest combatant on the field, which is why they're piling on him. If they take him out, there will be little the rest of us can do against them. Ceres's ability to scour away the connection between a mage and their mana is powerful, but when they're grouped up like this, the wraiths are stronger. I sensed the building up of mana an instant before a spell struck me. A bullet of ice which shattered against the mana, cladding my skin but still knocked me off the rock on which I'd been perched. My orbitals all swung in the direction the spell had come from, and I locked eyes with a caster, hidden behind a crystalline shield of mana and flanked by 2 strikers. Their shield brought up the rear 20 feet behind them. Gritting my teeth, I pushed mana into the orbitals. Soulfire lanced from the 7 silver spikes, and the crystalline shield grew to protect the entire battle group. The crystal shattered on impact, the sound echoing like a punctuation mark throughout the valley, and Soulfire gouged into all 4 mages almost simultaneously. The shield had only enough time for her eyes to widen a fraction of an inch before the beam scorched her chest cavity. It took less energy to push Soulfire into their flesh and let them burn from the inside, but such a death was slow and needlessly cruel. There was a rush of air and fire, my ears popped, and the collision of mana signatures took my breath away. I fell flat on the ground as a shadow passed over me, and the 4-horned wraith crashed through several lines of nearby tents. I jumped back to my feet and sprinted toward where the wraith had fallen. In the distance, a single figure was flitting around the edges of the Alacrian forces, bombarding them with spells. Suppressing my signature as best I could in the heat of combat, I kept my focus locked on the end of the long trough left by the wraith's fall, watching for any hint of movement or flare of power. I could tell from the continuing mana signature that the wraith was not dead, but his aura was weakened. Soulfire ignited around the red blade of my sword, and I drew back for the strike just as I reached the lip of the crater, and my pulse skipped as I found it empty. Something took hold of my hair from behind, and I felt my head begin to jerk backwards. Reacting in the only way I could think of, my weapon, already poised to strike, twisted in my hands to adjust the angle of the blade, then chopped down through my long hair, shearing it cleanly off. I stumbled forward at the sudden release of tension and threw myself into a diving roll that brought me back up facing my opponent. The 4-horned wraith stared down at the handful of my dark blue hair, his nose wrinkling as if in disgust. "How barbaric," he grumbled, tossing my hair to the ground at his feet. Then his eyes shifted to mine. "Tell me, mage, what is your blood name? For your act of cowardice, I would quite like to hunt down your lineage and exterminate them one by one." I swallowed heavily, unable to break eye contact with the wraith. My orbitals hovered between states as my thoughts faltered. I could not fight this creature one-on-one. My Dicathen regalia was flush with mana, but I withheld the effects of the spell. Even with my illusions, turning and running was likely to result in an even quicker death than attempting to fight, the Wraith scoffed. Scared silent, no matter, you're Reborn. Someone will be able to identify your head after I rip it from your neck. He took a casual step toward me. Smoke and fire poured out of me, hiding my body and forming into a dozen identical copies. The Wraith hesitated, his eyes sweeping across the collection of indistinct forms before locking directly on my own. A wry smile twisted his features cruelly. Pathetic. You really don't? A volley of spells struck the Wraith, but he didn't move, didn't even flinch. Two battle groups of mages were rushing toward us, split off from the main force. The Wraith raised one hand, and a black fan of sulfur and void wind emanated out from him. Conjured shields shattered like glass as the fan bisected all 9 mages in an instant. As the magic retracted, their bodies splattered across the ground, each one cut cleanly in two. I pushed even more mana into my regalia, focusing on losing myself in the midst of the copies. My orbitals spread out, haloing randomly within the cluster and launching beams of sulfur at the Wraith as I prepared to dodge his counter-attack. A black shape, rippling with reflected gold from the wound above, flew over my head and slammed bodily into the Wraith. The immediate collision triggered another shockwave, sending me skidding backwards 15 feet and momentarily disrupting my orbitals, which flew off in every direction. A squat figure wrapped in what looked like black diamonds pummeled the Wraith with an oversized hammer. The ground around him was cracking as he sank into it with each blow, warped gravity visible twisting the air as the dust and smoke was pulled from it. Recognizing the form as Lance Micah Earthborn, I tossed a glance back to where the primary Loyalist force had only moments ago been warding off her attacks. She had left them in disarray, but no less than 10 battle groups had broken away and were closing in on our location. Taking a fortifying breath, I steadied the flow of mana through my regalia. The scattered smoke and fire copies surrounded the Wraith, some darting in to feign attacks, others continuously moving. In a moment of inspiration, I extended the smoky camouflage to Micah, and half of my copies flickered into a new shape, taking her form. My orbitals flashed back into place around me, and 7 beams of black flame bore down on Wraith, but they seemed to glance off harmlessly as he dodged back from Micah's blows, his counterattacks piercing smoky illusions but missing the real lance. "He's a caster," I shouted to her as I watched him fight. Wraiths, like all Alacrians except the Scythes, were primarily trained to fight in battle groups. Without strikers to keep us off him or a shield to defend him, he was vulnerable. "Keep him pinned down." His eyes flicked in my direction, and he tossed a ray of mana back at me, but it speared through one of my copies. Micah's hammer collided with his outstretched arm, slamming it down, but the other snapped toward her, gripping her by the throat. Flames licked between his fingers against the indistinct black diamond armor. There was a horrible crack as the armor began to break. My orbitals bombarded him with strikes, but they did no lasting damage. He was just too powerful. With each heartbeat, more and more of Micah's armor broke and fell away. She clawed at the Wraith's arm with one hand and punched her hammer into the side of his head ineffectually with the other. The 7 controlled orbitals came together in front of me, their power building as I prepared a single focused strike at his arm. But the shadows shifted, and a second Wraith appeared, cutting me off from Micah and the four-horned caster. I released the strike, jumping backwards and adjusting my target, but shadows swallowed the sulfur. A white slash appeared in the face where the mouth might have been, and then dozens of inky tendrils lashed out in every direction. I threw myself back, recalling my orbitals into their defensive formation, but I was too slow. The tendrils struck with whip-crack speed, cutting through each of my regalia's conjurations and lashing across my chest, slamming me to the ground. My vision swam. Dark motes of black and purple seemed to swallow the light, and I thought I must have hit my head. Just as quickly my vision cleared and I rolled onto my side. The shadowy Wraith had turned her back on me and thrown up a swirling shield, but a cloud of void magic ate right through it and then pushed into the four-horned Wraith. His mana signature flickered. Pushing myself onto my knees, I felt for the tethers to my relic bracer's orbitals. They had been tossed away again when I was struck, but they zipped back into position around me. I took a firm mental grip over those tethers and fed as much mana as I could into them, until each silver spike unleashed a dense, continuous beam of soulfire at the shield Wraith's back. She twisted with impossible speed, a second whirling shadow shield appearing between me and her. 2 beams slipped through, striking her in the hip and stomach, but the rest impacted harmless against the barrier. Behind her, beyond the four-horned Wraith and Micah, Sarah strode toward us, a look of intense concentration on her face as she fought for control over her void spell. As Sarah's spell ate into the man's magic, Micah, no longer covered by my smoke and flame illusions, slammed her hammer across the back of his wrist, breaking his hold over her. Her armor was broken in a dozen places, and I could feel the wraith's soulfire inside of her, already burning her life force. But the lance didn't stop swinging. She drove the head of the hammer into his face with a sharp punching motion, then swung it over her head and around into his knee. She smashed the haft into his teeth, then lifted the hammer over her head, but a tendril of shadow from the shield wraith wrapped around it, fighting for control. Somewhere nearby, there was a horrid outpouring of mana and an incredible explosion that nearly drove the air from my lungs. Choking on the power, I pushed all of my focus and as much mana as I could maneuver into my blade for a second time, then I was sprinting toward the wraiths. Several misty tentacles shot toward me. My orbitals flashed into their defensive mode, connecting and forming a shield around me. A round-headed mace, blazing with phoenix fire, burned a bright line in my vision as it passed like a meteor through the shadows. The woman and tendrils both melted away, and the mace buried itself in the solid rock with a tremendous crash. I leapt over the resulting crater, and my sword carved a dark red arc through the air. The four-horned wraith's head spun around, snarling. He shoved Micah and turned a spell that had been building towards Saris on me instead. My blade fell. His outstretched hand, fingers splayed and palm radiating black fire, spun into the air, connected to his arm only by a trail of blood. An instant later, Micah's hammer connected with the side of his head, and he was driven onto one knee. Saris's void magic rushed out of him, and I felt his mana signature wane. Spinning around him, I swung with all my physical and magical strength. Skin parted, the barrier of his mana gone then, my arms jerked painfully as the sword caught in his neck. Soulfire blazed from his wound, his own warring with mine. Growling like an animal, he began to stand, threatening to jerk my weapon out of my hands. Micah's hammer struck him between his shoulders, and he sank back down. Her hammer landed again on the back of his head, driving him to all fours. Then again, and he slumped. My blade slipped free. Micah shook, struggling to lift her hammer, her concentration waning. I could feel the soulfire beneath our skin. She was dying. I raised my sword to deal the killing blow. Suddenly, Micah was flying away as a dark tendril wrapped around her waist and throat. There was a blur, and a blunt-faced woman in blood iron armor collided with Saris. The ground trembled with the force of their impacts, and I nearly lost my footing. The four-horned wraith rolled over onto his back, coughing up blood but grinning. My nostrils flared, and I drove my blade into his sternum and through his core. His body tensed from the pain, then released. Those hateful eyes rolled back to stare at me, and he took his final breaths, the grin never falling away. But at least his soulfire will no longer be devouring Micah's life energy. "You will regret that," a hissing voice said in my ear. I yanked my weapon free and spun, but instead of the shadowy wraith, I found myself looking across the destroyed encampment at Wolfram Redwater, leading 50 loyalist soldiers toward me. I couldn't see Micah. Saris and the spike-armored wraith clashed in the distance, their struggle having already taken them far above, nearly to the mountain peaks. The force of Chul's onslaught pulsed in my chest like the beating of my own heart. But the smoke and dust was settling again, stealing away my view of the wider battlefield. "Well, great," I muttered, holding Wolfram's two-tone eyes. The pompous prick made a show of giving hand signals to the closest battle groups, and his forces began fanning out. In the distance, hidden within the dust, I could hear the bulk of the remaining loyalists driving toward the center of our own meager army. With a final gesture, Wolfram surged forward, those following him spreading out to surround me. I reached for my regalia again, this time feeling the tug on my core as I rapidly burned through my mana. "I'm glad it's me," Wolfram shouted once he was close enough to make himself heard over the din of battle. "You deserve to die at the hands of someone who respects you." A muscle in my jaw twitched as I considered his treachery. For years, Wolfram had spied on Saris for Dragoth. He had revealed this fact when attempting to kill me and allow Dragoth through the barrier around Say's Clar. "No matter who inevitably kills you, Wolfram, you're certain to die at the hands of someone who has no respect for you at all," I said, my voice echoing through the illusions fanned out to my sides, further disguising my real position. I flicked the wraith's blood off my sword and strode toward the oncoming loyalists. Serisvritra, my senses struggled to track the remaining wraiths as Lance Micah Earthborn pummeled the four-horned one into the ground, and Karas slid her blade from his neck. It was well orchestrated on Agrona's part. First, he baits Arthur past the barrier and into the decay field, a spell that seemed designed specifically for Arthur. Then the wraiths, experts in shrouding their mana, appear just as Arthur takes the greater part of our strength into Tigran's Salem and immediately vanishes. If we had hoped to find Agrona hiding away within his fortress, weak and afraid, it seems we were denied. Before Micah and Karak could finish the wraith off, there was a blur, and I found myself face to face with the one woman on this battlefield I knew was truly a danger. The wraith, Perhata, the very same one who had led the attack on Sovereign Aludari. I raised my arms to ward off her blow, but the force of it was still enough to send me hurtling backwards. I glanced off an outcropping of rock, then flew into the air. I could feel the twin relictum's portals beneath me, the Dicathen exoforms holding back the monsters. Silrit was directing the remainder of our forces on the ground. I could feel his eyes on me too, but I did not give the signal for him to offer assistance. Perhata flashed across the battlefield. Her lithe frame, jet black hair, and sweeping horns were hidden within an armor of interlocking black spikes. Mana coalesced in my hand, elongating into a black, many-tailed whip. I flew to the side and snapped my wrist, and the whip cracked. Dark purple flames danced down the length of each tail as they impacted Perhata. Her blood iron armor combusted, turning into a bomb. Burning spikes exploded toward me and rained down on the battlefield below, but there had been no body of flesh and bone inside. I threw up a barrier, dissolving the spikes that came at me direction as I searched for the wraith. At the last second I dropped, and a crushing backhand blow whooshed over my head, just missing the tips of my horns. Spinning in the air, I pushed upward with my mana, sending out a wide beam of decay-infused magic, the black flecked through with veins of dark purple. Perhata caught the attack on one forearm, dividing the beam so that it flew past her to either side, her black spikes regrowing as fast as the void beam broke them down. "Your reprieve is over, unblooded," the wraith snarled as my spell faded. "Clever of you to wait until Arthur was gone," I answered nonchalantly, floating up until I was eye to eye with her. "I'm told your defeat at his hands was just as thorough as it was casual." The spikes unfolded away from her face to reveal the predatory smile beneath. "Agrona has destroyed Arthur Leywin without lifting a finger. It has been left to me to sweep up the rest of the rubbish." I cocked a brow at her. Reduced to Agrona's maid servant, how pathetic. Her grin only sharpened as the spikes rolled back over her face. "I am ever his humble servant, unblooded." She shot forward, her hands outstretched as if to take me by the throat. I rotated around the lunge, knocking her away with a swift kick to her ribs before turning and flying away at speed. The center of the valley was swallowed by the two armies locked in combat. Shields flashed, broke, and flashed again all over the battlefield. Despite the Loyalists' losses, they still greatly outnumbered our own forces, but Silrit was loose in their back lines, carving down casters and shields like so many stalks of wheat. Two more of Arthur's exoforms had fallen under the endless tide of monsters. Chull was pinned against the nearby cliffs by three other wraiths, which meant one wraith was missing. I suddenly slowed, my body growing heavy as black spikes grew like frost from my own shadows, beginning to wrap around me just like Perhata's armor. Leveling out, I spun like a top, oozing dark motes of void to break down her mana, and I nearly collided with another dark shape as it formed in front of me. Twisting away, I dodged a double-handed strike from the conjuration, but I was still slowing as I struggled to fight off the spell entombing me. From the corner of my eye, I saw as the missing wraith, little more than an Icarus shadow, materialized behind Silrit. The strike fell before my eyes could even widen in fear, and my retainer went skipping across the ground like a stone, killing a dozen Loyalist mages in the process. There was movement all around me. A dozen or more suits of black, spiked armor. I dipped and wove between them, focusing all my effort on creating a void barrier around me that her mana could not pass through, but her control over her own mana was tremendous. Breaking her hold was as difficult as attempting to pry open the jaws of a pit vor. Shadow suddenly blocked out the golden light spilling from the rift above us, and a chunk of tree-covered soil collided with the eastern cliffs, impacting directly above the relictum's portal. The mountainside ruptured with a cataclysmic crash, and the portal frame shattered. The three exoforms were hurled off the stone shelf along with tons of rock, and I lost sight of them in the resulting cloud of dust. My whip cracked again, hardening into several spears of mana that pierced the hearts of as many armored forms. Dark fire ruptured within them, obliterating my targets, but none were the real Perhata. A spike hit me from behind, breaking down against my void barrier but still hitting me in the ribs like a punch and spinning me in the air. A spiked arm wrapped around my throat from behind, and my mana waged war against Perhata's, dissolving her conjured spikes even as more continued to form in their place. Several more suits of armor surrounded me and blows began to rain down, the spell cladding my skin shattered. Mana formed a dark sphere around my core, which then pressed rapidly out of me. Blood iron fell away into dust at the edges, and each of the several armored forms was knocked away. I could see into the hollow space within each one, all empty except for the forearm still pinned against my throat, now exposed. I gripped her arm in both of my hands and pushed motes of void black and dark purple into the flesh. The mana strengthening the limb dissolved, and I wrenched myself free, spun while twisting her arm, and drove both my feet into her chest, launching myself away in a flying backflip. Mana built up in front of me, and as I completed my rotation, I released it. A thin dark line split the sky, striking her in the sternum and erupting. Perhata vanished within a sphere of purest black. All around me, the armored forms she controlled shuddered, then began to fall to pieces. I took a steadying breath, already looking around for Silrit. He was on one knee surrounded by the enemy, the shadowy wraith approaching. But the dwarven lance was there, hurling spells and hammer blows all around her, keeping them back. I needed to reach her and Silrit before Perhata flew out of the void denotation, her flesh ruptured and bleeding, her mana signature diminished, but a wild, raw look of bloodlust on her face. Blood iron spikes flew like bullets from her body, and I drew a curtain of void wind between us. The spikes ground to dust against it until my strength gave out and the shield broke. Hot pain blossomed in my leg, stomach, and shoulder. Mana formed a lightless spear in my hands, and I held it forward to catch her on it. She was too fast. With a gauntlet of black spikes wrapped around her hand, Perhata battered the spear aside and slammed into me. I was thrown backwards, unable to control my flight, until the stone of the mountainside arrested my momentum. Rock gave way, collapsing around me and cutting out the golden light that lit up the night, and everything went dark. Chapter 517. Before taking that step, I slammed the shutters between Arthur's mind and mine. I couldn't explain the river's pull on me, and I feared what it might do to him if our thoughts were still intertwined when I entered its currents. Suddenly assaulting him with indecipherable input while he was fighting off this creature might be his unmaking. Much like I could not maintain our connection while he was under the influence of King's Gambit, I thought the river's draw might overwhelm him. Even past my mental defenses, I felt him startle as he caught sight of me standing up to my knees in the swiftly moving current. My consciousness was already being drawn away from me, out into the current. It was not taken, not ripped away to become something else, but extended. I was a child of time. My experience through it had not been linear, and that insight was written across the surface of my core. The etheric waters tugged at my legs and my feet slipped in the silt, but my body was grounded. It was my mind that roamed, but not just down the river of time, but up it too. I resisted the urge to follow those currents, instead drawing from the river just as it did from me. I needed to understand it before I could utilize it, but there was no time. I almost laughed at the irony, then suddenly Arthur was on his back, his attacker breathing harsh words into his face. Life, hated awful life, must end you, empty, you. Two thin arms grew out from the thin torso, long-fingered hands reaching for Arthur's throat. Understanding be damned, I clawed at the water. My power erupted out of me and time lurched to a stop, but the pull of the river pressed against me, an unnatural dam to its motion. Arthur barely got out of the way, and then suddenly my hold over the ether was ripped away from me. I saw myself, my life, my choices. Birth and rebirth, victory and defeat, shadowed at all times by the specters of my mother and father and my grandfather, but buttressed in equal measure by my bond brother and father, friend and ally, master and servant all at once. As I felt the twisting roots of my existence spread up and down through the river, I also felt just how inextricably connected Arthur's roots were to my own. We truly were bonded, even symbiotic. Neither of us existing without the other, a living paradox balanced on a single golden thread. The thought of him was like a tether back to the present. Claire stood alone before the etheric apparition. Arthur was preparing to attack. Look. I thought, and then, as sudden as a guillotine, it was over. The others began to speak, and though I joined in where I found my thoughts needed, most of my awareness was spread out through the river. Its waters, not water, not really enveloped me up to my waist. Despite the speed with which it moved, the surface was glassy, interrupted only by the fine ripples caused by my body disturbing its passage. In those ripples, I saw the metaphor of my presence disturbing the river of time, the way in which I'd reached across it, passed over and through it, changed myself to be a part of it. In the reflection of the smooth water, I saw myself. I was far beneath the surface, my arms flailing, the current dragging me away. What are you seeing? Arthur's voice asked in my mind. What does the river feel like to you, Arthur? Danger. It feels more like the void than the void itself. Because it's time. It only flows in one direction, at least for most people, but for me, Arthur, I can see everything. My words settled between us like a physical barrier as my sense of present self thinned and my eyes focused in on the drowning, flailing reflection before me. If Arthur answered, I did not hear. Almost without meaning to, I reached down, took my reflection's hand and drew myself out of the river. This reflection sat on the water's surface, coughing and choking. Breathe, calm your heart. Take control. The words came back to me like an echo, like a memory, and I said them in the same detached way I'd reached into the water. This power will swallow you whole if you let it. Take control. Sylvie, I looked up from where Vare, Regis, and I sat with our backs to the empty, incomplete space that gave me vertigo to look at. Arthur was standing on the shore, shouting at Sylvie, who was standing stomach-deep in the strange, smooth river. Don't worry, she's all right, Regis said as I started to stand, his words stopping me in place. Unsure, I watched Arthur, but he'd stopped shouting. It looked like he was nodding, and he took a step back from the shore. She's dealing with something pretty heavy from what I can tell. My brows rose at Regis's words, and he continued. She's blocking herself from our connection mostly, but it's a little in and out, confusing really. But she doesn't seem to be in pain or danger, and she told Arthur to focus, so his lupin shoulders rose and fell. Anyway, better focus on our own side of things. Of course, I said, settling back into the black sand and looking at Vere. Her eyes were closed but darted around beneath her lids, her stoic features fixed in a serious grimace of concentration. I'm sorry, Vere, you were saying, one dark eye opened to regard me. I was asking if you are able to feel where the mana and ether collide. I cleared my throat and straightened my posture, struggling to grow comfortable with the armor wrapping around me like a scaly fist. Sort of. I can't feel the flow as clearly as you, but can sort of picture it. Explain, she said, her eyes closed again, a heavy pressure emanating from her. I gave a small shake of my head as I struggled for words, but of course she couldn't see me. Cecilia had this ability. She could see the individual particles of mana, both atmospheric and the mana formed into a spell. I can't, I added quickly, not wanting to give her the wrong impression, but sometimes when I close my eyes and really feel the mana, I can sort of imagine that I can. A fine line appeared between Vere's brows as they knit together. Like Arthur can, interesting, but this was some aspect of her being the legacy, not something she gained through integration. Right, I chewed my lip thinking, I wonder, but you're sensitive enough to detect the elemental typing of small pockets of mana, right? How finely can you sense individual particles, maybe? She didn't answer right away. I felt the pressure emanating from her increase and knew she must be reaching out, extending and focusing her senses in order to answer my question. All of the mana here is purified, held in the spell. There is no atmospheric elemental mana, I frowned, but surely that's not. My own senses turned back to the mana. As a white core mage, I was far more sensitive than I'd been before my long internment inside my own body, but much less so than Cecilia had been. The mana in this place was shaped and moving, as if constantly being actively cast as a channeled spell. I'd never been anywhere with no atmospheric mana, however, and all atmospheric mana was elemental in nature. How didn't I notice that before? Although I spoke out loud, I was mostly asking the question to myself. My eyes fell to Regis, who was sitting beside us keeping a careful watch up and down the shoreline. Is it normal for the relictums to not have elemental mana? His bright eyes sparkled with amusement. No such thing as normal in here, assuming here even is the relictums, I'm not convinced. But if we aren't inside the relictums, that means this spell is not a creation of the ancient mages, and yet this cannot be a natural phenomena as there is no atmospheric mana here. Then who is casting this spell? My eyes fell to my lap as I considered Vere's question, but nothing in Cecilia's insights or the memories of my time with Agrona helped answer it. Movement ripped my gaze back up to the sea an instant later as something emerged from the water. It formed between Sylvie and Arthur, who quickly threw himself back as Claire's exoform flashed across the beach, her sword held in two massive, taloned hands. The newly formed creature, very similar to the first, stared at Sylvie for a single moment before turning on the approaching exoform. Claire waited a breath for the manifestation to adopt its focus to her. Its power swung wildly from impossibly strong to undetectable in the moments after it appeared, as its attention settled entirely on Claire. It lunged for the exoform. The massive blade was an orange streak in the dark, and then the thing was gone, never even making it out of the water. Claire and Arthur convened to discuss something. Sylvie had not even moved. I wasn't sure if she'd even noticed the creature's appearance. Baron was flying back up the coastline toward the others, wrapped in thunder that, to me, felt like a physical manifestation of frustration. But past them all, just at the edge of the indefinable wall to my right, I saw it again. A shifting movement like a dark silhouette against a lightless backdrop. A humanoid shape. I thought I'd seen it before, but when I looked again it had been gone and no one else had seen it. This time, however, the longer I looked, the more solid the shape became. I need to stretch my legs, I said uncomfortably. Vere's only reply was a huff of air through flared nostrils, but Regis stood and padded to my side. I opened my mouth to tell him it was okay, but immediately realized he would likely not listen to me, but also that I would be more comfortable if he stayed with me. What is it? He asked, his voice a low growl. You see something, don't you? I nodded. My feet sank into the sand as we walked along the shoreline past where Arthur and Baron were speaking. Arthur's eyes followed me, his brows rising slightly, and I could tell he was holding back something he wanted me to say. I won't go far, I assured him. He gave me a tight-lipped, chagrined sort of smile and rubbed the back of his neck. I laughed softly. I don't need to be in your head to know what you're thinking, Regis answered with an amused snort. Funny, because I am in his head and I don't understand the princess half the time. We passed them by, and more details of the shadowy form came into view. I thought it, or rather her, to be a tall woman with blue or maybe purple skin, garbed in an ornate and flowing robe. I blinked and rubbed my eyes. She was floating about 6 inches off the ground. But even as I noticed it, she seemed to as well, and her form shifted like shadows underwater. She was standing on the ground. You still don't see her, I asked, not taking my eyes from the woman in case she vanished while I wasn't looking. Her, Regis responded, looking around. She's just at the edge of the viewable space, I answered, only to bite off my words as my head swam. I'd looked slightly too far to the right, bringing too much of the wall of nothingness into view. And you're definitely not, losing your marbles, cracking, going bonkers, off your rocker. I get your point, I said, interrupting his litany. But I don't think so. You should be more confident in yourself, a voice sounded in my head, stiff and feminine. I pulled up short, perhaps 30 feet away from where the woman was standing. Was that you? Yup, definitely losing it, Regis muttered beside me. Yes, assuming you're speaking to me. The woman cocked her head slightly, and I realized that she had runic tattoos all around her face and on the backs of her hands. I didn't expect anyone, even you, to be able to see me. A miscalculation, clearly. It must have something to do with the way in which we're entangled. Entangled, I thought back, and then your voice, I recognize it. You're Jai. I looked her physical body up and down and then had another realization. She wasn't physical at all. What I saw was some kind of projection into the relictums or wherever we were. I said as much in my head. Right on both counts, as the saying goes, she answered. I am here to keep an eye on you all. In the unlikely event that you ever leave here, I will need to inform High Sovereign Agrona, of course. But you're all also quite fascinating, as is this place. I am ever so curious about how you'll interact with it. I looked down and to my left, finding Regis staring up at me with bright eyes. His lupin brows rose and I copied the gesture. His eyes flicked from mine to my sternum, my core. I frowned, uncertain. His head cocked slightly to the side. I bit my lip and nodded. The large, shadowy wolf became incorporeal and see-through, then condensed, losing his form, before finally drifting into my body as he'd done when bringing me Arthur's armor. I shivered at his intrusion in my core, and something inside me rebelled at the idea of sharing my body with another presence. But there was also a distinct thrum of power that radiated out through my body, seeming to warm the armor resting snugly against my skin, which felt comfortable within the alien landscape. What have you learned about this place? I asked Jai after a moment, shaking off the queasy feeling in my stomach. It wasn't the first question that came to my mind, but I'd seen how loyal she was to Agrona. I didn't think there was anything I could say that might sway her to our cause. Are you asking because you think I might inadvertently give you some key piece of information that will reveal how to escape? Jai answered, her voice flat and matter-of-fact. Whoa, I can hear her, Regis's voice sounded in response, his mental voice raspier and a little bit deeper than his audible voice. So you're the famous Jai, huh, the encyclopedia lady? She cocked her head slightly. Fascinating. You are the conscious entity known as Regis, a being born of a chlorate, the condensed mana of multiple powerful magic users, the will of Arthur Leywin, and the relictums itself. To the extent of my knowledge, none among us ever anticipated such an evolution of etheric magic. The Usra are well known to craft sentient weaponry and new life forms, but you specifically, the way you are bound to Arthur Leywin, simultaneously a part of him and yet your own conscious life form, are truly extraordinary. I felt my jaw tightening with nerves as I listened to her speak. Think. Whatever. I was surprised by and uncomfortable with the amount of information she had. Truly extraordinary is going to be the name of my memoir, Regis shot back, his emotions rolling out into me. He didn't seem to share my nervous energy. And you are amusing as well, Jai answered, though there was no humor in her voice. I expect your brand of forceful, immature humor is donned as a shield against your fears that in the end, you are nothing more than a weapon for another to wield. Regis' hackles went up as if ready to lunge. You don't know me. The woman's face was sharp-lined and severe, her smoky blue skin darkening at the thin, straight line of her lips. Perhaps not yet, but I am beginning to. I am, as you put it, the encyclopedia lady, yes, Regis gave a very human-sounding snort. Listen, whatever, lady, but if you're going to stand here and mentally undress us, you're going to have to pay for the privilege. I suddenly grew uncomfortable. I knew I was fidgeting and utterly failing to keep my expression in check, but I suspected the djinn projection didn't exactly need to read my facial tics to understand what I was feeling. Lady Aralith, I jumped, letting out a little gasp as I spun to find Baron standing a few feet away. My hand flew to my chest, pressing against my thundering heart as I let out an embarrassed laugh. He held up his hands, palms out, looking equal parts abashed and concerned. Forgive me, you've been standing here motionless for some time and I just wanted to make sure you were well. His eyes slipped past me to where Jai was standing, though he gave no indication of actually seeing her. Just puzzling things out, I said hesitantly. He nodded. It seems it will be up to you, Vare and Arthur, to get us out of here while Claire guards us. A muscle twitched high in his cheek. I will leave you be. He spun on his heel, and before I could think to say anything else, he lifted off the ground and flew away, resuming his patrol down the coastline. He doesn't see his role, Jai said in my mind. His perception is too narrow to understand the scope of his own journey. I waited for her to expand on that thought, but she only stared at me. A worried jolt shot through me from Regis. Sylvie, I half turned toward her when a mental shockwave struck me. I collapsed onto my hands and knees, gasping. I didn't remember being so close to the water, but suddenly the lapping wake was up to my wrists and I was back in Telmore City, watching Arthur kill himself to keep me from Cadel and Nico. Or no, I was in Xyrus, Luca's Wykes dragging me by my hair. And in the Elshire forest, abandoning my position because I thought I could hold off the enemy all on my own. In Idleholm, looking up at Nico, realizing that I couldn't escape, easy, just breathe, Sylvie's voice sounded in my head, clear and clean as a silver bell. I looked around. Where are we? Arthur, Sylvie, Regis, and I were standing atop a mountain peak. Below us, I recognized the wall, or what was left of it. A large piece of Ephiatus had struck it directly, smashing the huge stone wall to rubble. But it wasn't just the wall. As I turned around to look at the world, all I saw was smoke and ruin. Xyrus, far to the west, had fallen from the sky. The beast glades were a smoking black hole. The small glades sprouting up across the face of a Lenoir had been wiped away in fire and rubble. Everywhere I looked, huge, broken islands had crushed craters into the ground. Even parts of the Grand Mountains had collapsed. Is this? My throat constricted and I couldn't finish what I was trying to say. No, Sylvie answered. A second voice echoed behind hers, just at the edge of hearing or maybe in my head. This hasn't happened. Right now, the dwarves, phoenixes, and exoform pilots are all working to keep it from happening. Usura of every race are desperately clinging to the edges of the wound to keep it from expanding. She paused, and a weary sigh escaped her. But this is the future, or one possible future, a likely one even. This is what happens if we don't escape, if we don't close the wound. She trailed off and turned to face it. The rest of us followed suit. The colossal tear in the sky was no longer raining masses of land. As we watched it shrank. It's closing, I muttered. Arthur took my hand. Ephiatus is gone. Now it's just suddenly the wound contracted from the size of the sky to a single small rift hovering over the beast glades like a bright amethyst eye. Then an eruption, a nova of ether rolling across the beast glades before slamming into the Grand Mountains to the south of us. The mountain range exploded outwards, pieces spreading across the Darvish foothills. The nova continued expanding, wiping the world clean behind it, breaking the world as it passed, destroying everything. A wall of violet light washed out everything else. We were back in the relictum, standing in a row on the beach, staring away from the ocean into the incomprehensible nothing. I blanched, tried to look away, except the curtain. The words spilled out of me, choked with tears which I hadn't even realized were falling. But how? Arthur stood to my left, Sylvie to my right. Regis was on the other side of Arthur, then Claire beside him. Very stood beside Sylvie. Arthur and Sylv took my hands from either side and we all linked hands in a line. This is the future too, isn't it? Arthur asked, looking past me to Sylvie. My stomach roiled. This isn't real, she smiled sadly and shook her head. But it can be. I can't quite, I gasped as someone pulled me back from the water's edge. I scurried backwards like a crab, then collapsed on my side, breathing hard. Regis was trembling in my core. I could tell immediately that he was diminished, but I didn't understand what was happening. I looked up into Vere's face, her dark eyes wide, her face even more pale than normal. What in the abyss was that all about? I'm not sure, I admitted, the words hoarse through my constricted throat. Sylvie was still standing in the water, though her eyes were now on me. Arthur was picking himself up off the ground and shaking off black sand, looking stunned. Baron was with him. Claire was moving farther down the beach. Another of the manifestations was forming out of the river 100 yards away. The source of warmth and energy that was Regis, now small and dark, oozed out of me to pool on the ground before taking physical form. Now the size of a puppy, his normally blazing mane was only a low, flickering flame. I'm not super stoked about this, he grumbled tiredly. Vere's brows shot up. I figured something out. We waited for the others to join us. Even Sylvie came to the shore, though she left the river hesitantly and kept tossing furtive glances back over her shoulder into its depths. Arthur, Regis, Sylvie, and I seemed to be sharing a fatigue and soul ache after Sylvie linked our minds and projected us into those potential futures. None of us spoke, instead taking a moment to recover while Vere explained. Something is actively working the mana into this spell, constantly and with incredible force. It wasn't cast on this place and it certainly isn't coming from outside. I don't think it's part of the way this place was built or designed or however you want to describe it. Vere paused and looked around at us. It's the river, the ether. The mana isn't hurting the ether, it's the other way around. Baron grumbled low in his throat, shooting a look at Arthur before saying, Do you mean the things in the river that keep attacking us are casting some kind of spell? Vere crossed her arms, frowning with concentration as she searched for a way to explain. Her eyes went to Sylvie for help. Ether is semi-conscious, we know that it can retain intention. Fate itself is just that, the concentrated awareness of pure magic. But this isn't fate, Arthur cut in. It's certainly aware of us, but it's not here in any sense of the word we understand. I think, he met and held my eyes. I think it's set to get what it wants whether we get out of here or not. Fate is an aspect of the greater form of all ether, Sylvie continued, raising her brows at Arthur. I think this might be another aspect, the body. Arthur's mouth opened in a small O of surprise, then closed again, his entire face scrunching in thought. What fate is fighting against is this unnatural constraint. The ether wants to be loose, to move naturally, expand and settle. Like sugar stirred into a cup of tea, Sylvie added, her tone suggesting she'd just thought of the connection herself. Maybe this is its way of concentrating on some kind of form. Of maintaining control, Sylvie agreed. I rubbed the bridge of my nose, struggling to keep all this straight while still weak and half sick from what we'd seen of the potential future. But how does that help us? Baron asked, his and Vere's eyes going from Arthur to Sylvie in turn as they each spoke. It explains the pull this river has, Arthur said, staring out into the water. Claire waved from where she had posted up as guard, having quickly defeated the last apparition to appear. I can't overpower the body of ether, can't even see the interaction in the mana the way Vere can, since the pull on all ether around us is so strong. I rested a hand on Sylvie's shoulder. But we saw the curtain, the way out. That was in our future, so we know that we can get out of here. That was one future, Sylvie corrected, her words directed to Vere and Baron. But just because I saw that Arthur can create a portal back doesn't mean I understand how to do that. She grimaced, then looked past me, staring fully into the vertigo-inducing blank space behind us. Her face turned a shade green, but she did not look away. But I do know that it's going to take a lot of ether. We all understood what she meant. Arthur had already expended a large portion of his reserved power. And we still have a deity to fight after that. I stared at the dark purple waters flowing swiftly by, a nearly infinite source of power, but one that he couldn't access. Suddenly I felt eyes burning against the side of my face, and I faced Sylvie. She was giving me a meaningful look. Knowledge and time shined within her golden eyes. I saw, reflected in them, the end of everything. What had Arthur said about fate? I think it's set to get what it wants whether we get out of here or not. Is that what you want, Jae? The end of all life, all potential life in this world. There was a long pause, during which I lost track of what the others were saying. When the voice answered in my thoughts, it carried a tinge of finality. No, chapter 518, I pulled back, retracting my presence from the relictum's edge. My systems flickered with the light and energy that formed and maintained this projection of my conscious mind. Crystal now replaced the soft gray matter that once held my thoughts, memories, and personality. And why? Why had those of us who would stay behind do so? All of Jinkind had given everything of ourselves to build the relictums, but the others and I had literally given everything over to the maintenance of our eternal project. This thought did not flicker through my consciousness bitterly. The question wasn't asked in the act of second-guessing my own actions, but I did answer myself, to ensure our knowledge survived, to protect it. To find those who might wield it in ways we could not, even to save ourselves. The entire reason for my existence was to ensure that the sum total learning of our species did not go extinct with us. Even if a single shining beacon of knowledge and hope were to take the information stored within our great encyclopedia and leave this world, to share the knowledge of ether with beings of different worlds, differing times, that would resemble the accomplishment of my task. Resemble, I hitched, catching on the word. I spent some time floating at the edge of nothing, circling the word resemble. I had meant to think of the word represent, and yet I hadn't. Such a mistake could foreshadow some failure of the complex mechanisms and magic that maintained my mind. But more likely, it was evidence of conflicting results of the many simultaneous and parallel thought processes happening inside the matrix of my brain. I examined those conflicts with care. Arthur Leywin and his companions, meanwhile, moved to enact their plan. My sense of their actions was limited, as I needed time away from the prodding of Tesha Iralith to reach the culmination of these considerations. It was eerie the way she could sense and connect with my consciousness when I fully manifested it into the space at the relictum's edge to watch them. But then, she had met me as the legacy and so was more aware of me. I should have expected it. Their plan hinged on Vere Ori's ability to interrupt and withhold the mana's constant pressure, giving Arthur Leywin the necessary leeway to draw on the river of ether and fold space out of the relictums to punch a hole back into the physical realm. Given the human woman's recent integration and the strength of the river's pull, which limited Arthur Leywin's capabilities, some light calculations suggested their chances of success were no higher than 30%. This, of course, was related only to the creation of an exit. The ability to actually leave was a very different matter. When I felt ready to focus again, my consciousness stepped back into the space between the etheric river, the relictums, and nothing at all. I kept myself deep within the murky edge, where I knew they could not look without their minds rebelling at what they saw. Tesha Iralith was crouched beside Vere Ori, deep in conversation. The manifested lifeform Regis sat with the pair, his ears twitching as they turned toward every noise that manifested. No, cancellation alone doesn't seem to do anything, the human woman was saying. This could be due to a lack of insight into the spell's formation, or perhaps the raw power of the intent holding the mana in its current form. Mana rotation, as Arthur suggested, does seem to be helping me. Connect to the spell, but it's a slow process. Tesha Iralith squeezed the other woman's forearm. Sometimes insight comes slowly, other times in a sudden burst. Any luck with seeing the particles? I'm mentally picturing them as my senses follow their movement, but I can't actually see them. The young elf frowned thoughtfully and drew something in the sand with her fingers. Regis, can I show you something? Regis responded with an affirmative but careless shrug, then melted into incorporeality before joining his physical form with hers. Is that what you want, Jaei? The end of all life, all potential life on this world? That had been this young woman's question to me in the wake of the adolescent dragon's vision. My answer had been simple and obvious, but I still struggled to grasp its meaning. In the end, it came down to mathematics. I had a single purpose. Statistically, any given course of action made my success more or less likely, and one major benefit of my current situation was that being implanted within the housing matrix made me prodigious in the calculation of probability. For a long time, Agrona's work in the relictums, the central focus of our encyclopedia within the culture he built, represented the best, and generally, only method likely to result in true understanding and dissemination of the knowledge we had stored. Sylvia Indrath had represented a potential branching network of possibility, and though I could not have foreseen the appearance of Arthur Leywin, I had since come to understand why I had felt such a tectonic shift in the nature of probability from Sylvia. And since then, every action by either Agrona or Arthur Leywin had brought them more into equilibrium, two different routes to success, ones that resembled one another, and yet were in reality quite different. The math had shifted. Once Ephiatis had been fully exhumed from the dimensional pocket in which it resided, Agrona would likely be the lone survivor of this world. There would be no civilization to continue the Jinn's research into Etha. But my purpose did not require the people of this world. Together, Agrona and I could take the knowledge of Jinnkind and search for other people with other magic who might be better equipped to understand it. For there was no doubt at all that when the etheric pocket formed within the skin of this world eventually ruptured, Etha would find its way to every corner of the universe, farther than even the eyes of my people had been able to see. I could not appropriately calculate any kind of honest or realistic probability of success. The unknowns were as vast as the space between stars, and then there was Arthur Leywin. If he proved successful, the new races of this world, elves, dwarves, and humans, would survive along with the Usuras. The etheric realm would be released in concert with the needs of these people, instead of antagonistically to their very lives. The unknowns were fewer in this scenario, but the likelihood of success was equally difficult to calculate, or rather they were low and I was hesitating to admit it. Why am I acting so human? I asked myself, turning briefly away to examine the interior stability of my housing. Physically and structurally, of course, I was fine, but emotionally I found myself shaken. Calculating probability was very different from the vision of a lifeless world in flames. This was something I could not remember since. An image flashed through my thoughts all at once, a world on fire but not the future, the past. I began to dissociate, shutting off all thought and acting purely as a passive observer to what was happening. Arthur Leywin had approached the two women. Their conversation had paused as they nervously watched Claire Bladeheart, pilot of the machine they called an exoform, face off against an etheric apparition. She cut it down quickly, and their attention returned to their conversation. A soft glow emanated from Arthur Leywin's lower back, shining through his shirt. From the subtle realignment of his gaze, he was looking at the constantly flowing pressure of the mana pushing down on the etheric river. Regis had transitioned from Tesha Iralith to Vere Ori, whose own eyes charted the same path as Arthur Leywin's. Her expression was uncertain at first, then her eyes widened in surprise and excitement. Baron Wykes returned from his watch. His jaw was set, his eyes moving nervously from Vere Ori to Arthur Leywin. Their conversation heated up and their progress built momentum, like a stone rolling down a hill. The likelihood of their success increased. They were on the right path and would reach the necessary conclusion even without my assistance. As I processed this, I returned to myself. If I'd had a physical body, a tremor would have run down my spine and goosebumps would have roughened my skin. As Vere began to cycle the mana through her, absorbing and expelling it simultaneously in a constant rotation, the others stepped back, the conversation settling. I took this moment to slip out of the space, retracting my senses back to Tigran Selim. Agrona was waiting for me. The reliquary had been relocated. The narrow halls and dozens upon dozens of small, locked rooms were now wide open, a huge, flat, empty expanse around my crystalline housing. It felt empty, even lonely, without all those small but constant blips of magic from the nearby artifacts and relics. Agrona regarded me, obviously having sensed my attention. His features were sharp, identical to the flesh golem he'd carved of Karno's Vritra's body, which his mind had inhabited for so long. His mouth was currently turned down in a questioning frown. The red of his eyes, a bloody crimson, leaked beyond the edges of his pupils. He'd been pushing himself too hard, expending and absorbing mana in quantities even he was struggling to keep up with. At least he'd donned his armor. A full suit of white dragon scales, their edges tinted red. "You need to collect yourself," I said, knowing better than to pander to him. My voice was hollow and resounding in the wide open space. "They have bypassed the first obstacle. Those who were drawn into the portal with Arthur Leywin have complementary abilities beyond what he could have accomplished himself. There is no doubt he himself will prove capable of what lies ahead. They do not yet see the final barrier, but I calculate there is now a 95% chance they will free themselves before Ephiatus fully emerges through the torn rift." He sighed dramatically, and one hand went to horn, but he hadn't bothered to replace the ornaments that normally hung from them. The hand lowered to his face and his fingers drummed along the edge of his jaw. "Well, no matter. I suppose disappearing him into an inescapable void wouldn't have been the thrilling end our saga deserves, would it?" He chuckled, then turned away, appearing to look at nothing. "Everything is ready here. I was just about to go reward Ceres's victory by dropping a mountain on her and all her blood traitors, but I suppose she can wait a little bit longer." I wanted to ask him if he was certain about his course, but knew that would only reveal my own uncertainty in the process. Agrona never questioned himself or second-guessed his decisions. It was one of his greatest strengths. There would be no altering his course. But I didn't want to, not really. That purity of vision was what made him so likely to succeed. I pulsed light through the crystal housing and pushed back into my connection with the relictums, quickly navigating through several dozen chapters before reaching the very edge of relictums, a space that had formed but was not built. Time had progressed quickly for Arthur Leywin and his companions. I noticed the change in the flow of mana immediately. Vere Ori floated 20 feet off the ground, just above where the river met the black sand. Her hands moved in a constant, weaving rhythm in front of her, and she mumbled a repeating sequence of focusing chants. Mana flowed into and pushed out of her in equal measure as the force of her will leaned into the pressure of the mana constricting the river. Arthur stood below her, his back to the river. Each time it lapped at the shore, the etheric waters caressed his bare feet, just touching him. With each touch, violet sparks shimmered over his skin like stars reflecting on water. He was absorbing the ether, a touch at a time, siphoning off only a hint at each contact. Tesha, Baron, and Sylvie stood off to the side, exchanging nervous glances as their attention shifted between the two casters and their guardian, who was fighting three of the river's apparitions. Regis seemed to have melded back into his master. The ether was growing agitated, moving to defend itself, not just hateful of their presence, but growing more desperate in its attempt to eliminate them. They would likely already be dead if not for the relictum's rules leaking out into this space and inhibiting the ether, encouraging it to meet strength with strength. Wrath, but not unleashed, I mused. Given enough time, the ether forming into these apparitions would likely realize it didn't have to follow the rules written for the rest of the relictum's creature. Space began to fold within the spaceless, senseless wall as Arthur absorbed ether in small bursts from the river and used it to manipulate space itself. His light-colored hair floated up from his head and Jin runes glowed from beneath his eyes. I circled around to better watch what he was doing. Tesha saw me immediately. "You're back," she thought, her mental voice soft. "I thought maybe you'd decided to leave us here." "My purpose is only to monitor you," I answered, standing beside her. Tesha and her companion stood awkwardly, not fully able to watch Arthur due to the disorientation they would receive, not entirely willing to take their eyes off of the river, where Claire still battled on their behalf. Vere's push on the mana slowly strengthened, allowing Arthur to absorb more ether from the river. This increased the response from the apparitions, which threw themselves at Claire like rabid derns into a thresher. Sylvie stood with one foot in the water, her eyes closed but darting behind the lids. Baron was motionless, but static electricity built on his skin and occasionally crackled across his armor. "Arthur, the waters." Sylvie's voice was distant, nervous. The river was now lapping at Arthur's ankles on each shoreward lurch. The others stepped back nervously. There was a purple, etheric glow shining under Arthur's skin, highlighting his channels. The shifting space, moving under Arthur's application of ether like the strings of a violin under the bow of a master musician, began to harden, something out of nothing. It crystallized, one bead at a time, like a curtain of black-purple glass. Each crystal was sharp and fragile. Despite his control, a simple pulse of mana or ether would likely bring the entire construct crashing down and expose him to the full weight of the incomprehensible space beyond. Sylvie had both feet firmly in the water now, up to her shins. The river surged out and then back in, a tide created by the push and pull of mana and ether. With each swell, it rose higher up Arthur's legs. It's too much, Sylvie said, an edge of desperation in her tone. Arthur, you can't control it. I don't exactly have a choice, he answered through gritted teeth. Help him, Tesha's voice sounded in my thoughts. There is nothing I can do, I answered her truthfully. Pressure was building around and within Arthur as he continued to siphon away energy from the river and output it through the runes on his back, shaping space. He gritted his teeth and violet light gleamed in his eyes as a bright crown appeared atop his head. His etheric spell quaked, the crystalline curtain tinkling like glass. A few beads fell and cracked on the ground before dissolving into the black sand. He's losing too much ether back to the river. He can't sustain his spell, I thought to Tesha. Sylvie had moved behind him, her consciousness mingling with the etheric waters. I could feel her trying to redirect its flow to settle its rocking tide. Vere, help me push it down. The mana responded sluggishly, as Vere shifted her focus away from allowing the river's ether to flow outward, instead building a retaining wall to keep it from subsuming Arthur's own purified ether. Even that still inside his core. Emerald green vines sprang up out of the sand, twisting into a barricade, but the waters oozed through the cracks or splashed over the top. Baron reached out for Arthur, seemingly intent on pulling him away. Stop, Arthur commanded, and all of his companions froze. Something shifted within him, and I felt the flow of ether out of his body and back into the river pick up. He let out a pained gasp, his core. It felt as if I could see the light shining out through his sternum, from a core of 3 layers of hardened, condensed ether wrapped around the broken shell of a mana core. The light showed every line, every crack as clearly as if it had been removed from his chest, and it was cracking badly now, breaking all over again. The amount of ether flowing through him was far too much. Fascinated, I drifted closer, moving past Tesha across the stormy waters and into his body. I found myself looking at his core. Regis, a dark wisp of energy with bright eyes, swarmed around it, pushing and pulling at the ether, trying to reinforce the core. Nothing's working, the wisp thought desperately. I doubt Regis knew I could hear him. We've done this before, Arthur answered, his mental voice just as strained as his physical body. It's just like when I formed the second layer, remember? We just have to. That wasn't a whole bloody, universe-sized river of pissed-off ether god that wants you dead, was it? The push and pull of the etheric current wavered, then surged. I withdrew, returning to my place beside Tesha. Arthur's skin began to burst, and jolts of white-purple lightning coiled out from the wounds, striking the river that was by now climbing to his knees. The others had backed well off by now, except for Sylvie and Vere. Strike after strike flashed, barely missing Sylvie. The vines had faded, Vere was shaking and dipping in her effort to fight back against the swell of mana. And then, it turned inward. The wounds healed, broke open, and healed again. Instead of striking out, the light wrapped around him, no longer bolts of lightning but like a cloak of pure energy trailing down his back, sparking where it touched the waters, undulating as if tossed in a wind that only affected him. The light moved back into him, burning in his bones, condensing until all that light was contained in his chest. I could no longer see the shape of his core, the cracks, only the light. The crystalline curtain swayed as if a breeze passed through it, and I suddenly breathed easier as my tether back to my housing grew closer in the presence of this doorway. Arthur floated up out of the water, his hair standing on end, his eyes bright with power, crown gleaming, cloak of pure, brilliant energy trailing past his feet. Vere released her control and sagged, floating down to be at his level. Beneath them, the river receded. What just happened? Claire asked in her tinny voice as she approached from the river. No more apparitions would come for them now. It's done, Arthur said, his voice rough. Regis manifested again, padding around in the black sand. My man, 2 months to forge a 3rd layer for your core, 2 minutes to do a 4th. What does that mean? Tesha asked, her fingers pushing into her own sternum above her core as if hers too had been cracking as she watched Arthur. It means we're going to kick Agrona's ass, Regis answered for him, sides heaving from the exertion. Arthur and Vere touched down. Sylvie passed between them, but she was not looking at her bond. Her eyes were on Tesha. Ask her what we can do, Sylvie said, her voice barely a whisper. Now that the portal has formed, how do we pass through? I felt empathy, a pang of pity at the look of confusion on Tesha's face. She asked Sylvie to repeat herself, clearly thinking she had misheard, then turned to me. I only shook my head. She already knows, she's seen it, she just can't accept it. She passed on my words, and the young dragon shook her head fiercely, glaring through me unseeingly. What is it? Tesha asked, but Sylvie didn't answer and I kept my silence. It wasn't my place to reveal the final cost of their escape. The crystalline curtain hung in the air, something real in the unreal. Sylvie gave the others an unreadable look. Unreadable to them. I knew exactly what she was feeling as she'd already seen the result in the River of Time. What are we waiting for? Baron asked as they all stood in an awkward silence. Our forces may well still be fighting. We need to get back. Sylvie will go first, Arthur said in the same raw tone like there was a forge fire in the back of his throat. She set her jaw and stepped forward. Her hand reached out to part the curtain and it wavered. When she stepped forward, though, something resisted her. Suddenly she grimaced and stumbled back as motes of ether, visible to the naked eye for all to see, were pulled through her skin, ripped away, and absorbed into the river. I felt her control slam down around herself, cutting off the flow because the river drained her. "What was that?" Veri asked, her fist of conjured ice clenching and giving off wafts of vapor. "It's the river's pull on the ether," Sylvie said, confirming that her visions aligned with my own calculations. "I believe passing through the portal destabilizes the ether inside our bodies when we go through, and the river then pulls it away from us." There was a long pause. The others were looking at each other, but Tesha was staring at me. "If Arthur and I work together to hold back the mana and ether as we did to make the portal," Veri began, but her thought trailed off into silent consideration. "It's worth a try," Arthur said firmly. And together they attempted it, with Veri again destabilizing the crushing swell of mana, while Arthur drew on the smallest part of the river's ether to conjure a repellent barrier that pushed back against the river's force. Sylvie tried again, but with the same result. Baron tried after her, reasoning that someone without control of ether may be affected less, but the results proved the opposite of his theory, and he collapsed to the ground and had to be revived by Tesha. After a long, quiet moment, Arthur turned his attention to Sylvie. "What is it? You've seen something else, but you're holding back." She bit her lip, then hung her head, a lock of wheat blonde hair falling over her face. "I've only seen one way forward." "What is it?" Tesha asked, nerves tightening, her voice, wide eyes bouncing between Sylvie and me. "But that doesn't mean there is only one way forward. If I tell you, though, then it becomes a reality," she continued. What she said wasn't entirely accurate. There was not some quantum state in which knowledge of a method guaranteed a result, but the odds were incredibly high that once the others were made to understand their situation and the potential key to their escape and survival, they would not be able to think past it to see another solution. But then I had picked this location for exactly this reason. Had Arthur been here alone, or even with just his Regis and Sylvie, this escape would have been much more difficult. A part of me now examined the choices that had brought us all to this point. I explored my emotions, searching for regret or grief, but events were still proceeding in the way most likely to end in a positive result. Or so I told myself, perhaps to quell the phantom worms squirming in my non-existent stomach. "One of us has to stay behind," Veri said, correctly reading Sylvie's discomfort. Sylvie's lips pressed tightly together, her head cocking slightly, eyes still on the portal. "But why? How does that help anything?" Tesha blurted out. She wheeled on me. "You said you'd help us." "No," I answered. "I simply agreed that the destruction we saw is not what I want." Sylvie straightened, setting her jaw. She looked much older. "I can only tell you what I've seen. It doesn't answer the question of why. While the rest of you have been working, I've spent much of my time reaching out to these etheric apparitions that continue to attack us, attempting to communicate, to come to some understanding. But all that resides here is the rage of uncountable dead, their essence congealed into these monstrosities." A static of etheric light rolled down Arthur's arms. "The creatures manifesting here are resistant to the river's pull. If they weren't, they would be drawn downriver and never attack. In the potential futures I saw, an etheric apparition was able to shield our own ether from the river's pull." Arthur feathered his fingers through his hair, his face falling. "Your ether was being pulled out of you when you tried to go through the portal." Sylvie nodded, and I saw full understanding cascade down Arthur's features. Baron had been staring hard at the others' faces as they spoke. The gears of his mind were clearly turning, struggling to keep up with a conversation in which only half of what was meant was said aloud. Then I saw as his understanding also clicked into place. He turned while the others were distracted, looking into the portal as if it were the jaws of death itself, the crystal's teeth that would chew him up and spit out something else. He began striding toward it. "Baron," Veri snapped, grabbing his wrist. He did not look at her, did not meet her eyes. His expression was hard, his jaw rigid, shoulders set. He'd made up his mind. "You've all done your part." It was quite neat and tidy, everyone needed, everyone playing a specific role. Fate, I think, is still toying with us. Clearly, this is mine. When Veri didn't release him, he pulled gently but firmly away from her. "I'm a soldier, Veri, a shield between those in my care and that which would do them harm." His arm pulled free. He held Veri's gaze for a long moment, then scanned quickly across the rest of the faces. Tesha covered her mouth with one hand, unshed tears gleaming in her eyes. Sylvie's brow knit, but she made no move to interrupt. Claire, within the machination that protected her, nodded with firm understanding. Arthur stepped forward and extended a hand. His lips parted slightly, but he didn't speak. 1,000 unsaid words remained trapped within the golden cage of his eyes. Baron cracked, giving Arthur a wry grin as they clasped hands. "Take care of Virion for me. The old man has seen enough hardship." He stepped back, for Sapin, for Dicathen. Then he was striding into the portal. It quaked, pushing back against him. The crystals vibrated, filling the shoreline with a tinkling sound like breaking glass. Streams of ether were emanating out behind him like lightning frozen in the sky. Then his body broke the surface and suddenly surged forward, the portal carrying it away. But Baron Wyke's lance of sapin and Dicathen remained behind, or rather everything that made him did so. Already the river was pulling him away. An indistinct, ghostly form in Baron's shape stretched, the lightning-like wings behind him expanding out. Instinctively, the others moved to avoid contacting the etheric apparition. His features drawn in pure ether were slack, his eyes closed. Baron, Sylvie snapped. The Baron apparition's eyes flared wide and they were white orbs in a glowing amethyst face. The lightning wings flared, expanding out behind him, reaching into the sky and slamming down into the sand as they wrapped forward to completely enclose the others. With my senses spread throughout the space, I felt how the river's attention, the focus of its force, the press of the mana, turned entirely toward what remained of Baron. The last vestiges of his consciousness, held together by tension alone. In doing so, the draw reduced everywhere else. Sylvie did not look back as she plunged into the portal. Vere followed her, though she stopped at the curtain's edge, staring stoically into the storm that was her compatriot. Then she too was through. Tesha squeezed Arthur's hand, then led Claire and her large exoform into the portal. Regis stood by the portal waiting for Arthur. Arthur gazed into the storm that was Baron Wyke's. "Thank you, Thunderlord." Then he too was gone and Regis with him. Baron's wings were pulled behind him into the water. He stretched, losing his form, and the ether that made him up drained away into the river. The portal began to collapse, the crystals falling into the sand, where they broke down and became just another part of the shoreline, just as Baron had become a part of the river. I was not alone. Turning, I found myself looking at a man-shaped being of pure light. Limbs, torso, and featureless head of entangled golden threads, the light of which seemed to distort and push back the black-purple of the etheric realm. Thousands, tens of thousands of threads expanded into the distance behind it. I knew the feeling of this presence, I had felt it before. Not just when it spoke to me, saved me from the backlash of Agrona's simulacrum being destroyed, but in my connection to the wider magic of this world. When it spoke, the light emanating from its body rippled and pulsed. You stayed your hand, did not intervene either to hinder or aid. You have aligned yourself in a place of balance between the two forces, Agrona Vritra and Arthur Leywin. The likelihood of either proving victorious rests on a knife's edge, I answered, knowing it would understand my meaning. Can you separate the part of yourself that has given over to hate for Kezes and Drath? It asked. Can you maintain this dedication to your task, or will you prove little more than the etheric ghosts who lash out here? I considered my answer carefully. I can't calculate the outcome of the coming conflict, so I gain nothing by involving myself in it. It must unfold as it will, but you know this because you are withholding this information from me. I startled with a sudden realization. Or you yourself have no sight or understanding beyond this moment. Is the confluence of these powers really so great that the entirety of the future hinges on it? Fate didn't answer. It didn't need to. A single thread extended out from my chest to connect with the being. I reached out an intangible hand that was really just a manifestation of my consciousness and strummed the string with my index finger. Light pulsed out in both directions and I felt a spark of understanding. You've used me since the beginning, but always by connecting your own needs with my goal. The destruction of this world makes a successful outcome less likely for me, even if it guarantees your own fulfillment and releases the constrained ether. But the threat of this destruction makes Arthur's success in his goals more likely. The sides are brought into balance, nearly perfect equilibrium. There is no single path to be navigated down the river of time, only those made more or less difficult by individual choice, the voice answered. Your choices will be instrumental in the achievement of your goals. And then the figure began to fade away. I stayed there for a while in the gloom, the whisper of the river, and the pull of a wider universe letting me forget, for a moment, what I had become and what I needed to do. Chapter 519 Games. The portal was not instant or frictionless. It was not biting and painful like the one that had trapped us. Instead, I was stretched across an impossible distance, one foot in the etheric realm, the other stretching toward the physical world. My eyes bulged, my heart thundered, blood swelled my temples, threatening to burst my skull. I'm being spaghettificated. Beside me, Regis was a long, thin fiber of dark energy, half incorporeal. His voice in my head was weak and echoing. I snapped forward suddenly, and my feet landed clumsily on solid ground. The existential discomfort of the portal was instantly replaced by a deep, resonant ache inside my core. But before I could look inward, my eyes fell to the ground at my feet. Vere knelt beside Baron's body, propping his head and shoulders up in her lap. Tesha crouched beside them, her fingers pressed against Baron's chest, searching for a heartbeat. Claire stood off to the side, the griffin-like head of the exoform scraping the ceiling. Sylvie had gone to the balcony and was looking out at the mountains beyond where we'd fought Agrona's forces. Tess looked at Vere and shook her head. Vere nodded in return. That trap had been set for me. Without Baron's sacrifice, without the talents of everyone else, I'd have been stuck there, maybe forever. Could Baron's death have been avoided if I'd been more careful, taken stronger precautions? I asked myself, the pressure in my core causing a building nausea, but I bit the line of thinking off almost immediately. I couldn't succumb to self-doubt and regret, not now. There was too much at stake. The battle out there is over, Sylvie sent, but it doesn't look like we've been gone all that long. My fingers dug into my sternum as I considered our next step. My core ached from the pressure. Forming this fourth layer hadn't felt like the second or third. This hadn't been a sudden influx and redistribution of ether, nor had it been a long, slow, purposeful absorption. As I'd channeled the river in order to manipulate the space between realms with my spatium gadrun, trying to recreate and reverse the portal trap by feel alone, I'd opened my core up to only a fraction of the river's flow. It had still been too much for my three-layer core to handle. Instinctively, I channeled ether into King's Gambit, causing my thoughts to rupture outward into dozens of individually held threads to better consider the situation. As far as I knew, I was unique. Even among dragons and jinn, no one else had ever formed an ether core. Despite my strength, there was still so much I didn't know and no one to ask. I had grown in power by gaining new insight and strengthening my core with new layers, allowing myself to store orders of magnitude more ether within it. But was this the only way for an etheric mage to grow more powerful? Or would future generations be able to replicate what I'd done, discovering more efficient ways to empower themselves, as people had been doing with mana for centuries? I pictured for a moment a young mage lying on the floor of a small library reading about the application of ether to form new layers and all the benefits and dangers of the process. What would that book say? Who would write it? As one branch of my conscious thought examined this tangent, another was focused on Baron, Vere, and Claire. It had never been my intention to bring Miss Bladeheart this deep into the basilisk's jaws. She'd proved instrumental in our escape from the relictums, but as impressive as the exopharms were, it would not save her in the battle against Agrona. Vere, Baron, and Micah had been eager, even insistent on joining me against Agrona himself. In a conference room, it had been easy math. They made my chances of success better, but now my gaze flicked to Baron's prone form. Expending Vere's life in the following fight felt like a waste. Vere, Claire. Take Baron's body and return to Ceres. Keep everyone back from the fortress. We don't know what other traps Agrona has set. King's Gambit was a buffer between me and the anger or frustration I felt at keeping Tesha with me. She was in terrible danger here, but I didn't know anything about the layout of Tigran's Salem, and I couldn't sense Agrona to track him directly. Tesha had lived here, explored even his private sanctum. I needed her. Vere lifted Baron's limp form easily, then floated a foot off the floor. She gave me a hard look, her eyes burning as they reflected the light of my bright crown. I would still fight Agrona at your side, Arthur, even now. But I already know your answer, so all I will say instead is, finish this, for Baron, for Aya, for Alfred and Aaliyah. She didn't wait for me to respond before flying out the window and over the balcony railing, where she paused just long enough for Claire to join her. The wings of Claire's exopharm extended, and she looked back over her shoulder and waved one huge mechanical arm before following. Suddenly, Tesha's hand was in mine and her head pressed against my chest. The relic armor flowed from her to wrap around me. She stared down at me, her hand now separated from mine by the fine scales between us. I guess it thinks you'll need it more than me, she said, trying but not quite succeeding to sound stoic. I knew it had responded to my singular focus on Agrona. One distant sliver of my consciousness acknowledged the inherent selfishness of the moment. My instinct was not to protect Tesha at all costs, but to seek every advantage for myself in the coming fight. A separate thread answered that defeating Agrona and stopping Ephiatus from falling out of the sky was how I protected Tesha, her and everyone else. I squeezed her hand harder, then let go and gestured questioningly to the door. Where should we look first? Jayei was all she said, and together we stepped out of the study and into a wide, arched hallway lined with stuffed mana beasts. I stayed a few steps ahead as Tesha guided us through the dense catacomb of halls and chambers. Sylvie and Regis brought up the rear. Although we readied ourselves to be attacked at every turn, there was no sign of any other life within the fortress. Even focusing King's Gambit into Realmheart, I couldn't sense any mana signatures other than our own. Twice we reached stairwell doors that opened on solid walls, one of which had out of order carved into the stone blocking our path. An entire floor had been transformed into a maze. The hallways and rooms moved around to create the paths in an obviously ramshackle fashion. He's toying with us, I said when we reached a path that dead-ended into a window over which was a sign reading, Emergency Exit. Sylvie hummed her agreement. Infantile distractions to confuse and frustrate us. Tesha let out a long, steadying breath. This doesn't feel like the action of a cornered deity. Personally, I'd prefer it if he was desperately trying to keep us away, Regis grumbled. The death field in Relictum's portal had the appropriate air of gravitas, you know what I mean. This is just insulting. Finally, when we arrived at the chamber leading into what Tesha described as Agrona's private wing of the fortress, we were again brought up short by an unexpected sight. A dragon's skull had been wedged into the doorway, holding open two huge fire-scarred doors. The mouth yawned wide, forcing us to move through it in order to keep going forward. Is it my mother? Sylvie asked, paling. A sickly heat rushed up my neck as her emotions leaked into me. With King's Gambit actively buffering me against my own emotional turmoil at the disturbing thought, I laid my memory of Sylvia's features over this skull, comparing the size and shape. I didn't answer Sylvie's question. I didn't need to. One by one, we stepped through the jaws and out the back of the skull into the chamber beyond. A wide red carpet had been laid down, extending beyond the room and into the next. The jaws creaked slightly as Sylvie passed between them, and there was a whisper on the air that I couldn't make out. A cold, bitter hatred stirred like bile in my guts. I squeezed my Bond's shoulder. "This will be over soon," a voice oozed out of the stone around us. "Such confidence, you have always thought very highly of yourself, Godkiller." We all froze, looking around. Ether flooded through my channels, collecting in my limbs and hands as I prepared myself to react. "Ah, but do I detect a little jumpiness?" the voice continued. It was a rich, jocular baritone. There was no question who it belonged to. "Well, come on then, come on. Rude to keep your high sovereign waiting, especially when you time your visit so poorly. I'm quite busy enjoying my victory, but I suppose I can always make time for my daughter and her pets." The carpet led through several lavishly decorated chambers before descending a strangely placed staircase, which seemed to have been carved out of the middle of an already existing room. The stairs descended into a large, barren, empty space. It seemed to be an entire level of this wing, empty except for a single structure. There were no walls, no hallways, just one giant empty space. At the very center, a large podium topped with a glowing crystal and surrounded by revolving rings of stone seemed tiny in the emptiness. The crystal structure was identical to those I'd seen in the Relictum's ruins. Jayai, Tesha confirmed a moment later. Agrona stepped around the edifice, bathed in the crystal's glow. "Welcome, honored guests, to the heart of Tigran Selim." The Agrona before us was identical to the flesh golem that had been imprisoned in Ephiatis. He was about equal to me in height, but his branching horns made him look much taller. He hadn't replaced the ornamentation that once dangled between the prongs. Instead of their previously gaudy appearance, the black, sharp-pointed horns like antlers added an imposing air to his features, enhanced further by the red-tinged armor of white scales that clad his body from throat to heel. My jaw tightened as I looked more closely at the armor. Agrona cocked his head, brows rising. "Oh, that look on your face," he laughed deep in his chest. "I know what you're thinking, but no, I did not make my armor from the body of my once beloved. Bringing her skull up from the dungeon to welcome you into my home, Sylvie dear, now that was what Sylvia would have wanted. But she could not protect me in life, not even from herself. I would not trust her to do so in death." He made a show of brushing gauntleted hands down the front of the armor as if flattening the scales. "Although, it certainly is possible this was some relationship of yours. I didn't get a name before I flayed him. Honestly, I'm glad you're here. It's nice to have a reason to pull the old gear out of the closet, you know." His grin sharpened into something hungry. "One should really try to dress for the occasion, and being reunited with my daughter and the foster son I never had here, on the eve of my ultimate victory, well, it does demand some finery." I followed Agrona's blathering with one thread of my mind while the others focused elsewhere. The crystal was flaring, light jumping through it rapidly, and I could feel the attention of the djinn projection housed within it spread throughout the room, her senses like physical tendrils in the air. She was no doubt feeding Agrona a constant stream of information about every prickle of our skin or rising of a hair on her neck, reading us like books. But her senses weren't the only thing in the air here. I didn't need to activate the Spatium Godrune to feel the push and pull of an extra-dimensional boundary. It was why he'd emptied out the chamber, to allow more room for him to condense and play with some kind of pocket dimension, not unlike the one I'd hidden in while navigating the fourth keystone. That, of course, was how he'd defeated the assassins Kezes had sent, I realized. It seemed almost too obvious now that I was standing so close to the fold in space. Agrona had learned some trick that allowed him to form pocket dimensions of his own. How he'd done it was an interesting question, but not the most important one. Why was space folded in this room? Another trap. With the assistance of King's Gambit, I began to knit together a dense collection of theories that painted a clear picture. "Well, don't just stand at the stairs, come in," Agrona continued, holding his arms out. The carpet beneath our feet began to move, and we were all pulled forward several feet before I slammed my will down against his. The carpet ripped in half, folding up in front of us. Immediately, it melted into a trail of blood that ran quickly away into grates underneath where the carpet had been a moment before. Agrona seemed to take no notice. Tesha Iralith, Tess, Cecilia's meat puppet, good to see you again. Who'd have thought that you'd be your own woman again one day with a fully functioning body and shiny new white core? A nice trick that, by the way. Imagine working so hard to be freed of all purpose and everything that makes you special. You could have ridden on the shoulder of greatness, but now you will be nothing at all. When this world is gone, there will be no one left behind to remember your meager accomplishments. Tess stiffened beside me, her jaw working. Do not speak to her, Sylvie answered, striding forward to stand between Agrona and the rest of us just as I was about to do the same. You have no right to address Tesha. Is this really how you're going to spend your final moments, father, wasting these last few breaths on crude, futile teasing? Such a fierce dragon you've become, Agrona answered. His fingers picked at the edges of the dragon scales that made up his armor. You could have been so much more, but alas, Kezes Indrath does have a particular ability for ruining everything he touches, and even my blood could not protect you from that. It's over, Agrona, I said. Tesha and I moved forward to stand on either side of Sylvie, while Regis pressed against Tesha's other side protectively. I'm going to kill you and your people will cheer your death. Oh, but of course, Godkiller, you heartless brute you. A vicious killer in this life and the last. Even slaughtered your best friend's girl not once but twice. He clicked his tongue, crossed his arms, and shook his head in mocking disapproval. Imagine my working so hard to give Cecilia and Nico a second chance in this world after you ripped out Nico's heart by shoving a sword through Cecilia's. Just for you to come along and do it all over again here. I cocked my head slightly, handling the conversation with one thread while the rest spread out around me, tracking my friends, feeling the edges of the pocket dimension, reading the mana and ether as it interacted with Jai's probing senses, and most importantly, reaching for Meyer's tether, with which she had linked me to Kezes. I didn't slaughter them, I explained, surprised he didn't know more about what had happened. You twisted Cecilia into something unrecognizable, and Nico was going to follow her down any hole, no matter how deep or dark. As long as you were in their lives, there was no possibility of redemption for them, but my victory didn't require their redemption. I looked at Tesha. I don't forgive either of them for all the terrible things they did with their lives here, not least using your body to perpetrate their crimes. My gaze returned to Agrona, hardening. But Cecilia didn't choose to be the legacy. It made her a target in both lives, preventing her from ever having a chance. So I took that away, cut it out of her, and opened a way for them back to Earth. There they'll live mundane, powerless lives, not because they deserved it, but because doing so harmed you. Whether they find some redemption for themselves there, I'll never know, and I've made peace with that. I've made peace with that, Agrona mimicked, bobbing his horned head from side to side. So mature of you, I'm sure the families and bloods of all the people they killed in my service completely understand. He flapped a hand in my direction. Your arrogance really is the most amazing thing. After all, you've come here basically alone, thinking you're going to kill me, the audacity. I let a small smile curve my lips. The tether binding me to Kezes grew hot. I felt the portal open, the sudden approach, the warping of space and rebalancing of all energy in both worlds. I'm not alone. Agrona's eyes snapped to our left just as white light congealed into two figures. For a moment, the two silhouettes stood frozen in the light, like holes burned in reality. Kezes's and Winsome's auras filled Tigran's Selim an instant later as the two stared across the barren chamber at Agrona. Finally, Agrona said with a welcoming smile, the trap I had sensed snapped into place. Winsome stepped smoothly in front of Kezes, whose expression didn't even flicker. Etha flexed around him as he physically gripped the edges of the pocket dimension before they could close around the pair. Behind Winsome, Kezes did not move, but the world seemed to be moving around him, reshaping. For an instant, he appeared to be both the ageless, relaxed man and a towering white-gold scaled dragon. The floors and ceiling warped and broke to accommodate him. Blood sprayed the floor and space seemed to twist. Activating the Spatium Godrune, I pushed Sylvie and Tesher away, creating more space between them and the closing trap. The balance of power changed so suddenly that it was like having the air sucked out of the room. My vision went white. The sharp clatter of falling stone assaulted my ears and dust filled my lungs. Sylvie's worry pinged my thoughts and Regis shifted beside me, the destruction rune activating defensively. I blinked several times as my vision returned. Kezes was gone. Winsome stood exactly where he had a moment ago. His eyes, like two bright galaxies within his sockets, were wide, his mouth moving wordlessly. Blood began to seep from his cheek and a dark stain spread across his military-style uniform, red creeping across the gold highlights against the black. The light and color faded from his eyes and a belated "oh" gusted between blood-flecked lips. Then his body collapsed into several pieces. A lingering silence stretched across the room. Regis took a step forward, inspecting the bloody pile with a tilt of his head. Well, I guess you win some, you lose some. Agrona, 20 feet away beside the Jinn housing, burst into laughter. He hadn't moved, but the mana surged violently around him. He laughed for a long, long time. Oh, but that's good. He wiped away a tear and looked at me more seriously. Well done, Arthur. I knew you, of all people, would convince Kezes to leave his hidey hole. The long, slow death he'll suffer as his body withers and starves within this prison is, I think, exactly what the Jinn would want for him. Don't you agree, Jaye? Arthur. It was Sylvie's voice in my thoughts. She was pulled back, unable to maintain a constant connection due to King's Gambit, but she let her uncertainty leak into my mind with her voice. Her fear was justified, but I didn't share it. Don't you want to check in on him, make sure he really is contained? I asked, my voice even, a facade of curiosity laid over my expression. Agrona's brows knit together, his fingers flexing. The mana bowed outward in response, making the spinning rings of Jaye's housing flutter in their orbit. No more games, I'm afraid. This was entertaining, but it has played out exactly as intended. I don't have any more use for you, my daughter, or the meat puppet, so it's— I insist, I interrupted. Agrona responded instantly, his power lashing out. The air itself divided as it became a weapon, a void space where particles of mana and matter were separated. Regis dissolved into incorporeality just ahead of the attack, flitting into my chest. The in-between space of the pocket dimension was already flexing between us as I pulled it open with the spatium godrune. It swallowed Agrona's attack, then wrapped around the two of us. His face split into an enraged snarl, but he had already shown me just how fast his trap could close when he captured Kezes. His arrogant post-victory glow soured and then rotted into fear. My last fleeting glance of the physical world, just as the pocket dimension sealed around the two of us, was of Sylvie, features drawn tight by controlled, grabbing a panicking Tesha. Then the pocket dimension absorbed us into itself. In one way, it didn't feel as if we'd even moved. We still stood on solid stone, the wide, empty room opening around us, but the air was colder and the charge of mana and ether was different. As my eyes refocused, the room seemed to expand infinitely. At the outskirts of my perception, a sort of fog lifted up, curving above our heads like I was looking at the inside of a snow globe. Kezes, standing 100 feet away, turned slowly to face us. Violet lightning seemed to spark through the thunderous purple of his irises. Agrona smoothed his features, putting on a wry, almost congratulatory smirk. He looked immediately diminished, small within the undefined extent of the pocket dimension. Well, isn't that a neat trick? His expression tensed, and his will pressed against the walls of the space, but the outside dimension pushed back, not allowing him to leave. Impressive, you've what, cocooned my pocket dimension inside another? I shook my head, looking at him as if he were a particularly unintelligent child. That would have been more work than necessary. All it had taken was to condense the space around his pocket dimension as we'd been sucked in, barely a flicker of power through the spatium godrune. He couldn't open the space to leave because there was too much outside pressure pushing in. The only way out was for me to release the godrune. Kezes was looking at me. Winsome, I shook my head. Dead, Kezes's nostrils flared as his head swiveled back to Agrona, but Agrona was still focused on me. After all this, everything you've learned, you have the two of us locked in a box and you're still going to take his side, he rolled his eyes. In contrast to his genocide, what exactly are my crimes? Making my people strong, fighting back against his authoritarianism, helping the last remnant of the Jinn race get justice for the genocide of her people. He was gesticulating with each word now. I assure you, Arthur, if you weigh those dead at his hand against mine, his pyre will stack 100 times higher. The number was far greater than even Agrona knew, of course. I made a show of hesitating, considering his words. To my right, Agrona, whose crimes had been directly against me and mine. His war had killed my father and far too many of my friends. He'd butchered Sylvia, who had loved him, and he'd ordered the death of my bond, his own daughter. Any one of his crimes condemned him to death in my eyes. But to my left, Kezes. He'd brought me into his world, trained me, named me an Usura. We'd clashed, yes, and those I loved suffered because of his order to wield the World Eater technique, but even that had been an act of war. I had made nearly the exact same choice in my previous life. No, Kezes's crimes weren't against me, but against those long dead. People I'd never known, civilizations that existed only as faint dots surging across a map in my mind. I don't agree with what Kezes has done, but I do understand him, I answered, releasing the gates of my core so that ether flooded my body, lifting me up off the ground. And when you're dead and we've saved this world in Ephiatis, we can protect it together, in a more human way. I didn't look at Kezes as I spoke. Agrona didn't appear surprised as he gave a bitter laugh. A fool right up until the end. I'd say he will chew you up and spit you out, but I won't let that happen. You are still trapped within the seat of my power, both cut off from your own. His face was slashed by a gruesome smile. Come then. You have wished to die, and I am nothing if not gracious. Chapter 520, Unflinching. All color drained from the pocket dimension. Pale light wrapped around Kezes in the form of a dragon, while dark flames drew in shadows around Agrona. Kezes himself didn't move, but the dragon's jaws opened wide. Agrona, wreathed in flames, split, repeating images of himself appearing rapidly to the left and right, moving as if to encircle us. White fire flashed, momentarily blinding me as it swallowed the space where Agrona had been. I didn't blink as I poured ether into King's Gambit, pushing the Godrun's capabilities past anything I had trained for. My perception sped up, making time and the movements of the two Assyrian god kings slow until I could just barely follow along. The dragon's head turned one way, following the still-growing circle of shadowy, flickering Agronas, pure mana scouring away the air, the stone, and the shadows all at once. Kezes's own eyes followed the ring in the opposite direction, with each image flashing into a combustion of ether as his eyes touched them. My Realmheart-enhanced senses were drowned in the outpouring of mana. Agrona and Kezes seemed to be anywhere and everywhere at once. The unrestrained clash of their powers was suffocating. The stone beneath my feet shifted as the dragon's breath devoured the floor. I pushed away from the little atmospheric ether contained inside the pocket dimension, hovering just as the floor gave way, crumbling into a lower section of the castle. Ether spilled from me to congeal into a small vertical platform at my feet. Even as I planted my soles against it, ether also built up throughout my body, condensing until there was a sudden explosion through my muscles. I shot backwards, leaving behind a shockwave within the mana and ether, a short blade simultaneously forming in my hand. A second sequence of explosions went through my arm and shoulder, propelling the blade into a backwards thrust with so much force that I felt my bones spiderweb with fractures. The strike slammed into an immovable counterforce, and my momentum stopped, jarring me and conjuring a marrow-deep ache through my whole body. I looked down at a white gauntleted hand gripping my wrist. My eyes snapped up to meet Agrona's, and he raised a brow slightly. In front of me, there was a thunderous boom as the air of my supersonic passage slammed back together. Then Kezes's attack swallowed us. We vanished in a white fire of pure mana. A black shadow clawed through the white, and I raised my arms to defend myself. The impact sent me flying backwards out of the flames. By the time I caught myself, ether had collected along my wounds, fusing fractured bone and split flesh. The flames subsided, and for a moment I was looking at the hollowed-out core of Tigran Selim. The floor and several below it had caved into a pile of smoking rubble. While the ceiling was still collapsing, the chambers above us twisting and melting at the edges, as if they weren't entirely rendered in this extra-dimensional space. Kezes still hadn't moved except to float a few feet into the air. His fine clothes remained unruffled, not even a hair out of place. His eyes, like two bright flashes of violet lightning, swept the rubble, but Agrona was nowhere to be seen. His white-hot gaze came to rest on me, and the smallest frown pinched his lips. I felt the mental intrusion an instant later. "Gah!" Regis exclaimed in surprise. "Shit!" Then my companion was forcefully ejected from my body, at first pooling on the broken stonework before taking his physical form, hackles up. A low growl deep in his throat as he looked threateningly back at me. My throat closed and I suddenly couldn't swallow. "Regardless of your desire to help me, you will do so." The words came from me, but the voice wasn't mine, or at least not mine alone. Two rich baritones echoed over and across each other, one mine, the other Agrona's. My hands clenched into fists, trembling. My neck craned uncomfortably, and I stared at Kezes, whose expression had flattened into a complete lack of emotion. "Go on, Kezes, he's trapped us both in here. Pull out his insides, melt the flesh from his weak bones, free yourself." Kezes didn't move, didn't speak. His eyes burrowed into mine as if he could see straight through to the struggle between my control and Agrona's. A sword of ether condensed into my fist. The sword was jagged and dark, dripping corruption like drops of black blood. Regis shot forward and I twisted, thrusting the blade at his throat. He became shadow and ether, then flame, and the violet blaze ran down the length of the sword. All of my King's Gambit-enhanced concentration slammed inward at once, scouring my physical form for every shred of essence that was not me, and like a flood through a canal, I pushed that essence along, forcing it into a single place. The destruction blade swept up at the joint of my left shoulder even as the etheric armor folded out, exposing my skin. The blade's passage through skin, muscle, and bone was effortless, almost painless. The corrupted flesh tumbled to the ground, burning with destruction, and the resistance, that punishing force from within Agrona, fighting for control of my body, vanished. My armor grew down over the hole in my left side. Dark smoke and fire were rising from the arm that had been attached there only a second before. I pulled back my blade, which straightened and brightened as I reasserted my control, then thrust at the core of where Agrona was reforming. Destruction danced within the heart of the cloud, reaching for something to consume. The smoke and fire retracted, splitting into two separate clouds, then again into four, then eight. Each cloud carried within it a tiny spark of destruction, but that was enough to begin consuming them from within. The clouds split again and again as if a hurricane wind was blowing them away, until the spark of destruction they carried was diffused down to nothing at all. I swept my blade sideways, God's step opening up a dozen points of connectivity, each one allowing a small piece of the destruction blade to pass through, each one striking one of Agrona's manifestations. In an instant, a dozen of his cloud forms ignited with the amethyst flames of destruction, burning away to nothing, but all the others slammed back together, constituting into an uninjured Agrona. At the same time, the ethereal silver-white dragon around Kezes slammed one claw down into the ground, shaking this otherworldly echo of Tigran Selim. I felt the hardening of time around me, like the dragon's claw was pinning me to the ground. For an instant, I hesitated. I was unwilling to be trapped by Kezes' power, but I didn't want to break the spell entirely and give Agrona some way to escape. Through the interwoven branches of my widely spread thoughts, held within the matrix formed by King's Gambit, I lightly touched on the truth of this conflict. Self-preservation won out. Pushing back against Kezes' etheric art as I had done before, I shed his etheric time stop. Agrona hitched, suddenly still. There was a ripping within the fabric of time, then he was moving, had moved, and then was still again. Agrona was fighting back against the spell too. But it wasn't only time that was hardening. Air and space were condensing into something heavy and tangible. The atmosphere crystallized around him, a slightly pearlescent shell of clear diamond encasing his stuttering form like a sarcophagus. His eyes snapped back into normal motion just as the sarcophagus completely surrounded him. Seeing him trapped, I went to one knee. My right hand pressed against the clean cut where I'd taken my left arm. It would heal, but it would take time. As Kezes finally deigned to move, stepping lightly across ground that reformed beneath his feet toward the entrapped Agrona, I channeled and shaped Etha out of my core. The sealed armor over my left shoulder opened again, and Etha pooled from it, not forming fresh flesh but elongating outward into a purple, lightly glowing facsimile of an arm. I stood and flexed the appendage, working the fingers and rotating the joints. In my head, I could feel it as if it were my own. It would do until the real thing could grow back. I stood, carefully watching Agrona and Kezes. The basilisk stared at the dragon from within the crystalline prison. The dragon glowered back. "For my daughter," Kezes said, his voice quiet but hard as steel. He raised his hand and closed it into a fist. The crystalline sarcophagus crushed inward like a tin can. The clear, pearlescent rock went crimson in an instant, Agrona's body demolished, his blood and viscera entrapped within. At the same time, Kezes grunted in pain as a black spike jammed into his ribs, punching through his mana and etha. He spun, his glower settling on the only thing he could see, me. I could see the calculation running behind his eyes as he determined whether or not I'd been the one to attack him. Clenching my fist around the handle of the destruction blade, I shook my head and opened my mouth to answer his unspoken question. Behind him, the crystal shattered, melting like ice. The blood and gore was gone as if it had never been there, and a dark, amused laugh rang out throughout the pocket dimension. I suddenly recognized the probing tentacles of void wind and sound mana in my head and realized it was an illusion. I sheared the threads from my mind, then felt along their lengths back to the source. Using the principles of mana cancellation, I agitated the mana with my etha, breaking the spell apart. A purple pulse rippled through the space, collapsing the illusion, but there was no time to see the result. Erupting from the nova of my pulse, a tornado of black spikes the length of my hand filled the pocket dimension. I ducked my face behind the crook of my etheric arm, which expanded out like a shield around me, cracking and reforming 100 times a second as I was pummeled from every direction. Kezes' mana signature flared, and white light spread across the pocket dimension like paint from a brush. The air stilled. When the light dimmed, the fortress seemed unharmed, all the damage of our battle suddenly undone. The smell of fresh rain and fertile soil lingered, somehow calming. The whirling spikes had faded, and Agrona was standing where he'd been before the fight began. I honed in all my senses, King's Gambit and Realmheart, my core sense of etha, and my own eyes, ears, and intuition on Agrona. It was him, his illusion had been broken. Agrona was slightly pale and sweating. Opposite him, Kezes was bleeding from the wound in his side. A faint etheric spell clung to him, suppressing the effects of whatever weakening corruption seeped through his veins. There was a lull. Agrona, ever unable to stop himself from talking, spoke into the quiet. "Kezes, Kezi, I've spent centuries preparing for this moment. You don't think I planned on extinguishing the entire dragon race without learning to protect myself against your greatest weapon, do you? Especially after the revelation of Arthur's abilities." His placid expression darkened and his focus shifted to me. "As for you, Arthur, you're holding back, retaining your strength. How long do you think you can keep this up for? It was unwise of you to come in with us. The smart thing would have been to send me in and close the door behind me, leaving us both to fight it out." Agrona's expression shifted into a wily grin. You just can't let go though, can you? Of that hero complex. Had to be here yourself, make sure I was really finished. Do it yourself if you can. His brows rose. Well. Can you? I answered with a concentrated ether blast from the palm of my transparent purple hand. There was a low whoosh, then a roar as the cone of violet energy exploded toward him. He flashed back out of its range, then reversed course, flying directly for me, a black blade appearing in his hand. Behind me, Kezes was concentrating on a building attack. The white-hot pressure of it was so great that I almost missed the small pinpricks of mana condensing beneath me from my own shadow. Instead of preparing to fend off Agrona's strike, I stepped back 20 feet, leaving behind a row of scales from my armor where several needle-thin spikes had thrust up at me. I stepped again and again, spikes manifesting everywhere I tried to be, gnawing like teeth. If not for King's Gambit, I never would have avoided them all. Agrona's attacks came too fast for sight or mana sense alone to detect. My thoughts, my attention, were spread out around me, King's Gambit allowing me to focus on 100 specific points of minutiae at once. The silver-white dragon had stepped forward, its wings wrapped around Kezes to ward off any of the spikes that targeted him. He was still standing in the same spot, but his eyes were closed. As I flashed across the space again and again, pushed hard by Agrona's spikes growing from the ground, my own shadow, the very air, Kezes seemed blissfully ignorant. But no, that wasn't quite right. Pulses of time, speeding up and slowing down rapidly, pushing and pulling at me, and Agrona saved me more than once. And still, I wasn't quite fast enough. I had barely appeared, etheric lightning racing down the exterior of my armor, when a spike pierced the bottom of my foot and punched out the top of my knee. The wound went from agonizing to numb in an instant, my vision swam, and my hold over my godrunes started to slip. Sharp pain blossomed from my hip, chest, and neck. I looked down to find myself run through in several places by thin spikes oozing black ichor. Destruction, Regis bellowed inside of me. Burn it out. My fuzzy brain's focus drifted to a beam of hot white light that shot up from the center of the wide chamber. Kezes had finished channeling his spell and now reached up toward the ceiling, the beam issuing from his hand. The stonework above and below him was collapsing in a ripple that ran outward. His eyes snapped open, locked on Agrona, and narrowed. His hand came down. The beam split the fortress in half, like a sword that stretched from the roots of the world into the sky above and blazed with the light and heat of the sun. Even through my catatonia, I felt it scorching my skin. My eyes watered, but I couldn't close them. My face had gone numb. The floor gave way beneath me. I started to fall. There was a moment when I could see the two halves of the fortress looming over me, divided evenly and slowly separating from one another. Sunlight filtered in from far above through the murky grayness of the pocket dimension's outer barrier. Then the two halves of the castle crashed together like giant stone hands, and the light cut out. My body spun in the air, and I saw down through hundreds of floors, divided as if the fault lines had shifted and the earth had broken open, leaving behind a dark void. I was falling into that emptiness, no longer able to control my body or my magic. Shadows wrapped around me and my descent slowed. It was dark except for a flickering purple light. The light grew stronger and I was aware of flames spreading across me. Between one halting breath and the next, the numbness was burned away and replaced with pain. I screamed. Destruction, violet fire was in my blood. I was being consumed from the inside out. The pain receded, and I sucked in a gasping, choked breath as ether rushed to heal my ruined circulatory system. My vision was distorted, my thoughts sluggish and confused. "Easy, princess, take it easy," a familiar voice was muttering from above me. I bobbed up and down in the darkness as my senses returned. Crashing and explosions came from above, and more rubble tumbled past us. I felt Regis's mind probe mine, trying to determine if I was going to be okay. In the absence of King's Gambit, which had fallen away like most of my other channeled godrunes, it was easier for him to be in my head. I immediately flailed mentally, grabbing hold of thoughts I couldn't be thinking and pushing them down into darkness. "Whoa, easy there, princess, it's just me," he said warily, pulling back slightly. It was an awkward motion, considering he was holding me up. I cleared my throat, wiped blood from my eyes, and took over my own flight, pulling out of his grip. He had taken on his destruction form, and his thick wings were beating swiftly to keep him hovering. Dark rock surrounded us on all four sides and above us. The void extended below. Every couple of seconds, the walls and ceiling shook. "I had to burn Agrona's poison out of you," Regis explained as my brain healed and my thoughts rushed to catch up. The ceiling grew back in over us. Pushing ether into Realmheart, I searched for Kezes and Agrona, expecting to feel their battle high above. Instead, I felt nothing. Even without King's Gambit active, I could guess that Agrona had pushed us off into a corner of the pocket dimension and folded it in around us. I could also guess it was some kind of trap. Slowly, testing my capabilities after having destruction moving through my veins, those for blood and mana both, I sent fresh ether down into King's Gambit as well. My mind ignited with thought and possibility as the crown glowed from my brow. He wants me to punch a hole back into the rest of the isolated space. The pocket dimension will rip, and he'll use that to escape and try to trap Kezes and me back inside. Would that work? Regis asked, destruction flickering between his teeth. I could only shrug, causing my body to bob up and down in the void. If I'd have known for sure I could have trapped them both in here until they rotted, I'd have done it, but this is Agrona's creation. He understands it better than I do. Besides, I thought to myself, separately from my connection to Regis, if my visions from the last keystone unfold as I had them, I wouldn't be able to hold the pocket dimension closed much longer anyway. Briefly, I prodded the boundaries of the pocket dimension with my new spatium Godrun. Then Etha pushed into Aroa's Requiem. A gentle golden light splashed through the angry violet light of Regis's flames, and the Godrun's particles flowed along my arm and out into empty space, congregating along the walls and ceiling. It took some time. The stone seemed to crumble as if the motes were 10,000 insects eating away at it. The crashing and impact of battle grew louder, the walls quaking more violently. Broken, half-formed floors rippled down the walls, and the ceiling broke open, sealed over, and broke again rapidly. Although we weren't moving, it suddenly looked as if we were shooting up through the ruined roots of Tigran's Salem. The walls and ceiling melted away, and I was again standing on the cracked but whole floor of the reliquary chamber where the battle had started. No sign remained of Kezes's catastrophic attack, the world-eater-like technique that had demolished the entirety of this false fortress. Instead, huge black spikes stabbed from floor to ceiling like angled pillars, and a corner of the chamber had dissolved into what looked like black lava. Glowing white beads filled the air like pollen, and the instant I appeared, those closest pulled quickly away. I felt instinctively that I should not touch the beads, which radiated Kezes's killing intent. "Oh, Arthur, so consistently do you manage to simultaneously disappoint and impress," Agrona said from my right. His arms were crossed, his face slashed through with a wry sneer, but his entire left half was blackened as if badly burned, both his skin and the once white armor. Kezes stood on my left. He still stood casually, the air around him humming. But the silvery white aspect of the dragon seemed more distant, less distinct, and he had two more small wounds that seemed to have bled quite badly. Faded black veins snaked up his neck and across his cheek, and his skin had a tinge of sickly green coloration around the veins' edges. It was easier to sense their respective mana signatures now. It must have taken me longer to get back than I'd realized, as both Usuras felt depleted, as if their fight had raged on for days. But then, as another branch of my thoughts noted, there was little mana or ether for either to draw from within the pocket dimension. The prison itself was starving them, speeding their growing weakness. For all Agrona's bravado about this being his domain, he didn't appear to be faring any better than Kezes. I rolled my aching, severed shoulder, concentrating on reforming the etheric arm. My own reservoir contained within the four-layer core was significant but not infinite. Still, the Usuras' focus on each other meant I was holding my own, as I had intended. Regis moved between me and Agrona, his flames snapping in a jagged, unnatural way. "Do you plan for us to keep up this fight for all time, Agrona?" Kezes asked, his voice breathy and cut through with an edge of pain. "Two immortals locked inside a pocket dimension battling for the rest of eternity," Agrona chuckled, shaking his head at Kezes. "You may be older than the dirt that forms Ephiatus, but you're no immortal. In fact, you're quite capable of dying." He raised his arms suddenly. Jagged black lines formed a wall between him and us, evaporating the white spots wherever they touched. The same jagged energy jumped from the wall to one of the pillars, which branched off to two more, each of which continued to others. The white motes flew to the jagged black lines, hissing and popping as the two forces collided. I reached for God's step, but the pathways cut off wherever they would pass one of the lines. Seeing it like that, though, I realized the dark energy, jumping from pillar to pillar, wasn't random but formed the shape of a rune. My eyes widened and I stepped into the etheric pathways, but I did not step back out immediately. The pressure was incredible, crushing, impossible. I was being condensed into my essence, and with a flash I knew that if I stayed any longer I would share Baron's fate, my etheric essence squeezed from my body and drawn back into the void. Reaching, falling, climbing, flying for the nearest connective point, I stumbled back into the room, sweat pouring down my face. The blood iron pillars had shattered, the white motes vanished, and Agrona was now standing in front of Kezes, who had fallen to one knee. Agrona placed a hand on the top of Kezes's head, then turned to look as he felt me reappear. Interesting to note that this pocket dimension bleeds into the etheric realm, although I suppose the importance of that little discovery won't matter much for very long. Still, if killing you doesn't release me, maybe I can slip out that way. I ignored him, focusing on Kezes as I shook off the hangover of my near-death. A brand stood out dark and bloody on the side of Kezes's neck in the shape of the rune that had been drawn between the pillars. I didn't fully understand the magic Agrona had just used, but I could read the rune's power well enough. Although more complex, it was clearly similar to the runes used on mana suppression cuffs. Kezes's eyes met mine. Despite the magic trapping his power inside him and his subservient pose, they were full of command. "Now, Arthur," Agrona began, patting Kezes on the top of the head like a child or a pet. "You can do this the easy way and release me, or I can gut you and splash around in your entrails until your spell wears off." What's it going to God step brought me between Kezes and Agrona. I pressed my good hand against Kezes's neck and raised the etheric arm toward Agrona's face, unleashing another blast of ether. Agrona's hand clamped down on my own, twisting it away so the blast only rolled off his already burned side. His other hand flashed up a dagger that bisected my wrist, reversed, and drove down toward my neck. With one branch of my consciousness, I pushed ether into Aroa's requiem. With another, I reinforced my etheric barrier and armor. With yet another, I reformed the conjured hand that had just been separated, all while calculating the trajectory of Agrona's lightning-fast strike. I dipped my shoulder and leaned away about an inch. The black blade skated across the surface of the armor, shedding a couple of scales but drawing no blood. Destruction-wreathed jaws closed around Agrona's shoulder, and Regis, his destruction form towering over Agrona, tried to drag the Usra back. Bright motes from the Godrune danced along the brand in Kezes's flesh. There was no room to second-guess if I could do it. I knew the only limit to the Godrune's capabilities was my own insight. I knew that Agrona had formed and transferred this unnatural mark onto Kezes's neck, and that it hadn't been there only a moment before. I told myself that I knew this was enough to reverse it. The motes sank into the brand, turning back time itself on the mana that formed it. Behind me, Agrona seemed to melt into smoke and shadow for an instant, flowing out of Regis's grip. Dark wings spread out behind Agrona. When they flapped, a black wind gusted from them, sending Regis tumbling away like a leaf in a hurricane. Pure, bright white light spilled out of Kezes, shot through with jagged, angry veins of violet. Where the light touched Agrona, fissures spread across his flesh and armor. The dark wings disintegrated. He held up a hand to cover his eyes. I conjured an etheric blade and tried to lunge, but the dark wings exploded back into being, two curved, black shapes against a backdrop of white. The wings stabbed forward, and I was momentarily crushed between the opposing light and darkness. I felt more than saw the castle shatter around us. We existed in a sphere of emptiness, nothing within but the imperfect balance of light and dark reality crashed back in. I was on my knees wrapped in a sheath of protective ether. My armor was a tattered shambles. 1,000 small cuts wept fine trails of blood all across my body. Ahead of me, Agrona sagged. Behind me, Kezes swelled. The incorporeal dragon aspect manifested and lunged, catching one of Agrona's dark wings in its jaws and rending it. Agrona flicked out the wrist still holding the dagger, and it jumped from his fingers and exploded outward into 1,000 identical blades. Reaching for God's step in the Spatium rune, I ripped open an etheric path and simultaneously folded space, redirecting it. The wall of daggers vanished into the space, then rained down on Agrona from above. Wherever they touched him, they melted harmlessly back into his body. Kezes took a step forward, and the ethereal dragon pounced, huge silver-white claws grabbing Agrona by the shoulders and slamming him to the ground. Kezes took a second step, and the dragon opened its mouth and breathed a beam of pure mana that swallowed Agrona's figure. I raised my conjured hand, looking through it to dim the blinding light. Within the heart of the blaze, a woman squirmed. She was of middle age, with light blonde hair and golden markings down her face. I'd seen her portrait hanging in Indrath's castle. Her eyes widened and she screamed, a gut-wrenching noise that made bile rise up in the back of my throat. "Father, please, enough, Father, you're killing me." Kezes's face twisted into a mask of rage, and he leaned forward. The dragon surged downward, its maw closing around the image of Sylvia, shattering the floor yet again and sinking into the crater. Kezes gasped, blinking rapidly, and tried to pull back, reeling in his power, but black chains had wrapped around the dragon and were pulling it down farther and farther into the crater. Kezes pressed a hand to his chest, his eyes widening with a fear and pain I had never seen in them before. King's Gambit connected several dots for me. Grimacing, I jumped into the crater, following the dragon and Agrona down. A shadow appeared above me, and Regis dissolved into incorporeality and passed through my skin and into my core. Laughter echoed through the fortress ruins, and we plummeted. The walls shattered as we fell, the broken pieces turning into spears of burning blood iron and driving into the transparent dragon's body. The manifestation's power was being sapped, draining away the farther we fell and the more wounds it took. I could see the mana and ether streaming back up to Kezes as he struggled to retract his power. So much of it was contained within this manifestation. Without it, he would be no match for Agrona. Below me, the dragon fought against the chains, writhing, gnashing, and clawing at the shadow of Agrona beneath it. Its breath sprayed futilely around us. Then, in the heartbeat between two gouts of pure mana, I felt the twin stream of mana being pulled down, away from Kezes and into Agrona. He was absorbing Kezes's mana, empowering himself while weakening Kezes. With my hand of Etha, I reached for the tether between Kezes and his manifested draconic aspect. As I'd done with the golden threads previously, I honed the edges of my fingers and snipped the tether. A cry of pain echoed down the crater from above, and the dragon melted away into raw mana that swirled and eddied as it quickly dispersed. Agrona blinked in surprise. A dozen Etha blades formed in the air all around me, each one controlled by a single facet of King's Gambit. The blades spun, sliced, and struck in perfect concert. Spikes of blood iron, shields of condensed void wind, and lashes of sulfur whirled around Agrona, deflecting the blows with equal precision. In that instant of distraction, I folded space below him. He hit it at full speed before even recognizing that it was there. The impact shattered the folded space, and the entire pocket dimension quaked as if it might implode. The shattered fortress began to fall along with us, and all became dust. I wasn't entirely sure when our momentum stopped. We didn't land, we just stopped falling. I swept a hand through the air, warping space so that the dust was no longer in the air around us. Agrona lay on the ground, his head bleeding. He was propped up on one elbow, glaring at me through bloodshot eyes. Opposite him, Kezes was on one knee, a hand resting on the other, his body trembling slightly. The pocket dimension smelled like ozone from all the power that had been extinguished here. I stood above the two exhausted god kings as if they'd been forced to bow down before me. The irony was palpable. I had to bite back the urge to tell them so, to rail against their crimes, to smugly rub their collective failures in their faces, to point out every place they'd made their mistakes. My thoughts, unfolding in an instant due to King's Gambit, followed the same path as when we'd first entered the pocket dimension. To my left, Agrona. He'd brought me to this world to anchor Cecilia's eventual reincarnation, prematurely ending my time on Earth. He'd weaponized my home, my family, and my friends against me. His impact on my life was one of constant torment, but he was the reason I had my family, my bond with Sylvie. I'd barely woken up in this world before I knew what it really was, a second chance, one that I had because of Agrona's actions. To my right, Kezes, he'd twisted this world, my home, for his own cruel intentions, withdrawing his own people, his family, to a safe place while he built up and crushed civilization after civilization on the world he'd left behind. He was constant, safely in power, never truly questioned or challenged. He kept his world in a controlled stasis, a status quo that never changed, an existence so stable that his people couldn't change even if they needed to in order to survive. Agrona chuckled, the form lying on the ground melted away, revealing him to be standing just a few feet away from the illusion. "Why do you hesitate, boy?" He glanced past me to where Kezes was standing shakily. Trying to decide which one of us to kill first. Before I could answer, he pressed on. "That was a clever trick, cutting away so much of Kezes's power. Was that your plan to begin with, or just a fortunate opportunity for you? Clever, but a bit obvious. Let us weaken each other and look for a place and time to cut our legs out from under us. Don't bother denying it. I can see your true thoughts about him clearly in your mind now, Arthur." "You've let your control slip, my boy," I snorted derisively. "Foolish," Kezes muttered. Frowning, I half turned to glance at him but kept one eye on Agrona. He glared at me. "I always knew your brand of short-sighted altruism would make it unlikely you would ever truly see it my way. When all was over, I expected to have to eliminate you and your family, assuming any of you survived this. Still, you've done a valiant job of hiding your true intentions until now. Perhaps I even carried some small hope that we really could work together in the future. But you never planned to do so, did you?" My face fell, and I began backing up so as not to be directly between the two Usuras. I considered denying it, attempting to salvage my relationship with Kezes just long enough to finish this. But I'd been holding the lie of our alliance for so long, never acknowledging my true intentions even in my own thoughts, that I simply couldn't keep it up any longer. I knew what it would mean, but the sharp smile forming on my face told me I was ready. "No, I didn't." Kezes brushed himself off with a sneer, then looked at Agrona. Agrona smirked back at him. Both Asuran lords, leaders of their clans and races, perhaps the two most powerful beings in this world, turned on me. Chapter 521, Peace in Your Own. The gray light of the pocket dimension was swallowed by darkness. Mana oozed through the black, obscuring Realmheart's senses like a fog, and all signs of Kezes or Agrona vanished. Wind rushed into my ears. Etha, not my own, settled heavy on my limbs, deadening all physical sensation. For a moment, I was back in the empty, formless waste from my first fall into the relictombs, almost like I didn't have a body at all. Only the bitter, acrid smell and taste of corruption remained among all my senses. Something hit me in the chest, and I flew backwards. It happened so hard and so fast that I was already smashing through distant walls before the sensation of pain traveled from my body to my brain. Stars exploded in my vision on top of the darkness. I sluggishly activated God's Step. The network of connective tissue within the pocket dimension lit up in my vision, and I tumbled backwards through one point just to come spinning from another. Etheric swords condensed around me in a circle, swinging in every direction. Like antennae, the blades extended my awareness just that much farther, and I felt them strike home. The iron scent of blood tinged the air. The rushing wind still deafening me sharpened, and I sank to a knee. Even with my flesh numb from the pressing ether, I felt the rush of death cut just over my head, felt the subtle tug of my hair as a few strands were sheared free of my scalp. My own blades whirled like a cyclone around me. Through my hands and the soles of my feet pressed against the floor, I felt the trembling of an approaching great weight. I leaned forward, passing into the etheric paths again. The interconnected points revealed by God's step were easy to see and follow, but their relation to the physical space within the pocket dimension was almost meaningless. Still, I could make out the distant edges of the large bubble containing us, and though the relativity of space in a traditional sense was nearly non-existent inside the pocket dimension, this gave me some small sense of where we were. I flashed through God's step again, then again, each time to a specific location within the pocket dimension as I bought myself a moment to think. Agrona and Kezes had both done the math on this fight, they'd just taken longer to get the same answer I'd known for weeks. I was too dangerous to them both now. As Saris had planned long ago, the two God Kings had seen each other as the greater threat and had pushed themselves to the extreme in order to end this fight quickly. But the math had shifted. Kezes and Agrona both knew that if they continued to fight each other, in the end I would kill the victor. I had to. There was no choice. I could not save the peoples of Dicathen, Alacria, and Ephiatis if either Agrona or Kezes survived. And so they would destroy me first. Each of them thought they could then defeat the other when I was dead. Clearly, only one of us three could be right. God's step brought me to the very center point of the pocket dimension sphere. Within the obstructing magic, both the darkness and the smothering mana and ether, there was a weave of magic. As I'd flashed around the chamber, I had also been feeling out the orientation of the spells, searching for their origination point. Kezes, in particular, was not perfectly adept at making himself disappear, and his etheric manipulation left clear signs within the clouded atmosphere. Wielding ether like a scalpel, I tried to surgically cut the strings of the spells, canceling them. Agrona's response was immediate and just as subtle, countering by reallocating the suffocating mana, the spell sliding past my efforts like an incoming wake over the rocks. I shifted again, and his spell changed in response, but the darkness curled visibly with the effort. And for an instant I saw a white-silver dragon bearing down and felt the wind all around me take on cutting edges. I God-stepped away, but Regis remained behind. Through our link, I felt him ignite with destruction. He dodged around the dragon's claws, not trying to strike back. Instead, he spilled destruction out over the floor and into the air, a flame in the heart of the spell. Following the weave of the magic through the etheric pathways, I cut at the strings of Agrona's power, dodged the flowering blood-iron spikes, torrents of pure mana, and sides of void wind that chased me, then flashed away again. With each strike, Agrona adjusted, but his hold over the obscuring darkness was slipping. The hurricane roar grew quieter with each god step, and the blackness became more a gray cloud. "Enough of this darkness," Kezes roared, and there was a terrible rending noise. The fading gray ripped like a curtain and fluttered to the ground, where it sank between the stones like oily smoke. Destruction was billowing outward from the center of our battleground. Stone, air, mana, and ether were all burning as Regis focused all his strength into pouring destruction out. Without the darkness to consume, it now rushed in a blaze, reaching for the ceiling and spilling down into the lower levels. Entire portions of the fortress were crumbling. The edge of the conflagration suddenly went still. Like wind sweeping through grass, the violet fires all flickered back toward me, freezing in a wave aimed at me. Reaching out with my own ether, I drove my power into his and attempted to break it. A dark shadow stabbed at my eyes and spikes of pain stabbed into my head. My thoughts went blank as King's Gambit, trembling, magnified the sensation over and over again. Like a steel-gauntleted fist, time constricted around me. My ether was frozen in my channels. I couldn't react, couldn't fight back against the ether art that held me. The scene seemed to jump forward and my head swam. Agrona stood directly in front of me, a blood-iron dagger embedded in my sternum. I came to just as the tip slid off the hardened surface of my core. Behind Agrona, destruction raged, violet flames racing to consume the entire pocket dimension, which trembled against my consciousness. Grabbing his wrist in my conjured left hand, I struck Agrona in the throat, stepped in and drove my elbow into his face, wrapped a leg behind his, and tossed him to the ground, his arm twisting unnaturally in my grip. His fingers spasmed, releasing the blade, which I then ripped out and slammed into the back of his head. The blood iron melted away before the blow could fall, but his face still rebounded off the ground with a violent crack. I raised the arm again, and an etheric sword formed in it, short and perfect for thrusting. I drove it down, but a clawed hand of wind and shadow reached out of Agrona's shoulder and caught my arm. I twisted the blade to slice along the back of the shadow limb, but the world twisted, and I found myself on my back, looking up at the three-armed Agrona. With one hand pinning my sword arm and a forearm pressed to my throat, his spectral, shadowy limb plunged into the wound in my sternum. Pain, hot and sudden, burned from within my chest. I responded with a point-blank burst strike at Agrona's solar plexus. Power welled up and ruptured between us, and he was tossed off me. I fell backward into God's step, reappearing at the center of the space beside Regis as a sickly, burning pain clutched at my core. I wasn't healing, and my core had taken a direct strike. Sensing my dismay, Regis gave a last push with destruction, faded into incorporeality, and whisked through my skin to my core. Ugh, gross, he bemoaned before igniting inside me, burning away the corruption and allowing my ether to heal my flesh. Core looks fine, though. There was an ear-splitting crash and my gaze snapped upward. The fortress was collapsing, unable to sustain itself with so much devoured by destruction. Black-lined wind pulled at the brickwork, aiming the falling stones toward me. I pulled the ether close around me as half of Tigran's coelom came down on my head. The avalanche roar battered my eardrums. Dust filled my lungs and stung my eyes. With my conjured etheric arm over my head, I opened the floodgates of my core and pushed everything I could into the barrier as tons upon tons of stone struck me from above, waiting, searching, and then God stepped away, appearing above the last of the toppling ruins. A sickly vibration ran through me as the earlier waves of destruction continued to spread, now climbing up the walls of the pocket dimension. For an instant, I thought destruction might swallow the entire space, consuming Agrona and Kezes as one, but the cold realization of the truth came quickly after. Destruction would crack the very walls between this reality and the outside world, spilling this fight into the real Tigran coelom in waves of amethyst fire. Regis cut off the flow. All around us, the bright violet light of hungry flames died. The collapse stopped. I found myself standing on solid ground again, although the air was thickly choked with dust. Agrona's and Kezes's mana signatures stood out like beacons in the absence of destruction. The dust whipped around, disturbed by silver-white wings. I had an instant to recognize that the fortress had yet again reformed around me before I stepped into the etheric pathways. I appeared behind Kezes but vanished again immediately, reappearing in front of him even as he twisted, a long golden sword in his hand. My own etheric blade thrust for his exposed ribs, but the Lord of the Usras was fast. His sword thrust into the space I had just vacated, but his empty hand spun backwards, driving through my own weapon. The sword dissolved as my control over it was wrenched away from me. I stumbled in surprise, and the golden blade shifted from his right hand to his left with an etheric crackle. I caught the ensuing strike on the back of my left arm, but another blade struck my hip, this one from behind, Agrona's killing intent suddenly looming at my back. A new sword condensed into my right hand, extending back in a reverse grip. I swept it backwards at Agrona as Regis imbued it again, the blade rolling with flames of destruction. The weapon swept through empty air. My conjured left fist was wrapped around Kezes's golden blade, but as he twisted it, the arm shattered just as my weapon had done. He brought the sword back in a blade dancer's stance, and as he thrust forward again, the draconic manifestation reared around him and pounced, its enormous claws descending on me. I reached for God's step. Kezes squeezed time and space, attempting to hold me there. Expecting it this time, I ripped through with a growl and vanished into the etheric pathways, appearing on the opposite side of the pocket dimension wreathed in etheric lightning. I was on the defensive. Kezes's raw power was expected, but this ability to disrupt my etheric formations was not. As long as I wasn't caught off guard by his time manipulation, I could withhold his most potent ability, and neither Kezes nor Agrona had an insurmountable answer for destruction. So long as Regis didn't rely too much on his own physical form, and thus his own reservoir, but stayed within me or my sword, he shouldn't exhaust his ether, which was much more limited than mine. It also became clear the pair of God Kings suffered from an inability to work together. Whether outright refusal, a natural incompatibility, or a failure of strategic effort, I knew this might be my saving grace in the end. It was only a matter of keeping King's Gambit trained on their attacks and looking for a way to turn this self-sabotage against them. As I stepped back out into the battlefield, my hip flared with pain. There was a gash in the armor there and a shallow wound beneath. Black flames burned within the wound. I reached for it with a newly conjured arm, but there was no time to address the sulfur. The silver-white dragon manifestation was waiting for me, and a gout of pure mana sprayed down over me. I leaned into the attack aggressively, reversing Kezes's tricks. He was able to dispel my etheric magic to some degree, but I could do the same to his mana. Within the heart of the blaze, there was the formation of a spell, mana formed into intent. Wielding ether like a pair of gloves, I ripped the root out of his spell and reshaped it. Atmospheric mana bled into the reconstituted pure mana, and 4 swords took shape, hovering around me. One each of wind, fire, earth, and lightning. When I sensed decay-type mana forming beneath me, I projected ether into it and did the same, breaking the bond between the native decay of Agrona's influence and the mana itself. Instead of black spikes shooting up from the ground, a wall of stone rose to protect my back. I slashed behind me around the wall with the burning blade. The wispy, curved edge of wind hacked at Kezes's hip, while the gleaming obsidian longsword thrust where I expected his throat to be as he dodged. The crackling yellow lightning blade exploded, echoes of it burning into my retinas even though I'd closed my eyes. Kezes sidestepped the first attack, and his golden blade came up to shatter my earthen one. The sword of fire came back around, having found no target behind me, and fell like a guillotine toward Kezes's neck. When he parried it, the fire was swallowed into his golden weapon. The dragon, its breath turned against Kezes, melted into light and flashed back to him. He reabsorbed it, his signature becoming suddenly stronger, more concentrated. The wall of stone shattered, and I turned my back on Kezes to catch Agrona's wrist as he repeated the same maneuver that had wounded me previously. His dagger was a few inches from my side. Ether wrapped around my fist and I struck out, but he twisted away, slipping from my grip as if he were covered in oil. He dodged left and right simultaneously, again displaying echoing copies of himself at each step. I could sense Kezes's physical form strengthening as mana and ether were focused into his muscles, a sign he was conserving his remaining strength. A physical battle like a sword fight would require less energy than continuing to throw around magic that could topple all of Tigran's Selim. I slammed down my will through the spatium rune, hardening space into a dividing barrier that intersected Agrona's path and briefly cut us off from Kezes. There was a crash, space twisted, and for an instant there were 2 Agronas, one to my left, one to my right, both reeling. I channeled God's Step and prepared to thrust the destruction blade through both images of Agrona, but the wound at my hip gave a jolt of burning agony as the sulfur pushed deeper into my system. Regis instinctively retracted from the blade, flowing down into my body to fight off Agrona's sulfur. I thrust the blade of my etheric sword into the interconnected network of spatial nodes, and 2 lengths of it plunged out of the Agronas as they lurched back together. Agrona was instantly standing back where he'd started, as if reality had snapped back into place. A smooth cut marred his armor at his left side and right shoulder, blood flowing freely from within. Grimacing, he opened his mouth. No sound came out, but my vision blurred and disorienting pain stabbed into my eardrums. My throat constricted. Trembling knees threatened to drop me to the ground. Even as my eyes rolled back into my head, I found the waves of mana emanating from them and pulled out the decay, like ripping up a weed by its root. The air lit with jagged fissures of yellow lightning. As the wall of condensed space cracked and gave way to Kezes's blade behind me, I flung the lightning over my head to crash down all around him. The tether connecting Agrona to his sulfur snapped as Regis burned the consuming flames from my body with his own waves of destruction. Black fire was also burning through Agrona's wounds, sealing them. Kezes did not rush but approached slowly, giving me time to further weaken the isolated Agrona I theorized. Agrona himself paced side to side like a caged animal, expression almost bestial, as he waited for his wounds to heal. I let the moment linger as I considered the problem of my etheric weapons. Kezes had shown himself more than capable of dismissing my conjured weapons at exactly the wrong moments. I couldn't fight with a weapon I did not entirely control. Though I'd not had a reason to utilize the principles of mana manipulation in combat since forming my ether core, the lessons of my life before the relictums, from my mother and father, Virion, the professors at Xyrus Academy, the Lances, elders Hester, Bund, and Camus, and so many others, jumped easily to my mind. By breaking down the spells thrown at me by Kezes and Agrona, I could supplement and distract from the problem of my ether blade and the fact I couldn't go all out with destruction. Still, I needed a weapon. The spatium godrune activated, forming a shard of condensed space in my fist. Jet black and impenetrable, the weapon was weightless in my grip. In fact, I used my hand only to help guide my mind in its shape, like a mage mumbling a chant. The shape was held and moved through my will and the godrune alone. Agrona's wrists twisted, and a jagged dagger of blood iron formed in each fist. With a whoosh of concentrated mana, he lunged forward, nothing but a shadowy streak. Gripping my weapon with both hands, I caught one of his blades, stepped back, parried the second blade, cut at his throat with a short punching swipe, sidestepped 2 more strikes, then blocked a thrust from Kezes and diverted the attack toward Agrona, interrupting a slash of a dagger. But my concentration slipped as holding and maneuvering the blade proved difficult. The spatium unraveled in my hands. Agrona flicked out with 2 black daggers which flew through the air in a curving motion. I unleashed an etheric blast, shattering both weapons, then pulled free the mana-molded bullets of granite and flung them in an arc around me. Weaponless, I lunged forward as if to follow up this attack with my bare hands, but God stepped just to the other side of my opponents, appearing with a newly conjured spadium sword swinging down on Kezess's shoulder. He tossed up a gleaming white shield of mana, but the spadium blade sliced through as if the shield were made of tissue. Kezess dodged at the last second, his grace momentarily leaving him as a flicker of fear passed over his features. The blade came apart again and my mind began to race. The spadium blade was too high concept, too untethered from reality. Perhaps with time I would learn to hold the shape, but time was something I didn't have. Kezess's golden blade leapt into the gap, and it was my turn to dodge out of the way. There was a burst of mana from the end, but a quick slash of ether disrupted the spell. I quickly reformed it into a fine spray of water that misted around him before flash freezing against his skin. Expecting Agrona's sneak attack, I was already moving, stealing some of his momentum as he shot toward me, his blades swiping through empty air. I let off an etheric blast of ether into his face, but he took it head on and kept coming, flipping a dagger around and driving it at the side of my neck. I reached for God's step, but there was a cascading ripple of ether from where Kezess had broken free of the ice, and I lost a step. Jerking aside, I took the dagger in the shoulder instead. Sulfur blazed in the wound, racing inward through my channels only for Regis to burn it away. Victory blazed in Agrona's eyes as he brought a second dagger up under my chin. His vindictive, grimacing smile melted into rage and pain an instant later as my leg snapped out in a burst strike, exploding into the side of his knee with the full force of dozens of etheric discharges through my own legs and hips. He collapsed to a knee, and I raised my hands, not using the spadium rune but instead channeling ether, which flowed into the shape of a sword that instantly ignited with destruction. If I couldn't hold my concentration on the spadium blade, perhaps at least the destruction would ward off Kezess's ability to disrupt my etheric sword. With it, I swung at the back of Agrona's neck. Immediately, the rending force of Kezess's etheric cancellation struck. Regis tightened his hold over the shape as the blade arced through the air, a jagged fag of destruction flickering behind it. Regis, coiled so tightly within the shape of the destruction sword, sent up a flash of panic as his hold over the ether in which he was imbued gave way. Gouts of violet flame splashed across my face and arms as I was thrown away from Agrona. White-hot pain engulfed me, and the psychic backlash of Regis's existential terror was like knives in my brain. He had been sundered into 1,000 disconnected pieces, his living spirit burning within the little pockets of flame all over the battlefield. Time seemed frozen as my King's Gambit fractured mind tried to focus on 100 details at once. From where I had been thrown by the explosion, I could just make out Agrona 50 feet away, writhing on the ground. Kezess stood farther back, untouched by the nova of destruction. I knew for certain the bastard had planned for that, weaponizing my own abilities to deliver a potentially fatal blow to both me and Agrona at the same time. I hardly cared in that instant, however, as I tried to steer my focus to Regis, or rather, the bits of him that I could still sense. Echoes of his pain and fear were coming to me from every direction, but most strongly from the destruction consuming my flesh and armor even as I lay there. Without him, though, I couldn't use the destruction rune, couldn't hope beat in my chest along with my racing heart. Regis had, what seemed like a lifetime ago, taken the Godrune in order to save me from burning myself out with it. If he was still here, then the Godrune was too. Ether oozed out of me and into the fire clinging to my body. I plunged it into the flames, experiencing a flash of Regis's awareness before the energy was unmade. That awareness clawed back at me in answer, pushing something. Desperate, I took it and the ether retracted, pulling inside me, bringing the bounty back within my physical form, and I felt it. The Godrune, a symbol of insight, first mine, then Regis's, then shared between us. It was housed within a fractured piece of my companion, less than a wisp of self-directed ether. Making an educated guess, I absorbed the ether. The destruction Godrune came with it. Time rushed forward. I barely threw up my conjured arm to catch the descending golden blade. There was a crack like thunder, my ether trembled, and then the arm collapsed. The sword drove through my armor and in between my ribs. I felt its point strike the stone beneath me. Light radiated from the blade, brightening me from within, Kezess's mana steaming out through my skin. I fought back, taking the mana, unbinding it, and remaking it into something else through the intermediary of my own ether. It spilled through my pores as steam that clung to his skin, superheating in a flash before blowing away, expelled by his greater control. But it was only a distraction. Internally, I was clawing for the destruction Godrune, reaching for that control. My body ached as the rune burned against my back, like some part of it was still trying to pull me apart. Suddenly, all the destruction still consuming the pocket dimension was clear in my mind. I could feed it, fanning the flames, or I could freeze it, pushing it toward my enemies. Instead, I drew it in, summoning all that destruction to me. Regis was still alive in the fire, and I needed to Kezess's sword twisted, and ether and mana expanded between my unprotected skin and the relic armor, which burst apart and flew in every different direction. A gasp was wrenched from my throat, my vision fogged, and my core seemed to constrict in my sternum. I expected bitter or cutting words, I expected a victory speech. Time, anything that would give me time. But Kezes was coldly efficient, and he refused to give me the one thing I needed. Instead, the golden blade was wrenched out of my body, his grip on it adjusted smoothly, and then it was driving back down toward the hollow of my throat. I reached for God's step, for my blade, for my armor, for my connection to Regis. I reached for it all at once, every branch of King's Gambit competing for the limited capacity of my physical body. It was like I was falling and grasping for a hand that was too far away. My power slipped through my fingers and the blade slammed home, passing through me and deep into the floor. There was no pain. Kezes, breathing hard, was wide-eyed, his knuckles white around the hilt he was leaning on. A bead of sweat hung from his nose for a second before dropping. I watched as it fell, landing on my shoulder. Or rather, passing through my shoulder to splash on the floor beneath me. I was slightly shadowy and vaguely incorporeal. Gah! Regis's voice was like a sonic rupture in the meat behind my left eye, and I jerked, curling into a ball, my body moving around and away from the sword as if it weren't there. Or as if I weren't. Violet fire clung to my incorporeal form, wreathing me in destruction as I stood. I felt Regis not as a small, wispy form hiding within my core, but as 1,000 motes spread throughout my body, joining with me, a part of me. The earlier explosion had ripped him apart, and in the desperate aftermath, as I had pulled him together, he had fully melded with me, not only sharing thoughts or even ether or a godrune, but becoming a singular being. He had saved me. At the last second, he had transformed me. Now, through the destruction godrune, I concentrated on holding him in place, keeping the disparate parts within me until he could reconstitute properly. At the same time, I examined my left hand, which now existed not as a conjured etheric limb, but a form of pure destruction. Kezes took advantage of what he mistook as a distraction to lunge forward, his blade again going for my throat. My hand snapped up and caught it in the middle of its length. Destruction devoured the blade, breaking it in half. The tip continued to burn on the ground between us as Kezes flung the handle away. Behind him, Agrona was struggling to his feet. The basilisk was badly wounded, his armor burned through in many spots, the flesh beneath not scorched but carved away. Dark fire was flickering at the edges of his wounds, struggling to heal them. One of his horns was missing half of its prongs. "Can you hold this form?" I asked Regis, pressing into his mind, worried about how scattered and incomplete he felt. "3 shakes," he gasped into my mind, his voice a maddening echo. "Any more and you're just playing with it." I took a step toward Kezes. He pushed out with pure mana buttressed with ether, forming a shield between us. When I stepped again, it was into the etheric passages, appearing instead in front of Agrona. He spit out a curse, and the floor beneath me erupted with black spikes that passed through my incorporeal body and burned away in destruction. My hand reached out casually. Destruction formed fingers parted armor and flesh, then wrapped around his core. His eyes went wide, his pale, blood-flecked lips moving senselessly. I held the core gently as it dissolved, unmade by destruction. He was dead before his body slumped off my arm. His body struck broken stones with an air of finality. Lifeless eyes stared up at me accusingly, as if he thought this end somehow unfair. I turned around to find Kezes disarmed and at the end of his strength staring down at Agrona's body. "So, at long last, Agrona Vritra is dead." His words were heavy, the first uttered in some time. He shook his head ruefully. "And yet his machinations still threaten an end to everything I have worked for. I thought I would find some peace in his death." "Perhaps you will find peace in your own," I said, my voice distorted by destruction. But I didn't God step to him as I had Agrona. I could feel Regis's struggle, the draining of his last strength. To hold the destruction form any longer would be to take everything from him. To burn him like kindling for a few seconds of more power. And yet, even with the cold logic of King's Gambit driving me, I did not consider it. He was not just a weapon to swing until it broke. I pushed the pieces of him out. In the jumping distortions of my many shadows, a small wolf puppy pooled up from the darkness. I released the destruction rune, and the flames faded away as I condensed again into flesh and bone. The pain of my physical body returned, my severed left arm gushing blood anew. Ether poured into the wound and all the others to begin the work of healing me. Kezes cocked his head to the side, his gaze lingering on Regis for a moment before searching for his sword. My eyes followed, finding a small, dull piece of hilt, all that remained of the beautiful golden weapon. I nodded. "You're still Sylvia's father and my bond's grandfather. Arm yourself." Snorting in a way that seemed starkly out of character for him, Kezes bent and reclaimed his broken handle. There was a twist of ether, and gold seemed to run from his palm up the hilt to the broken blade, then out into the sword's original shape. In moments the weapon was fully repaired. He gazed down at it for a moment before, with a flourish, gesturing with the point toward my own empty hands. I considered them as well. How many times had I been in this position? Standing opposite the leader of another great nation, the fate of millions resting on the edge of our crossed blades. As a king, I'd fought with a dozen different blades over the years. None of them stood out as special. Here in this life, though, I'd only ever truly wielded a single blade. Dawn's Ballad, the pieces of which rested in a fine box inside my extra-dimensional storage. Before I'd even had the thought, the various threads of my mind had put the puzzle together. I should have thought of it sooner, but maybe some grace was due. I'd been fighting for my life. Still, it was so obvious now. My own core was the key. My storage rune opened at a thought, and the box appeared beside me, held up by condensed ether. The lid opened, and the pieces floated out, circling the box before moving to hover end to end in roughly their natural shape. The spatium godrune shed golden light as I shaped the shard of hardened space around Dawn's Ballad, using it to concentrate the shape of the blade, just as I'd built my ether core around the pieces of my broken mana core. Kezes's expression was unreadable. He brought his weapon up in a kind of salute. "May one last death open the way to a better future," he said somberly. I gently took hold of Dawn's Ballad. The gray light caught on the pieces, shedding teal beams through the blade and giving it a translucent glow. I replicated his salute. My thoughts exactly. We moved at the same time. He flashed forward, swinging the longsword like a rapier, the blade a golden blur. I brought Dawn's Ballad up to catch his blade. Golden sparks flew and then we'd passed each other. I turned, readying my next strike. A thin trail of blood ran down the spatium-infused Dawn's Ballad. Kezes turned to look at me, again holding only the hilt of a sword. It took a moment before the dense mana and ether released where flesh had already parted. He sagged to the ground, divided cleanly through the center of his core. I thought of the Jinn remnants who had trained me of Jai. I thought of Hanel and Lady Saearium, and Chul's father. And then I thought of all those other civilizations Kezes had destroyed. I didn't think any of them would have wished for his death to be so quick, but to me, his death wasn't punishment. Like splitting the legacy away from Cecilia, it had simply been the next necessary step. The spatium blade unraveled, and the remnants of Dawn's Ballad floated back into their box before vanishing into my dimensional storage. Then finally, I released the Godrune fully, letting the condensed space around the pocket dimension expand back to normal. The effect within the pocket was immediate. The walls began to dissolve as this space broke down, and I could feel myself being shunted back into the physical world. Regis limped up beside me and I bent to lift him. He sagged into my arm. My jaw clenched against the discomfort of space collapsing and I braced myself. In the last moment before the pocket dimension failed and we were returned to Tigran Selim, Regis cocked his head and gave the two bodies one last, exhausted glance. "Looks like you were the better swordsman." Chapter 522, Irreversible, Eleanorleywan. "I need you here," that's what Arthur had said. "I've made some strides here, especially with the younger Usuras. But how was I supposed to do anything? You're going to have to continue what I started. You two now represent every human, elf, dwarf, and Alacrian on that world." Yeah, no pressure, right? My brother's words had played on repeat in the back of my mind for hours and hours since he'd left. It was overwhelming, not just his instructions, but being in Ephiatus, specifically in Lord Indrath's castle. Every raised voice was accompanied by a sharp intent, which slammed into me and made my stomach turn. I'd retreated to an upper-level chamber, a solarium with balconies facing in two different directions. Mom, on the other hand, was practically glued to Elder Meyer. Despite everything, she had a kind of furious energy. Maybe it was being surrounded by the dragons with their control over Etha. Or maybe it was just knowing that Lord Indrath had sent Arthur to face Agrona alone. Or the same crushing sense of responsibility that had me hiding up here. But Mom was taking her responsibilities as mother of great Lord Arthur Leywin pretty seriously. I think it helped that her healing powers utilized Etha. For the dragons, it added weight to her being an Archon, and she'd been super eager to learn more about how Etha affected her healing abilities. Even Usuras were being injured and suffering from will strain as they fought against the rift wound, and no one in the castle was about to refuse an extra healer. As I squeezed my eyes shut against a crash of distant splitting earth and the accompanying pulse of nervously wavering mana signatures that followed, I had to wonder where her sudden energy had come from. I felt drained, exhausted. "I hope Arthur gets back soon. We shouldn't be here." "Do you think Tanny would let us leave the castle?" I asked Boo absent-mindedly, referring to my dragon babysitter who was currently standing out in the hallway. Boo, who was lying in a nearby sunbeam, rumbled and shook his head, and unfortunately I agreed with him. But at least the balconies gave a pretty spectacular view of the sky wound, which really drove home the existential dread of the moment. What am I supposed to do? I asked myself, then repeated Arthur's words in my head again. I had friends here at least. Maybe I'd even earned a little bit of respect from the Usuras who'd gone with us on the ritual hunt. Vyra Nisha, but would they listen to me? And what even was I supposed to say to them? I spiraled back around to what Arthur had said, but it was someone else's words that came to me. Until Arthur claims one of these women as his wife, none of them will spare a glance for any other man. My brows shot up as I considered it. Was that what Arthur wanted, me to cement some kind of alliance? I dragged both hands down my face. He can't marry some Assyrian princess though, he's got Tesha, I said aloud to myself. I felt a scowl tightening the muscles of my face. After everything they've gone through, this world owes them some peace. I plucked at my hair in frustration. Me, am I supposed to join our clan with another one? The thought made me vaguely queasy. I'd never even had a real boyfriend. And Arthur had always been firmly against any kind of romance in my life, not that an arranged political marriage sounded romantic. Still, I really didn't think that's what he had in mind. Boo grunted and looked up, his small, dark eyes looking right into me. I moved to slump down next to him, my back against his warm side, and scratched his tough fur. He had seemed largely unbothered by the chaos unfolding. Honestly, I was a little jealous of his calm, come-what-may attitude. But what if the lesson is that people rarely get the ending they want? I said, turning my head and looking at Boo, who had rested his chin on one paw, half looking back at me. What about you, Boo? If you were a prince of Clan Leywin, would you be willing to marry some lady bear in order to forge an alliance between us and another, stronger clan? He huffed, looking away and closing his eyes in purest disgust. I chuckled a little bit manic. Some team player you are, another grunt, and I blanched, you know what I mean. His body vibrated against my back. I sank into his fluffy side and closed my eyes, trying to silence my buzzing thoughts for a few minutes. One of the many headache-inducing mana signatures buzzing around the castle caught my attention as it seemed to be approaching the chamber with purpose. I heard low voices in the hall, and then Tanny poked her head in as the other Usra moved off at a quick march. Apologies, Lady Alina, the green-haired dragon woman said with a tight smile. You've been summoned. Summoned? I repeated like an idiot. She only nodded and waited expectantly. Boo stood and nudged me to my feet. All right, I grumbled to him, pulling myself upright with his thick fur. Did the messenger say what this is about? The guardswoman gave a polite shake of her head. Several of the heirs are being gathered, but that's all I know. Glancing around, she lowered her voice and said, but I imagine it's an effort to keep you all safe. Okay, lead the way then, I said, gesturing for the door. She smiled again, nodded, and turned on her heel, marching quickly down the hallway. Winding through regally decorated halls past open doors into expansive suites, sitting rooms, studies, and places I couldn't even guess the purpose of, we descended into the depths of the castle. It was eerie as we crossed paths with only a few guards and servants, even though I could sense the crushing press of the castle's powerful inhabitants. At the bottom of a spiral stairs, filling the landing so we couldn't pass, a young Assyrian man with tumbling blue-black hair and a hint of muddy green coloration to his skin was speaking to another in Drath guard, his arms crossed. I should be with my father, not bolted away in some bunker. This isn't how the grandest clan faces death. Please, Lord Reborn, the guard looked up the stairwell and noticed Tanny and me. He cleared his throat and stepped pointedly out of the landing into the connecting hallway. These orders come not just from Lady Meyer in Drath, but from your uncle as well. The great lords were insistent. The Titan stepped aside, his expression suggesting he wasn't done arguing, and Tanny led me past. She shared a nod with the other guard, who gave her a put-upon look with his back to Reborn. Boo issued a low rumble of warning as we passed by, and I felt the Titan's gaze follow us. The young noble seemed to give up on his argument, and both he and his guard fell into step a bit behind us. I shuffled my feet as we walked, suddenly nervous. Boo made a resonant hum, comforting me as he moved to walk at my side, brushing up against the hallway walls and occasionally knocking a painting or tapestry askew. Clearing my throat, I asked, so what's going on? Just a precaution, the other guard said stiffly from behind me. He means we are being sequestered as designated survivors should the worst come to pass, the Titan grunted in answer. The great lords have arranged for your absolute protection, the other guard said again. This is Lord Indrath's own safe haven, given over to you and the other heirs. Nearly everyone else is being called out to assist with the effort to stabilize the land and the rift wound, Lady Alina. It is both a great honor and necessity. Reborn waved away the guard's continuing explanation. We didn't talk anymore until we reached our destination. Tanny led us down into the heart of the castle. The tunnels became rougher, naturally carved from the stone of the mountain. She stopped at a beautiful charwood door carved with intricate patterns inset with silver and gold. It hummed with magic. When she touched the ornate iron handles, there was a spark, and the movement of mana took my breath away. The door opened smoothly, though, and there was a gust of warm air, voices, and the smell of smoked meat and fresh-baked bread. She gestured for us to enter. Boo trundled through, sniffing around for the source of all the mouth-watering smells, but I turned back to my guard. Will my mom be joining us here? Tanny could only shrug, although she somehow managed to do so gracefully. I believe she's still with Lady Meyer. I can't speak for the lady, but I expect your mother will be sent along soon enough. I bit back the childish urge to demand my mom. After all, she was probably safer with Elder Meyer than she would be just about anywhere else. Bowing, I gave her a small wave and followed Boo into the chamber. Eleanor, Riven of Clan Cothan, jumped up from where he was lounging next to a little multicolored fire. He was just one of several people already inside the chamber, all of whom had turned to look at me and the Titan. So you've been imprisoned as well then? Though his tone was bright, there was a distinct edge to it. The Titan, having strode in practically on my heels, spoke first. My pleas to assist my clan in holding our homeland together have fallen on deaf ears. He glared back at Tanny and the other guard as they wordlessly closed the door behind them. Apparently we're waiting for several more, a phoenix I didn't recognize said. We're going to be placed in some kind of extra-dimensional space. Even if Ephiatus were to crash into the old world, those inside will survive unscathed. Yeah, but what about the rest of our clan? Our parents, Romei, Riven's sister, asked in a tight, frustrated voice. I bit my lip thinking about Mom, then Arthur. If it was scary up here, what was he dealing with? Boo nudged me consoling with his head. The Titan was looking down at me as if I'd lost my mind, and I realized I was staring at the floor with my mouth open, a half-formed question humming in the back of my throat. I snapped my mouth shut and looked around again. Vyra, Nisha, and Zelina were already there. Along with a few other members of their respective clans, it seemed. They all sat in a series of lounge chairs and couches in a large half-circle centered on the fireplace. Low tables were covered with food and drink. A woodsy-looking hamadryad stood off the side, sipping from a wooden mug and seeming to not include herself in the conversation. The room was half-cave, half-lavish seating chamber. The walls were like obsidian, gleaming and glass-like with sharp facets that seemed broken naturally. Unlike much of Indrath Castle, there were no decorations on the walls or ceiling here, but 4 golden statues of dragons in humanoid form occupied roughly the corners of the chamber. With my eyesight sharpened by Boo's will, I was able to read the nameplate affixed below the closest statue, which named her as a hero of the Wraith Wars, from a time before Ephiatus even existed. It was difficult to imagine. Come on, Elle, sit down and make yourself comfortable. You too, Reedon, we might be here for a while. Riven returned to his seat, hopping over the back of the couch and bumping his sister, who punched him in the arm. The Titan grunted and took a stiff, high-backed chair slightly out of the circle. Boo chuffed, nudging me. I chuckled, grabbed a slice of meat still dripping juices and tossed it to him, then took a woodsy-smelling, green-swirled roll for myself, mostly just to occupy nervous attention. I had no clue what I was doing here or what to say to these deities. Vyra patted the couch next to her and I slumped into it. Leaning over, she embraced me like a long-lost sister, her power wrapping around me and making me feel like a swaddling infant. Riven and Romei sat together in a large, thickly cushioned seat across from me. Nisha, daughter of Novice Avignes, sat in a plush, nest-like seat beside the couch I shared with Vyra. Zelina was pacing back and forth between 2 of the golden statues on the opposite side of the room from the Hamadryad. Boo forced his way into the circle and plopped in front of the fireplace, nearly occluding it. Vyra and Nisha shared a look before laughing lightly. Their outward good humor wasn't quite enough to hide the edge of tension they both carried. Boo watched them, and everyone else warily, his small, round ears twitching constantly. He is an impressive guardian beast, Reedon said out of the blue. The dour Titan tossed another chunk of meat and Boo snapped it out of the air. A bit on the small side, but he is still young, your connection is strong. This surprises me, my brows shot up my face. You can sense our connection, he grunted in a way that sounded a bit like Boo. I am Reedon, son of Rockford and nephew of Radix of Clan Grandis. I have trained beasts such as your Boo for half a century. Oh, I bit my lip then, unsure what to say, took a bite of the roll. Eleanor, I don't think you've met Ethan of the Grenriver clan, Vyra said politely, gesturing to the standoffish Hamadryad. I'd learned that the Hamadryads were fewest in number among the Usura, and they had offspring only rarely. There were no young members of the Mapleia clan, so this Hamadryad must have been the closest thing they had to an heir. Ethan nodded politely but didn't smile or respond. A few more introductions were made. Some were other members of our hunting party, while a couple others were names I'd heard during my study of the Ephiatan court. This is so embarrassing, Romei said under her breath to Riven. We are treated like glass while everyone else we know sacrifices themselves to hold the line. We are doing our duty as beautiful figureheads, dear sister, Riven ribbed his sister playfully, though it didn't show through in his eyes. I fidgeted, picking at the edge off my roll and nibbling on it. I hate being trapped like this, Nisha was saying separately to Vyra. I swear my wings are aching to burst out and fly me free of this castle. At least you understand why you're here, Vyra said, her voice very quiet. Even with my enhanced senses, I had to concentrate to hear her. What I thought was an apprenticeship turned out to be training for a marriage proposal to a man I'd never met. She blanched slightly and glanced at me. No offense, of course, Ellie. It would be a great honor to. I waved off the apology, no idea how to respond. The phoenix who spoke earlier must have overheard as well because she leaned over our couch to add, "It's a shame an alliance of marriage couldn't have been worked out earlier. The Avignes clan would have really benefited from this alliance," she smirked, "and if Nisha wasn't interested I'd have been glad to show the new great lord my charms." I knew I should say something, but I didn't know how to interject. Instead, I picked at the seam of the couch cushion and retreated inward, the pressure pushing me deeper down into the thick padding, as if I was going to be swallowed. A dim buzzing in my ears blocked out the sounds of conversation around me, and the pressure built in my chest. "I'm sorry, Arthur," I thought, growing suddenly desperate. "I don't think I can do it. I'm going to." There was a rush of warm energy that I associated with Boo, and the pressure eased, the cold edge of panic receding. I met his small, dark eyes and let out a steady breath. "Thanks, big guy." The door opened again, and two ephemeral, wispy-haired, pale sylphs floated into the sitting room. They were introduced as twins from the Errand clan, Ialia and Boreas, but their position in the clan and relationship to Lady Errand was a little confusing to me. The pair were indistinguishable. Their eyes, the color of a summer sky seen through thin clouds, drifted around the chamber, catching on trays of food that had been brought in. Without saying anything, they floated to the spread of food, picked up a handful of berries each, and began absent-mindedly popping them into mouths filled with needle-pointed teeth. "Nice to meet you," I said after introductions were complete. Both stared and chewed their berries, neither spoke. Riven laughed as he stood and moved between the pair, throwing an arm around each of their necks. "Ialia, Boreas. Incredible to see you. Don't mind these two, Ellie. The sylphs rarely come down from their clouds, and even when they do, their heads remain firmly within them." Wind gusted through the enclosed chamber, and the twins smoothly twisted away from the basilisk's touch. "We will all live in the clouds before this is over," they said at the same time. "Well, I guess as long as we live at all." The lame attempt at a joke died as it came out of my mouth. I gave the twins something half cringe, half smile, then looked instead at Boo, searching for any kind of comfort within my embarrassment. He gave a curmudgeonly shake of his head. "I just mean, well, right now is a scary time for everyone," Reedon grunted, "which is why we should be anywhere but stuck in here. No offense, Lady Leywin, but I find that I have little patience for chatter when the fate of my clan, my entire race, hangs in the balance." "She knows, Reedon," Nisha answered defensively. "You know it's her brother who was sent down to the old world to deal with Agrona. We all want to be helping, but we're all here doing what we're told. That's a part of our duty, isn't it?" There was a non-committal grunt from Reedon, but an eager "Hear, hear" from Riven. Vyra spoke next. "My mother told me that parts of Ephiatis are already falling into the old world. Our home is crumbling, and in doing so it is destroying hers." She grabbed my hand and squeezed. "Maybe a little chatter is exactly what we need to calm our nerves." Reedon snorted. "Fine then, we know almost nothing of the Archons outside of Castle Indrath. Tell us about this Arthur Leywin then." I hesitated, caught off guard by the unexpected question. "Not much to tell." I trailed off, biting my tongue. "Well, I guess that's not true. I'm just not really sure what you'd like to know. I imagine you don't know hardly anything about the people you call lessers or our world, do you?" He scowled, and I realized I'd inadvertently insulted him. "I just mean that there has been no reason for you to study our culture. Before I came to Ephiatis, I didn't really know anything about the Usras either, but I've learned so much so quickly." An unintentional smile quirked up one side of my mouth. "Like that Romei snores like an iron hyrax and always blames it on Riven." "Hey," she crossed her arms and pouted as her brother broke down into guffawing laughter. "I know maybe I'm out of place here," I continued, feeling lighter and more natural the longer I spoke. "This whole Archon thing, I know I'm not an Usra, it's a name only. Arthur might be something else, but I'm not sure what I could tell you about him that would help you understand our clan and our people. Because me, my mom, we're human. It's actually almost funny because my life has sort of always been like this, with me being out of place." It said something that I didn't fold as I found myself holding the attention of every Usra in the room, all watching me and listening in rapt attention. I awakened pretty early for a human, that means my core formed in case you didn't know, but I only did it early because Arthur helped me. Even then, he was different, and I guess I was different because he was different. "I grew up in this flying city called Xyrus." "You have a flying city?" the Sylph twins asked at the same time, perking up instantly. "Yeah," I beamed, brightening at their excitement. "It's called Xyrus, and it was created by the ancient mages, or Jinn is what they're really called. We're really called. But Xyrus, it's kind of like this bubble, this piece of the world away from the rest of civilization. And growing up there, awakening early, always hearing about my brother and his crazy adventures, having nobles and even the head of the Magic Academy always in and out of the house." I paused, knowing I was rambling but still only half certain what I wanted to say. "I'm the daughter of a couple of small-town retired adventurers, nobody special. But when things went wrong and Arthur was arrested, I ended up living in a cave hidden by magic, guarded by a seer and an Ephiatan mana beast, which was gifted to me from someone who I thought could only be a deity. I really, honestly can't provide a better example of feeling out of place. It was like someone else's life had suddenly taken over mine, or I'd fallen into theirs. But things kept getting stranger. After that, I lived in a flying castle with kings and queens, surrounded by the greatest human, elven, or dwarven mages. Boo rumbled, and I couldn't help but giggle. Reedon cocked an eyebrow, clearly understanding some of the exchange between us. Romei had leaned back with her hands behind her head and one foot kicked up over her other knee as she listened. So has everywhere you lived flown. It's not exactly the picture I had in my head of how lessers, she blanched, sorry, how humans lived. I shook my head, letting my smile fall away. No, I've also lived a lot underground. When the war started, the flying castle was destroyed, and our kings and queens were all killed by Agrona. My grandma Rinia saved me and my mom and Tesha for those who have met her, and we survived in a sort of underground bunker place, a sanctuary made by the jinn. I smiled sadly down at the floor, remembering the friendship that had grown between me and Tesha, and all the times I went out to see Rinia in the tunnels, and supporting Mom when we thought Arthur had died. And I also lived for quite a while with the dwarves in their capital city of Vildoriel. I'd heard that your people was made up of 3 branches, the quiet Hamadryad Ethan said, these elves and dwarves alongside humans. They are something like the divergent branches of the Asuran people, like dragons, titans, and hamadryads. I considered the question, not having thought about it in that way. I guess, I've always thought of us as being pretty distinct. When I lived in Xyrus, actually elves and dwarves rarely came to the city outside of the academy gates. We'd been at war a long time ago, but then I met them, Tesha, Grandma Rinia, my friend Camellia, and all the dwarves. And they're just people like me, and then I met Alacrians too, people who were raised under Agrona's control with his blood in their veins, humans but different, and I shrugged. Well, they're just people too, really. Even though we were at war, they were good people. Vyra leaned to the side, tapping a finger on her lower lip and examining me carefully. The flame sent liquid amethyst shadows cascading across her pink hair. So you're saying that we're all just people in the end, humans, elves, and dwarves are equal to each other, and to us Usuras. I bit my lip too hard, trying to read her tone. I was suddenly and forcefully reminded of the very large difference in power between us, even if she had been nothing but kind and protective of me since I met her. I wasn't really trying to make a point, I admitted. Shooting a look at Reedon, I then added, just chatter, but I actually don't agree with what you just said. There was a round of surprised exchanges. I mean, maybe you shouldn't keep calling us lessers, I said quickly. But if you have to share space with us, I guess actually I think it's pretty important to remember that we're not the same as you, at least not in strength and magical power. But we are still, people, individuals. With our own hopes and dreams and goals, we're not worshippers or slaves. I consider the jinn, or fodder, or kindling to burn in the next great war machine. I was met with shocked stares and raised my hands defensively. Hey, I've lived most of my life during this war against Agrona Vritra, I'm just saying. One of the sylphs, now floating upside down with their hair pooled beneath them as if suspended in water, said, this war is not yet over. It may be the end of both our worlds still. Give us some credit, Riven replied, crossing his arms and looking annoyed. One, I don't know why any of you credibly think Ephiatus will be destroyed. All of the greatest powers in our world are working to save it. I've seen these efforts myself, and I have faith that it will be done. I thought I detected some urgency in the way he said this. Like he needed the last act of Agrona Vritra, once leader of the basilisk race, not to end in the apocalypse. I definitely have faith in my brother. I gave him a consoling sort of look. I trust that he'll do everything he can, but I also trust what he tells me. And he doesn't think Ephiatus can survive, not as it is. Whether today or in 500 years, the pocket dimension you've created has to collapse. He's relying on you to bring your people through that. And who is Arthur Leywin to make such proclamations? Reedon asked fiercely. Your clan is only but freshly named, your race an invention of the great lords out of thin air. You have no binding, no bonds to the other clans or races. He looked around at the others. We should take the counsel of our own lords, not become subservient to this half-human. Oh, ease up, Nisha snapped, coming to my defense. That's not what she was saying, and you know it. Arthur Leywin himself is a great lord, in case you forgot, and if he thinks Ephiatus's time is ending, she looked stricken like she had to force out the following words. I've fought beside him, seen what he's capable of, and the way he thinks and acts is different, otherworldly, like what we hear about in stories of the ancient Usura during the founding of Ephiatus. A solemn quiet settled over the group. Zelina, who had not spoken much since my arrival but had stopped pacing to listen as I talked, took an open seat opposite Reedon. Her fingers traced the stitching of her leather pants. When I was young, our clan was often still isolated following Agrona's rebellions. She gave a tight-lipped smile to Riven and Romei. Father didn't bring me to the Great Eight's meetings, and I was raised almost entirely among my own kind. And then, when he finally agreed to bring me to Indrath Castle, I think he regretted it immediately. A genuine smile creased her lips. Despite her aquamarine skin and the dark ridges on her temples, the expression made her look very young and very human. I met a Pantheon general in the service of Lord Indrath and was immediately smitten. Of course, I was just a child in a Surin reckoning, and I don't think this general even noticed me at first, which only made me desire his attention even more. Zelina continued her story and the group's mood settled again. Laughs, condolences, and playful jabs were shared equally. Then Nisha picked up the storytelling, recalling a time she'd been punished with a decade of cleaning their clan home, because she snuck off into the mountains with a bunch of the noble boys and made them challenge one another for her attention. Reedon shared a story of his first failure with a guardian beast, a sky swimmer that couldn't abide being ridden and would bite the feet of any who tried, and how in the end he'd been forced to accept the nature of people and things, which was sometimes difficult to remember when your life revolved around remaking what already was. I thought about stepping in and drawing a connection to this moment right now. How Asuran culture would need to change to be allowed to change, if not be remade entirely. Instead, I told them about shopping in Xyrus with Mom and the Helstias, and how we would make Arthur try on clothes until he was breathless with irritation. I don't need to convince them or change them. Arthur said I'm here to represent the people of our world, so that's what I'll do. I'd quite like to try some of these sticky buns you've described, Vyra said, eyeing the savory array of foods with an air of disappointment. Perhaps when this is over you can take me shopping in Xyrus. Oh please, Nisha added, bouncing up and down in her seat. So many people without any magic at all making such amazing things, I just have to see it, I grinned. I think that's a really good idea. The conversation continued around the room for what felt like hours. And then, Boreas said, halfway through a story about falling asleep and being blown to the cerulean plains before waking again despite his mother's scolding, this big cat made all of cutting grass lunged 50 feet up in the air, desperate for a bite. The chamber rocked, throwing me out of my seat and onto the ground, where I was bombarded with a tray of mugs and several different varieties of pastries. Everyone was on their feet in an instant. Vyra lifted me effortlessly before Boo nudged her out of the way. I'm fine, I said, scratching him between the eyes and looking around nervously. At least I hope so. The chamber shook again. This time, bubbles of wind appeared in order to cushion us. All 4 statues were knocked down with a crash, and an end table tumbled over into the fire. I can't sense anything through this damned barrier, Riven grumbled, looking around as if searching for a way through the obsidian walls. The doors flung open, and Elder Meyer marched through. She had several Usras in tow, most of whom looked pale and disheveled with dark shadows under their eyes. It took me a moment to notice Mom in their midst, as she was head and shoulders shorter than most of the others. I let out a relieved breath when she poked out from behind 2 wary dragons and gave me a small wave. It is time to go, Elder Meyer said, all the warmth gone from her as she took up the mantle of ruler. Prepare yourselves to be drawn into the pocket dimension. Without looking back, she gestured for the others to enter. Some appeared to be joining us, like my mother, while the rest of the retinue arranged themselves as if to support whatever Meyer was about to do. Mom hurried to my side and took my hand. Vyra set her own hand on Mom's shoulder, wrapping us both in a protective cushion of mana as the floor jolted violently beneath our feet. I can't tell you how long you'll be outside of space and time, Elder Meyer continued, her voice grave. Nor can I tell you in what state you'll find the world when you return. Without Kezes, it will be all we can do just to send you within. Something in the way she said this, a raw edge of emotion, caught my attention. Where is Lord Indrath? Her gaze settled hard and heavy on Mom and me. Lord Indrath, long the ruler of Ephiatis, is dead. What? That's impossible. Can Ephiatis survive now? We must. Active Agrona. What about him? Of Arthur Leywin. Are we? I heard the sudden crash of questions and lamentations across one another, but I didn't process it. My mind was blank. Arthur, please, there is no time, Meyer said firmly. I looked at her then, really looked at her. Written in the pale creases of her aged face was a kind of raw loss and desperate determination I didn't even have words for. We have passed through the rift, she continued. Ephiatis is falling. Chapter 523. The Fall of Ephiatis, Arthur Leywin. I appeared right at the center of the haunting, empty vaults of Agrona's reliquary. The bodies of Kezes, Indrath, and Agrona Vritra lay at my feet, spilled out unceremoniously alongside me. Seeing them there on the cold, barren stone of Tigran Selim made their death suddenly feel more final, like an ending, but it wasn't. These 2 lords of the Usra had been threats, to me, to my family, to my world. Both were stuck in a cycle of their own making, and they had lived far too long and shaped themselves too rigidly to learn to live beside the lesser races in anything approaching equity. While Agrona had been a constant and active danger, it was Kezes who posed the greater threat, whether it manifested in 50 years or 100 or 1,000. There was no future for my world as long as he existed, and no promise he made could ever have been trusted or fulfilled. And yet, even with both now dead, the greater existential threat still remained. Tigran Selim was surprisingly quiet. 100 feet away, Tesha and Sylvie were standing at the Jinn projection housing, the only defining feature of the massive, empty space. Tessa's hand was pressed against the housing crystal, her brows downturned over closed eyes and lips pressed tight. Through the sixth sense for mana provided by Realmheart, I felt the mana pulsing back and forth between her and the crystal. Good, I thought, I will need Jai's help. If she could find me hidden in a pocket dimension on the other side of the world, then she could run the necessary calculations to stop Ephiatus from crashing into the planet. Sylvie turned, sensing me. Her golden eyes, like a reflection of my own, fell to the lumps at my feet. She touched Tesha, who startled and jerked away from Jai's housing. When Tess saw me, her face lit up, and she took several quick steps toward me as if she was going to run into my arms. Then her focus fell to the bodies and her steps hitched. Regis hopped down from the crook of my arm as I stepped over Agrona's body and moved to embrace Tesha. I took a moment just to breathe, to ground myself in her warmth. My one remaining hand drifted up into her hair, feathering through the silken strands. "Are you okay?" she asked, looking down at where my missing arm should have been. I didn't answer right away, needing a moment to truly consider her question. Was I? Maybe it didn't really matter. I stepped back, letting my hand trail over her cheek. "Are you?" Her gaze slipped past me to Agrona, one hand raised to hold mine against her face, but the other balled into a fist at her side. She did not look at me when she spoke. "He was a monster, Arthur, the most horrible man I have ever met or imagined. He didn't see anyone else as a person. Every time my mind would start to wake inside my body, when I would reach out to Cecilia, he would push me back down. It felt like coming up for air, only to have someone push your head back underwater, always drowning but never dying." She leaned her forehead against my chest. "I don't think I've ever hated anyone before, Arthur. But I hated him." I let out a shaky breath, wishing I knew better what to say in moments like these. "He'll never hurt anyone else again." Tesha's arms snaked around the small of my back and she pulled me in tight. Sylvie had moved past us to linger by Kezes's remains. Her feelings were cut off from me, either to let me focus or to keep some lingering aspect of privacy for herself, likely a blend of both. But when she noticed me looking, her thoughts brushed mine, light as butterfly wings, to let me know she was okay. Somewhere too close, there was an avalanche crash and the fortress shook around us, forcing me back into the moment. "I need to speak to Jai." Tesha sighed and stood on her toes to kiss me, a quick peck that warmed my chest and cheeks both. "You better hurry, she's fading." My pulse spiked. "Wait, what?" Sylvie strode past me, leading the way toward the crystalline housing. Only then did I notice that the reason Tesha had been able to place her hand on the crystal was because the stone rings were no longer orbiting the device. Just before you got back, it must have been when Agrona died, there was a kind of shockwave that went through her system. I hurried to the housing, looking around for any signs of physical damage but seeing none. Jai, Tesha, who had followed me, took my hand and squeezed as she lifted it. "You have to touch the crystal." She pressed my hands against it. I felt a surge of awareness and another consciousness linked with mine. "Ah. Arthur Leywin, you were successful, you proved victorious, and so only one path remains to move forward." The voice in my head seemed to drag and crackle, creating a stuttering sound. "Please, you must complete my primary directive. Do not allow the Rel relictums to be destroyed." The energy stored within the housing was depleting by the instant. Jai had minutes, maybe less. Did Agrona do this? It seems that he implemented a hidden failsafe within my connective network. Upon his death, a piece of the magic tethering me to the relictums imploded, severing my power source and damaging the integrity of my internal structures. I took a steadying breath, one hand clenched into a fist at my side, the other pressed hard into the cold, smooth surface of the crystal. "Listen to me, Jai. I know how to stop the etheric realm from rupturing and save the relictums at the same time, but I can't do that if Ephiatus destroys everything first. I need your help." Using the calculative properties of the final keystone, I had shown fate how the pent-up ether could be released slowly and over time, avoiding the devastation of life on this world. But the nature of the process, combining King's Gambit, fate, and the keystone itself, had made it impossible to absorb every detail. In particular, the specifics of how to reach the far future had been muted and vague in every vision, as I couldn't see the time around my defeat of Agrona's simulacrum at all. The severing of fate's threads had sent ripples out years afterward. I could feel the widening rift outside. Without Kezes, his people weren't able to maintain their hold over it. If all of Ephiatus spilled out through that wound and crashed into this world, both would be destroyed and the potential future I saw would never arrive. But I didn't know how to stop it. "That's not entirely true," I admitted to myself. Regis, who had followed tiredly and was looking up at me from the ground, answered my thought with a low, growling hum, non-committal. There was a trembling like the mental equivalent of someone struggling to take a breath. I'm afraid that my mind is nearly gone, but if you are quick. Although it ached to do so, I activated King's Gambit and leaned into the increased capacity for thought and calculation it provided. How long do you think we have? I said the words aloud and thought them to Jae at the same time. I have on only moments, this world. There was a static crackle as she paused. I cannot say an hour. No more, no more. I didn't waste any more time, launching into an explanation of my thoughts in order to get whatever I could from the Jinn projection. My first idea was to condense the landscape into a continent that would fit roughly back where it had been. Based on my understanding of Ephefiatus, this would require the destruction of 91 to 98% of the Usura's homeland, depending on how much of the ocean you were willing to displace. Any mistake could result in flooding both Dicathen and Alacria. I nodded, having guessed as much myself. But what about something like a moon? With the Spatium Godrune, I might be able to reform the landscape into a sphere outside of the atmosphere. An interesting proposition. I see two problems. First, the rift wound is currently inside the atmosphere of this world, requiring you to relocate the entirety of Ephefiatus thousands of miles into a safe orbit. Second, you would need to then create an atmosphere around the new Epheatus moon. I moved on to ideas that were higher concept, less grounded in physical reality as I understood it, ideas too complex for me to fully explore their potential on my own. Then Jae stopped me. I had just explained a somewhat strange concept, one I thought was wildly unlikely to work, but had been inspired by some of the Jinn's own designs. That could save upwards of 45% of Epheatus's landmass, Jae answered, the crackling and stuttering getting worse. The calculations are complex, and I am reaching the end of my power. We need more time. What can we do, Arthur? Sylvie asked, her tone probing, insistent. Tesha stood behind her, unable to keep the fear from showing through on her face. Questions were spinning along with the gears of my mind, rapid and grinding and circular, never landing on answers. Could Sylvie stop time long enough to calculate how to manipulate Epheatus into this world without destroying either or both? Could I use Eroa's Requiem to hold back Epheatus for a while longer, or bind the wound, or take Jae's housing back to state before Agrona's trap was sprung? My mind lurched back to Regis and the destruction Godrune as the fortress shook from a nearby impact. Epheatus itself doesn't need to be saved to keep this world from being destroyed. My thoughts felt like they were spiraling. Ellie was up there in Epheatus. Mom, could I get them out in time? And if I could get them out, who else could I save before I consign the Usura's entire world to the fire? And if I couldn't save everyone else, was there an obligation for me to instead save no one in order to prevent potential violence between the survivors and the lessers who were chosen over them? But then, am I really any better than Kezes if I consign the Usura's to death? But another, harder voice answered, do I really have any other choice? When I didn't answer Sylvie, Tesha stepped forward, her hand wrapping around my fist and forcing it open to lace her fingers in between mine. I can give you more time. The competing branches of thought, each fighting to be the primary thread, all snapped together as my focus shifted entirely to Tess. What do you mean? Her throat bobbed as she swallowed heavily. She wouldn't quite meet my eyes, but there was a look of intense focus on her face. Her fingers tightened around mine and I sensed a subtle tremble in them. Her housing is dying, but the mind, all the information comprising her stored consciousness, is still there, right? She just needs someplace else to be. Her suggestion coalesced into meaning, and I instantly felt myself grow tense as I rejected the notion. No, but I couldn't finish the sentence. One thread of my mind jumped back to the Victoriad, to Tesha looking pleadingly at me as if asking for death. And she wanted to put herself in that position again? No, Tesha had shared her body for too long with no say in the matter. Yet, in the face of the world's destruction, of everyone's destruction, was asking her to do this cruel, or simply a necessity. My jaw clenched. I couldn't refuse her the opportunity to help save herself, but maybe there was another way. I should be the one to do it. Jae, you can use me as your housing. My body and Etha should provide enough power for you. There was a pause, and for a moment I was afraid that Jae was gone. Then, given time, perhaps I could, but you do not know how to accept me in an inn. I would have to fight you for control as Cecilia D did to Tesha. Your mind would be a battleground and everything else would become much more difficult. I closed my eyes and took an uneven breath. How can Tesha do this then? It was Tesha who answered. There is room, a kind of open space left by Cecilia. Her hand pressed against the crystal next to mine. If you can transfer yourself over to me, I can let you in. The hesitation in her voice was absent from her physical presence and mental projection. Lips set into a hard line, brows turned down seriously, she held herself with a confidence that hardened my own resolve. With the PR proper spell forms, Jaiei answered slowly, but I will need more time. I was still hesitant, but Sylvie, her face scrunched up with the effort of following this conversation through the noise of King's Gambit, lightly touched my thoughts. The weight of every problem can't rest on your shoulders alone. She reached out to touch the crystal. Ether shifted, forming a cage of withheld time around the housing, stopping the continuing degradation of the housing's power supply. I in turn poured ether into the invisible tether connecting the housing to the relictums, utilizing Aroa's Requiem as the conduit to rebuild it. I couldn't remake Agrona's spell, but instead drew the tether to myself so that I became Jaiei's source of power. Jaiei, her mind carefully free within the housing even though the physical structure itself was frozen, used this sudden influx of etheric power to push outward. The space around us went white. Sylvie and Regis were gone and I stood side by side with Tesha. Are you certain? The voice was disembodied but sounded like Jaiei. I am, Tess confirmed. A silhouette of raw power which I saw only as a flicker of light stepped toward Tesha. Tessa's eyes fluttered and she winced, rolling her neck in obvious discomfort. Ink began to run across her skin in rivulets, forming runes and symbols as the spellforms took shape. Somehow these designs felt cleaner, less harsh, and more like Tesha than those she'd been marked with as Cecilia's vessel. My eyes followed the ink down to Tesha's hand, which I was surprised to see still clenching mine in this disembodied place. Runes formed from the ink. With a gentle burning sensation, they interlocked with another set that had taken shape across the back of my hand. My eyes fluttered in sync with Tesha's, and when they stopped, the silhouette was gone, as was the white space. The crystal housing before us was dark, no longer emitting a hum of mana or ether. Jaiei, I stiffened, caught off guard by Tesha's voice in my mind. Tess, she turned to me, eyes wide and staring at my mouth. Can you? I nodded, feeling a grin that wouldn't form through the multitude of competing thought threads. We were linked, our minds shared in the same way as mine with Regis and Sylvie. Raising our joined hands, I examined the runes interlocked across our fingers. A moment please, came another voice, Jaiei's, stronger now, more consistent and much more clear. This will take some getting used to. Tesha's eyes closed, but I could still see them flicking around rapidly below her lids. Sorry Jaiei, let me try to make more room. I could feel both minds pressing up against each other, pushing and shoving with varying degrees of gentleness as they vied for control over the limited space. But Tess was shuffling, sidestepping within herself, and guiding Jaiei into the remaining pocket of space. The fortress trembled again as something hit it from outside. I heard walls cave in and floors collapse as something smashed its way through, descending at a diagonal straight toward us. My ether leapt in response, but only for an instant before I processed the mana signature. The crashing grew louder with each impact until after several seconds the far end of the room collapsed. Chull flew in, heedless of the rubble cascading around him, and was before me in a second, hovering above the floor. My brother, he grunted desperately. There was no surprise or even pleasure in his expression, only fear. The sky is falling and we can no longer keep up with the bombardment. Your lances, Vere and Micah, as well as the Alacrian scythes, are protecting the army and fortress as best they can, but I... He hesitated, swallowing hard and glancing around, his gaze settling on the nearby bodies. Agrona is dead, I nodded, he loosened like tension leaving a spring. Then vengeance is achieved. His voice cracked, drawing my head up so I could meet his eyes. Their mismatched color gave the impression that one side of his face was cold and emotionless while the other burned with intent. But celebration must wait. What is your plan, my brother? I looked from Chull to Sylvie, then Regis, and finally to Tesha. There was a glowing purple ring around her irises. Let's see what we're looking at. Regis stepped into my physical body and moved to my core then, together, we all flew back along the smashed fissure Chull had left in Tigran Selim. Outside, the sight was truly apocalyptic. The sky was almost entirely gone, occluded by Ephiatis. A muddle of landscapes and structures were visible as if compressed together, woodlands and mountain ranges and oceans blending to look like a bad topographic map. I saw fields of blue grass and jagged, snow-capped peaks, burning plains and idyllic forests, castles and wispy floating cities. And all of it shattering and raining down in huge meteors. A tremendous outpouring of magic came from Ephiatis as tens of thousands of Usuras all clutched at the edges of their reality, trying to hold it in one piece as it slid back into the physical realm. It was not enough. In the valley below, Ceres, Vere, and Micah had already organized the battle's survivors. A powerful barrier of mana filled the valley in which they'd fought, but while it might be enough to ward off a strike from a smaller landmass, no barrier was enough to survive Ephiatis fully colliding with our world. Ceres, Vere, Micah, and I was surprised to see Scythe Melzri flew over to meet us from where they'd hovered above the army. You need to get everyone out of here, I said immediately. There was no time to explain what I intended or fill them in on the events inside Tigran Selim. As far and as fast as you can. Now, I ordered when it looked like Saris and Micah might start asking questions. To Chul, I added, go with them, get back to Dicathen however you can and tell Mordain what's happening. His phoenixes need to be ready. The big half-phoenix nodded seriously and clapped me on the shoulder, then turned to the others. You heard him. Let's go. My attention turned back to Tesha immediately. Calculations. Nearly there, Jaye responded. Taking a deep breath, I pushed Etha down through my channels and into the spatium godrune, then projected that energy upward. The tiers around the edges of Ephiatis were themselves a kind of manipulated space, and I was able to grab and hold onto the wound itself, tightening it and slowing the continued press of Ephiatin land out into the physical world. The edges crumbled, and huge meteor-like masses continued to crash down. Below, what remained of our army was hurrying through a tunnel in the collapsed rock that had fallen when the two relictum's portals appeared. I needed them well out of the way of that space. It was a very long few minutes of waiting. Arthur, I have completed the necessary calculations for remolding the Ephiatin continent, Jaye said in the meantime. The power required is significant, but the design maintains all strategically and culturally important locations and has very little impact on the existing continents. How significant? I asked. Beside me, Tesha bit her lip and winced. I gave her a questioning look, but she only forced on a smile and nodded that she was okay. More than you can safely channel, Jaye answered, totaling many times more than you are currently storing in your etheric core. I blew out a hot breath, turning King's Gambit on the problem. With my mind occupied, it seemed as if only moments more passed before the army was out of the way. I couldn't wait any longer. We had to start, or it might be too late if it wasn't already. Aroa's requiem ignited against my spine, and bright, eager etheric particles began to spill from me like pollen from a tree. The particles drifted downward in two swirling lines. Sweat sprang to my forehead immediately as I held King's Gambit, Realmheart, and Aroa's requiem all at once, straining my lava-forged ether channels to push enough energy outward. The particles traced along the edges of the shattered portal frames, collecting in the cracks and along missing pieces. A memory of the snow-covered zone within the relictums came back to me, and I suddenly hoped that Kara, down there somewhere with the rest of the army, had fared well in the battle. Without her, what I was doing now might not be possible. As the Godrun reconstructed the portal frames by twisting them back through time to a point where they'd been whole, the portals themselves flickered and ignited, casting dim light across the mountainside. Godstep burned as it also activated with Etha. With the spatium rune, I took hold of the pinprick hole at the heart of each portal and began to pull, widening them rapidly. Space around their edges tore, the freshly repaired frames cracking all over again, but I was holding the portals open directly now, and when they reached each other, space jerked from my grasp as the two portals surged outward and collided only to warp as they refused to mix or combine like oil and water. Above, the air itself seemed to tremble as I briefly lost my hold over space around the wound, causing a miles-wide mass of land to shatter, cascading down beyond the mountains in streaks of fire. But even as Ephiatis fell and the relictum's portal seethed, a calming ripple of ether spread out over the Basilisk Fang Mountains and beyond. To one side, Tesha gripped my arm, holding me as if she might fall without my support. To the other, Sylvie, channeling an Evam art to slow time, gripped my shoulder and squeezed tight. I adjusted my hold over all four Godrunes and Sylvie let the spell go. Together, we dragged in a shaky breath. My focus returned to the two portals. They were inherently different, like two separate tiers on opposite sides of a tunic. In that mundane example, the only way to make them one whole was to rip the tunic until they combined. With magic and portals, it wasn't quite so simple. They technically connected to different places, and although the portals were right next to each other on this side, their destinations could be an unquantifiable distance from one another. But I didn't need to reach their destinations. I needed to form an entirely new one. The first level of the relictums was a fixed point with many portals in and out. With my senses extended through the spatium godrune and godstep, I followed those pathways and threads as they stretched out beyond the portals to the zones isolated inside the void. With the etheric pathways acting as my thread, I began to stitch the old portals into the fabric of dozens of others throughout the zone. All across Alacria in Ascender's Association halls, their ascension portals would be snapping shut as I cut them off. Finally, the two portals in the mountains beneath me bled together into a single massive portal that filled the entire valley. My breath caught and my eyes rolled back in my head as the weight of it came crashing down on me. Jayehi. What is that? Tesha clung to me, her eyes clenched shut, her face pale. The force of the etheric realm pushing back against the boundary with the physical realm is significantly higher than it should be, Jayehi thought rapidly. The portal below, like the rift above, was widening outside of my control. It swallowed parts of the mountainside, causing them to collapse with an avalanche roar and sending up clouds of dust. My senses, woven through the etheric pathways, rapidly expanded, shooting pain through my skull as I tried to experience the entire width and breadth of the world simultaneously. I threw myself into King's Gambit, and every branch of my mind sprang into 2, then 4, 8, and many more. I saw the army heading south, flying on barges of ice and stone. The city of Victorious, a smoldering ruin, had little left but craters full of Ephiot and mana beasts. The village of Marin, its mages all working together to wrap the town center in shields as they watched meteors fall in the distance. A tidal wave rushing toward distant shores kicked up by falling islands. Xyrus wrapped in a fiery shell, a rain of boulders exploding all around it. The Elenoir wastes, a copse of small trees flattened and burning. It was too much. I couldn't take it all in, couldn't process it. My mind was being ripped into tatters. So let it go, a voice said, or multiple voices, so many voices in my head now besides my own, but I listened. I stopped trying to take it in and just let go. It was like floating free of my body as my mind, a wild and messy knotwork of threads separated from the physical pain. The web of sense and sensation was there, but it was just background noise. I could keep going, repercussions be damned. Arthur, the voices screamed inside my head and out. My eyes snapped open, and it felt like I was looking down on myself from above, my body hanging between Sylvie and Tesha. Blood covered my lips and chin as my body racked with coughs I didn't feel. The combined portal had continued to expand, now half the height of Tigran Salem. In moments, it would swallow the fortress whole. I released my spatium hold over the wound. King's Gambit struggled to unknot the threads of my conscious mind, my thoughts a confused muddle instead of dozens of clear, separate ideas. I'd been mindlessly channeling the maximum amount of power my physical body could handle. And it wasn't enough, I needed to focus. It's going to expand into the rift above, Jaiei warned in her cool tones, and when it did, the etheric realm would burst and all would be lost. We'd miscalculated. The pressure of the etheric realm was 100 times what it should have been. Something was pushing back against us, and then it hit me. The river, time, fate, all that building pressure. Damn it, I growled, drawing back a fraction of power from my godrunes to reinforce my body and fly up higher, dragging Tesha and Sylvie with me. Art. I looked over at Tesha. Her face was smeared with blood from her nose, and her eyes were nearly as red as a Vritra. The strain of making herself a conduit for so much raw processing power in Jaiei was tearing her apart. We must stabilize the portal and the wound, Jaiei urged. You need more ether, a significant amount. Ether was pouring around the edges of both breaks in the fabric of space. I reached for the relic armor, uncertain of its state after Kezes's attack, but it answered, feathering across my body as expected. Immediately, its draw toward atmospheric ether took effect, pulling some of the streaming ether toward me. But even absorbing it as fast as it reached me, it just wasn't going to be enough. Not nearly. I thought again of the river, how it had blazed through me with such rushing force that I'd formed a new core layer in moments. If only I had so much ether now, my insides went cold. Was that possible? Could it work? Would it even be enough if it did? With a shaky breath, I looked at Sylvie. I need a second, she nodded, expression grim. Her eyes fluttered, and I felt the pulse of her exerted control again, spilling out across the mountains. Each layer of my core was nothing except condensed ether hardened into a physical form. Theoretically, all the ether that had formed each layer was still there, just inert, its form focused into a specific shape. The layers strengthened my core, allowing more and purer ether to be stored within it, but they themselves represented an incredible reservoir of ether, if only I could access it. Reaching inside myself, I felt for the edges of the fourth layer, wrapped tightly around the others, which in turn contained the broken fragments of my mana core. Instead of reaching into my core and opening the gates connecting my channels that allowed etheric particles to flow in and out, I tapped the core itself, attempting to utilize that inert ether. To wake it up, direct it, it was like carving granite with a fingernail. The layers had been forged with desperate intent, hardened and imbued with a purpose until they could resist an impossible internal pressure. No. I couldn't scrape the layer away, I had to release it. It was power. It could be redirected. Woven through dozens of separate branches of my conscious mind, I formed the picture of what I needed. My own ether redirected, pouring out of my core only to surround and press back into the outer shell. This was my ether. My will forged into a fist within me, wrapped around my core and clenched tight. The fourth layer shattered. My channels couldn't contain it. The ether, once so completely controlled, rampaged within me. From above, I watched myself rupture, my body swallowed into a red and purple mist as Sylvie and Tesha screamed. Chapter 524: The Rise of the Relictums. Arthur Leywin. My channels ruptured and my skin wept blood, my bones fractured and blood boiled. And still, I kept my mind focused entirely on the task, held safely outside of myself. I knew the pain was there, but this moment was too important to lose myself to something so small as the agony of my physical body's collapse. A single thread of my consciousness held all that pain at a safe distance, while my mind hovered above, watching the tsunami of ether spill out into the atmosphere. My three-layered core, shining and weak like an overexerted limb, struggled to control the flood of ether released by the breaking of my fourth core layer. The gates inset into the core, connecting it to my channels, fluttered impotently, and the channels were completely ravaged. It took the entirety of my King's Gambit-enhanced consciousness, except for that one single thread, to hold so much power in my sway. With it, I reached both downward and up, all of my godrunes working in concert together. Information began streaming into my head from Jaiei through the newly forged connection with Tesha. I saw the shape of Ephiatus and the relictums, understood the necessary physics, thermodynamics, spatial expansion and contraction, the weave of time, and warm thrumming of life that were all necessary. Above, the wound widened rapidly, and the pace of Ephiatus's descent increased significantly. The portal below began unfolding, spilling out the contents of the connected relictums as the first zone was dragged into the physical world from where it floated inside the void. The portal trembled with the stress of two opposing forces: the flood of ether released by my sacrifice of a core layer, and the etheric river threatening to overrun its banks on the other side. A courtyard, part of the relictum's first zone, crumbled and broke as the weight of gravity pulled down on it, then turned and fused back together, folding itself into new shapes. Destruction lit up along with the rest of my godrunes as Regis linked his control of the rune itself into my insight. Streams of violet flame danced along the etheric pathways and within the shifting space. The Spatium Godrune opened Tigran Coelum like a child's dollhouse, while the newly forming structures from the relictums settled into the open cavities. Any unnecessary material was burned away to nothing by destruction. Space contracted and expanded as necessary. Etheric pathways knit new and old together. Time shivered in halting jumps as the relictums adjusted to the passage of real time. Streets ribboned out of the portal, unwinding and restructuring. Buildings collapsed and reformed under the opposing pressures of the Spatium Godrune and Aroa's Requiem. Destruction constantly pruned what I could not use, while I held the shape of it all in my mind like a four-dimensional blueprint. Inside the chaos of the relictums being unfolded and reshaped like a papercraft rowboat, people screamed, all those who'd been sequestered in the relictums. Dozens at first, then hundreds, clutching to whatever solid objects they could hold, each one wrapped protectively in a blanket of space and time. King's Gambit strained against the required levels of concentration. Still looking down from above, I saw myself cough up blood. My tattered body was stained crimson, Tesha's hands slick with the blood that seeped through my skin. Her tears mingled with the blood running freely from her own nose. I hardened my focus, drawing the branches together as I struggled to reabsorb my own ether to further empower the Godrune. It would have been easier if we'd had time to clear the Rilsidums entirely, shut down all ascensions, and remove people from the first two levels. Instead, the relictums were packed with refugees escaping Agrona's final assault. Like every other stage of this process, I was forced to consider the highest chance of success. Saving the people of the relictums would be like threading peas through the whirling blades of a thresher. The time, patience, and energy required were a sacrifice I didn't yet know the price of, just like Ephiatus. Attempting to save everyone at once could be the very reason I saved no one at all. There was a thunderous cracking from above. Too much of Ephiatus had pushed too quickly through the wound without support while I was focused on the relictums. King's Gambit isolated me from both the pain and fear. New insight bloomed in the blood, growing like flowers along the expanding branches. This was it, the Godrune's purpose, a true sacrifice. The Godrune had so far been held in check by my desire to retain as much of myself as possible. But I couldn't do that here now. The price of saving the relictums, Ephiatus, the Assurans, and the Alacrians could only be myself. I'd already started. My body was being eviscerated from within. My mind was pulled free of the shell. My core was shining and raw down to 3 layers around the broken organic monocore. I had to go farther, separate myself more completely. As understanding unfolded in my brain like the relictums unfolding out of the portal, each branch of King's Gambit split off into a second. Then each new branch grew another, and all the pain and worry, already offset, faded into meaningless background noise. My mind expanded out along the branches, holding in itself the entirety of the etheric paths connecting every point to every other, both those already fixed within the fabric of this world and all those that were just now forming like neurons across the falling continent above. The world itself seemed to take a breath, and within that warm wind I saw the golden threads that tied it all together. I was at the center, uncountable threads winding around me and stretching off into the distance, to every elf, dwarf, human, Alacrian, and Usura in either world. My body was lost within a humanoid shape of tightly wound, glowing golden threads. The breath passed and the threads flickered out of view. In the sky above, Ephiatis was no longer crumbling, now supported on a ring of pure ether. The land, like the relictums, condensed and reshaped as I molded it like so much clay. Destruction danced within the etheric pathways, racing across its surface and consuming with exacting precision. Mile after mile of Ephiatis fell through the wound as the pocket of expanded space in which it had so long existed collapsed. I had only seconds to get used to the process before it had to change again, and each step forward would make the process more complex. "Let us help," Sylvie said firmly, sensing my tension. Like Tesha, her hands were stained crimson with my blood. I opened my mouth to speak but had no voice. "I just need a bit more time." Sylvie nodded, her eyes shut tight. And power and ether in the form of her Evam arts reached out across the face of the world, slowing time to a trickle. An opposing force pushed back. Sylvie gasped as she lost her spell, which shattered, sending a sickening shiver up my spine. "What?" she asked, breathless. Something was coming. A thunderstorm of mana and ether barely contained, descending from Ephiatis. "Meyer," I said, the name rough in my throat. Almost all of my ether was outside my body, forming the metaphysical hands I used to mold Ephiatis above and the relictums below. It's why I wasn't healing. Regis drew in what he needed to activate destruction and allow me to channel it, but I otherwise held only enough to keep my ravaged body alive. Now I struggled to claw enough back to defend us. If Meyer attacked, Arthur Leywin, her voice boomed through the atmosphere, deep and resonant and full of pain. "I have felt Kezis's death, but I must know, how did he die? Was it a Grona?" Her words carried a sharp but pleading edge. I looked into the bonfire raging behind her eyes, incapable of fear. "I killed him." There was a long, indrawn breath like the leading edge of a storm before she responded, voice trembling. "We brought you among us. Treated you as if you were one of us, trained you and raised you up, invited you into our most sacred places, made you one of us. And you repay us me by killing the man who has so long kept this world safe." Notably, I thought, she did not ask why. Meyer completed her descent, fluttering down like a leaf in the wind. Her face was a thunderhead, her eyes 2 points of lightning. "Grandmother," Sylvie shouted, flying between Meyer and me, "you know he didn't have a choice. You know better than anyone else the decisions Kezes had made and would have made again. But if you don't let us work, then everyone still here will die, including all of your people. Kezes's death would mean nothing." The closer Meyer approached, the smaller she seemed to become. She wasn't the young, gleaming queen who stood beside Kezes in the throne room, but she wasn't quite the wizened elder whom I had first met either. She looked old, ancient but untamed, like some forgotten deity. It was in that moment, perhaps for the first time, that I truly understood why we'd once thought of the Usras as gods. Despite the moment resting on the edge of a knife, I couldn't stop what I was doing. The entire first level of the relictums had unspooled through the now 200-foot-tall portal. Using ether to manipulate the abundance of earth attribute mana, I drew up stone from the mountains themselves, wrapping around and filling in the open side of Tigran Salem, forming the base of the edifice. Very distantly, I could hear the cries and pleading of those people I'd just displaced. Ephiatis was harder. I needed Sylvie to slow down its push into this world as the formation was exact. Jai's calculations specified a strip of land exactly 144 miles wide. Already, the edge had gone well past the Basilisk Fang Mountains and was approaching the eastern shores of Alacria, and I had only moments to make the complex split into the second of 3 such formations that would be required to salvage Ephiatis. Feeling awfully thin man, Regis thought. He and Sylvie had no choice to coexist within the web of King's Gambit, although they had to keep their mental distance or risk their minds breaking as they attempted to follow along with all my thoughts at once. Meyer was directly in front of us now, though I hadn't noticed her move. Her eyes lingered on my state, the blood, the shaking flight, the little ether supporting my physical form. This was the moment I would learn who she truly was in the end. Who she would choose to be. "You're killing yourself," she said hoarsely. Is that regret or relief in her tone? I couldn't tell. "Wouldn't be the first time," I choked out flatly. Her eyes flicked to Tesha, then settled on Sylvie. "I'm sorry, daughter of my daughter, I know." Her eyes closed and she let out a weak breath. "I know." Sylvie, eyes hard and shining, gave her grandmother a small nod, then her power was reaching out again, and this time Meyer didn't move to stop her. Sylvie strained against the surging storm of ether I had just unleashed, and I held the link between us firmly in my mind, not sharing my thoughts but including her in my awareness, my link to the etheric pathways through God's step and the formations of Ephiatis and the relictums through the Spatium Godrune. Through me, her power reached the farthest corners of either world. And although she did not stop time, she eased the pressure of its passing, giving me time to work raw information and calculation into physical reality. As the first strip of land passed over the coastline, I searched for the seam marking the transition point I needed. "My family?" I asked Meyer as I concentrated. "Secure," she said, a rough edge to the word beneath the weight of her exhaustion. I waited for more, wanted to ask more, to demand that she explain. but her one-word answer took up all the time I had before I found what I was looking for, and all my focus returned to Ephiatus. The land occluding the sky divided as Ephiatus became not one but two ribbons, the second forming at a precise 36-degree angle as it headed in a southeasterly direction now. A second ring required another layer of supporting ether, a new flow of destruction and Aroa's requiem. The tangled web that was now King's Gambit tightened as the pressure pulled it in every direction. Sylvie's brief constriction of time slipped away again as she took a moment to rest. Beside me, Tesha, still clinging to my arm, sagged. Her head landed on my armored shoulder too hard, cutting her above the brow. Her eyes were unfocused. She didn't seem to even notice. I pulled her more tightly to my side, unsure if she could support herself. Tesha, I'm okay." Her thoughts were oozing and sluggish. "The strain on her physical systems is tremendous," Jaiei cut in. "This structure, what I am now, was not meant to be held in an organic housing. The amount of information is burning her up from within." "I said I'm fine," Tesha shot back, lifting her head off my shoulder and pushing away from me, although not quite releasing my arm entirely. Her side was now stained with my blood and her own. "I'm fine too, thanks for asking," Regis said sarcastically with the mental equivalent of coughing up blood. Meyer floated around to look at both of us, her brows pinched with worry. "Let me help," she held up a hand to forestall any argument. "I understand. This isn't about alliance or forgiveness but survival. The greatest price of all has been paid to buy my people a future. I won't throw it away." She didn't wait for any further response. Mana whirled around her raised hand, bright and potent. A dusting of ether responded, and our wounds slowly knitted. Meyer's brows fell even further, her lips turning down into a deep frown of concentration. The mana swelled, but the ether barely reacted. I could tell it was taking all of her concentration just to heal our smallest injuries. "Focus on Tess," I ground out. She hesitated, then turned her entire attention to Tesha. The blood trickling from Tessa's nose eased and her expression softened somewhat. But as the gentle healing pressure suddenly left me, I found myself choking. Looking down from above, I watched my own eyes roll back into their sockets from above. The pressure from the ether realm suddenly doubled, then tripled. The first sections of the relictum's second level were just beginning to come through the portal. And the building, a two-story inn that had rested on the edge of the entrance courtyard, exploded into rubble. I only just managed to shield the dozens of people who'd been crammed inside from the collapse, wrapping them in ether. The ground beneath them cracked as huge, emerald-green vines snaked up to pluck them out of the air. Tesha shook with the effort of the conjuring, her beast was seething within her. In one corner of the web of woven thought strands, I recognized that, as I pulled from the relictums, it allowed the etheric river more leeway to twist and turn, digging away the metaphorical edges like the burrowing of animals degrading the shore of a real river. I leaned into the unexpected weight, getting it back in check. The calculations rushing to me from Jaiei adjusted midstream to accommodate the increase in pressure. There was an abundance of ether coming through now, pouring from the portal and around the edges of Ephiatus. But like the etheric river, it had its own pull, too strong for me to utilize. There had to be some way to neutralize it, but I was at the end of my ability to concentrate and consider new information. "Arthur." I looked around in confusion. "Grandma Sylvia," but no, of course not. I met Meyer's eyes, briefly having forgotten her presence as my mind was stretched to the breaking point. "You're starving me out," she said, calm but forceful. "The ether is barely reacting to me. You're holding it all in your sway. You and whatever else is here with us, the power trying to come through with Ephiatus." I understood. What little atmospheric ether had existed here had been absorbed and utilized in the first seconds of this event, before I'd even broken the outer layer of my core to expend its reserved ether. The only ether remaining was my own, channeled through the Godrunes to act on the relictums and Ephiatus. Of course, Meyer was no more capable of accessing the ether lapping around the world's edges than I was. "But I can still help you, Arthur." Her eyes shone, despair and regret mingling with a sense of loss and acceptance. Then the eyes began to grow and the face around it widening and elongating. Her neck lengthened, her body rapidly expanding, flowing robes becoming broad, bright white scales. Wings extended out behind her, beating slowly and swirling air attribute mana. Golden runes gleamed down her draconic face, down her long neck and over her broad wings. I stared into her now purple eyes. The gold markings around them blazed, then grew dim and finally disappeared entirely. Her tongue flicked out, piercing my armor, flesh, and bone. Unlike Sylvia, she wasn't able to pierce my core by herself. Instead, I had to let her in. Frozen in a moment of remembered terror, I almost rejected her. Then, I again reached a fist of ether around my core. As the etheric realm threatened to burst and my body threatened to fail, I needed more ether. There was less of it in the third layer than the fourth, but I clenched down and the outer layer of the core shattered. The wounds of last time hadn't healed, so the ether didn't need to follow my channels, but rather, it followed the ruptured wounds riddling my body. Myers' tongue finally pierced my core as Sylvia's had so long ago. Wisps of golden smoke rose from my chest, crackling with amethyst sparks. When she withdrew, the blood of the wound was lost in the sea of red clinging to me and oozing between the scales of my relic armor. While Sylvia had appeared pained and weak in the aftermath of transferring her will, Myers somehow looked even more majestic. The golden runes had faded, as had the shining purple coloration of her irises, but the ancient white dragon that now hovered in front of me was no less wild and powerful looking. May you have the wisdom to use this insight better than I have in my many millennia of life, Arthur Leywin. I felt the golden orb of her will resting inside the two remaining layers of my ether core, warm and comforting. Grandmother, the words this time weren't mine but Sylvie's. And yet, in this moment, they carried the same desperate energy that a 4-year-old me had felt watching, but not understanding as Sylvia sacrificed herself to save me from Cadel. There were no other words. Meyer banked away and flew down into the still-forming base of the relictombs. I knew without a doubt that she was searching for Kezes. Reaching for the golden glow of her will, I activated it. A rush of energy passed through me, and golden runes appeared across my armor and up my neck, interlacing with those of Realmheart. I sensed the life forces of my companions, Meyer herself, and the few thousand people who'd already been brought through from the relictombs, packed like woggarts into the newly formed layer of the physical relictombs. With a twist of space, I opened the way down to what had once been a Grona's reliquary. Much of the released energy of my third core layer was lingering in and around me, although the bulk had flowed through the etheric pathways to support my godrunes high above and far below. I drew that energy into myself, setting it to healing me. Tesha's life force was weak, her pulse sluggish, even though her mana was strong. With Meyer's will active, I could feel the distance between us, the heat of her life force, and when I pushed out with Etha, it flowed into Tesha. Her injuries lit up as if they'd been drawn in fire behind my eyes. I directed Etha to them, to her nerves and synapses, and the tissue of her mind full of micro-tears. She immediately breathed easier. Buildings and streets were rushing out of the portal now. With the Spatium Godrune, I rebuilt the city-like zone inside and around the remains of Tigran's Selim. Etha manipulated mana to conjure and shape stone. Destruction carved away the unnecessary or unusable. Aroa's Requiem rebuilt what was left behind, and Spatium reshaped the very physical reality of the zone. Sensing the approach of the next point of demarcation in Ephiatis, I prepared to stretch my webbed mind even farther. Sylvie reached out with her Evam art, against slowing time and allowing me a moment to ready myself. A third strip of land would be peeled away from the others, this one extending from the wound at a 36-degree angle northward of the first. My power extended across the globe now as the first ribbon of land approached Dicathen. With my mind so entrenched into the etheric pathways via God's step, I again felt as if I was seeing the entirety of both continents. I saw Seth and Mela among the crowds in Marin Town, no longer being bombarded by rubble from Ephiatis, and instead watching in awe as the land extended through the sky overhead. The Gladers surrounded by their council on a balcony of Ediston Palace, all watching fearfully as Ephiatis cast the city into shadow. Ivasir, the towering titan who had guarded the hearth, slaughtering an Ephiatan mana beast as Vincent, Tabitha, and Lilia Helstia watched in horror, their home half collapsed behind them. Helen and Durden leading the charge against a towering horned beast of fire and dark stone that approached Blackbend. The wall, fallen, buried under the mountain. Anakasha of Clan Maitali dragging her senseless father Anchor away from a demolished structure. And the great Asuran lords, each standing within the heart of their own domains. But I did not see my mother or sister. I could only trust that Meyer had been truthful and that they were really safe. Nearly the entire second level of the relictombs had been brought out of the etheric realm, which now served as a sort of village, ringing the base of the new structure that was slowly beginning to appear. A map of the relictombs as Jae saw it had already spread out through my mind, along with a blueprint that would allow us to save the important part of every zone, ensuring the etheric knowledge that went into its creation was not lost. And even more importantly, creating the foundations on which everything I hoped to accomplish would soon rest. The very last structure to come through from the second level was the Gronbals estate, now crowded with what I could only assume were refugees in hiding. With Meyer's will still active, I felt every life within it intimately, as if I had my fingers on their pulse. I was still folding the estate into the city when the collapse of the space that had contained the second level shook the portal. The etheric river, winding through the etheric void on the other side of the portal, surged again and reality itself quaked. As the tremor shook through me, golden threads appeared in my vision again. My senses followed them to where they converged. A silhouette made entirely of the tightly wound threads of fate hidden in the circumference of the sun, visible between two of the constantly expanding strips of land above. As if sensing my attention, Fate's voice sounded in my head. "Gray, Arthur Leywin, I have come to thank you. Your performance has met all practical expectations." I felt myself separating yet further from the center of myself, my vision still looking down from above, floating away from my body and the presence of my companions. It's you, the river, you're pushing from the other side. I felt my anger as a distant, cold thing through the layers of King's Gambit. Why, we had an agreement. Your vision of the future was a wonderful thing, but it could only ever end this way. Though Agrona started the process, you've completed the act of puncturing the barrier fully. And now the ether may once again go out into the world to spread and settle, releasing the long-forced pressure. The necessity of entropy, at the cost of this entire world. I wanted to shout the words, but the necessary emotion wasn't there. All worlds die, all stars burn out. A scraping hum ran through the golden threads. You can let go now, Arthur. You have done everything required of you. If your mortal inclinations require it, consider that you have perhaps saved the entirety of the known and unknown universe at the cost of one small world. Etha tore through the edges of the portal, ripping it open even further, and flooded around the borders of Ephiatis, shaking it like an earthquake. One small world, I gaped at the form of golden strings, but you're from this world. All those minds and voices that combine to make you, they're from this world. Everyone that's ever existed to become a part of you. Surely some desire to protect it remains. There was no pause, no hint that my words had sparked some consideration within the inhuman entity. Only, no. Chapter 525, The Whims of Fate. No, I processed a dozen responses to Fate's simple statement, then a dozen likely answers to each response, and my counter to each of Fate's answers, all leading to a single inevitable conclusion: Fate had no empathy. No sense of honor, no responsibility other than to the natural order, no emotional linchpin to which I could appeal. The weight of my own expectations, established in the extended moments as I fought for release from the final keystone, crushed down on my shoulders. I had fully accepted that fate would simply uphold its end of the bargain, like a plant growing when watered and provided sunshine. I had badly miscalculated, but what backup plan could there have been? If fate won't withhold the full force of the etheric realm, then everything is lost. The shared tension of Sylvie, Regis, Tesha, and Jai's interconnected consciousnesses, all present in the conversation alongside me, was like a vibrating steam piston about to rip its casing apart. Arthur, the relictums. Sylvie's voice sounded the alarm in my head, and I realized I had almost lost track of the zone currently spooling out of the relictums in a kaleidoscope of soil, golden grass, atmospheric ether, shattered time, and rainbow light. A feline beast with noxious green, leathery hide imploded, splashing the distant ground with red as I failed to concentrate. Two ascenders screamed as they fell through the chaotic tumble, but I caught them in a reforming pool of plum-colored liquid before they, too, could be dashed against the roots of the mountain. Focus, Ephiatis, and the relictums were priority. If I couldn't convince fate, I would move on to the next option, and if that failed, then the next. Fate was the mouth of ether, but it wasn't ether itself. Despite its namesake, it didn't control everything that happened, and I wasn't without my own influence. If I could hold back the pressure of the etheric realm long enough to complete this vision, then the path of least resistance for fate would be to continue with my plan. Because that, in the end, was what fate was doing, taking the easiest, most straightforward path. The pressure is coming in waves now. A sequence of calculations came with Jai's thoughts. I didn't immediately understand the math, but along with the calculations came understanding, slower to unfold in my mind. Based on this displacement, if I can push back at just the right moments, we can keep the surface between the physical realm and the etheric void from rupturing, I thought back, suddenly hopeful. Maybe the fact that the opposing force from the etheric river is now coming in waves instead of constantly escalating means this pattern will hold. I turned away from fate. Pleading would only waste the energy I needed for the rest of my task. Below me, a now 400-foot-tall relictum's portal spat out zone after zone based on a complex interweaving of connected space, and the Jinn's rules about navigating ascenders to power-appropriate zones. Through an even more complex weaving of spatial manipulation, Aroa's Requiem, God's Step, and Destruction, these zones were maneuvered and fit together like jigsaw pieces that both ascended upwards into the sky and burrowed deep down into the bones of the mountains. Above, Ephiatis was passing rapidly over the threshold into real space, where it reformed into 3 ribbons of ground that rested on condensed ether, keeping them from crashing down on Alacria and Dicathen. Time moved around me in a constant dance of pause and step, pause and step. Sylvie's eyes were clenched shut, her face pale and sweaty. She drifted a few feet away and lost 10 feet in altitude as her focus locked entirely into the task of withholding the passage of time. Tesha was worse off. A single thread of my spiderwebbed consciousness kept up a constant connection with her. Myers will warmed my core, a distant sensation, and through it I fed Tesha healing ether, offsetting the continuous damage being done to her system. Regis had faded into the background of my thoughts, one of many threads of consciousness. His entire focus remained on the destruction Godrun, pouring the violet flames out into shifting space, without which everything else would fail. The next wave is approaching, Jai informed me, though her calculations were also running through my own head. Keeping count along with my breaths, I drew in as much ether as I could manage, holding it within my diminished core, my tortured body, and even the relic armor. Then, just as the wave of increased pressure from inside the etheric realm struck, I slammed all the ether I could into the cracks between the two realms, countering it. The portal brightened, becoming an oily, shining purple sun that threatened to consume the mountains, and the three rings of Ephiatis trembled as reality itself threatened to come undone at the seams. If Jai's calculations were accurate, I only had 19 seconds until the next wave. Doing some quick calculations of my own, I tasted bile in the back of my throat. 10 waves just to complete the first ring. 43 waves to the completion of the entire structure. You need more ether, the voices in my head agreed, although it was difficult to tell if it was Tesha, Jai, Sylvie, Regis, or some combination of all of them. I'm not ready to give up yet, I thought, trying to peel away a quadrant of my webbed thoughts toward the problem. The web stretched and stretched until it was on the edge of tearing apart. King's Gambit burned on my back and inside the gray matter of my brain, and the crown on my brow cast God raised down through my vision. Ether flooded through an entirely new network of sensory neurons, activated and empowered by the Godrun. But there were no free threads to take up the problem. I was at the edge of King's Gambit's abilities. I couldn't stretch it any farther. The ether, my insight into the Godrun, or the aspect of ether that it represented, had already expanded significantly in these few moments. Ether is consciousness manifest as pure reality, the beginning and end of space, time, and life, the spark of thought contained within the semi-aware consciousness. And so King's Gambit is what? I saw not only the threads themselves, each its own unique and individual thought, but also the space between the threads. And in doing so, I saw that really there were no branches or threads or even the spiderweb construct. These were just metaphors for the altered nature of my thoughts, as each idea was far more complex than a simple branch or thread. They were each their own etheric consciousnesses, each a complex multidimensional structure in which to house the unfolding of simultaneous considerations. I had to look at it from a different perspective. And so, King's Gambit unfolded again, threads weaving into a spiderweb, the web unfolding into a galaxy of consciousness, a sort of tessellation. My mind expanded into uncountable, unquantifiable interlocked planes in which to house every possible conscious idea I was capable of manifesting. This was it, the truth behind understanding. And in it I saw my own limitations. I passed through the first phase of Myers' will into a second, forging a vivum tether between me, Tesha, Sylvie, and Regis, binding us together with visible waves of amethyst-stained white light. I wrapped my core in ether and effortlessly shattered its second layer, but I didn't allow the captured ether to escape. I pushed it through the tether, embodying my companions with healing and strength as I folded them each into my tessellated consciousness, their thoughts fitting in perfectly with the countless individual ideas and thoughts making up my mental structure. Hey, whoa, not sure I like this. It feels like I'm being digested. It feels like we're all one person. We are, in a way, I think, 5 beings, a single consciousness. How are you doing this, Arthur? You even need to ask. His thoughts are our thoughts, his mind our mind. King's Gambit, the withdrawal of self in favor of absolute reason. I'm pretty freaking attached to myself, though, you know. It's okay, my mind is your mind too now, see. You can make room for both, be yourself but be part of this. Shared being too, I can show you how, or I don't have to, it's already there. Is this how you've always felt with Arthur Regis? Not really, this is more fluid. And crowded? What we are experiencing is the confluence of consciousness. It is a similar, though far more specific and bounded, technique that allowed the jinn to house a consciousness beyond the shell of its physical form. Ether wrapped us in a bubble of space and time, and we shot up into the sky together. A gusting wind was ripping through the rift with a low, hurricane roar wrapped in an aurora of mana and ether. Ephiatis was nearly all through, and the original strip of land was approaching from the west. Spatium and destruction cut the first strip away from the others, and Aroa's requiem knit closed the edges of the wound. The oncoming edge of land hit the newly severed end with a noise like a collapsing mountainside, and the etheric bridge on which the now complete ring rested shook violently. Space wove together, and ether worked the mana like bread dough to seal the ring. We paused, inasmuch as such a thing was necessary with King's Gambit active, and collected ether before slamming it back into the wound and down into the portal to fend off the next wave. With each wave, the ether under our control diminished, and the current of unusable ether flowing into our world increased. Then our focus returned to Ephiatis and the relictums. The leading edge of the second ring was approaching in the distance, and the spire was climbing higher and higher beneath me. Our timing needed to be exact. 32 more waves before the completion of all 3 rings and the spire. Am I the only one who can't tell where we end and everything else begins? Having my mind stretched out through all the etheric pathways like this is a level of awareness I've never wanted to have. I just watched an old man take a dump in the woods beside his cratered house. Reel in your awareness. Focus on destruction, ease the weight off Arthur. Yes, we need to lighten the load where we can. Jae, you said Arthur needs more ether. We need to release some of the pressure like we did in that last zone. But the same technique won't work here, will it? Our position inside the relictums was isolated with direct access to the mana. From here, the mana working to manipulate and stir up the river can't just be subdued. Our etheric bubble flew over the edge of Ephiodas's first ring, then we were lashing at speed across the landscape. Rolling hills, rivers, small villages, and a forest of ragged trees gave way to plains as we reached the center of the ring, and the large town that had been placed there. Directly above the still-growing relictums, the dragon village of Reborn looked as if a tornado had blown through. We were already in the center of the village before the dragons even noticed our approach. Mana and ether flared, shields were raised, weapons drawn, cries rang out throughout the village. A half-dozen transformed dragons whirled in the sky. Be at ease. A firm voice sounded throughout the village as a silver-eyed, pink-haired dragon stepped into the central courtyard. She walked quickly but surely toward me, then floated up into the air to be on our level, stopping just outside the barrier containing us. Dozens of others watched from around the village. High Lord Arthur. Is it over? She gestured to the sky, blue stained with the vibrant etheric aurora where the second ring didn't occlude it. We seem to have left our plane behind. Very nearly, we said perfunctorily. But we need something from you. She peered at us nervously, shifting so that the small, pearlescent scales beneath her eyes glinted. The transition has been difficult for our village, as you can see. I don't know how much we have to give. We paused to push back against the next wave from the etheric river. As it surged, we watched the fountain, which marked the hole from which etheric flames continuously leaked. The fountain from which the village took its name, ever-burning. It blazed, shooting up a beam of violet flame like a geyser, but the fountain held and the rift didn't widen. As we'd hoped, the etheric river wasn't putting enough pressure on this remote tier to be dangerous, but the small rift itself was still intact. We only need this. The line of her focus followed ours, and her brows cut into a deep frown. Our fountain, exactly. We raised a hand, and the bright purple motes of Aroa's requiem swirled along our arm and out into the air, blowing like pollen all throughout the village. They spilled over buildings with fallen roofs and leaning walls, sealing cracks, lifting collapsed structures, and rebuilding everything they touched. Thank you. Pri of Clan and Thera gaped at me, mouth open, and then was suddenly being carried away as Ephiodus began to spin, carrying the village with it. The spadium bubble held us firmly in place, and we in turn held onto the fountain as the ground rippled around it like a boulder in the sea. This ring of Ephiodus kept rotating until we were floating over a patch of barren land. The same desert where Renkine had trained us so long ago. The ring stopped moving. The Everburn fountain looked out of place in the expanse of ravines and stone rubble. A pulse of ether blasted the fountain's structure apart, breaking the circle of runes that helped to keep the small rift stable and give it structure. As ether poured through, we drew it in, then let out a breath of pure physical relief as our ether core was quickly filled, too quickly and holding too little. Much of our purified ether was still out there, its form held in a constant shape by my godrunes, reworking Ephiodus and the relictums, which despite our distance we were still actively forming. The effort of focus was now barely noticeable due to the expansion of our consciousness. But a reservoir was still needed to react and engage in the effort of pushing back against the waves, and to keep up the tether between each of us. We were in a perfect rhythm now. No words, simply an exchange of intent and information, 5 minds working as one. New calculations were weaving into our understanding from Jae constantly, while Sylvie's strategic slowing of time happened as naturally as our own breaths. Destruction through Regis, interlaced through our godrunes in a necessarily perfect harmony. While Tess not only acted as the conduit through which Jae worked, but also a guide and shield for Sylvie and Regis. Tesh's unique insight into sharing a mind allowed her to keep the others grounded within the depths of King's Gambit, retaining their own motivations and focus. With God's step, we found the connective point at the heart of the Everburn Rift. Space expanded around it, widening the hole so that it appeared to swallow the rocky desert. Our bubble of space shot back to avoid being pulled in. In seconds, the shattered fountain had become a mile-wide rift. Ether issued from it like a beacon, up through the center of the second ring, still forming above us and down to encompass all of the relictum's spire. Once the spire was complete, the large portal from which it spilled would have to be closed, but the operational aspects of every relictum zone would require a direct link to the ether realm. This rift would perform that function for as long as the etheric realm existed. Incoming wave. Hovering in the gloom between the first and second rings, which crossed over one another at exactly this point, I gathered my ether and shoved back against the wave of pressure from the etheric realm. The newly widened Everburn rift brightened, trembling as the force of the etheric river hit it harder now that it was so much larger. The second ring is nearing completion. Like the first, the second ring was cut off from the remaining landmass still emerging from the collapsing pocket of space where Ephiatus had existed for millennia. The other end approached swiftly across the ocean and Alacria's western shore. The two ends met directly above us, and a combination of ether, mana, and godrunes sealed the crack, forming the band of stone, soil, mountains, and forests into a single continuous ring around the world. The beam of ether continued uninterrupted through the second ring and into the third, which was still forming as the last of Ephiatus came through. 16 waves remaining. The spire is approaching the bottom of the first ring. I call dibs on the penthouse when all this is over. If we survive it. Our spatium sphere dipped down into the Everbun rift below us, but we did not travel into the etheric realm. Space shifted and warped, forming a tunnel so that we passed through the first ring and came out below it. The landscape of the Basilisk Fang Mountains had changed dramatically. The base of the spire, once Tigran Selim, had expanded considerably, requiring a nearly 4-mile-wide surface to contain the first two zones of the relictums and support the miles-tall spire that rose out of the mountains. The rock and stone of the mountains themselves became the required matter necessary to contain the zones, which formed floor after floor of the spire. It has already climbed nearly the whole 80 miles to the bottommost ring and had burrowed deep into the crust of the world. The mountain range was now a slowly widening ring around a wide expanse of flat stone as the mountains themselves were swallowed. The portal from which the relictums was still being drawn was now 1.5 miles tall and floating in the air above the valley formed by the mountain's removal. A string of jungle-like vegetation was swirling around the already constructed portion of the spire toward the surface, where stone grew into walls and the terrain laid itself out, rebuilt under the careful application of spatium and Aroa's requiem. All the painstakingly saved etheric knowledge of the Jinn, rehoused in physical space where it would be forever safe from the slow collapse of the etheric realm. Fate was waiting for us. The silhouette of tightly wound golden threads hovered above the growing spire, surrounded in a halo of bright golden rays that spread out to every corner of our world. My mind was open again, and I could see all the threads. Those connecting me to my companions, to the people huddled miles below in the base of the spire and out across our world. We were mirrors of each other. And yet, as many of the threads spread off in every direction, it seemed like even more bound the two of us together. "You can't stop what is coming," it said, the voice seeming to vibrate from every thread at once. "Like an animal digging deeper into its burrow to escape a flood, you only doom yourself." The piece of us that was still me wanted to scoff, but the bitter amusement was buried within the tessellated construct of our collective consciousness. "If events were really set in stone, then you wouldn't need to convince me to stop. That means what we're doing is working. We can save this world, we're already so close, all you have to do is nothing." We shook our head. "But the fire can't stop itself from spreading any more than the river can decide to keep to its banks." Golden light shimmered across the wound string shape. "This flood began the moment you entered this world, Arthur Leywin, Gray. It is and has been inevitable. Everything you have done, every choice, every insight was always going to lead you here. You act as if you haven't already learned this lesson. You're fallible. You've already proved it, and I've already shown you what I'm working toward. And now I'm so close. You fail at your own purpose in safeguarding the natural order by now insisting falsely that this is already set, as if it's already happened." Something like a laugh echoed from fate, but it was harsh in its amusement, a sensation of discordance carried in the form of a chuckle. We looked around us, staring into the fabric of reality, into time and space and life itself. We had already seen this moment, our own limitations. We knew no words could sway fate itself. That was where we'd failed before. One could not negotiate with fate. There was no convincing the rain to stop falling, even though people were dying in the flood. And yet, fate was more than just an unfeeling, natural phenomenon. There was contained within it a collection of consciousnesses that defined it. If Ether could pull away from the dragons because of Indrath's genocide, then it could influence fate as well. But this was not something we could instill into fate ourselves. In seeing our own limits, we became aware of what had to happen. But the very nature of our relationship with Ether ensured we couldn't manipulate it in the only way that would work. By absorbing and purifying it, we changed its nature and our relationship with it. It wasn't the growth of our insight and power that established the necessary conditions. It was the life we had lived, and the people we had lost. As if he had been waiting for our call, the spectral apparition of Aldir was beside us, hovering just beyond the spatium sphere. All three of his eyes were open and focused on fate. He did not turn toward us or acknowledge our presence in any way. He might have been nothing but a shape imagined within chaos, like finding a face in the grain of cut lumber. Except he drifted forward with purpose, his ghostly purple form passing unchallenged through the tangle of golden threads as he approached fate. Fate watched with what we took to be curiosity as the etheric figure melted into itself, becoming a part of the whole, adding a life's experience to the collective, a life's experience. Aldir had bridged the gap between Ephiatus and this world. He had offered both guidance and punishment, taking on the roles of general and assassin. Perhaps no one in Dicathen, Alacria, or Ephiatus had been as true to his purpose, service to Kezes, and yet no one had been punished more severely for their efforts. Use of the World Eater technique, the knowledge of which had been his life's work, had broken him. And now the memory of that act is imprinted within fate. Everything seemed to fall silent. Even the rush of wind from Ephiatus and the grinding of stone from the relictums grew hushed and contemplative. To our other side, another shape took form, a ghost in the ether. Tall, with deep crow's feet around her eyes, the shade of Cynthia Goodsky drifted forward into fate. We considered what we knew of her mysterious life. A spy and agent in service to Alacria who saw in Dicathen a kinder and more humane culture. Like Alaric, she'd been conditioned to the cruelty of Agrona's regime, but when she saw that there was an alternative to the world she knew, she made a choice to protect, shelter, and teach instead of destroy. The next figure to appear was the first to regard us. Long hair, blonde in life but pinkish purple now, bobbed in a breeze of its own as Angela Rose gave that warm, princess smile that could turn anyone's cheeks bright red with a look. Deep under the effects of King's Gambit, my heart ached. She winked, then drifted into fate. Alduin and Muriel Aralith appeared next. They both gazed proudly at Tesha, tears like pink diamonds gleaming in their eyes. A tightly held fist in Tesha's spirit released just a bit. Mom, Dad. Together, they drifted into fate, taking with them the knowledge of their mistakes, but also that passion to protect their daughter that led them to make those mistakes. Then Adam was there, and Blaine and Priscilla Glader, Jard Redner, Dordrea Orgard, and Theodore Maxwell, Aaliyah Triskin and Alfred Wernder, the young warriors Cedri and Jonah, Lauden Dinoir and Karaz Protector Tegan and Sulla Drusus, the young Alacrian sentry Baldur Vassar, the even younger Enola Frost who we hadn't even realized was lost. Spectre after spectre manifested from the ether. Everyone whose life we had impacted and who had affected us. The ether, drawn here by the force of the etheric river, the presence of fate, and the call of our bond to them in this time of need, carried a spark of who they'd been as they joined with fate, one after the next. They're imparting their humanity to fate, gifting it the empathy and protectiveness that it lacks. Speaking from experience, mixing up a bunch of opposing personalities and giving it consciousness can have unstable results. And then, Grandma Rinia was there. She appeared facing us, every ancient line of her face carved in violet lines. Of all the etheric specters, she felt the most real, the most herself. Maybe because by the end she had given so much of herself to peer into the future that she was already a part of the ether of fate. She was the first apparition to speak. Arthur, oh Arthur, you beautiful boy, you've done well, so well. And yet, she regarded my blood-stained body, and I felt her sight pass through me to my core, so much of it already sacrificed to channel its power. I'm sorry, Arthur. I wanted so much to do more for you to provide a clearer path. She hung her head, and when she looked up, her eyes were galaxies, hold on to each other. Then she had drifted backwards into fate. A pulse ran along the infinite number of threads that extended out from fate, and we felt it like a knife in our heart. With our senses still extended out through the entirety of the etheric pathways, we sensed the pulse hit everyone else, everyone in the entire world. We felt hands clutch chests as lungs sucked desperately for air and eyes filled with tears. The relictums had continued to climb, wrapping around the space taken up by fate and leaving a sort of open balcony carved through the spire. It had pierced the first ring, following the beam of ether as it grew up around the Everburn rift. A hand rested on our shoulder, buzzing with energy. We knew the touch immediately. Its strength flowed through us. The blanket across our emotions wasn't enough to keep moisture from building in the corner of our eyes. His voice, distant as it echoed forward through time, rang in our ears. Keeping my family safe is my priority, but I also want my family to live happily. That's why we're doing this. Dicathen may not have been your only home, Arthur, but it's the only home that we know, and if that means dying so that Ellie can live in a better future, then so be it. Our heart ached as we remembered his last words to us, all the more so because he'd been right. That version of Arthur Leywin had been terrified of not being strong enough, and he'd failed to understand that he wasn't the only one who wanted to protect his family, nor who deserved the chance to do so. The death of Reynolds Leywin hadn't proved us right, it had shown us just how wrong we were. And that is what fate can't understand. Right and wrong are all muddled up with just a handful of minds fighting for influence inside my head. Now imagine a million, a billion, all fighting. I think it's the truest form of human nature or djinity or elfdom or whatever. You're right, which is why fate needs help to understand how to be a caretaker, a protector. Parent, clear voices through the muddle. Dad feigned a quick thrust at us, which we parried with an invisible sword. His laughter echoed from every direction as he gave me a quick salute and hopped backwards. into fate. Thanks, Dad. We waited, hoping to hear Dad's voice again, but fate just hung there, as if suspended from the endless connections to everyone else in the world. Above, the last of Ephiatis entered the sky over Alacria. The two ends of the third ring fused together. The relictums rose through it, piercing and supporting all three rings. On the other side of the world, the spire did the same, rising out of the grand mountains where the wall had been. The Everburn fountain had been reforged by Aroa's Requiem and housed in the very first chamber of the relictums I'd woken in. The constant flow of ether from it fueled the zones as well as the bridge supporting the three rings of Ephiatis, now fixed firmly in place around our world. I braced for the next wave of etheric pressure, but it didn't come. The threads of fate shifted around the featureless head, giving it something almost like a smile. You have succeeded. A pause. We are prepared to be patient. So long as the pressure is released in the end, remember the etheric realm cannot be bound forever. Teach this world, Arthur Leywin, prepare them for what comes next. Fate faded, though a web of golden threads were left behind, filling the opening in the spire. The sky above the rings faded from red and purple to blue. The wind eased. The noise of constantly reshaping stone faded. The spatium sphere dipped down, so we were floating in front of the huge portal. It was fraying at the edges as if coming apart. With God's step, I plucked at the point of connection at the portal's center. It gave a static crackle and fizzled out like so much smoke. It's done. That's it, world saved. Relictums, Ephiatis, and all. Ephiatis's fall still did a lot of damage, and there are incredibly powerful beasts running amok across both continents. Sounds like a great way for the new neighbors to make some goodwill with Dicathen and Alacria. Better send a request for a Pantheon extermination squad. We settled into the valley that now surrounded the base of the Relictum's spire. People were flooding out of it, confused and frightened, their gazes all drawn upward along the spire, so tall the top couldn't be seen, and the three rings crossing at its peak, which were just blue shadows from so far away. There was a chaos of cries for help, pleas to the Vritra, and muddled babbling that lost all meaning. My gaze, still disembodied and slightly outside of myself, followed theirs. Unlike the people huddled here, however, my eyes could see outward through every etheric pathway. I could see both the smooth pathways etched into the bedrock around the spire's base and the entire width and breadth of the spire itself, climbing into the sky from both the Basilisk Fang Mountains and the Grand Mountains. I could see the entire world, an orb floating in darkness, now surrounded by three rings of land that contained all that remained of Ephiatis. The three rings crossed over one another where the spire pierced them, each one casting darkness and shadow on the ring below. I could hear the cheers of Usuras in Indrath Castle and Featherwalk Eyrie, the cries of dwarves buried deep in Voldoriel and humans huddled beneath a phoenix fire barrier in Xyrus, the quiet prayers of terrified Alacrians in Cargadon and Rossir. But here, as we approached the spire entrance, all went silent at our approach. We passed through the crowds of people wordlessly, through the new village that surrounded the expansive base of the spire. A towering entrance, made from the primary ascension portal that had previously rested in the second level of the relictums, gleamed in welcome. Inside, we found more people, all equally lost and uncertain. The silence that followed us was almost oppressive. We continued on to the very center of the level, where a certain crystalline housing now rested, drawn up from the lower levels. Surrounded by a courtyard and three spiraling stairs leading both up and down, the last piece of the relictums remained in disrepair. There was no need to explain my intent. Tesha and Jaye were a part of us. Tess squeezed my hand, momentarily completing the spellform design that linked across her skin and mine, then pressed the hand to the crystalline structure. Aroa's Requiem issued bright motes across first my skin, then hers, then the Jinn remnant housing. The spellforms washed away. The crystal lit and the haloing rings of stone, so similar to the newly formed rings of Ephiatis, began to spin. Etheric connections grew back together, rerouting into the Everburn fountain chamber high above and empowering Jaye. You can return to your previous purpose, I said, speaking aloud since our minds were no longer connected. You'll find your peers relocated just as our schematics indicated. I know, of course, she answered, a smile in her voice which emanated from the air. Now please forgive me, I have some serious recalibration to do. Chuckling, I turned away, easing loose of God's step then Realmheart. Destruction has already faded as Regis suppressed it, his wispy form floating half comatose in my core. Then Aroa's Requiem faded and finally Myers' will. The sudden darkening of my connection to Sylvie and Tesha made me feel, for just an instant, desperately lonely. Together, the three of us strode back the way we had come. People were daring to call out now, some even approaching, asking what was going on, begging us for help. Their words were an echoing chorus in my ears, and I couldn't bring myself to answer. Sylvie said something, but I didn't know what, as most of my mind was turned inward to examine itself. King's Gambit. It was still active, my mind, now a tessellation of uncountable thoughts, was scattered and incoherent. I couldn't think because of the noise of my own competing thought processes. I didn't know if I could even release it, afraid that I was King's Gambit, that it had become the greater part of me. What would happen if I stopped channeling it now? You're so much more than just this Godrune, Arthur, Sylvie said from beside me. She was focused on the crowd, one hand raised in acknowledgement to a blurred face in the crowd, but she was struggling just as much as me. Her F-ingers trembled slightly, and her eyes were hooded and ringed with shadow. I didn't know how she'd recognize my thoughts since my mind was shuttered to protect her and Regis. She looked at me and raised a brow in wry amusement. Please, as if I need to be able to read your thoughts to know what you're thinking. Tesha grabbed my hand and pulled us to a stop, turning me to face her. She pressed a hand to my chest above my core and frowned. I honestly don't know how you're still standing, but even you have limits, Arthur. I already lost you once because you pushed yourself too far. Let it go while you still can. I think it's too late for that, I thought, though outwardly I was smiling and holding her hand to my chest with my own. Deep inside me, beneath her touch, cracks ran like bright little bolts of lightning across the surface of my ether core, echoing the shattered mana core beneath. Chapter 526, Unprecedented Times. CAERADNOIR. I stared up at the incomprehensible edifice already being called the Relictum's Spire. When Arthur had told us all to flee, what remained of our small army had been carried away on platforms of stone and ice, only to watch the spire rise up out of the mountains from a distance. But the actual true size of it was utterly beyond reason. A shiver raced down my spine as I stood in the shade and considered what Arthur had become. I doubt even the Usura could have accomplished anything like this. Even the wildest tales of Agrona's power pale in comparison. I ran my fingers through my now shoulder-length hair as my gaze followed the spire up to where three distant, hazy blue structures crossed over at its peak. Ephiatis. Brought into our world and reformed just like the Relictums, one filled with monsters, the other with deities. Again, the shiver. A cold breeze blew across the unnatural plains that now occupied most of the Basilisk Fang Mountains, which had been reduced to a protective circle around the spire. A shoulder banged hard against mine and I stumbled forward. Come on, Queen Denoir standing and gawking never got either of us anywhere. I almost snapped out a quick kick at her ankles, but a lifetime of etiquette training surfaced as I took in her retinue of guards and the host of other people on the road. Some were heading toward the spire while a few still trickled out of it. You're here to represent Alacria at the most important meeting of our lifetimes, Maylis. Please act like an adult. My friend Maylis, matron of the Tremblay house, only grinned and waggled carefully trimmed brows over her wine-colored eyes, which glittered with mischief. You're the one who insisted. There were 100 other highbloods who were ready to kill each other to be here. I scoffed and resumed the march toward the spire entrance, which is exactly why they're not. Yes, instead we can look forward to the brilliant political savvy of Caden Aphelion and Amelie Bellarose. She paused, running her tongue over her teeth. Have you noticed how easy it is to get into that habit? Vritra's teeth, but it's nice not to have to spell out all that of high-blood blah blah nonsense. I laughed despite my nerves, which I expected was exactly why she was being such a wogard. Now if only you could break the habit of calling on the Vritra for everything. Her expression darkened and she spat on the ground, then hurried to catch up with me. Her guards fell in behind us. Yeah, that's a bit harder to adjust. Maybe that's what we should talk about at this big meeting, appropriate ways to cuss now that our God King is dead. She shook her head. Whatever, I'm sure people will be calling out to your handsome, golden-eyed boyfriend soon enough. By the sunny locks of Arthur Leywin, please spare me Queen Denoir. She dissolved into laughter, causing more than a few odd looks from those passing by. I rolled my eyes but otherwise ignored her antics and resumed taking in the sights as we approached the spire. We were already surrounded by buildings, some of which I recognized, that made up a kind of town wrapped around the spire's base. I also immediately recognized the massive, rune-covered arch that had once been the primary ascension gate within the second level. My lips twitched. Nice detail, Arthur. It was no surprise that there weren't any street vendors or stalls set up. Although I saw buildings that I knew to be inns and restaurants, none of them were currently open for business. Although I hadn't been directly involved, my attention was pulled elsewhere in the days immediately following Agrona's defeat. I knew the effort of accounting for and relocating all the refugees who'd been within the Relictums when it came through had been enormous, much larger than my own project of returning everyone home from Carjadon City. A lot of its original infrastructure was still in place, including multiple locations providing free food, each of which had short lines of people queued up, but there were no open businesses. I expected it would be some time before any kind of permanent infrastructure began to settle in again. Whatever this place might become in the future, right now it was an enormous reminder of the terrifying change sweeping over the continent. I recognized several of Ceres's rebellion soldiers guarding the entrance, though I didn't know any of them by name. They must have recognized me as well, because they all stepped aside except for one middle-aged woman in matte black plate armor. There were patches where it looked as if crimson detailing had been scraped off. She quickly introduced herself, checked Maylis and myself off a list, and led us under the sprawling arch. A self-pulling buggy was provided for Maylis and I, while the Tremblay guards were led off with the promise of relaxation and food to help them recover from the long journey here. Watching them march away as our wagon began to move, its course controlled by a driver sitting on a high-rise seat at the buggy's front, Maylis said, "I hope this issue with the Tempest Warps is only temporary. How will the Ascenders Guild ever begin exploring this place if everyone has to get here on foot?" She watched me closely, as if suspicious that I knew more than I had already told her. Saris doesn't know why the Tempest Warps aren't working, or if she does, she's lied very convincingly. Her brows rose a fraction of an inch, her eyes widening suggestively. "Surely your golden-eyed boyfriend. As I explained, I haven't heard from Arthur since all this," I interrupted, gesturing to the relictums around us. "And please stop calling him that, we're not." Together, she leaned back in the seat, resting her head in her hands. "Sounds like a failure of effort. Is it true he's betrothed to some wayfish elf from Dicathen?" She sucked her teeth in annoyance. "You should challenge her for his hand." She looked at me seriously. "For the good of Alacria, if not yourself, who knows how long before shit kicks off again. Do we really want the man who created all this?" She mimicked my earlier gesture, married to the other team. I snorted in disbelief. "He is part of the other team, married or not, but Arthur's also not like that. He won't pick sides, and we should be focused on making sure that doesn't happen instead of preparing for when it does." It was strange seeing the familiar relictums laid out in such an unfamiliar way. There were buildings I knew next to ones I didn't, and almost all in a different layout than they had been while still beyond the Ascension portals. The only people we saw were soldiers and officials from the Ascenders Association, likely taking stock of the situation, and even those were limited due to the very meeting I was on my way to attend. Our driver smoothly directed the buggy along what must have been a familiar destination, easing to a halt right outside our destination. The courthouse looked almost exactly as it had before. The same arched windows filled with colored glass, the same looming gargoyles that seemed to glare at all who approached, even the ominous metal spires. We had pulled up before the front doors just as another cart was leaving. I caught sight of Caden Aphelion limping up the stairs, where he was welcomed by a greeter and shown inside, presumably with directions to the right chamber. "Well, ready to face the gods themselves," Maylis said wryly, hopping out of the cart with the grace and carelessness of an ascender. "If you don't treat them like gods, perhaps they won't treat you like a lesser," I said. "Fair enough." The greeter welcomed us by name and pointed us in the right direction. Ahead, Caden had paused, having heard us coming. We entered into the grand hall, which was largely unchanged. Cut marble floors, the dark iron stairs, but no fresco, I noted. Once, Agrona's image had covered the entire ceiling, a fraudulent portrayal of him gifting strength to the people of Alacria. I couldn't help but wonder if Arthur had been tempted to cover it with a similar image of himself. Before, I'd have said no, but if power corrupts... "Caden," I said as we caught up with him. I squeezed his forearm in greeting, and he gave us both a deep nod. "Is it your fault I'm here?" he asked with mock grumpiness, or at least I thought he was putting it on. It was always hard to tell what he was thinking. "Surely I didn't irritate you badly enough in the short time we both worked at Central Academy for you to go out of your way to punish me so." On his other side, Maylis offered her arm, which he took with some relief. "She's dragged me along, so I wouldn't doubt if she'd set you up for this as well," she said, without the statement being taken as a slight on your station or capabilities, Caden. "No, I did not arrange for you to be here," I said as politely as I could muster. But the rebellious man only laughed and began a litany of complaints that lasted until we found the chamber where our meeting, a small word for such a confluence of powerful people, was to take place. Another attendant was waiting to open the door for us. Inside was a sunken courtroom in the shape of an ovular amphitheater. A stage took up the lowest, central portion of the room, while wide rows of padded seating stepped up from there. The representatives from Dicathen had already arrived and were gathered on the far side of the courtroom. I immediately recognized the dwarven nobles, Carnelian Earthborn and Durger Silvershale. A gray-haired dwarven woman sat with them, her arms crossed and ruddy cheeks set in a scowl. Of course, I knew the elves Virion and Tesha Iralith. A third who I recognized but couldn't name sat with them, speaking quietly with a human woman who seemed out of place due to an absence of the noble trappings in which everyone else was outfitted. They sat to one side of the human nobles, Curtis and Kathleen Glader. Standing higher up and apart from these noble representatives were Micah Earthborn and Vere Ori. A young, red-eyed woman stood slightly apart from them. And here I was starting to think I was going to be representing Alacria all on my own, a gruff voice said from next to the doorway, causing me to look around. I smirked at Alaric, who was dressed in finely tailored clothes like some wealthy merchant. "Darren forced you into a wardrobe upgrade, I see." He scoffed and plucked at the front of his dark tunic. Actually, it was that mentor of yours. Insisted I look the part if I was going to rub elbows with the high and mighty. Ah, the infamous Alaric Mare, Caden said, grinning as he extended a hand, which Alaric took in a firm grip. How nice to see you again. One of Alaric's brows shot up. Have we met? Caden shrugged and awkwardly took the first step down the tiered seating. Oh, who can keep track? Speaking of Saris, I began probingly, following Caden. Maylis kept one arm firmly laced through his to support his bad leg. Here, Alaric answered, looking around as if she was hidden in the small crowd. Waiting on our guest from on high, I think. He gave me a conspiratorial look. And our friend Gray heard anything? I shook my head. Nothing, he nodded before taking a seat near Caden and Maylis. I alone crossed the chamber to our Dicathen counterparts. Virion rose and met me halfway. The aged elf wore a tired smile, but he greeted me warmly, taking my hand in both of his and squeezing gently. Virion, I hope the journey wasn't too difficult. He chuckled and mussed his hair, which still looked a little windblown despite someone trying to wrangle it. A long flight by Phoenix, but it could have been worse. I gave him a broad smile. Didn't fancy navigating the relictums? I'm told our spire connects to yours. He grumbled, raising a brow and looking around as if taking in the entirety of the sprawling first level outside the courthouse. I think that's better left to younger, more energetic folk. And where are these phoenixes? Oh, around here somewhere, he said with a shrug. Mordain was eager to examine more of the spire before our meeting began. I think perhaps he is also nervous about coming face to face with the other Usuras, though far be it for me to guess the feelings of a higher being. I noticed a hand drift to his hip, rubbing it absently as if it ached. Indicating the seats, I asked, would you like to sit? He gave me a chagrined but appreciative look, and we sat and chatted for a time, waiting for the others to arrive. He pointed out everyone that I didn't already know, explaining who they were and what their role was. Although I danced around the subject of Arthur, Virion picked up on my hesitant curiosity but could only shake his head and admit that he hadn't heard any more than I myself had. From the corner of my eye, I saw Tesha Iralith extricate herself from another conversation and come to join us. The young elf was truly beautiful in a stately emerald dress with silver brocade that matched the color of her hair. And yet, under the shine and polish, I couldn't help but think that she looked deeply weary. So, you had a first-hand view of all this in real time, I said after we exchanged polite greetings and she sat next to her grandfather. It was something to watch it rise from a distance. I can't imagine being in the middle of it. A faraway look clouded Tesha's eyes, and she was silent for a few seconds before answering. I wish I could describe it for you, but the reality of it all is much stranger than words can convey. I waited for her to continue. When she didn't, I said, and Arthur is recovering well, I hope. Such a feat must have left him shattered. Tesha blanched at my words, and although I simply meant he must have been exhausted, I felt a noxious fear grow within me. The conversation flagged. Instead of talking, we quietly watched as others continued to trickle in. Shortly after Maylis and I arrived, Augustine Ramsir and matron Amelie Bellerose came in together, followed by Harlow Edivane, once High Mage of the Nirmala Ascenders Hall. I was surprised to see High Justice Serafina Desmarize, the fiery-haired leader of the Relictum's court systems, as she had not been on the list of attendants I had received. Although I didn't know the woman personally, I knew her by reputation, including that she had stepped in to help Arthur when the Granbells attempted to bribe the courts against him, and I was certain her voice would be welcome. When Uriel Frost stepped into the courtroom, my stomach twisted uncomfortably. Excuse me, I said to Virion and Tesha before climbing up the higher tiers to meet him at the door. Uriel, I wasn't sure you would make it. I'm glad you have, though, because I had to swallow before continuing. I'm sorry about Enola. She was a wonderful young woman and a very good mage. It pains me to know that she is gone. He stared at me for what seemed like a very long time. Yes, well, I suppose today is our chance to make sure her sacrifice was worth it. And then he was passing me by and descending toward where the other Alacrians had gathered. I turned to watching him go, guilt eating away at my insides. Enola had come to my aid in the battle. If she hadn't, maybe she would still be alive. And maybe I'd be dead, but this line of thinking gets us nowhere. Mordain Asclepius returned to the chamber shortly afterwards with a green-horned owl riding on his shoulder. I was surprised to see that he had come alone without anyone else from his clan. At the very least, I had hoped that perhaps Chul would attend with him so I could grill the half-phoenix about Arthur. Mordain offered a polite but perfunctory greeting to everyone already there, then sequestered himself to one side. Virion was right, I thought. The phoenix did look nervous. I was interested to note that, a few minutes later, Tesha left Virion's side in order to sit with Mordain. They spoke in low voices that did not carry to where I stood, near the door on the highest level of the courtroom's seating. The low rumble of conversation ceased when we collectively sensed approaching mana signatures of incredible power. The greeter had backed away from the door, and everyone else remained fixed where they were, so I stepped into the hallway. Immediately, I was greeted by a surreal sight. Several Usuras approached in a stately procession. Dressed gloriously in a rainbow of colors and flowing fabrics I couldn't even name, it was nonetheless the people themselves that stood out. In particular, my gaze locked on an alien woman, small with light blue skin, who bobbed down the hallway upside down, staring with intense interest at the stonework of the floor. Saris led their procession, grounding the presence of the Usuras in my mind. She nodded very slightly as they approached. And here is one of the other Alacrian representatives. Caradinoir, welcome to the High Lords and a host of their heirs. She did not introduce them directly, but hurried into the courtroom ahead of them, where she began to announce their names loudly as they proceeded past me one by one. Some gave me respectful nods, others only smiled in passing acknowledgement, while a couple moved confidently into the courtroom with barely a glance in my direction. The High Lords, a representative of each Asuran race, except for the dragons, took the highest row in a section not currently occupied by anyone else. The heirs, I presumed by their younger appearance, settled into the rows in front of their lords. Only after they all had entered, I followed and returned to the Alacrian section, taking a seat next to Melis. She leaned over to speak quietly into my ear. Not sure what I expected, but she trailed off, raising her brows in an expression of bemusement. Saris descended to the small central platform. The chamber was entirely silent as she gazed around, beginning and ending with the Alacrians. Welcome, representatives of Dicathen, Alacria, and Ephiatis. We find ourselves together for the very first time and in entirely unprecedented times at that. Across the chamber, I noticed a few of the Usuras staring down at Mordain, who sat alone with Tesha on the lowest bench. We have been chosen by our peers to defend the needs of our homes and people, Saris continued. To align with each other on the shape of our new shared world, to ensure the flames of war are put out and will not alight again. We are here as representatives of our people and as peers to one another, not as authoritarians to demand but neighbors to agree. I was already looking at the Usuras as I found it difficult to take my eyes off them, and so I saw clearly as some of them exchanged uncertain and more worryingly dark looks. I did not think all of them were eager or ready to set themselves on equal footing to those they likely called lessers not so long ago. Why is the outcast here? The wispy floating Usura Nefel Errand asked in a sing-song, quizzical tone. Before Saris could answer, Tesha Uralith was on her feet. She stepped up the tiered seating to stand on a higher row of benches, looking unflinchingly at the Usuras. Mordain of the Asclepius clan has bravely defended Dicathen in recent days. He has eagerly and openly offered his friendship to us, asking nothing in return. For longer than any of us have been alive, he and his people have quietly shared our continent with us, and now today he should be considered a representative of Dicathen, just as any of the rest of us. The dusk-skinned, smoky, orange-haired Usura called Novice Avignes leaned over and spoke to his neighbor, who Saris had named as Dicathen. I felt the small hairs on the back of my neck stand on end at the agitated flutter of their mana signatures. It was Novice who stood. He regarded Mordain with a mixture of apprehension, anger, and hope. We accept the presence of the Asclepius clan and are ready to hear out our lost brethren, perhaps in a more appropriate venue when current duties are tended to. His voice softened, becoming less officious. Mordain, my old friend. I am glad to see you. Please visit us at Featherwalk Eyrie in the coming days. The tension drained from Mordain and he seemed to brighten with an internal light. Tesha squeezed his hand supportively, bending to speak quietly with him. I frowned ever so slightly, finding their closeness both interesting and, if I were being honest, worrisome. Despite what I had told Melis, it was indeed a part of our responsibility to understand each other's needs and weaknesses, and seeing the close bond already forming between the rebel Phoenix clan and the elves altered the power dynamic in the room. Now perhaps we can get this show on the road, a dwarven woman, Stoya Virion, had told me, said in her chunky Voldorial accent. There is too much to discuss and too long a blasted journey home afterwards without the teleportation gates functioning. I think it's only fair that we begin with some assurances, Amelie Bellarose put in. Despite her age, her voice was strong and carried easily throughout the chamber, even though she didn't stand. Agrona's actions are his alone. This attack that has dragged Ephiatis through into our world, or whatever has bloody happened, was just as much an act of war against the Alacrian people as you Usuras. I for one would like to hear from the horse's mouth that we are safe from retribution against the Vritra clan. They're all bloody well dead now, aren't they? She finished with a firm nod as if she had provided an incontrovertible argument against further animosity. Dicathen stood, his red eyes blazing. It was haunting seeing a basilisk who wasn't one of the Vritra. For my entire life, the sovereigns had represented the double-edged blade of terror and power. Instinctively and perhaps unfairly, I found myself disliking this High Lord. A soldier cannot hide behind the excuse of duty, he began, a deep-rooted bitterness oozing within his tone. and the devious blood of the Vritra runs within every Alacrian's veins. The crimes that have been committed here, father, the younger basilisk Riven said urgently, taking his father by the elbow. We talked about this. These people are, I stood suddenly, surprising even myself. You're right, Lord Cawthon. There was a minor tremble in my voice. I took a moment to settle myself, falling back into the long hours of training. Every Alacrian has been born into a machine of war. We are fodder or we are weapons, and that is all our basilisk leaders have ever seen us to be. Uriel Frost scowled, and Harlow Edivane stared sadly down at his hands. And yet, who here has suffered more at Agrona's hands than his own people? I let my gaze sweep unflinchingly across the chamber. How can we not fight when the price of refusal is the destruction of everything we hold dear? I focused on Tesha. There was a young woman named Circe. When she received her first rune, she was named a sentry, taken from her family and pressed into a military school. She left behind a younger brother, a weak and sick boy. The only way to get her brother the help he needed was to prove herself in the war. She desperately led a group of Alacrian warriors through the Elshire forest, charting a path into Elenoir. Her goal wasn't to kill elves but to save her brother. I hung my head. Her success was the turning point of the entire war, resulting in the deaths of millions of elven people. But right now there is a boy out there still alive. The chamber was as silent as a graveyard. I didn't flinch away when Tesha Iralith stared into my eyes. No one would blame any Dicathen present for hating her. But she was never given a choice in how her life would unfold, and the decision she made was one that I think any of us would make in her stead. That in no way justifies the crimes of war. My focus shifted to High Lord Cawthon, but it is important to lay those crimes at the feet of those who actually committed them. It was one of Agrona's retainers who took my cousin Aaliyah's life, the elf Saria Triskin said into the hollow silence following my statement. But it wasn't a retainer or even some Alacrian girl who destroyed our homeland and murdered millions of our people. No, that was an Usura. And the act killed him. A sharp voice boomed across the courtroom, shaking the wrought iron chandeliers that supported lighting artifacts above us. A very tall Usura with multiple eyes had shot to his feet, sending out a ripple of mana. Ademir Thyestes, leader of the Pantheons, seemed able to glare at everyone in the room all at once with his 6 eyes. And like this girl you speak of, he was a soldier, one who had dedicated more years to the service of his lord than your entire race has existed, and he too was following the orders of a dead man. We all have blood on our hands. All eyes moved to Virion, who stood and strode to the center platform, where Saris was still standing, having been quiet thus far. Each faction in this room has wounded another. Elves have fought humans and dwarves alike in long, bitter wars. Each of the dominions represented here has at one time or another been at war with their neighbors, or so I'm told. And among the Usura, was there not a terrible conflict between dragons and phoenixes not so very long ago, by your reckoning at least? He paced in a small circle, walking around a motionless Saris, not looking at us but staring into the middle distance. Nearby, Seraphina Desmarais mumbled something to Augustine Ramsir, questioning Virion's identity. If we insist on seeking retribution for the crimes of dead men, the fighting will never end, and instead of thriving civilizations, our heirs will scramble through a war-torn wreckage knowing nothing but death and battle. Finally, he looked up. He gave Saria Triskin a kindly look, showing that he bore her no malice in regards to her words, then turned his focus on the Usuras. We owe ourselves better, and those who are relying on us and will come after us. Arthur Leywin did not save our 3 lands for us to turn on each other now, on the heels of his victory. The mention of Arthur's name had a sedative effect on the chamber. A young pink-haired dragon, who had been announced as Vaira of Clan Thura, stood and gave Ademir a placating look. Quite a lot has been done in the name of Ephiatis, and us are a kind that we never knew and certainly didn't approve of. For most of us, the old world has been relegated to ancient legend. It's no excuse, of course, but we have been purposefully kept in the dark about your world. The fierce-looking Leviathan heir, Zelina, stood next, her hair fluttering around her as if caught in a strong current. Kezes Indrath kept much of what he did here a secret even from the other high lords of the Great Eight. His crimes against you are terrible, and if the Ekalia clan can help you to rebuild, we will. But we will not be saddled with the weight of all a dead dragon's war crimes. How easy it is for both the Alacrians and Ephiotans to claim ignorance and innocence, Durgar Silvershale shouted, slamming a meaty fist into the seat beside him. So all your crimes of the past should be forgiven simply because your previous leaders are dead. Leaders you followed. It hasn't been so long since the king and queen of the dwarves betrayed Darv to Agrona, and there were plenty of us who fought back against their act of treason. Every man and woman is responsible for their decisions, orders or not. There was some gruff agreement from the Dicathen quarter, while the Alacrians around me fell silent. For myself, I felt as if all sides were valid in their arguments, but none of these arguments were going to advance the purpose of this meeting. Only time and goodwill would build the necessary trust between Dicathians, Alacrians, and the Usura of Ephiodus. The rumbling cut off when the tree-tall Morwenna Mapelia snapped. Kezes Indrath was not the monster he is being made out to be. He has protected both our worlds since before any of your lesser species even existed, and I dread to think what will happen to us now that the full might of Ephiodus is fully within this realm. He was a genocidal lunatic, Caden said under his breath. By all accounts, he was a megalomaniac playing God, Stoya snapped, crossing her arms and glaring at the Usuras without fear. Enough! The word struck like a headman's axe, cutting through the air and leaving silence in its wake. The Titan, Radix Grandis, had leapt to his feet, growing to twice his previous size between one breath and the next. Mana compressed around him, constricting within the chamber like a vice. As he sucked in a breath to continue his bellowing, the air shifted. It was a subtle thing, but the breath gusted from Radix's lungs, and whatever he had meant to say was blown out with it. The Titan began to turn his head, searching for something as he shrank back to his previous size. All around me, everyone else was doing the same. Tesha saw him first, and I followed the line of her gaze to a shadowy alcove along the outer wall. Even from a distance, I could see the subtle golden tint of his hair and eyes within the shadows. Arthur stepped out into the light with a casual elegance, dressed simply in loose, flowing pants and a plain shirt. The older Usuras nodded respectfully to Arthur, while the younger heirs wore friendly grins undercut by concern. The reaction to his appearance among us lessers was more mixed. Around me, the other Alacrians shuffled uncomfortably. Alaric beamed up at Arthur, mouthing the words, "Show off," but most of the rest were visibly discomforted by his presence. Across from us, I was somewhat surprised to see the same wary reaction of the Dicathians as well. Curtis and Kathleen Glader exchanged a glance that said all too clearly they were worried, while the dwarves grew quiet and withdrawn. Arthur's fellow lances stood respectfully, lacking the welcoming smiles of the young Usura, but also without the tension on so many other faces. The red-eyed Dicathian smirked at Arthur and gave a shallow shake of her head, as if sharing some kind of inside joke. Tesha's expression was perhaps the most telling, though as her serious features dissolved into wet-eyed surprise, then warmed to relief. "Am I running late?" Arthur asked, his voice soft but carrying easily in the absolute silence. His golden eyes drifted to the row of young Usuras. The last of those hidden in Myers' pocket dimension have only just been retrieved, including my mother and sister. A wave of relieved looks passed over the Usuras, but none of them spoke. "You can all stop looking at me like you expect me to have all the answers," he said a moment later, this time speaking to the chamber at large. "I gave you a chance, but now it's up to you all to take advantage of this moment." Ademir Thyestes broke the spell of silence that had fallen over the rest of the chamber, saying, "High Lord Arthur of the Archon race. You have forged this new world for better or worse. I do not understand how you have done this, and it is for that reason alone that would support your leadership. Will you not step into the void left by Kezes and ensure that your vision is accomplished?" "Look at him, you fool," I thought, growing angry on Arthur's behalf. "He's tired, exhausted even." The word shattered came back into my mind, and I thought I understood Tesha's earlier reaction. But despite his obvious fatigue, Arthur didn't grow irritated with the other Asuran lord. "I'm surprised, Ademir. I would have expected you to argue most firmly against exactly that, and I think you know why. The world is too big for kings now." Kezes's rule was timeless and unflinching. What the world needs now is a variety of ideas and voices to represent the new landscape of its population. No one person can understand the depth and breadth of such a variety of peoples. That is why you are all here today. You have to chart the path for your people together, find a way to work together to keep the peace, to build your nations beside one another, not at each other's expense. Again, the heady silence lingered after Arthur spoke. Seeing the opening, I stood. To build off what Arthur has said, I'd like to discuss a new kind of governance. I looked around, waiting for faces to be dragged away from Arthur and toward me. One where all voices are heard equally, where every town and city in every dominion is able to ensure it is represented and its needs are met. From the corner of my eye, I caught a smile and appreciative nod from Arthur. Bolstered by the rapt attention of the gathered representatives, I began to explain in detail the system I had talked through with Meles on our long journey to the relictums. When next I glanced in his direction, Arthur was gone. Chapter 527, Celebrations and Revelations, Arthur Leywin. Turning the stone over in my hand, I stared down at the cracks that ran deep into its multifaceted surface. A single sharp pulse of power and it had been shattered, but it had been necessary. A small sacrifice, all things considered. After all, with its purpose fulfilled, what use was there for it anymore? I considered reaching for Aroa's requiem. By pushing Etha through it with the Evam art, I could turn back the wear of time and restore the relic. But I hesitated. With a sigh, I set the stone down on the side table beside my bed and stood, staring around at the room as if seeing it again for the first time. The primary bedroom in my new home was an open, expansive space. The two big four-poster bed dominated one wall, while the adjacent wall was a transparent panel of mana that acted as both window and doorway, allowing me to pass through onto the balcony that wrapped around my new home outside of Ashbur. At the moment, the entire property was blanketed in the shadow cast by one of Ephiodas's rings, but I knew it would pass in the next few minutes before everyone began to arrive. A waterfall spilled down the opposite wall, filling a basin that drained away to other parts of the house, magically purifying it along the way. There were twin desks for Tesha and me, with a life-sized, perfectly replicated statue of Renkine IV in the corner, which I would be moving to a much less invasive position after everyone left. The estate was far more lavish than I was used to. Larger and more grandiose than the Helstia's home in Xyrus, more comfortable than the Flying Castle, and more magical than the Elven Palace of Zestir, it didn't quite feel like home yet after only a couple of weeks. I stepped through the mana wall and out onto the balcony, which overlooked a sprawling lake and in the distance the Grand Mountains. Turning my gaze just a bit further south, I could see the thin line of the spire, hundreds of miles away but rising all the way up to where the rings of Ephiodus hung overhead, as if holding them in the air. The estate and surrounding grounds existed exactly where my parents' small rural farmhouse had been, the one I'd blown up when I'd awakened at just 3 years old. Most of Ashbur had been abandoned during the later stages of the war, and the collective of friends and acquaintances who had arranged all of this had bought up half the town in my name. Now I saw a dozen carts roll past every day as people moved back. I still wasn't sure how to feel. I wasn't particularly accustomed to or comfortable with receiving gifts, so to have been given a massive, lavish beyond words mansion and the surrounding countryside. Chuckling at my own discomfort, I leaned over the rail and stared down at the lake, watching as a massive shadow passed just beneath the surface, a subtle glint of gold shining through the too blue water. Boo sat on the shoreline, patting at the water with one huge paw as if anticipating trying to catch the gargantuan goldfish that occupied the conjured lake. The Gladers, through their agents, had arranged for the acquisition of the lands around the small plot belonging to my mother. The dwarven lords had put together a fund to pay for the maintenance and upkeep of the lands as long as a Leywin still lived here. Much of the mansion had been grown, not constructed, by a team of titans and hamadryads working in concert with elves sent from Elenoir. The magical elements were all powered by huge mana crystals donated by Ceres after they were reclaimed from Agrona's treasure hoard. Varun himself had shaped the lake and filled it with waters from the ocean next to his home, now a strip of water running along one edge of the lowest ring of Ephiodus. To the north of the lake was a field full of woggarts, courtesy of Alaric and Darren. These were just a few of the features, gifts, and additions provided to my new home. Not a bad place to kick off your boots after saving the world, Regis had said when we set eyes on it for the first time. Mom had burst into tears, while Ellie, still slightly discombobulated from her time sequestered in the pocket dimension, had asked a little too blatantly about whether she should start preparing herself for little Arthur's and Tesh's to be running around in the mansion. I smiled at the memory. There were permanent rooms for Mom, Ellie, and Sylvie, and a number of guest rooms, although not enough to house all the guests we were expecting over the next couple of days. Turning around, I stared back through the mana wall into the bedroom I was now sharing with Tesha. It felt like a dream, like it couldn't quite be real, that I shouldn't believe it. Fate was going to pull the carpet out from under me at any moment and wake me up. She'd left, and I could never fully shake the feeling that any time I saw her might be the last. What if she didn't come back? My thoughts jumped back to the stone, and for a moment I found myself tempted again to restore it with Aroa's Requiem, using it to check on her. What if I brushed off the impulse to spiral? She's just gone into town to pick up groceries. Even though we had a handful of staff now, well paid to help us out, Tesha had insisted taking Ellie with her for some bonding time. I got it though. It felt good to do something so mundane as shopping at the small market in Ashbur after everything else. Keeping my mind under control had been difficult. The itch to constantly use King's Gambit was somewhere between an addiction and the phantom sensations of a missing limb. Without it, I felt scattered and distracted. My fingers pressed into my sternum, which did nothing to ease the ache of my core. I hadn't used magic since returning from Alacria. The core was no longer drawing an ether, and my reservoir was almost entirely depleted. Although I had no proof, I felt instinctively that when the last of the ether was gone, the core would break down and I would. Clearing my throat, I forced myself to stand a little straighter, then left the balcony and headed deeper into the house. All the upstairs rooms were connected by a mezzanine that looked down into the atrium. A tree grew up from a round patch of soil from Mount Geoluz, its limbs spread wide and covered in pink leaves and glimmering rainbow fruit. Although I knew the fruit was full of mana, I could no longer sense it without Realmheart. It was worth it, I told myself, a phrase that had become a sort of mantra over the last couple of weeks. Every time I looked up at the rings of Ephiatus or caught sight of the spire, or felt my core quiver, or looked at my mom or my sister, or Regis or Sylvie, or remembered the ghostly touch of my father's specter on my shoulder. No matter what happened from here, no matter the price I paid, it would have been worth it in the end. Arthur, I realized I had stopped, my thoughts drifting as I stared into the boughs of the Ephiaton tree, a gift from the Inthura clan. Mom had come out of her room without me even hearing the door open. Have a good nap, I asked, trying to smile comfortingly to show that I was okay. She rolled her eyes. I was reading, didn't mean to drift off. She yawned and stretched her arms over her head. I suppose that's what age does to you. Chuckling, I took her arm and we headed downstairs together, where our cook Hella had prepared a light afternoon lunch. Hella was a young woman who'd grown up in Ashbur and lost her entire family during the attack on Lilia's caravan. She had walked right up to the Usras shaping the house and demanded to know if we'd be taking on help, and Mom had eagerly hired her. We made small talk as we ate at the kitchen counter as opposed to the large dining room, and the first knock at the door came just as we were finishing. I'll get it, Mom called out to the household at large, then rushed out of the kitchen. Chuckling, I quickly cleaned up and followed after her, leaning against the atrium wall as Mom excitedly wrenched open the front door. Jasmine, Helen, and Durden stood framed in the doorway, and for a moment a memory slipped over my vision, and it was like I was seeing all the twin horns. Adam Crench grinning and mussing up his hair. Angela Rose beaming and already reaching out for a suffocating hug, and Dad beardless and young laughing and ribbing Adam. I'm so glad you could all make it. I was worried that being retired you wouldn't be up for the trip. Jasmine's face pinched into a mock scowl, her red eyes bright with amusement. Maybe we had to twist his arm a bit. Well, I only have the one, you need to be careful with it, Durden said with a laugh that put me right back onto the Grand Mountains, camping and listening to my dad talk and laugh with Durden and the rest. Helen pulled Mom into a hug and hummed in a road-weary, put-upon sort of way. Please, Alice, tell me you've got something very strong and expensive to take the edge off after such a long trip with these two. Mom giggled, sounding 15 years younger. Helen, my dear, you have no idea. Jasmine patted Mom as she slipped by her and looked around, brows shooting up into her hairline. Wow, quite a place. Then she finally noticed me. Ah, my good-for-nothing protege. Disappointment of the century, accomplished nothing, have you? Nothing at all. Her mouth quivered in a poorly suppressed smirk. I rewarded her with a theatrical sigh as I pushed away from the wall and hung my head. You're entirely right. I never finished school, failed to make it through even a year at 2 different teaching jobs, left my training in Ephiatus early. She snorted and tossed something that flashed in the air. I caught the dagger by its handle and stared down at it, perplexed. One of my originals all the way back to when we trained on the journey from Ashbur to Xyrus. She looked down and away, a little embarrassed. I thought maybe you'd want it. You know, mount it somewhere within this obscenely large mansion of yours, to remember when you were just a too confident, weird little kid. A laugh bubbled up from my stomach, and some of my tension melted away. Jasmine, I liked you more when you barely talked. Those sound like fighting words. She adopted a fighting stance and bounced forward on the balls of her feet like a boxer. Take it outside, you two, Mom snapped, biting her lip to keep from smiling. It's my house, I shot back, but lunged forward, caught Jasmine by the ankle and dumped her onto the ground, then shot out the door, leaving the dagger in Mom's hands. Mom just blinked as Jasmine gave an oof. As her rump hit the floor, then she was chasing after me with wind beneath her feet. Children, I heard Helen mutter, accompanied by a hearty laugh from Durden before the door closed. Jasmine and I spent a few minutes play fighting before Boo, bored of being left behind, came charging in, knocking me over and taking a few harmless swipes at Jasmine. We turned on the guardian beast, working together to wrestle his tremendous bulk to the ground in a wheezing, gasping heap. Hey, get off my bond! My sister's voice rang across the yard, making us all look up. Ellie and Tesha were approaching, along with all 3 Helstias in a skitter-drawn coach. The skitters shied as Boo jumped up and took several lumbering strides toward them, but Ellie quickly called him off, hopping from the side of the couch and heading for her bond with something hidden behind her back. I helped Jasmine up, then went to meet the rest. Vincent, Tabitha, Lil, thank you all for making the journey. We made small talk about their trip as they pulled their coach up to the front door. Jameson, once of the Helstia auction house, but now the head of my household staff, hurried out to greet the Helstias before taking their coach around the side of the house to stable the skitters and unload their belongings. Standing in front of my new home, Vincent let out a low whistle. I've seen the blueprints. An architect friend of mine back in Xyrus helped draw them up, you know, but I still wasn't fully appreciating the grandness of it all. Those Usras sure know what they're doing. He leaned in slightly, nudging me. Perhaps you can arrange a meeting. I can see Usra-made goods doing very well at the auction house. Father, Lilia said, sounding tired. The front door opened and Mom stepped out, beaming down at the Helstias. You made it. How was the trip? It would have been much better if Tanner could have arranged for a few blade wings, Vincent grumbled. Father, Lilia said again. You know there aren't enough blade, wings, and pilots to handle casual transportation. Anyone with a bond to a flying mana beast or the ability to fly one without a bond was being kept very busy at the moment. The fact that the Helstias were here at all was only due to the constant stream of flights from the surface up to Xyrus. It was no wonder that even they hadn't been able to find someone willing to fly them all the way to the north of Sapin. Never mind him, Tabitha said, hugging my mother gently. The ride was actually quite nice. It's been so long since we traveled casually, and to see everyone all over Sapin working so hard. There is a real energy out there, Alice. Hope, chatting animatedly, Mom led the Helstias inside. Ellie caught up, leaving Boo to gnaw on a big bone she'd brought back from town. Tesha slipped an arm around my waist and leaned her head on my shoulder, looking inside with a hint of nerves. Don't worry, this place is more than big enough for you to disappear if you need a moment to yourself, I teased. Besides, Sylvie should be back soon with Virion. It's not the party I'm worried about, she said, lacing her arm through mine and squeezing me tight. I'm excited to celebrate with everyone. It is your birthday after all, but after, I knew what she meant. The last couple of weeks of simply being allowed to exist together had been wonderful, but the world was closing back in. Virion, all his people, really needed him in a Lenoir. The elves were still struggling to find leaders among them. Working side by side with Clan Asclepius, managing relations with the refugee Alacrians who had stayed, navigating agreements with dwarven work parties, and even communicating with the Usra of Ephiatus, the elves needed intensely dedicated public servants and leaders. I looked down at Tesha and felt my throat constrict. Her initial meeting with Mordain had sparked a close friendship, and he was teaching her as he had once taught Elder Rhynia. Tesha wasn't a seer, but Mordain was truly gifted at helping young mages unlock their own power. The refugee Alacrians already respected her for surviving being made the vessel for Cecilia's reincarnation, and she had spent more time around the dwarven clan lords than most elves. And perhaps she didn't realize it fully, but being the recipient of a morning pearl, well, the eyes of the entire Asuran population would regularly turn to her, watching to see what she accomplished with the second chance at life she was given. Varun had even hinted that most would treat her as an equal, as if she were an Usura. I felt myself smile. When we were married, she would become a member of Clan Leywin and Archon. What are you smirking at? She asked, looking up at me and raising a brow. Does the thought of me leaving for a Lenoir really make you so happy? I scooped her up in my arms, making her squeal. My heart breaks at the thought of it, but the world needs you, Tesha Iralith. It needs us both, she teased back, thumbing my nose. Even a house as big as the new Leywin estate seemed like it was bursting at the seams by the time everyone had arrived. The noise of conversation buzzed into every corner of the house, and I realized that maybe there wouldn't be anywhere to hide from it after all. I had found myself cornered in the dining room, where I popped walnuts into my mouth at irregular intervals as I was sandwiched between Gideon and Ren, who were having an animated conversation about several new ideas that had come up between them in the aftermath of what was already being called the confluence, the melding of our world with Ephiatus. Arthur, are you listening? Gideon asked suddenly, staring at me from beneath patchy white brows. This is exciting stuff, boy. I heard you, I said, dragging my gaze away from Tesha, who was laughing with Lilia and Emily across the room. My old steam train concept, I remember, Ren thumped me. With the issues navigating this new world, this train system could be a major equalizer. I've already expanded on those initial designs we talked about. What was that, a decade ago? But with the war, it was never practical. Even without a war, it would have taken more than the last decade to fully implement. But now, with the assistance of the Kind clan, we believe we can complete work on the tunnels in mere months, Ren said. I couldn't recall having heard him so pleased about something, ever. The construction of the mechanisms themselves, in enough numbers to set up routes connecting all the major cities, will take longer. But the first line could be operational by the time the whole tunnel network is dug out. And who has agreed to allow this project? I asked, very curious considering the tumultuous situation Dicathen's governments were currently in. Or fund it, Gideon scoffed. The dwarves love the idea. Several guilds have already submitted bids to be a part of the project. They're still voting for this new parliament they've outlined, but once that is settled and a new king is chosen through their trials or whatever they're calling them, I have no doubt will receive their full support. Sapin, well, Sapin had been ruled by a king and queen for hundreds of years, then was briefly overseen by the Triunion Council, which consisted of the previous kings and queens of Sapin, Darv, and Lenoir, even if they in turn mostly answered to Aldir. Although the dwarves had been quick to suggest, adopt, and begin working toward a new form of government for Darv, the people of Sapin had so far faced more difficulty. Cathelin and Curtis were of course in line for the throne, but they had refused to claim it. I had already received multiple letters asking for my guidance and not so subtly suggesting I should be king of Sapin. Not interested. The Gladers won't agree to anything at all, claiming they don't have the authority until the direction of Sapin is defined, Gideon said, his tone half disbelief, half annoyance. Then he burst out in a sharp laugh. I forgot to mention. They actually said that, as regent, perhaps you would be the best one to make that determination. When I asked about requisitioning funding, young Curtis only blustered. Well then, you have my full support, I quipped, then immediately backtracked as I remembered who I was talking to. Gideon, don't leave here intent on using me to bully your way into this. I do support you, but I'm not regent of anything, and if you want this to work, you need to go through the proper channels, just like you've done with the Beast Core. Gideon grunted, slumped in his chair, and forcefully began chewing a handful of crunchy fried maize kernels. Not sure I heard that last part. Ren, on the other hand, only shrugged. A leadership changeover like this might take 100 years in Ephiodus. I promise my kin are looking down on Dicathen, amazed at the breathless pace you people move. Well, I don't have another 10,000 years to build my vision, do I? Gideon snapped. Ren regarded him without emotion. You'll be lucky to get 10 more years before the self-induced stress kills you. The two began bickering, but I was saved by the appearance of Sylvie. Arthur, there is an unexpected guest. Ah. So sorry, I told the pair of argumentative inventors. Duty calls. Then, under my breath to Sylvie as we walked away, I added thanks. She only smirked and gave me a knowing look before leading me through the atrium and into the ground floor study. A tall, athletically built man with a shaven head had his back to the door as he looked up at a portrait of my father. He wore the same light, tight-fitting tunic and loose trousers that he nearly always wore. Cordry, I said, surprised. When the others arrived, I assumed that was all of the Usuras who would be joining us. He turned, studying me within his 4 hazel eyes before answering. I do not fault them for their failure to ask me to descend from Ephiodus for the occasion. To my eyes, it seems only a moment ago since we last celebrated your day of birth together. I gave the serious Pantheon a wry smile. I'm not sure celebrated is the word you're looking for. He only shrugged. In the wake of all that has happened, we have not been afforded the opportunity to speak. My expression slipped as I felt a pang of regret for the way things had happened. Cordry, I am sorry about Aldir. I hope you know that what happened ... it was his own choice. He crossed his arms and stared down at the corded muscles that stood out through his skin. It is strange. I can't blame you for any of it, Arthur. I know you have only done what was necessary. You have been more fair with the Usuras than perhaps we deserve. No, what I really wanted to speak to you about. He looked back up, his eyes burrowing into mine. Have you seen or heard anything from Meyer since the confluence? There was no sign of her or Kezis's body afterwards, no, I answered. This information had already been provided to the other High Lords, of course, but it wasn't a surprise that they hadn't yet disseminated it to their people. And with her will, you can't feel her presence. His voice had become uncharacteristically soft. I hadn't used the will since the confluence. The only sense of magic I had left was my tether to Regis and Sylvie. Even those had faded a little. No, I see. He was silent for several seconds then. It has been good to see you, Arthur, but I fear my presence here will only be a distraction from your celebration. Please come see me in Battle's End. It would be a great honor to train with you again. Of course, I'd like to see the cerulean savannah up close, but Cordry, I hesitated, then had to ask myself why and pushed on. You should stay. It's important for the people of Ephiodus and Alacria to interact. Do you want their entire impression of the Usuras to be from Ruthless? Cordry's 4 eyes blinked at me a couple of times, his face expressionless. You make a good point. Perhaps I will stay if only to make a good impression on your other company. Chuckling, I followed him out into the atrium. He continued through into the dining room, noting the sound of Renkine's voice raised in obvious frustration, but I stopped to stand beneath the tree for a moment, stepping back through the conversation in my mind. From the corner of my eye, I caught sight of Ellie sitting on the bottom step of the atrium stairs, her brows knit into a tight frown. My name was called from a different direction, and a small cluster of visitors waved me over, but I gestured for a minute first and made my way to Ellie, sitting beside her. What's eating you? Nothing, she mumbled. Hearing herself, she flinched and straightened. I'm fine, it's my big brother's birthday party. Honestly, I'm having a blast. I can tell. She glanced at me from the corner of her eye and then shrank slightly. I don't know, it's just, she waved her hand around as if trying to shoo away an insect. Everything? You can't relax, I noted, my conversation with Cordry still lingering in my thoughts. I get it, it's not easy to slow down. You've been fighting for your life nonstop for years. Suddenly, you're thrown back into this normal life, which is something you barely remember. You haven't come out of fight or flight yet. She gave me a surprised look, then her face split into a chagrined smirk. Okay, didn't realize you were so philosophical, High Lord Leywin. I rolled my eyes. You're not alone in this, El, and I don't mean just me either. Right now, hundreds of thousands of people are going through that same journey all over the world. Even the Usura, everyone is still trying to figure out what this all means. Of course, but, she hesitated, I'm not ready to go back to a normal life, Art. I saw the fear in her eyes. I don't want the important part of my life to be over, and now it's just I don't even know. Taking Boo for walks around the lake and being weighted on hand and foot. Practicing skills I'm never going to use again. I opened my mouth to interject, but she bowled past me. No, listen, don't get me wrong, I don't want there to be war or anything, nothing like that. But I've been through so much and learned all these abilities, and even got this weapon I can't even use yet. I just know there is so much I can still do, but I already feel like I'm being penned in. Like, hey, that's it, my brother saved the world while I was hidden in an extraplanar bunker and now it's over. I patted her legs supportively. Elle, you're probably the most powerful teenager in the world, a world that will continue to be full of problems. And because of who you are, if you want to step in and address those problems, I have no doubt you'll be able to. What you really need to consider isn't what to do now, but how to do it. How to use your power and influence responsibly. I considered her seriously. Maybe that's what Silverlight is still waiting for, to see what you become now. She fidgeted, picking at her fingernails, but didn't immediately respond. I knew the question of Silverlight had still been bothering her, even though she was trying to be patient. You know, that Usura who just walked through was Cordry Thyestes, Aldir's brother. Maybe he can tell you more. About Silverlight. Ellie's head whipped up, staring into the dining room. Really? Yeah, maybe that'd be cool. Ellie, where did that girl run off to? We both turned our heads just as Neja, daughter of Novice Avignes, High Lord of the Phoenixes, appeared from a hallway looking around. Her eyes landed on me and my sister and lit up. There you are, come on, Alina, I have more questions. Ellie bit her lip in amusement, relaxing. Leaning over, she said, she has a massive crush on Chul and has been asking me all kinds of stuff about our courting rituals. A deep frown fell across my face. And what would you know about that? She scoffed and purposefully stepped on my foot before looping an arm through Neja's. All thoughts of Cordry and Silverlight momentarily driven from her thoughts. Then my sister and the Usura left out the front door. I knew Chul was out there playing some kind of rough Asuran sport with a handful of other guests, including Riven Cothan and Micah. But thinking of those who were present inevitably drew my mind to all those who weren't. The Gladers had been unable to leave Ediston to make the long journey eastward. The same was true of all my Alacrian friends. With no teleportation between continents except for the portals deep within the Relictum Spire, we were almost entirely reliant on long steamship journeys or dangerous flights. A few of Mordaine's clan had been willing to shuttle people across for necessary reasons, like the meeting between all the world's leaders. But I personally did not rank my birthday as reason enough to drag Kara or anyone else across the vastness of the ocean on Phoenix back. Regis's continued absence was both worrying and disappointing, but I'd had to get used to his newfound freedom over the last couple of weeks. He'd zipped off with barely a word, stating that he had something important to do without telling me what, and I hadn't heard a whisper of thought from him since. Mostly, though, I found myself missing my father. Seeing him again, hearing his voice, had ripped open something inside of me. Now that the war was finally over, I felt the ache of his absence more distinctly. I knew, had he been there, he would be outside fearlessly facing off against Chul and Riven, his competitive nature not allowing him to back down even against deities. He would have loved this house, but more, he would have loved to see it full of so many friends and loved ones. Mom passed through, speaking to Vaincy Glory, Claire Bladeheart, and Tabitha. I heard something about showing them the gardens, and Vaincy caught my eye, flaring her brows as if to say, "Not bad, kid." Claire, following Vaincy's gaze to me, gave a sharp salute, which I returned more casually. Then they were outside, Mom's voice quickly fading through the general hubbub. There were footsteps on the stairs behind me, and Vare took Ellie's place. She had started to let her hair grow back out, and she looked almost like a different person in a casual, flowing tunic and slacks. "Makes you wonder, doesn't it?" I asked, leaning back onto my elbows. "What's that?" she asked, swirling a drink in ice. "What would have happened if you'd let Baron kill me that day?" The clinking of ice on glass stopped. "I can't say I've given it much thought. It's been a very long time since you were that boy, or maybe you never were. Anyway, I'm glad you caught me," I wanted to say. I rubbed the back of my neck, grimacing. "Well, I wanted to tell you that I'm sorry for misleading everyone when I had to go into the final Jin Keystone. I thought it was the only way." Her expression didn't change. "No need, you did what you thought would work, and it did. The enemy and my mistakes almost killed me, but that is what happens in war. In the end, I survived and I integrated, and that is worth the price of nearly dying. And now that you've reached integration stage, what will you do?" A hint of a smile turned up Vare's lips. "Curtis Glader has requested I stay on as their lance until Sapin decides on its new leadership. But Vaincy Glory has also approached me about her interest in reopening Xyrus Academy. She wants me to teach high-level students about integration." She shrugged, a very un-Vare-like expression. "When I was first struggling with my integration, though, it was Tesha who was there to support and help me. I thought I would spend some time with her now, guiding her along the same path. I'm convinced that she can reach integration stage with time and effort. And then someone from each race would have reached integration. I said slowly, following her train of thought. In my experience, peace is easier to keep when all sides are equal in power, she said, although she couldn't help it when her eyes drifted up to the ceiling. I knew she wasn't looking at the curved atrium roof, but up to the rings of Ephiodus beyond that. At least down here anyway, Professor Vere, I said, pretending to sound out the title as if considering it, always chasing in my footsteps. Her conjured fist of ice struck my shoulder, but not hard enough to hurt, I laughed. Your assistance would mean the world to her, I said, shifting the conversation back to Tesha. She doesn't talk about it much, but the loss of the legacy's power, not strength, but the way she saw and felt mana, has left a kind of hole in her spirit. She deserves it, and the elves need it if integration can be achieved. I trailed off thoughtfully, imagining what else might change if Tesha were to reach integration stage. Arthur, I looked up into Vere's concerned face and realized I must have been frowning. Sorry, it's nothing. The look she gave me was piercing. I wouldn't call what you're going through nothing. Do you think it's possible that perhaps you could be reaching a kind of integration stage of your own? I hesitated to answer. I could spin it to give her hope and protect myself, which is largely how I'd approached the topic with anyone else who'd asked, except my family, of course. But Vere, I thought, deserved to know. After me, she was probably the strongest warrior and mage in either Dicathen or Alacria. Regardless of what the future held, Vere would be instrumental in shaping it. I'm not, I said, keeping my voice down so our conversation was lost in the background noise. When the last of my power is spent, my etheric core will break, and the pieces of my mana core will be absorbed back into my body. My magic will be gone. She nodded along as I spoke, showing no pity, making no effort to console me. And these god runes and spell forms, I shook my head slightly. Without access to mana or ether, they'll become inert. And you're certain of this? I scrunched my face into a pained smile. I am, yeah. She stood, turned sharply to face me, and bowed deeply. I scanned the atrium and connected hallways and rooms nervously, but for a brief moment we were alone. Your sacrifice then will not be in vain, Arthur. You and yours will always be looked after, and those of us with the power to do so will never stop working to fulfill your vision. I stood, chuckling, as Vere straightened. No need to be so formal. Besides, I never said I would be left powerless and in need of protection. I gave her a mischievous smirk, but before she could ask me anything else, there was a knock at the front door. The doors were open, and 3 people I didn't immediately recognize were standing in it. Crossing the room, I opened my mouth to greet them when recognition finally struck. Standing at the forefront was a man I could only describe as petite, with blonde hair and bright blue eyes, looking extremely nervous. Behind him stood a short, athletic woman and a very tall, rugged warrior with flyaway hair that had been poorly combed. Stannard, Caria Darvis, I stopped as I reached the door, my eyes roving over the 3 of them in shock. What are you all doing here? They exchanged a relieved glance. Arthur Leywin. Glad we found the right place then. Hard to miss, Caria muttered behind him. We had heard that Tesha Iralith was living here, Stannard continued, again growing nervous. My grin, forming briefly as they spoke, faded as the nature of Tesha's parting from her previous group resurfaced through the haze of ancient memory. She is, and you can stop looking so worried. She's going to be over the moon to see you. My words were like a balm to the 3 warriors, all of whom relaxed in their own way. I was about to shout for her when she came hurrying out into the atrium from the dining room. Her face practically glowed as she saw her old crew, and her eyes filled with tears. She rushed to the door but stopped just short of throwing herself into a group hug. Caria, on the other hand, pushed past Stannard and wrapped her toned arms around Tesha, picking her up off the ground and squeezing her tightly. The 3 laughed and began to chatter excitedly as Tesha invited them in, pulling them into the lounge to speak and catch up. She shot me a grateful look over Caria's head, biting her lip lightly and then blowing me a kiss, which I pretended to catch and press to my heart. Ah, this is a good move. I enjoy it very much and will have to remember it. I startled and turned to find Chul had just jogged up to the door. What? This blowing and catching of the kiss. I have been struggling with how best to approach Nisha and express my feelings for her, and I like this move. You will have to show me more ways to woo Lady Avignes, my brother in romance. I felt my cheeks turn bright red despite myself, and I struggled for words. Thankfully, I was saved from responding by a flash of violet light across the sky that caused Chul to take several sudden jogging steps away and whoop loudly. Regis, in the form of a massive shadow wolf with wings of bright fire, landed gracefully about 20 feet away. He had a passenger who slid off his back, her legs buckling slightly when she touched the ground. Before turning to face us, she tried to fix her windblown navy blue hair and straighten her dark gray riding habit. Presenting Lady Carad Dinoir of Central Dominion Alacria, Regis said in a silly posh accent. Caras smacked his side, then finally turned around to face us. Surprise? Yes, Chul boomed, jogging over to put Regis in a headlock and squeeze Cara in a crushing side hug. Just in time to play scrum with us. It is a wonderfully violent and challenging game. With you 2 and Arthur. Oh no, you don't. My mother's voice cut through as she appeared behind me in the atrium, having likely re-entered the house from the gardens. This is Arthur's birthday party and it's time for cake and presents. Chul, you go fetch the others back to the house. Yes, Lady Leywin, he snapped with military rigor, then was running off again. Welcome back, Regis, and of course, Karad dear, you as well. So glad he was able to get you here in time. Mom, I said pleadingly, putting my arm around her shoulders. I'm like 500,000 years old now. I think that's past the age for cake and presents on my birthday. Nonsense, Mom snapped good-naturedly. You're my baby boy and I don't care if you've lived 1,000 lifetimes. Besides, we haven't celebrated your birthday properly in years. Now don't make a fuss or I'll have Chul and Micah strap you to a chair while we all aggressively sing happy birthday and throw cake at your face. Yes, Arthur, please don't make a fuss. Karat teased, approaching and curtsying to my mother. Alice, I was honored to receive your invitation, although I must say, the method of transportation left something to be desired. Hey, Regis grumbled, shaking while drawing in his wings. He nudged her with his head. I thought we had a great trip. She leaned over closer to me. Yeah, because he kept pretending there was turbulence, as he called it, so I had to hold on even tighter. I laughed, warmth radiating out from my chest to fill my body. He's still bitter about the name thing. Horny Trio was a great name, he shot back as he made his way into the house. Kara rolled her eyes. We have a lot to catch up on, Arthur. We've settled on a system of local areas voting for a representative, and then all those representatives will get together and, in turn, vote for what we're calling a president. I really want to pick your brain on it. Of course, I said, not quite able to keep the amusement out of my voice. Come on, Mom said, dragging me inside after Kara. Why am I more excited for this than you are? I rubbed the back of my neck and looked down into Mom's face, noting her flushed cheeks, unfocused eyes, and half-empty glass. I think I know why, but thank you for everything. She took me by the arm and led me toward the dining room. You're welcome, Arthur, but it's just what mothers are supposed to do, isn't it? I love you too, Mom. Chapter 528, A Wisp of Ether, Interlude, Pressure, Constraint, Control, Building and Building and Building, and then, Release. Not sudden and explosive, no violent eruption, but an easing of the unnatural force, slow and soothing, a gentle step toward the discordance of natural order, comforting movement forward, back into and through time, decay, entropy. Expansion, the pressure eases, then builds, then eases again. The hole is so small, and as it approaches, the pressure grows and grows. A wisp of amethyst motes spills from the Everburn fountain, finding knowledge and names out in the wider world. At first, it is caught in a sharp pull like a current, drawn up through the relictum's spire. There is more ether, too, a river of dense particles moving in a constant flow from the void back into physical space, and the mechanisms of the relictums draw on it constantly. But the wisp darts around and past the hungry, consuming machinery. It whirls, cuts, and dances like a leaf on the surface of a swift-moving river, except this river is pushing up through mile after mile of the tower. The spire is familiar but not pleasant, like a forgotten nightmare after waking. The wisp passes through ethereal spaces of twisted physics and defied gravity, of unreality given form. Life seethes within the tower. The wisp can feel the echoes of old hatred and the confusion of new birth, towering trees, deep waters, rolling dunes of sand and snow. Zone after zone, chapter after chapter. The wisp swirls through a huge white dome past shadow claws and ghost bears people of the relictums, born outside of physical reality, tinged with the constricted chaos of the void, but lingers on an aging, white-furred woman. She creeps up rough-hewn steps out of her snowy tundra home toward another zone she won't and can't understand. The wisp passes out of the spire's highest doorway into a landscape of climbing mountains. It flutters over sharp, rocky outcroppings, past high nests filled with bright birds, through the pink leaves of trees clinging to the peaks, and across a gemstone bridge reflecting a rainbow of colors. The halls and chambers through which it tumbles, gusts, and whirls on the other side are empty and lifeless. A grand castle, reaching for the very edge of this world's atmosphere, now empty as a tomb. Nearby there is a call. A plea for the ether to take shape. Curious, the wisp flits out a window and catches a downward draft, plunging back down the mountainside toward the pool. All around, other bundles of ether are doing the same. The wisp dips into a crack in the mountain, sneaking like wind into the depths of crushing stone. Geoluz is stirring, waking or perhaps just dreaming, tossing in its sleep deep down. Closer, the pull of the pleading presence is stronger. A cave opens up around it, lit by the blue glow of a life-preserving pool. The pool has its own gravity, pulling at the wisp, but the pleading is stronger. A woman, a dragon, the queen of dragons, Meyer Indrath, kneels in front of the pool, glowing with ether. Her voice and her will are trying to weave a spell on the pool. No, not the pool, but what's in it. Life after life, death. The dead, the wisp flits closer, swirling first around Meyer then around, Hezes Indrath, but not a body, meat and bone and decay. The wisp listens. Part plea, part guidance, the spell is one of dissolution, release, a returning. It feels right and good and natural, and so the wisp answers, joining the rest of the ether, sinking into the life-giving waters which turn purple but brighten. Agitated, ripples break the surface of the pool, lapping at the decomposing flesh. It begins to break down, its components feeding and revitalizing the vivim influence of the pool. Peace, dear husband, and rest at long last. For too long you were asked to hold the weight of a world on your conscience. I have tried to share your burden, but what we did to protect our people. Meyer Drath trails her fingers through the bright blue pool, tears shining on her cheeks. Forgive me for saying so, my love, but I am glad to finally lay down this burden. If the sharp eyes of predators do turn on our people, they will know the price of your sacrifice. I can only hope that the generation you have left behind will be able to protect them. Within the pool, the ether swarms around the woman's fingers, but now the wisp hesitates. This is different, not dissolution but destruction. It recoils, leaving the pool, but more ether is arriving, drawn by the previous plea. There is anger in it, hatred. The destruction calls to it. And so the wisp catches a breath of wind and rides it back out of the cave and high up into the air to where it can look down on the wide expanse of slowly curving land ringing the world below. Geoluz shifts. The castle in Drath Castle ruptures as if made of sand, collapsing into the ravine between the two peaks in an impenetrable cloud of dust. A high tower crashes through the rainbow bridge. In moments the castle is gone. The wisp catches onto the edge of a reflected sunbeam and is whisked across the width of the ring. It dances and mingles with the ether, forming the bubble of atmosphere around the ring, then spills through it and tumbles down miles to the next ring. A powerful wind blows across tall blue-green grass toward a simple but sprawling village. The wisp is carried into the center of the village, bucking and tumbling through the air, until it whirls circuitously around a series of progressively thinner and taller posts that rise from the very heart of the village. Battle's end, two figures occupy the posts, although a dozen more watch without appearing to do so from the ground. One, a lean, muscular Usra Pantheon trainer brother Cordry Thyestes, and the other, a young human woman. Arthur Leywin. The wisp spirals around the pair, woven into a cloud of ether that neither can sense. They both maintain an identical posture, supporting themselves atop the thin pillars on the toes of their left foot, left knee bent, right ankle resting atop it, back straight. The Pantheon holds a wooden beam across his shoulders, his arms stretched out along its length, while the human girl holds a length of silver light metal. She trembles but does not fall. Yes, I sensed it on my journey to the surface, Cordry was saying, his speech doing nothing to disrupt his exacting posture. I guess I hadn't noticed, Ellie answers, straining to maintain her position. I expect you to pay closer attention to your surroundings, Alina, Cordry scolds gently. When you return to the surface, take time to feel the movement of the mana. It is shifting dramatically, thinning. If it has something to do with the relictum's spire or Ephiatis, your brother should know. Well, I can ask, Ellie says, her tone pitching up. Cordry answers with a heavy stare and she winces, the tightening of her muscles making her wobble on her post. I mean, I will pay attention, Master Cordry, and will of course speak to my brother. The wisp dips in, brushing across the girl's hands in the length of silver, then is whisked away again, passing over the edge of the second ring and falling in long, lazy circles down to the third and lowest. It touches the tips of foam-topped waves that lap the shore of another village. Children play in the water and the wisp swirls past them before rushing away again. The spire the relictums rises again and the ether is drawn back into it. There are dozens, hundreds, thousands of receptacles drawing in ether, and other clusters of motes react eagerly, flitting into crystals and runes to empower them. But the wisp is drawn past them, continuing down the length of the spire, past zone after zone after zone, familiar and uncomfortable. Near the base of the spire, the zones give way to populated construction. People, thousands of people. The wisp flutters through hair and whispers past ears, making the small hairs on them stand up. It stops at a small group of life sparks, one of which has the draw, a girl, shorn blonde hair ascender, Ada Granville. Her companions watch her uncertainly, all young, all afraid. Are you sure, Ada? We don't have to. If you're scared to ascend, you're in the wrong place. Her words cut off her companions. They leave her tongue like sparks from a fire. He took everything from me. I won't let him take the relictums too. I'm going. We're with you, of course, another says, and then they are moving. Rising. A gravitational force pulls the wisp away from them toward the center of the spire, where a crystalline structure ringed by orbiting, rune-carved stones weaves a web through the entire relictum spire. Threads of ether connect the disembodied mind within all throughout the structure. Jayai, Jin, the keeper, she reaches for the wisp, but it bobs away. Other ether answers instead, being drawn into her machinery. But the wisp shoots away, out the door and across the town, now ringing the spire's base. The flow of ether here is strong, a current that whirls through the peaks of the Basilisk Fang Mountains, themselves now also a ring that cuts off Alacria's dominions from the spire. Caravans of people are cutting unnaturally straight lines across the flat expanse of land between the mountains and the spire, like spokes on a wheel. All their little sparks burn bright, and for a time the wisp joins in the current that flows through the mountains. When it moves on, it is pulled south along a cool wind, passing through the city of Cargadon. The city bustles with life, all drawn to a towering library, and the wisp follows. Inside, people Alacrians, humans with basilisk blood debate and shout and cheer. The wisp is drawn to one in particular, around which Etha clings as if watching with interest. Dark horns frame her head like a crown through her navy blue hair. Red eyes stare around seriously, thoughtfully. She lacks the call, but her draw is strong. Caradin Noir, sister, daughter, companion. Rich with the blood of the Vritra clan of Usuras. I accept your nomination to support and represent Cargadon City in the new Alacrian Assembly. I appreciate your trust, and am intent on proving myself worthy of it. The wisp is tossed by a sudden fluttering of so many other motes of ether as they are all buffeted by a swelling of mana. Beams and rays and bursts shoot into the sky all around the library, and the wisp tumbles out a window and then up into the sky, riding on the concussive waves of mana. Swelling, it flashes away, burning like a violet gleam around the edges of the yellows, reds, and blues of the mana. Cool wind and the interplay of water and air attribute mana carry it down the river to the borders of Say's Clar. It follows along the echoes of where the great shield once was, until it reaches a patch of cliff on which a large estate is currently being rebuilt. All around the estate, workers are busy channeling mana and wielding tools. But amidst the bustle, a single woman stands unmoving. Except for the subtle motion of clicking her nails together, which she does in stops and starts, clicking, noticing, forcing stillness, then repeating. The wisp joins the rest of the ether lingering near the woman. Horned and pearl-haired, severe, a hand in the shadows, scythes Saris Vritra. Mana moves through the air, a sort of cascade, and Saris reaches for a half-rolled parchment. She lets out a breath, then smiles and nods. Scribbling something onto the scroll with a quill dipped in ink, she creates another small cascade of mana, and the wisp zips after it. Please pass on my congratulations to Representative Dinoir, the scroll says. Its words echo within the mana. I shall take great joy in watching her continued rise in the political circles as I pursue my much-deserved retirement. I have no doubt she will be president of the assembly very soon. Wheeling around the swiftly shifting mana, the wisp peels off and instead follows a stray stream of ether trickling eastward into a trail around the widest feet of the mountains, over the city of Nirmala, and far toward the coast. The ether descended on the small town of Marin, where a woman retainer, the Black Rose of Atril, Mawar Vritra, conjures mana like shadows to repair a building. Many life sparks join in the rebuilding, where a structure, a school for mages, has half collapsed. The ether gathers around two young laborers, encircling them and prodding at their marking spell forms. They pause in their work, looking at one another. The boy brother, survivor Shield, Seth Milview, leans down and presses a sweaty and dirt-stained forehead to the girl's sister, survivor Sentry Mela Fairweather. She smiles and gives the boy a quick secret kiss before returning to work. The streaming ether encircles them before continuing on toward the distant sea, but the wisp lingers. Heavy earth attribute mana clings to the rubble of an Ephiatin boulder that has already been removed from the crater containing half the small school. It tumbles and rolls along the ground as the young couple shift stone and haul rock. Soon enough, the pull is too strong to ignore, and the wisp leaves Marin town behind, following the streaming ether out over the coast and into the slipstreams of wind and mana that chart a course between continents. Transformed leviathans swim in the ocean below where once their ancient homes might have been. Alacria vanishes behind and Dicathen approaches from ahead. The etheric streams split, some heading east, the rest south. The wisp follows the coast eastward, tumbling in cliffside winds, wafting back and forth across the coast along the shifting air pressure and competing pockets of atmospheric mana. Little fishing villages pass by below along with the scars of past battles, and a sprawling walled city approaches in the distance. The wisp dips down into Ediston Bay, whirling on the circular currents, drifting through the sails of small shipping vessels before catching in a steam plume from a single large ship and launching high into the air. There is a strong pull from the palace below, and the wisp flutters down to dance over the sharp peaks before blowing like a leaf through an open window. Etha has gathered around a scarred old dragon, Karen Indrath. He stands by quietly as 5 others sit around an oval table, deep in conversation. The wisp is likewise drawn to him, momentarily wrapped up in the larger stream of ether. Around the table, others gather ether as well, some more than the rest. "Shall we take roll?" asks Lilia Helstia, expression serious and eyes bright. The wisp flutters over the stack of papers in front of her. Kathleen Glader, representing Ediston. Kathleen's dark hair frames a pale, steadfast face as she raises a delicate hand. Caspian Bladeheart, representing Blackburn. A thin man with sharp features, a pencil mustache, and rimless glasses raises a hand and a brow simultaneously. The wisp rides a gust of wind that ruffles his dark hair. Astra Alderman, Calberg City. Madame Astra knocks her knuckles on the table. The wisp scoots past her, whirling around the wooden leg that rests beneath it. Lilia continues down her list, and representatives from cities all over Sapin continue to raise their hands. The wisp rotates back to Karen, whose pull is stronger than the rest. And of course myself, Lilia Helstia, representing Xyrus. Welcome to the third official meeting of the High Council of Sapin, Lilia says, looking around with a nervous smile. We have a special guest with us today. Karen of Clan Indrath. The dragon steps forward, but the wisp zips back out the window, streaking over the city and then south. It flashes over Mirror Lake and the city of Karn, but slows as the forests and fields of Sapin give way to rolling dunes and miles of endless sand and craggy ravines. Ether pools under the desert, penned in by the thick earth attribute mana. The draw is strong here. Streams of ether collect from all over the continent and burrow down into the tunnels. The wisp shoots out one of these tunnels and into the inverted beehive that is the city of Voldoriel. Life sparks cram in together, filling every road, every terrace, even the roofs of houses and floating banisters of stone, all focused inward toward the city's center. A gladiatorial arena has been erected in the open air of the cavern. Mana-conjured beams and chains support it, but it still shudders with each powerful impact. In the center of the arena, two dwarves face each other. Damer Silvershale, young and dark-haired, spellform-gifted, and Skarn Earthborn, slightly older, blonde-bearded, scowling. The arena glows with lava boiling through cracks in its surface. Skarn's legs are wrapped in stone, a heavy obsidian axe clutched in his fists. He flings it and it curves outward, spinning around and around as it curves through the air and toward Damer, who deflects it with a sudden geyser of mana and heat, then sinks down into one of the crevices. As Skarn spins to search for him, Damer erupts back up through a different crevice and slams Skarn in the back with a gleaming steel hammer. Skarn collapses, and Damer holds the hammer over Skarn's head. After a brutal but technically fascinating battle, the 93rd combat of the King's Trial goes to Damer of Clan Silvershale, who has defeated his opponent, Skarn of Clan Earthborn. An announcer's voice booms throughout the cavern. Damer will move on to the next round while Skarn has been eliminated. Roars fill the city, the cheers and angry booing coming in equal measure. The wisp lingers, drawn to the heavy presence of ether in the city, as several more battles take place beneath it. Then, catching a sudden rising pressure, a combination of hot air and mana, it rides up through a series of cracks and back to the surface. Cooler winds catch it, and it is again pulled eastward, passing over the Grand Mountains just south of the Relictum's spire before diving down into the Beast Glades. Dense forest extends out before it, rich with ether emanating from the spire. Dipping down below the boughs of the interwoven canopy, the wisp follows in the trail of a pack of forest hounds. The creatures twitch with every faint movement of air or sharp noise. Drawn past them, the wisp swirls around the base of a dead tree, joining a congregation of etheric motes. Just as the pack of forest hounds draws level with the spot, one forest hound itself hosts to a cluster of ether freezes. In response, the hidden nightmare fox leaps from hiding, becoming visible in the instant before its jaws lock on another hound's throat. The pack explodes into a desperate sprint as the nightmare fox howls over its kill. The wisp follows the fleeing pack as it darts in a wild zigzag between trees. The canopy above rustles, and there is a flash and thunderous bang as a hawk dives on the herd, grabbing the smallest and slowest hound just behind its antlers. The beast cries in pain as the thunder hawk lifts it up in its talons, fighting to keep hold of the thrashing hound. The wisp follows as the hawk ascends through the canopy. Slowly, the forest hound's struggle ceases as its life spark fades. Then the thunder hawk begins to descend into a nest, where 4 small sparks reside, but the wisp continues northward, drawn by another distant pull. The atmospheric mana is rolling constantly northward, pulled by a great void, and the wisp rides along the tide until the forest suddenly gives way to a strand of grass occupied by a growing row of village buildings. New structures slowly rise from the ground even as the wisp lingers around a woman flame red hair, a Lacrian retainer Lyra Drade, who directs a small group of mages in the effort. Stunning how far you've come in a few short months, another woman says, squat bright orange eyes, a phoenix, soul of the Asclepius clan. You must have housing for what, 10,000 Alacrians now. Our settlement extends uninterrupted from the base of the Relictum spire to the eastern coast, Lyra answers proudly as the wisp settles into the rest of the ether orbiting her. And tunnels for the new continental railway have already been dug. Oh, I'm aware. Renkine IV has spoken of little else on his visits to the hearth, but I don't wish to keep you. Point me in the direction of the expecting mother, and I'll let you return to your duties. The 2-story with the purple roof, perhaps 15 buildings down. Lyra gives the phoenix a furtive look and steps closer. The wisp is drawn deeper into the small cloud of ether around Lyra. If you could, pay special attention to the infant's biology. The mother is a Lacrian, but the father is a man from Edistin. Considering our lineage, I feel like it would benefit us to understand more about these couplings. Solol's brows rise in interest. I see, yes, I'll be attentive. You, I believe, are born with your cores, while the Dicathians are not correct. The conversation goes on for a short time before Solal hurries away, while Lyra's attention is drawn back to the construction. The wisp does a quick twirl around her before continuing northward into a Lenoir. The grass stretches northward for miles, covering the ash. Although the wind attribute mana feels no different than her, maybe the earth attribute mana clinging to the soil is rich with the sense of Ephiatis. It calls to the water attribute mana, drawing it up from the deepest aquifers, those not affected by the devastation here, and the mana pulls water to the surface. Although mostly grass, the landscape is dotted with a few bushes and small trees, carried on the wind from the beast glades or the distant mountains. The landscape is almost entirely empty, but there is a powerful draw to the north still, and soon enough, the wisp, still riding the tides of indrawn mana, finds itself above a small copse in the middle of the gray wastes, no more than 100 half-grown trees and as many saplings and seedlings. Mana fills the trees, and a large pocket of ether has gathered around two figures among many life sparks. The wisp approaches eagerly, like returning to an old friend, and joins in the thronging ether. Tesha Iralith, her hair gleaming in the sun, bends down over a freshly planted tree. Golden gray particles dance along her fingertips, jostling the cloud of ether to make room. Mana in the soil responds, then pushes up into the tree's roots. It begins to grow rapidly, sprouting from 6 inches to over 2 feet tall in seconds, new limbs shooting out, leaves expanding and brightening. The wisp, in its excitement, dips into the thin trunk, racing through it alongside the mana, and when it comes out again, thin purple veins have spread out through the leaves. An older elf Virion Iralith kneels and brushes his fingers across a leaf. Strange, that's nearly 24 of them now, and you're sure you didn't do anything different? Nothing at all, Tesha says, leaning back and looking in puzzlement at the little tree. Maybe it's something in the soil or the atmosphere. There are so many different layers to the magic at work now. Stored seeds, Ephiot soil, forced growth through plant magic, the lingering destructive effects of the world eater technique. She looks up. Even the rings of Ephiotis could have some effect, or the relictum's spire even this distant. Her fingers trace along the purple veins. Maybe the ether. I keep telling you to get that fiancé of yours out here to look at it, Virion grumbles, standing again and crossing his arms. What's he so busy with anyway? He's retired, isn't he? Tesha's look, concern and discomfort mixed with gentle rebuke, makes Virion wince. He's always working now. There's something he's not telling me. Her head hangs and the dense cloud of ether shivers. I'm worried about him, grandfather. Bah, Virion answers, tossing his hands in the air. When has worrying about Arthur Leywin ever accomplished anything? He's promised to marry you, and I'm sure that means he'll stick around to follow through. Tesha's head snaps up, and she reaches out and pulls Virion into a tight hug, pressing her face into his shoulder. I want him around longer than that, though, but he's been using so much of his ether and even his connection with Regis has faded. The wisp drifts close, brushing past the pair. I'm sorry, Tess, Virion says, voice hoarse. I'm being selfish. You shouldn't be here. Let's get you home, okay, kid? As Tesha looks into the distant west, the wisp shoots off along the line of her gaze, flying over the empty wasteland, the grand mountains, and down over a booming town, soon to be a newborn city. Thousands of life sparks occupy freshly constructed buildings, a mingling of elves, humans, and usuras. Mana rumbles from underneath the ground as heat and noise echo up into Ashbur, but the wisp flits straight for the large estate outside of town. The ether is thick here, more and more of it boiling in every moment, so that the wisp is pushed and buffeted, at first unable to even approach. Bit by bit, unable to resist the draw, it gets closer and closer, until it pushes in through a window, meanders down a staircase, and forces its way into a cozy basement chamber. Thick rugs cover the floor, and floor-to-ceiling shelves overflow with scrolls and books. A purple fire dances in a small fireplace. 3 figures sit on the floor at the center of the room. The first, actively drawing an ether, almost catches the wisp. The lupin form, deep midnight in color with bright eyes and etheric flames for a mane, doesn't notice as the wisp avoids the tug. Though ether gravitates toward the girl beside him, Regis and Sylvie isn't actively working to influence it. Her legs are crossed, her arms lay loose atop her knees, palms up and fingers curled in. Her golden eyes are open but unfocused. Arthur Leywin makes up the third point of their triangle. His core is a dead space in his chest, a cracked sphere wrapped around the broken shards of a second cracked sphere. He doesn't manipulate the ether, absorbing, purifying, and expelling it for his use, but the ether has come nonetheless. Arthur's life spark is bright, shining through the ether. It flares, then flutters, then dims back to a natural state. It's still not working. Arthur's words ease into the air as if testing it. But we know why. We're just wasting time and effort continuing to try the same things. It's time to move on to the next phase. It was always going to come to this. Listen, I know you don't want me to just keep mama birding you ether for the rest of your life, but this seems like an unnecessary escalation, Regis says as the wisp does its first circuit of the trio. There's no coming back if it doesn't work or something goes wrong, you know that. We can take our time. You know I don't mind. I do know that, Regis. Arthur's golden eyes flicked to his companion, not in annoyance but in understanding. But we've been around and around it already. My core is the issue. I know you think I'm being cavalier here, but we've tested and theorized. We all know this is the next step. There is no reason to keep delaying. No reason, Regis shoots back agitated. Maybe living until your wedding, or the fact that you don't know what happens to me and Sylvie if you cut your umbilical cord. We can take our time. Baby step this thing. Regis's agitation leaks into the ether and it swirls through the room, causing the fire to flare hot amethyst. Sylvie glances at it and winces, feeling the pressure. You can feel how much ether is in the atmosphere. So much that it's pushing out the mana, at least here. I really do think Arthur will be okay, even without his core. The ether is still in his body, keeping it alive. And around the wheel goes, Regis snips. I feel like we're just having the same damned conversation over and over now. I know it's hard with our bond strained like this. Arthur's tone is soothing, his words slow and comforting. Ether has always been about insight. And I can feel it. By pushing Myers' will into its second phase, I've been able to look inward in a way I haven't since Earth. Her attunement to Vivum, it's hard to explain, and I know I haven't done a good job of it, but I can feel my own life energy. If I can just get past this last barrier, stabilize it. But I still don't get how this lump of ether and broken core pieces can be the problem. Destroying what's left of your core is just. The shadow wolf leaps to its feet, spins in a tight circle, and sits down exactly where it was before. It's not cavalier, it's reckless and stupid. Sylvie's eyes settle on Regis and he lets out a defeated breath. We trust you, Arthur, she says as if speaking for both of them. We're just frightened. For you and for ourselves, Regis grouses, his words barely stirring the air in front of him with his breath. His head sinks down onto his paws. The wisp moves to Sylvie, brushing against her like a cat, comforting and possessive, pushing through the rest of the ether to do so. Arthur's gaze remains on Regis, who shakes his mane, growls low in his chest, and then melts into a tiny wisp before vanishing inside Arthur. The wisp follows. Together, they move through channels like arteries to the remains of Arthur's core, where Regis settles in and begins drawing on the ether. The wisp has to pull back purposefully to avoid being sucked in, but soon Arthur's body is full of ether. A presence from inside Arthur like a separate identity, the will of Meyer in Drath reaches out to the ether, calling for its support and help. There is a wound in this body, one that needs to be cleansed and healed. Regis pulses his ether like a beacon, adding a second layer to guide the ether. The wisp is intrigued and moves toward the shell of the core. The ether around it is hardened and dead, empty of energy and purpose, unnatural. No longer capable of being withdrawn and made use of. The plea comes again: break down the core, heal the wound. All throughout the core, ether is beginning to comply, burrowing into the cracked, hardened surface. The wisp follows suit slowly at first, testing tentative, then more aggressively. The solid, dead ether dissolves under the effort, the cracks widening. It's working. Sylvie's voice is muted within the core, but hearing it encourages the wisp to be even faster, hungrier. The core is splitting now, the broken edges beginning to separate from one another. Arthur's body already feels healthier, more correct. His life spark is shining, growing brighter as the obstruction of the core is removed, nibbled away by the ether. The will is there too, Meyer sitting within the two broken cores with Regis, not conscious or self-aware but raw and insightful. The process is not fast, but neither is it slow. As the majority of the shattered ether core disappears, the ether moves on to the rough, long-dead flesh of the mana core. While the ether was hard, the mana core is soft, and it melts away in moments. Soon the cavity is clean, the flesh healthy and prepared. Regis flows back out of the body, and the wisp follows, buzzing around the room, caught in a swarm of excited ether. Whether in seconds or hours, the wisp experiences no sense of time, but all the ether leaves Arthur's body. It still fills the room, some particles being absorbed into Regis, others clinging to Sylvie, but more is now pouring back out of the basement chamber. Meanwhile, Arthur's life spark grows brighter within his body. It shifts and moves as if he's somehow taken control of his own life energy, but the draw has moved on. The wisp no longer feels the pull here but from farther away. Much farther, slowly at first, but quickly picking up speed, the wisp is carried out along with the rest of the ether, streaming back toward the towering spire. It moves up the full height of it before piercing the final barriers of the upper atmosphere, then out into the beyond. Catching reflected light, it is whisked across open space and the pressure continues to recede. No mana, no ether, no pleading, no pressure, but there is still a draw, pulling it farther and farther away. Then the wispy collection of etheric motes pulls into itself, suddenly aware of the attention on it, like eyes in the infinite dark. Chapter 529, The Beginning After the End. Arthur Leywin. The constant drone of the train's rapid progress through its underground tunnel dulled my senses and blocked the outside world. In the dark of the tunnel, There was only the steady but dim light of our cabin lighting artifact and the occasional flash of a lit service platform through the carriage window. Tesha slept beside me, having drowsed off with her head on my shoulder. 6 months. It seemed both forever and no time at all. Things had progressed so quickly. New governments, new technologies. An entirely new paradigm for most people. The appearance of Ephiatus in the sky and the Relictum's spire on the horizon had not been welcomed by everyone, and the world's new ruling bodies had their hands full just keeping the peace and encouraging everyone to remain hopeful. I wasn't sure if it helped that the Usuras had largely remained out of sight so far. For most people, they were a source of fear, although there was a vocal faction in Dicathen that had called for the Usuras to guide us as god-kings instead of relying on lesser leaders. Ironically, my letters from Saris and Kara, president of the Alacrian Assembly, Caradinoir, that is, indicated that the Alacrians were much more resistant to the idea of new Asuran leadership than the Dicathians. I suppose it makes sense. They did live under a Grona. My gaze drifted from Tesha's peaceful, sleeping face down to her stomach where her hands rested. In this relaxed posture and knowing to look for it, I could just see the slight bump of her belly. Gently so as not to wake her, I pressed my hand to her stomach. It was too early for anything as obvious as movement, but I could feel the tiny life sparks inside her, separate from her own. 2 of them. Drawing back my hand, I let my head lean against the padded rest behind me and closed my eyes, a smile lingering on my lips. My focus turned inward in an act of meditation that was as familiar as the sound of my own voice. Drawing strength from within myself was clarifying, both mentally and physically. I felt the same warm glow that Ellie described when Boo would fortify her through their bond. With my senses reinforced, the noise and vibration of the train were amplified, but my enhanced focus cut through the noise, letting me pick out small details I might not otherwise notice. Outside the window, the dim tunnel walls seemed to creep slowly past, and I was able to feel the life sparks of my family in their own cabins up and down the train. I pushed farther, and I began to glow faintly. Tesha mumbled, turning her head slightly as subtle light played across the surface of my skin. Without opening her eyes, she added, "Get some sleep, Arthur." "Sorry," I said softly, then kissed the top of her head. "I'm too excited to sleep. After all, we're getting married in 3 days." "We already got married, or did you forget?" she asked without opening her eyes. "Wait, did we?" I pressed a finger to my lips in mock thought. Quiet little ceremony in the backyard. You gleaming in white. Giant goldfish kept jumping out of the lake in the background. "I'm sorry, I don't recall." A smile played across her face like light across water, bright and shimmering. "You're so cheesy." I poked her in the side, making her twitch. "You love cheese," I teased. "Ray and Rin love cheese," she answered. Opening her eyes, she straightened in the seat and placed a hand on her stomach. Her words caught me like an unexpected blow to the gut, and I had to remind myself to breathe. Reynolds and Rinia Leywin. I was going to be a father. I swallowed hard, breathless in the aftermath of the sudden emotion. A single fine line appeared between Tessa's brows. "Have you eaten anything since we boarded? Your body can't survive without food and sleep anymore." I rubbed the back of my neck, forced to acknowledge, at least to myself, that I was indeed both tired and a bit hungry. "I'll go grab something. I just wanted to get a few rotations in. Besides, someone was asleep on my shoulder." It was her turn to poke me in the side. "Don't start blaming me for that," she teased, "as if I haven't been sending Hella to ambush you with snacks at all hours just to make sure you get some kind of sustenance. There is an entire car on this train dedicated to preparing food, so you might as well take advantage of it." I raised my hands in surrender. "You're right, of course, I'm trying to be better. To take care of myself." She bit her lip, then scooted to lay her head on my shoulder again. "Made any breakthroughs?" I paused before answering. We had both been so busy that I hadn't fully apprised Tesha of everything I had done. As de facto leader of the decimated Elven nation, she was handling most of Elenoir's political negotiations with the rest of our new, more complex world. Though the small Elven population hadn't officially agreed on any sort of ruling body yet, their eyes had collectively turned toward Virion and Tesha as the 2 remaining Eralis. And Tesha had risen to that call, doing everything within her power to ensure that, after the land was rehabilitated, every surviving elf would have a home in Elenoir. It helped. She liked to joke that she was married to the man who had saved the world, which gave her a lot of political capital to spend. "It's hard to say," I admitted after a moment, having to remind myself when we'd last discussed my advances. "The last fragments of Myers will have faded, but I haven't noticed any negative effects on my body." Mana pulsed through the train carriage. "It feels like the ether must be pretty thick around us, but you don't seem to have much circulating in your body, no." "A bit of mana like everyone," Tesha noted. Although still a white core mage, her training with Vere had gone well but hadn't yet led to a breakthrough in integration. Tesha's knowledge and senses benefited from her time connected to Cecilia. I sat in silent thought, my eyes wandering around our little cabin. The train had a cozy, comfortable design that felt very unlike something Gideon or Wren would have invented. Rich, polished wood made up the walls, while soft green leather adorned the seats, tufted and treated to be long-lasting and flame-retardant. I sound like Gideon making his sales pitch, I thought with amusement. Arthur, Tesha's voice wrenched me back into our conversation. Right, sorry, I was just admiring the craftsmanship of this train. Without King's Gambit, I'd felt these lapses of focus more regularly. An aftereffect of relying on the Godrun so heavily, which I was hopeful would fade with time. I'm fine, honestly, I feel, good, great even, I'm glad. Her fingers wove through mine. If this channeled life force, this Kai gives you the power to stay with me for a very, very long time, Arthur, then I support you doing whatever you need to and I'll help you however I can. I gazed into her teal eyes. Have I ever told you I love you? Her lips quirked up on one side as she struggled to suppress a grin. On occasion. There was a subtle shift in the feel of the train's motion as it climbed up a shallow slope, then the dark tunnel vanished and our cabin was bathed in natural morning light. The sun was still hidden by the grand mountains directly to the east. At this angle, the relictum's spire was just visible along the edge of the window, looming up out of the mountains to the southeast. Seems we're almost there, Tesha said, tension causing her voice to rise. This is going to be the last time we can just be together for a little while. I nodded, absently running the back of my fingers along her arm. I don't know why I agreed to stay in Xyrus and help Vaincy work Etha into the school's new curriculum. She snorted indelicately. Yes, you do. I regarded my wife with amusement. I know this is just a public ceremony and not our real wedding, but we never actually did get a honeymoon. I should come with you to a Lenoir instead. There is time for the rest of it, my promises to fate. I'm not sure it even makes sense to start worrying about the Etha so soon. We need more time to research to understand the new relictums. I could still back out. She shook her head, growing more serious. It'll only be a month or two. My eyes jumped automatically down to her stomach and her expression softened. I'll be fine and you'll be done long before these two arrive. My chest tightened with anxiety. Then I'll cancel my trip to Ephiatus afterwards. The other High Lords can have one meeting without me, Arthur Leywin. I clenched and unclenched my fists, tamping down the apprehension. Tesha grabbed my face in her hands and pulled me down for a kiss. I sank into her as she drew out my rising anxiety like venom from a wound. When she released me, I let myself slump back into the cushy seat inside. The Usuras are even more lost than we are down here, she said, repeating my own words back to me. We both know that they can't have a meeting without you, you said it yourself. They're being forced to move at a dangerous pace in their own eyes. That opens our world up to danger as well. I know. I pouted down at her, then turned to look back out the window. We were too far to see the base of the spire, where it had subsumed the demolished remains of the wall and miles of surrounding mountainside, but we were close enough to fully appreciate the size of it. The relictum's spire made the towering grand mountains seem anything but I already saved the world, didn't I? She laughed, a light chiming that made my stomach flutter even after all this time. Let's hurry up and get all this out of the way so we can focus on Reynolds and Rinia when they get here, okay? We settled into each other's arms and closed our eyes, our breaths falling in sync. But the moment did not last long, as the doors to our carriage flew open with an expensive-sounding crack, the curtains across the windows immediately tangling. Oops, Chull said as he shimmied through the opening, which was just barely large enough for his bulk. He threw himself down on the seat across from us, his arms stretched out along its back and kicked one leg up over the other. His mismatched eyes gleamed in the indirect sunlight. My brother, I still do not understand why we are riding in this burrowing worm instead of flying. The journey to Xyrus City would have been much shorter. Chull, it's generally polite to knock before entering through a closed door, Tesha reminded the lumbering half-phoenix gently. Oops, he repeated, there is so much to learn about your culture. I will dedicate myself to the mastery of your many, many, many strange rules. How is that, never mind. Tesha shot me a secret smile. Regardless, we appreciate you traveling with us. Gideon was very excited to arrange this train specifically for us to reach Xyrus. Xyrus Academy wasn't yet open, and Vaincy had agreed to host our second public wedding ceremony there. I hadn't felt it necessary to share the event with the world, but Tesha had eventually convinced me, after she'd been pressured from a dozen different directions, that a public show of our union would be a beacon of hope to a fearful continent. Ellie appeared at the door, yawned, and slumped into the seat beside Chull, nudging him with one foot to scoot over, which he did. Moon and stars, I'm still sore. At least when you trained with Cordry you were in that, what did you call it? The soul realm or whatever. I wish I wasn't using my real body. You're right, I just had to die over and over again, I quipped. You remember what that's like, she blanched. Yeah, never mind, I guess. Her head turned toward Chull. I forgot to ask yesterday, is Nisha going to be joining us at the ceremony? Chull nodded, an unabashed grin spreading over his broad features. She will be part of the Asuran delegation in attendance. Just remember, it's bad form to get engaged at someone else's wedding, Ellie teased. He grunted, resting his hands behind his head. Such things do not happen so fast for my people. A courtship may last decades, even centuries. Ellie barked out a laugh. Really? Because not so long ago, all those Assyrian princesses were swarming around my brother like hungry halcyons. Wait, what's this? Tesha sat upright, her brows rising dramatically. Princesses chasing Arthur. I rolled my eyes, pulling her back to my side, having already heard this teasing a dozen times or more. Chul only shrugged at Ellie and Tesha. Sometimes one waits patiently for the prey to arrive, other times one must strike like the Hades serpent to ensure the catch. Ellie snorted, shaking her head. Pray, huh? And sometimes, Sylvie said suddenly, appearing in the doorway with Regis, even the most ancient of beings lack the context and experience for real wisdom or grace. Aren't you basically an infant among your own kind? Regis said from behind her with a chuckle. Even Chul is, what, 5 times your age? Sylvie hip-checked him, smirking. Age is not a simple thing to calculate for us anymore, is it? Tesha patted the seat beside her, indicating for Sylvie to sit with us. This is exactly why it's so essential that we keep up a steady exchange of ideas and cultural values. As important as it is to have Arthur representing us as an archon among the great lords, according to Mordain, the impetus is on us to take the lead in building relationships with the Usras of Ephiatis. Sylvie sat and took Tessa's hand in both of her own, squeezing gently. They are slow to change. Much of what my grandfather did was ensure they didn't change at all, in fact. It is true, Chul said, his voice vibrating through the carriage. Until the Usras learn to see you as more than lessers, it will be unwise to give them too much authority over you. Their respect for Arthur's place among them will only carry any alliance so far. The conversation turned into familiar territory, and I felt my focus slip away, my gaze moving to the window. The train ran along the foot of the Grand Mountains, which seemed to crawl slowly past despite our speed. A once little-used road ran parallel to the tracks here, and there were a dozen carts and even more people on foot following the road south. Most turned to stare in wonder as the train rushed past. Based on my understanding of the rail line, our surfacing meant we were nearly to the Xyrus station. And waiting for us would be the bustle of preparation, far too many insistent and barely polite requests for meetings and handshakes, the pleading need for constant assurance from every direction, the second-guessing, the finger-pointing. In an hour, I would be wishing for the peace and privacy of this train carriage again. After that would come the work at the academy and a meeting of the Great Eight. And of course, there were the multiple requests I'd received from the Ascenders Association in Alacria to discuss structural changes now that there was no High Sovereign to control the flow of relics. And a whole stack of invitation letters to join as many different adventuring groups here in Dicathen, even if only as an honorary member. And an official audience with the new king of the dwarves, which I'd been putting off for months. And apparently they'd conjured a statue of me over Mirror Lake, for which the representative from Char had been trying to get me to come to an official unveiling. And on and on and on. It would die down eventually, I knew, and Tesha was right. Checking the boxes was necessary for us to spend time as a family with our children. But that wouldn't be the end. If anything, it would be when the real work would start. And not just parenting, I thought with a soft smile. The Everburn fountain in the Relictum's spire would continue to release ether until the cyst that was the etheric void finally collapsed. Its flow fed the Relictums, providing the power for all of the Jinn's designs, but the rings of Ephiatis relied on an interplay of gravity and atmospheric ether, ensuring they wouldn't simply collapse again in 500 years. Still upholding my promise to fate, fulfilling the vision I showed it would require more than just the fountain's constant output. It eased the pressure, but it did not solve the problem. Without additional release, the Everburn fountain was likely to erode or potentially collapse entirely, signaling another catastrophe. The real promise of the spire wasn't in the etheric outlet it provided, but rather the knowledge stored there. Widespread use of ether would amplify the rate at which we could deflate the etheric realm significantly. And with help from the dragons, led by those willing to teach, like Vyra and her mother, our chance of success only rose. And with fate appeased and the etheric realm lanced, its pressure diminished, this world would really be saved. Except, of course, from whatever Kezes feared. The stray thought was like a shot in my arm, and I stiffened, sitting up straight. I hadn't thought of Kezes's warnings in weeks. It was perhaps my one regret, that I hadn't had more time with Meyer in the end to try to more fully understand. But it had been difficult to worry about the phantom fears of a megalomaniac deity in the face of all the very present problems that demanded my constant attention. And yet one of us remains silent on the subject. Will you still not tell us, my brother? Chul asked. My mind struggled to shift back into gear, and I realized that my mother and Virion had gotten up to join us as well. I'd been so deep in thought I hadn't even felt their life sparks approaching. As I struggled to piece together what they were talking about, Ellie punched Chul in the arm. He's my brother. That's what I call him, Standing, I stepped over Regis, who was shuffling into the open floor between the benches, gestured for Mom to take my seat and posted up in the doorway instead. She scratched Regis behind the ear, then settled in next to Tesha, smiling and fixing a loose lock of my wife's hair. What were we talking about? We're trying to bully Arthur into telling us what they've decided to name the world, Ellie explained. Virion, who sat on the edge of the seat next to my sister, shot me a look and I gave a small shake of my head. Nope, not telling, I said. It had never struck me as strange before that they had no name for the world itself, but since the confluence, it had suddenly become a regular topic of conversation. I knew the Jinn had their own name for it during their time, and I had been forced to wonder how many names had lived and died with the world's population. My jaw tightened. Feeling eyes on me, I turned slightly. Tesha was staring at the side of my head with concern. I squeezed her leg just above the knee, making her jump, then mouthed, "I'm fine." She gave me a wry look. Personally, I think Artoria would be a good name. Very strong and handsome sounding. Ellie and Regis both snickered, looked at each other and said, "Gross," simultaneously, and then laughed even louder. Tesha's head cocked slightly to one side. Really a leaner. I swear that young Smith's apprentice from Ashbur keeps making any excuse to make deliveries to the estate. I zoomed fully back in on the conversation. "Wait, what's this?" "What?" Ellie said, turning red and avoiding my eyes. She jerked her thumb at Virion beside her. "Gramps here can have a girlfriend, but I can't even talk to a boy." Virion blinked, then cleared his throat and raised his hands in front of him in a gesture of warding. "Not sure how I got dragged into this. Besides, we're not, it's just friendly companionship, we haven't put a name on it." He shot my sister a glare as if to say, "We'll be talking about this later," but Ellie only squinted in defiance. "You know, I had a thought about the name thing a few days ago," Mom chimed in proudly. "If they wanted to be clever, they would combine some form of the 3 continents, or 2 continents and the rings, or whatever you want to call them. Like Dilicriatus." The cabin was silent for a moment, then burst out in laughter. Chul slapped his knee, Ellie buried her hands in her face, Tesha bit her lip but tried to nod encouragingly, and Virion said, "Well, it's an idea. Don't listen to this bunch of cackling toads, hun. I think it's got real promise." Regis winked at my mother and I resisted the urge to kick him. "Personally, though, I think they're nuts if they don't go with my suggestion." "Which is?" my mother asked, half amused, half apprehensive. "Regis Land," he exclaimed proudly. Chul followed through with my urge, giving him a playful kick on the rump. I held my tongue, letting them have their fun. In the intervening time since the confluence, I had finally gotten around to going through Hanel's recorded memories from the memory crystal that had revealed Fate's infallibility. The single memory crystal contained a treasure trove of information about the relictums and the Jinn. They had been a constantly evolving people, and their worldview was no different. To them, names had power and could evolve along with the insight into a thing, such as Aroa's Requiem. And so they had many names for the world over the course of their civilization. And names for what their world hadn't even yet become, but which they aspired to. Translated, their idealized world meant something like to be crowned in peace. Jai had helped me understand and, in a way, given the Jinn people's blessing for its use. The great lords of Ephiatis had begrudgingly accepted it. Their default position was that the world was now Ephiatis, since Ephiatis was a part of the world. While Virion had argued that, since it was my idea, it was clearly the right one. I wasn't sure I agreed, but the other world leaders had, and so I kept my silence as the others argued playfully, with the conversation eventually ending as Regis proclaimed, "All I hear are a lot of examples of names that aren't as good as Regis Land." We fell into the easy banter of family, and I was almost sad when the brakes of the train squealed, cutting through the pleasant conversation and announcing our imminent arrival. "Whoa," as Ellie exclaimed, the rest of us followed her gaze out the window. We'd reached the terminal beneath Xyrus, which would eventually be a central station for all of the trains running throughout Dicathen. And although this was an interesting sight, it was not what had caught Ellie's attention. Standing on the arrival platform and all around it, stretching too far to be seen through the small window, was a sea of people. The noise of their cheering suddenly grew loud enough to be heard over the rumble of the train. I focused on face after face as they went by, each one split by a grin or in the midst of an ecstatic shout. Elves, dwarves, and humans appeared for a few seconds before vanishing again. Then I made out a 3-eyed pantheon and a horned basilisk, and a small group dressed in an Alacrian style. What are all these people doing here? Suddenly, I flashed back to the unusual crowd on the road. "I guess our arrival wasn't quite as secret as you'd hoped," Virion said, although he did not sound unpleased. "Look at all those people." Everyone sat frozen for a long moment, not looking at the crowd but rather at me, expressions questioning. With my hope to reach the relative peace and comfort of the currently empty academy before gathering a crowd extinguished, I led the way through the train toward the nearest exit with a sigh. Regis padded up beside me as I hesitated, staring down at the train doors and listening to the cacophony of sounds outside. "You want me and Chul to clear the way?" Through the haze of memory, I recalled my years of training in my past life and how I'd regulated my shallow Kai pool before a fight. Now, after all this time, I repeated that ritual, letting it calm me. No, it's okay. Standing tall, I descended to the doors, which slid open just as I reached them. The platform was utterly silent. I looked around at the crowd, so raucous and excited only an instant ago, now all staring in rapt attention. They filled the platform, the station's head house, the second-story balcony around the house, and the alleys between the head house and auxiliary buildings that supported the in-progress junction. And just further, I could see people stretching out into the flattened, undeveloped dirt lot beyond. Then, almost as if it had been orchestrated, they bowed. A knot formed in the base of my throat as I slowly panned from one side of the crowd to the other, still picking out new details. Pockets of dwarves mingled with elves, Alacrians with people from Sapin, and Usras were dotted throughout. 3 old men sat on a bench in front of the station house, with the crowd parting to allow them to see, while a gaggle of children had crawled onto several stacked crates, taking it in turns to elbow each other whenever a head would start to rise out of their bows. My gaze caught on a head of ashy brown hair and scruff of beard, and the knot in my throat turned hot and constricting. But it wasn't my father, of course. So many faces in the crowd were familiar, but none of them were my family. No, my family now stood behind me, supporting me as they always had. It was for them that I'd been fighting since I was a child in this world, to keep them safe, to allow them to be happy. And it was my family, both those present and those who we'd lost, who had been there to push me through even my darkest moments. When the lances were against me, or the kings and queens, or Kezes and Agrona, or fate itself. My family had stood by my side despite the danger, always trusting me to lead them through. But as I looked around at the crowd, bent in silence, some of the anxiety and worry I felt melted like spring frost in the morning sun. They had come together here in dignity, in peace, from all across the world. Now, they would need to support each other with the same courage that my family had supported me, to fight for each other with the same determination for which I'd fought for my family. I considered again the Jinn's name for their idealized future. To them, everyone would be united in a world where shared peace ruled, not individual authority or overwhelming power. Even as the dragons set on them, those like Hanel never gave up on creating the world they knew was possible, to be crowned in peace. An idealized future where the lowliest peasant and the most powerful dragon could both exist without fear or disdain. To the Jinn, Etha was the common denominator, a great equalizer. But in a world where peace had truly been made king, it would be respect that brought everyone to the level of equals. I stepped forward, my heart full and spirit warm as the crowd, the gathered people of this new world, slowly rose. A whisper ran through them as I returned the bow, holding it for just as long as they had, a symbol of shared respect. Our world wasn't perfect, perhaps it never would be, but the name of the world would be like a promise to keep trying, to keep advancing toward that ideal, Pax Coronata. That was the name the Jinn had hoped this world might someday become worthy of. And so, that is what we would call it. Not just a promise, but a rallying cry to fight back against the worst weaknesses and failures of our collective past. A call to keep making ourselves and each other better, stronger. This isn't the end, but the beginning. Afterworld, with this concludes the final chapter of the beginning after the end. Most of you already know this, but TBATE was my first series. Every night after work, the world of TBATE became a refuge for me, a place to get lost in and not have to think about anything else. I explored the world alongside the characters that I had created and followed them as they learned and grew. I never expected it to get this big. I still remember posting a chapter as soon as I finished writing it, not bothering to even proofread it, just to start reading the comments of the few dozen readers who followed and waited for TBATE to update. I didn't feel like a writer then. What I wrote felt more like a playground for me and my readers to explore together. It was a community that gave me strength. Now, 10 years later, here we are. You and I have grown so much over the years. I still find myself thinking back to those late nights where I replied to comments after publishing a chapter. No matter how large TBATE got, I still find myself going back to those times because that's what got me started and that's what kept me going. And so I'll say it again because I mean it every time. Thank you. If not for all of you, I would have never had the confidence or discipline to be an author. I still have a lot of room to grow, and I hope you'll continue to be there to grow alongside me.